conclusion was expected to move away to the southeast and just affect the far southeast corner. So yes, yesterday I was saying it was going to be dry in Southampton. However, the forecast hasn't gone to plan.
No.
Hands are held up very highly.
I'm not blaming you, so honestly, we're just a bit depressed.
No, well, yeah, I know. And I'll tell you what, I've been watching it all morning and thinking, oh, please don't move in, please don't move in.
Could you take the morning off to come to do this? You knew I was going to have you.
Yeah, I know. It was this I was dreading all morning, I tell you.
Well, when's it going to stop?
Lunchtime.
Okay, so there's two things going on with this thing. It is moving northwestward, and it is easing all the while. So it is light and it's patchy rain, but it is still going to move its way in. So I think, unfortunately, we will have to just put up with it for the next hour, maybe an hour and a half or so, before it starts to ease away. Now, it is light and patchy stuff, so I'm hoping it's not going to cause too many issues, but I think for this first session it might be a little bit problematic. But then, you know, it's definitely improving, so it is going to move away, and then there will be some drier, brighter weather. So the positive news, there will be some play today. I'm guaranteeing there will be play today. It just might take a little bit longer than we first thought.
Oh, they're asking about tomorrow.
Then tomorrow,
yes.
It should be fine.
Yes.
It should be fine tomorrow. Sunshine. No risk of rain. Sunshine all day. Sunny,
I'm sorry
gentle breeze.
if you sound a bit stir crazy, I'm sorry. We're in this bubble. You just look out and it's raining all the time.
Yeah.
We're all
it's
going
not
a
been
bit
good,
mad.
has it, for Southampton?
No. Cardiff's tomorrow, isn't it? And Thursday. Any thoughts on that? I mean, it's going to be nice there, hopefully, is it?
Yeah, it should be that.
It's a bit of a goofy there, but yeah.
No, Thursday, Thursday's quite cloudy for Cardiff, and there could be the odd shower on Thursday, but tomorrow's fine.
Where's our summer gone?
Well, that's a very good point. I mean, I don't know, did you see the statistic yesterday that the winter solstice was actually warmer than the summer solstice?
What's going on?
Oh dear, poor old druids. Well, there we go. Well, Simon, thank you. Look, you've made our day. Thank you very much. I mean, it's lovely talking to you as always.
That was fun.
Are you on tomorrow?
I am on tomorrow, yes.
We'll talk tomorrow.
Better news tomorrow.
Yeah. Thanks for coming on.
Cheers.
Okay.
What do you do?
I don't know. I'm lost for words. I have no words at the moment.
It was fine.
It was absolutely
at 10
perfect.
o'clock. I looked out there and I sat down and I said, right, here we go. Get deep breath, ready for action. And then suddenly the covers appeared.
And it's just that sort of miserly, sort of annoying stuff, isn't it? It's not even raining, really. It's just... it's just sort of mizzle wafting around the Hampshire Bowl.
It's not driving rain, but looking around, I mean, you can't argue, their umbrellas are up.
Oh, well, yes.
And that's that. I mean, what is going to happen to this game? We've got another day tomorrow.
Yes, I know, yeah.
Okay, so the situation of the game is this, in case people forgot, in the dim and distant past.
I have.
When we arrived here. When did we arrive here? India batted sometime, they got 217.
Yes, correct.
And they lost 7 for 71, that's right.
Yeah.
Then New Zealand, they started.
Played nicely.
And they started a couple of days ago now. And they're 101 for 2. So they're 116 behind.
Yeah.
And there's still 2 days to go. They're extended days, of course. So there's 98 overs per day.
7 o'clock.
So tonight could go on to 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
And I suppose tomorrow could go on quite a long time. But I mean, look, there's toughers. There's 2 days left to try and get a game.
Which is still a lot of cricket.
It is a lot of cricket.
Yeah.
Can I just mention my theory, my thing again, that I don't think there should be any money on this. And I said this before the game.
Play for the love.
There shouldn't be any money on this game for a draw. There shouldn't be. No one. There shouldn't be any prize money for a draw.
You said this weeks ago, John.
It's the only way to.
Yeah.
I mean, we talked 2 days ago about the barbecue ready to go, the coal, the wood, and then the damp box of Swan Vestas. I mean, it needs a flamethrower now to get it going. Let's be honest.
It does.
But if you only got prize money for winning, at least
declaration,
you might get a game.
Yeah.
But now I just don't see. And options.
Yeah.
New Zealand bat on and get 400.
That would be probably for me the best option.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so put them under pressure on the last day, try and bowl them out.
Correct.
Yes.
Alternatively, India go bang, 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 and bowl them out for about the same as them, so 200.
Yes.
Say?
That will be by roughly just after lunch.
Mid-afternoon, say.
Yeah.
India then crack on.
Yes.
And crack on until after lunch tomorrow, or lunchtime-ish tomorrow, and put New Zealand in, and try and bowl them out.
Yeah, well, there you go. One, yes, I think the first one's probably the more likely, even though conditions are still swinging and they'll be nipping around. I'm not sure what... I don't know. At least we've got two teams here that have potential to do both of those.
Yes.
You know, great bowling lineups, great batting lineups, and if they want to grab it by the scruff of the neck, you know, it could happen.
It could happen.
Or it might just peter out. I'm not sure. I just don't know. It's such a shame. You've got 22 of the world's best cricketers here, two of the best teams, well, the two best teams in the world, and they've all
can't get them on the
They can't get them on the pitch. I know. What's Andy got?
Is it raining down there, Andy?
Is that the Acropolis?
It's got a new backdrop. It looks like Peru.
It's Delphi in Greece. I thought we might need some assistance from the Olympian gods.
Well, there's low cloud there as well, by the look of it.
Yes. Looks like it's got a bit of drizzle.
You can't see the tops of the hills.
It's raining in Streatham as well. I can report. From London.
I didn't think it was going up that far.
Well, my wife's driving to Norfolk. It's beautiful there, apparently.
There's not another cloud across the country apart from here.
Have you got anything to offer, Andy, or just talk to you later?
Got any rain stats? got mizzle stats?
What about the solstice? Was great, though, wasn't it? The winter solstice was warmer than the summer solstice.
one of the all-time great solstices.
It is. That's amazing.
I was looking at cancelled, rained-off days of Test cricket in England, and yesterday was the 6th we've had in the last 2 summers, and we had one each in the 2 summers before that. I think there had only been like 6 days rained off in the previous 12 seasons, so we've been unlucky. Damply unlucky.
It's not going to be off all day today. It's not like yesterday though, so I reckon lunchtime we'll be out there
today. Well, it looks like on the radar, and that's what Simon more or less said. I think it was Adam suggested, it might have been, it flashed up on the screen there about just get a pink ball out and just turn the lights on and just play.
Yes.
Play in the rain. Play in the night.
Yes.
Just keep going.
Can they extend it to Thursday? I mean, in the past, they've been...
Andy, can I say, if you suggest that, you're not a very popular man. We've had enough.
It wouldn't need to be broadcast, Angus, just for the... you just read it in the papers the next day. But there were quite a few... there were quite a few tests in the past, and there's slightly more... sort of looser scheduled days of cricket where there was rain early in the match and they just tagged on another day at the end. It happened a few times in the sort of 70s, 80s and 90s that they'd add on an extra day or not use the scheduled rest day.
As recently as that?
Yeah.
No, well,
the last game that happened was about 1993, so maybe they can just chuck on. I mean, what are they going to be doing on Thursday, Aggers?
No, absolutely nothing.
The BBC coverage of the T20 match.
Breathing some fresh air. Well, thanks for that. The umpires, the 4th umpires there, there's umbrella up. And we've still got spectators coming in, and most of them have got umbrellas up, or they're well wrapped up. Because it's actually not very warm either.
I've come woefully underdressed today.
The wind's blowing, it's tugging at the flags. I assume the players are all down that end, because like everyone else, they assume that, the umpires will be coming out now, and we'd be all ready for action. But
the big covers that were on yesterday aren't on, which is a positive.
No,
it's just the sort of covering of the square and the bowlers run up. So that's.
I didn't see the ground staff at all yesterday. I think they surrendered early on, didn't they? They thought there's no point.
I think they knew what was coming.
They were out early this morning then on Super Soccer.
They woke me up at about 5:30.
Yes, they were. I mean, it's amazing. They really do. They really do put their backs into it. 5:30. I heard one chugging round.
The old leaf blower.
So well done them for trying, and it's not their fault that this is happening. We are going to get cricket though, so I know we sound a bit depressed. I'm sorry. It's just
a bit crazy.
There's only so much you can do sitting in a room for days. But we want to see cricket, and you want to hear about cricket. That's what we're here for. And it's just gloomy. It should have been such a good game of cricket, and it's just bitterly disappointing. It could have been a wonderful advert. It still might, if either of those two scenarios happen that we talked about, then there's still an opportunity to breathe some life into it. It needs a big pair of bellows to get it going, but we'll do our best. We'll try and get it going, and we'll try and have some fun as we do so. These super soppers, I mean, goodness knows how much
they've put some miles in.
Well, they have. They need about a 10,000 mile service after this match. They're coming on. They're looking a bit weary too, but they're coming on slowly to come and try and do something. But the umbrellas are still up, and we know. Let's have a quick last look at my radar for the moment, because we're going to do something else in a second, and to see if it's moved. But according to my radar, the proper stuff hasn't really come yet. It's a finger. I think Simon King would call that a finger of rain.
Right.
That's poking up. I think it's going to clear up in Streatham fairly soon, Andy, as well, by the way, by the look of this radar. And then you're going to be all right. But for us, we've got I think I'd say about an hour's worth there of rain that looks to be on the radar. So what we're going to do, we'll entertain you in another way, hopefully. Unfortunately, being back in this bubble, we couldn't bring you a live view from the boundary guest, but we've been delving into the archives at short notice to find a favourite guest from the recent past. In 2018, India played a thrilling game at this ground, England eventually winning by 60 runs, remember it well, despite a century from Pujara. During that game, we're joined by a very lively view from the boundary. He's the comedian and presenter Nish Kumar.
I'm not putting any pressure on either you or me, but this is the first thing I've done in my entire career that I know my family is engaging with.
Are they?
Yeah.
Well, your dad
is here. My father is. This may well be a turning point in my relationship with my whole family, because my dad might actually start telling our relatives in India what I do for a living instead of saying that I've been on a decade-long gap year. At which point, there's got to be a few of them that are thinking jail.
They probably are. Or North Sea oil rig.
North Sea oil rig, yeah.
So you're suggesting that they haven't necessarily bought into your stand-up comedy?
No, it took them a while to buy into it. They they rented it for a couple of years, then rescinded that, and I think they've finally bought. I think TMS is the last veneer of credibility that I needed.
So you love your cricket anyway, obviously.
Absolutely,
clearly.
yeah. I mean, I think it's absolutely unavoidable. If you're born in this country with Indian parentage, you can't really escape cricket. And it's one of the most interesting things is spending a lot of time in India, as I do, is seeing the relationship India has with cricket, because it's absolute fanaticism.
It is.
You know, I've seen pictures.
It wasn't always like that, though, I don't think.
No, I don't think it was.
No.
But it's now tipped over into a kind of. I mean, I've genuinely been to Hindu temples where outside they have pictures of gods and a picture of Tendulkar.
Yeah, it is a sort of fanaticism, though, isn't it? Whether it's telly that's done it and the IPL. But I mean, I toured there first of all in the mid-80s, and there were huge crowds.
Yeah.
Calcutta, I remember, 85, 90,000 there at Eden Gardens, but it wasn't quite the same sort of madness.
Yeah, that's right.
Fanaticism and fireworks and all that sort of stuff. It was just people who loved cricket,
of course,
but slightly in a calmer atmosphere than there is these days.
Now it's really intense, and also cricketers are kind of rock stars in India. It's really hard to explain to people, especially people in England who don't necessarily like cricket, to explain that in India Virat Kohli is basically Mick Jagger.
Would it work here, do you think? Can you imagine? And we've got this new tournament that's going to get new people.
Yeah, sure.
Southern Asian people. They hope to come, which suggests therefore they might try and tap into that sort of thing. Do you think it'll work here?
I mean, I hope that it brings people to the game. I'm slightly cynical about the idea of just shortening it until eventually we end up with one over cricket or whatever it is. I'm always slightly wary about that. But then I was quite suspicious of 2020, and I think what I'm basically discovering is that when it comes to cricket, my peak enjoyment of cricket would have been about 1973 had I been alive at the time.
It wasn't quite. It was quite dull then. I think you got Jeff Boycott blocking it. I think it's got a bit more entertaining these days, even Test cricket. What do you remember then? So here you are, your first generation, and your dad's here. Obviously, loves his cricket.
Yeah.
We've been talking about Kerala with him, which is lovely. With cricket in your household then, as a kid, what was it? Was it English cricket? Was your dad talking about Indian cricket? Was it? How did it all work?
Well, I've grown up with the spectre of the legend of Sonny Gavaskar.
Have you?
As a kind of hanging over my dad's favourite generation. Yeah, my dad's hero.
Well, you might meet him in a minute. He's working with us today.
But I started watching cricket really in the kind of early mid-90s when the Indian team was sort of Tendulkar plus 10 others.
Yes.
But I will always have a huge amount of affection for that era, and particularly that England team as well. The kind of England team of Alex Stewart, Graham Thorpe and Darren Gough.
Had a lot of down points as well, the England team with that stage. Let's be honest.
Down points.
Cool, did they ever, didn't they?
But I will always have a special place in my heart for that era of English cricket. Especially Darren Gough was one of my heroes.
Oh, was he?
When I was a young man. Yeah, it was that particular period of English cricket. Yeah. Was when.
What did Goughy do for you then?
I think he had. I liked the sort of slingy action. He was an English bowler that could sort of muck in with the kind of Pakistanis with the reverse swing. Yep. He had that sort of slingy thing, and he also stood up to the Australians, and he was really one of the sort of England cricketers who really wasn't overawed by that Australian team, which was at the time just absolutely steamrolling everyone.
Very committed Goughy, wasn't it? I mean, you always knew you were getting 100% out of Darren Gough, tearing in. Yeah. Did you ever meet Tendulkar? Have you ever?
I once touched the hem of his garment.
You touched the hem of his garment? I hope appropriately.
We went to see India play Sri Lanka at the Oval. I think it would have been in 2002.
Yes.
And just as he was coming up, we were sat in the stand just underneath where the dressing rooms are. And just as he was coming past, everyone was sort of patting the players on the back. And I just remember just slowly, it was like an out-of-body experience, just slowly reaching out and just stroking Tendulkar's back.
Oh, he's back.
It was not my finest moment in retrospect, but I think I was so sort of... I mean, I queued for 3 hours in probably the late 90s to meet Brian Lara. So it was like, there were certain kind of totemic cricketers in my mind.
Well, they're certainly two of that generation, aren't they?
But seeing Tendulkar in person it was a pretty overwhelming experience.
How did he feel?
He felt classy.
Did he?
He felt classy.
So it disappointed
and
he
he
didn't.
smelt superb.
Did he? Again, disappointing if he hadn't. So it was a positive experience.
It was a completely positive experience for me. For him, I imagine it was quite disconcerting.
It might have been. But yeah, he's kind of used to it. And you mentioned Sonny. I mean, we work with Sonny in India as well.
Yeah.
And the adulation for these people.
Yeah, it's incredible.
It is extraordinary. I mean, do you think it's healthy? Do you think it's good?
I'm not sure how healthy it is for the people involved. I'm not sure, because I imagine Tendulkar's had quite a tricky life, and you read things about him that he has to he can really only go places at midnight because otherwise he'll be mobbed, and I imagine that's quite tricky. I mean, for the country, every nation needs its heroes, and I mean, in this country, our footballers tend to be the kind of national icons, and in India, the cricketers just fill that role, but it's just so much more intense because it's a nation of 1 billion people. There's Virat Kohli's shoulders are currently carrying the hopes of 1/6 of the world's population or whatever it is. So I mean, the pressure must be incredibly intense. It must be.
I don't understand how they cope with that quite. I mean, I was sat at cricket grounds in India when Tendulkar, the openers had gone out, as it were, and there's a very small crowd. I remember this, particularly when we were in Nagpur, I think, or something like that. And then word gets out that Tendulkar's about to come in. The wicket falls, and you could just see a sort of cloud of dust coming towards the cricket ground. It'd be like the road runner, but it would be about 2,000 motorbikes all kicking up this dust and parking at the ground on everyone. Suddenly the ground's full.
It's extraordinary.
Incredible how he played his cricket so brilliantly, but with that pressure.
Yeah, it is. I almost can't relate to what that must be like to have that weighing on you the entire time, and especially for periods where he was carrying the team, kind of in the kind of late 90s, but really before the kind of emergence of the Ganguly era. He was carrying the team for a long time, and then that kind of early 2000s period when India came through with Dravid, and there was a bit more, and Sehwag, there was a bit. It was a bit, I think, easier for him.
I loved Sehwag.
Oh, Sehwag he was box office. He was absolute. It was a 0 or 100, very little in between. He was pure box office. I've never seen someone. It was funny, but that he was in the team at the same time as Rahul Dravid, because you couldn't have had two more opposite players. Dravid is the absolute textbook technical batsman. You could teach kids how to play cricket just by showing them video of Rahul Dravid, and then it must have been so frustrating for him to look down the other end and see Sehwag I don't think he moved his feet once in 10 years.
Carving the ball here all over the place,
swinging wildly, but like also just pure hand-eye coordination as well. Like it's the most extraordinary ability to just plant his feet like a baseball player and just absolutely smash the ball to all parts of the ground. It must have been. It was, I mean, that's the joy of That's the joy of cricket, isn't it? That you
total contrasts,
complete contrast, and you can have. There's so much technique and so much stuff that you can learn, but there is also the space for genius and unteachable genius.
Tell me about queuing up for Brian Lara, then. Where was that?
He's in Debenhams on Oxford Street.
What?
Brian Lara.
What was he doing in there?
It's a different era of cricket.
Right.
Brian Lara did a signing when he came out with this kind of range of, I think maybe it was clothing. It was certainly like a Brian Lara signature range.
Right.
And we went to...
shirts or
honestly,
underwear or something? Or?
I think it might be a combination of the two.
Right.
But I honestly, if my cousins hadn't been with me, I would have thought that I made this up, because we went to Oxford Street to the Debenhams, and there was a queue of thousands of people,
right?
And everyone was waiting, and it was just a full queue of West Indians and Indians who were queuing to meet Brian Lara, and it was so intense that we ended up waiting, I think, for sort of 2.5 hours in the queue to try and get to him. And when we did meet him, and I've got Brian Lara's autograph signed
on what?
I had an old autograph book that I also have Brian Lara's autograph, and I also have the autograph of Phil Tufnell. I've got Tuffer's autograph. Yeah, I met him.
When did you get that?
I met him at when he retired at Bronsbury Cricket Ground. He had this kind of event for the end of his career. I would dare say Tuffers wouldn't remember it, because even though I was quite young at the time, I was certainly old enough to know he was somewhat refreshed.
I think you got the wrong man. I think you've got a forged Phil Tufnell autograph. I can't believe Philip will have been like that.
He was somewhat refreshed in the mid-afternoon.
Oh, no, definitely not Tuffers. How dare you possibly mention that? Here we are. Lara was at Debenhams. Oh, it was a jeans company, you see.
Right.
Thank you indeed, Henry, for that. Yeah, there you go. In August '95, so a long time ago.
Wow, that is a long time ago.
Yeah, well, at least you got his signature. I got his signature once when he got his 375 at Antigua. I had an Antiguan T-shirt.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I thought I've got to get it. It was for my soon-to-be wife, a charity event. What could be better to auction Brian Lara on an Antigua shirt on the day he scored 375? And I went up, got to interview him.
Yeah.
Got the felt pen. Best wishes, Brian Lara, all over the front of that T-shirt. Thought fantastic. I'm in here. I had a last bit of persuasion for Emma, really. This was going to clinch it. This was the deal clincher.
Deal clincher.
Got home. I was in a bachelor flat. Opened the suitcase, washing machine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Out it came. Can I tell you, Purcell does wash whiter. Ruined. Beautiful T-shirt. But anyway, it was...
Beautiful T-shirt, absolutely spotless.
Yeah. So that's disappointing. Did you play?
You're very, very badly. I played probably from the age of about... Probably from 8 or 9 until I was about 14 or 15 years old. And I started out as an opening bowler, and then I just started out as right-arm fast.
Yes.
And then fast medium.
Quite
I've got there's elements of Lasith Malinga about my head.
There is. There's a good start.
It was, but then what happened was that the other kids all grew, and I did not. So I slowly went from fast medium to medium fast to medium, and when I ended my glorious cricketing career, I was an off-spin bowler.
Right.
Just by I didn't really turn the ball. I just was bowling quite slow.
Right.
I think, and what I was hoping for was a sort of gust of wind would drag it back into the batsman.
Yeah.
But I won. I mean, this is something I've talked about on stage a few times. I played for Addiscombe Cricket Club in Croydon, and I won when I was 11 years old. I won an award for cricket, and whenever you say that to people go, "Oh, you must have been quite a good player." But I always
Man
say,
of the match or something?
Yeah, wait until you hear the award, because it was better. The awards were best batsman, best bowler, and best all-round player. I didn't win any of those. I won an award called Clubman of the Year.
Oh, that's always rather nice.
Which I subsequently found out was presented on the criteria of the boy who'd shown the most enthusiasm in the face of an overwhelming lack of ability.
That's what it usually is. Yes, in fact, as a little tip, if you see yourself being nominated as Clubman of the Year, I think you just erase your name. It's a very nice award to have.
It's a lovely award to have.
It is a reflection of your ability, though, I'm afraid.
It is a reflection. It's, to date, the only piece of any success I've enjoyed in sport is 1997 or maybe 1996 Addiscombe Colts Cricket Club Clubman of the Year.
Yeah. Do you still keep the trophies? It's still,
I've still got the trophy. I've still got the trophy at home. It was, I think, because my dad is actually he's quite a good sportsman, and in fact quite a lot of my family are quite very sort of naturally talented. One of my cousins certainly played for England up to the under-19s, I think. Right. And his brother was also a really, really talented cricketer. Across my entire family, there's just, people who are just, if not outstanding, at least have a kind of natural faculty for ball games. Whereas I'm some sort of outlier. Malcolm Gladwell could write a whole book about me. I'm some kind of weird rogue element that I have absolutely no hand-eye coordination whatsoever and have the sort of natural body shape of a 50-year-old accountant. So it's like the combination. I don't really know where it went wrong for me.
But you see, where I would have had you if you were in my team, because you, I think, would be perfect at this. I would have you close enough to the bats, and I think I'd probably have you fielding in the gully.
Yeah.
Because I reckon you would be a magnificent sledger. Because sledging for me is not being rude and horrid and nasty. No. It's the acerbic one-liner that digs away at the batsman. And I think a cricketing comedian would be a fantastic sledger, in the proper sense of sledging, just interrupting a batsman's train of thought, getting into his head, being a little bit rude.
I think that probably would be my best position.
I think you would.
I think if you've got a really strong team...
the team sledger.
Yeah, the team sledger. Just have me out there, in the batsman's ear. I mean, we're comedians, so we're used to being heckled. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure I could turn around some of the stuff that I've heard on stage.
Yes.
And... get into people's heads.
Yeah, because that's what that's all about. Tell me about your comedy, come on, because you said about your dad not really buying into. I don't necessarily believe that, but was it difficult for young first generation Indian to go on stage, a stand-up comedy? We're breaking new ground.
It's an oddly tricky thing for anybody to start a career in, because the problem is you embark on an unpaid apprenticeship for what is essentially an undetermined amount of time. So there are some people who, because you do these gigs for no money for years. Right. And some people, that sort of takes 1 or 2 years. And for some of us, it's a half-decade slog. So with that sort of thing, you do have to... there is an amount of necessary delusion to get you through the first couple of years of being a stand-up comedian.
Yeah. What made you want to do it? I mean, it's a pretty brutal business to me.
I mean, I think the thing is, I always absolutely adored comedy. And I think there's a generation of British Asian comics coming through now that were pretty directly inspired by Goodness Gracious Me. Like, if you look at the sort of timeline of it, I think we were all comedy fans, but there's something about seeing that show go on television, a British Asian sketch show where the humour is kind of derived from the conversations around race, but very much sort of punching out as Asians rather than having the joke be on us. And I think that there is something about that. I went to see them live at the Hackney Empire in probably, I think, 1999, and I think that certainly planted the seed in my mind. And I think you're seeing now with people like Ramesh Ranganathan, I think that you're seeing a lot of us come through now who were sort of facilitated by that. Just because when you see a bunch of Asians doing it, you go, oh, well, that's an option that's open to me. Because I was a comedy fan, but I think just without that simple visual, it might not have occurred to me that it was something that I could do.
See, that's interesting, because that takes us back to cricket again, and the initiatives that are going on at the moment that the ECB is doing to try and attract, particularly South Asians actually, into cricket. Needing role models, where are the Asian cricketers playing for England now? And do you think that they do need an obvious role model out there to be attracted to this, like you were with your comedy?
I mean, I think you can't be what you can't see is a phrase that gets used a lot in terms of conversations around diversity. And I think that you do need somebody just to kind of open the doors for you. And, I think someone like Moeen Ali is a great example of a cricketer who I think will open more people's minds up to the possibility that this is something that's available to them. I think that people like him are the really important figures going forward, because ultimately, as England cricket fans, you want the best players available, so you want to be drawing from the widest pool possible. Absolutely. You don't want sections of society feeling like the team is shut off to them. And I really think that someone like Moeen Ali is a really important figure in that sort of in that fight.
Was it a hard start for you? I mean, when you think of stand-up comedy and the way people beginning, you think inevitably sort of northern clubs,
yeah, sure,
smoke-filled rooms. You've got 10 seconds to make us laugh, or 2 minutes to make us laugh, or you're out. I mean, was it like that for you?
I mean, I only started stand-up after the smoking ban came into effect, which I think was a mixed blessing because, on the one hand, the rooms were not filled with smoke, but on the other hand, you could smell what was in the room. But yeah, it's a tricky few years when you're trying to figure it out. And
yes.
I started doing stand-up when I was about 21 years old.
Right.
And so it's definitely a baptism of fire, but the system works. The way that you work it, so you spend years on the open mic circuit doing gigs for no money to people who a lot of the time don't even know they were going to see comedy. They thought they were just out for an evening, just having a quiet drink in a pub, and suddenly a stand-up gig has broken out around them, and very often they are not happy about it. Really? And it's the perfect training ground. So now if you go and do a gig in a comedy club or a theatre with people who not only want to see comedy but may on occasion specifically want to see you, you're like, this is easy.
Yeah.
I've performed to people who absolutely despised me and I've come through. The system absolutely works. Like everything that happens to me now, 10, 12 years into my career in comedy, I've been prepared for by years of shouting at strangers in rooms above pubs.
Extraordinary. Do you include, what don't you include in your stand-up? I mean, are there areas where you don't go? But I know you do take the mick out of race, don't you?
I don't think there's an area that I would rule out going into, and certainly in terms of going and watching comedy shows down the years, I've seen people cover a variety of different subjects, and some of them, really kind of not the traditional comedy subjects. I mean, and it's really inspiring to watch a comedian like, say, for example, Hannah Gadsby or Bridget Christie go into some potentially uncomfortable and tricky areas and somehow navigate that in a way that makes the audience laugh, even as they might be feeling uncomfortable as the comedian starts to talk about a particular subject.
I wonder if people feel a little more awkward laughing at that sort of thing now than they did maybe 20 years ago.
I don't know, it's tricky, isn't it? Because there is this kind of prevailing wisdom that somehow people are more easily offended than they've ever been.
Yes.
But I mean, that's certainly not something that's reflected in the comedy that I'm seeing. Like coming straight from Edinburgh and seeing, in a month where I've really seen lots of female comedians tackle the kind of Me Too issues and the issues surrounding that particular subject in a really frank and funny way. It doesn't feel like people were offended by it. I watched a lot of really brilliant shows by comedians like Lazy Susan and Rose Matafeo really tackle a lot of these contentious subjects head on. I think maybe what people are not up for anymore, but I think that this has been true since the early 80s. What people don't necessarily want to hear is comedy that comes from a perspective of, prejudice or, the kind of comedy that, as much as comedy integrated my family, there was a lot of comedy in the early 70s on television that was specifically designed to alienate us, and comedy that targeted us and made us feel uncomfortable. That, I think, comedy audiences have grown out of that now.
Sort of 8.5 Hot Mum.
Exactly. I think there's not really the same space for that, and it's not that that kind of stuff is banned or frowned upon. It's just people don't think it's funny anymore. And I think sometimes people talk about the idea that there's a particularly kind of censorious atmosphere in comedy clubs, and there's no censorship. You can get up and say whatever you want, but it's true democracy. If the audience don't laugh, it's not funny. That's the reality of it.
What happens when they don't laugh? I mean, I'm sure they laugh at you all the time, Nish, but there must have been occasions when they haven't.
Oh, when they don't.
What do you do?
It's absolutely excruciating. I have had, some incredibly awkward evenings. You feel really bad because you can see the whites of their eyes and you can see into someone's face as you think, I've really spoiled your night out. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's no other job that you do where you could look into someone's face and go, I've ruined your day. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have that kind of, you don't have that same level of, like...
But the same joke that you cracked the night before
can sometimes just not work.
No, isn't that odd?
It's absolutely fascinating. It just means that it's never boring. I don't see this job, and I see people who've been doing it 25, 30, 40 years,
yes,
and they are still scratching their heads over why something that worked yesterday didn't work tonight.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of exciting challenge of it.
Is it sometimes because you just haven't delivered it very well?
Sometimes it's because you haven't delivered it well. Sometimes it's because you put a word slightly in the wrong place. It's funny how it's such a kind of fine-tuned machine sometimes. If you drop a word in the wrong place, or if you kind of were too loud in one bit and then not loud enough in another bit, there's such sort of minor dynamics going on that change the entire thing. And sometimes it's just because they were weird. And that almost is the most difficult thing, where you go, I did that exactly right.
Yes.
And the audience still didn't go for it, and then you just have to go, well, fair enough.
I've stood up at dinner sometimes knowing it's going to be a tough one. There's something about a feel for a place, isn't there? You can when you walk on, you just somehow know.
Well, you've done it. You've done plenty of live performance yourself.
Yes.
You know what happens when you just walk in and you just go, oof.
Yeah, and it's the first failed choke, and that just confirms it, and that's a horrible feeling. You've got 45 minutes, or is still to go.
There must be times where because I've certainly experienced this, but there must be times on stage where you're 5 minutes into something that's supposed to last a couple of hours, just thinking, what if I just say to them, listen, should we just pack up and go home? Should we just, is there some way that we can just cancel?
Well, it's like doing this interview. So here's my clock.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll get a little secret. In that my interviews on here, as I've touched the alarm on there now, my interviews start at 1:05, okay? And they finish at around about 20 to 2.
Right, okay.
I don't look at that clock until I think it's 25 past. Because then I know I'm okay. All right? I just looked at it, and look at that. It's 13:40.
It's 22.
You've been a Nish Kumar, it's been lovely to have had you here.
It was an absolute
Thank you so
honour.
much.
There we go, Nish Kumar talking to Jonathan Agnew in 2018 at this ground, and you can hear more classic view from the boundary guests on BBC Sounds. Who was it there? Was it Aggers or Nish talking about packing up and going home? Well, no, we're not going to do that just yet. We are into the 5th day. It feels about like the 10th here at the Hampshire Bowl. There's been no play so far. It is so frustrating because it's barely raining, if at all. I mean, it's the lightest of drizzles out there. I can see plenty of spectators without umbrellas up. One or two have umbrellas up. The machines are out there mopping up any surface water, but the covers are on. It's reasonably bright, actually. And I think away to the west, it is actually quite bright. In places like Devon, for example, I think the sun's out. It's so frustrating. There's this finger of clouds, almost as if it's got it in for this World Test Championship final. Anyway, there's still the possibility of a positive result. New Zealand, you feel, have the chance of that. India, harder to see how India can win the match. But anyway, there's still plenty of time available today and tomorrow, and we'll see what happens. We feel pretty confident that we will get some play sometime, perhaps early afternoon. But anyway, there has been no play since 1967, I think it was, in this match. And the score 101 for 2 in reply to 217 India, just in case you have forgotten. Now, Sri Lanka are preparing in Cardiff today, ready for the start of their white ball series against England, which starts tomorrow evening. 2 games in Cardiff, the second of which will be live on BBC Two as well as TMS. This year is the 25th anniversary of Sri Lanka. Memorably, what an incredible occasion it was, winning the 50-over World Cup for the first time. And we're going to look back on that achievement now in a special programme, When Sri Lanka Ruled the World, presented by Lee James.
One more run for Sri Lanka to win the World Cup. Here's McGrath now. He bowls to Ranatunga, the captain, and nibbles that away through third man. He grabs a stump. The captain has scored the winning run for Sri Lanka, who have won the World Cup for the first time in their history.
It's a privilege for me to be part of that brilliant 96 team.
A dream come true for all of us. Winning the World Cup in 96, one of my precious moments in my life.
To be honest with you, I was so calm. I was so in control that I knew that we were going to win.
Any cricketer's dream is to win a World Cup, and for us to have achieved it during our time is something very special.
It's like a dream for me. We did something for the country to win the World Cup. It's an amazing journey for us.
It's so close to our hearts. I mean, not only we enjoyed winning a World Cup, I think it meant a lot to our country, the glory we could bring.
It was such a momentous, important moment for Sri Lanka to win a World Cup, and that was celebrated in the proper manner.
I think that was one of the best things happens to me in my entire life. We never, no one expected us to win a World Cup.
I think that's one of the greatest achievements, not only for me, but for the entire country as well.
Since 1996, the game has been changed a lot. I think every community in Sri Lanka will support the Sri Lankan cricket team.
Well, that's a magnificent performance from the Sri Lankans. They've come up trumps here in this World's World Cup and they're worthy winners.
Before the cricket, some context. 25 years ago, Sri Lanka was an insecure place in every sense of the word. Their cricketers were semi-professional at best, and grateful when the established order granted them the odd match here and there. England deemed them worthy of just one-off tests, tacked on at the end of the season once every 4 years. Come 1996, Sri Lanka had been invited to play just a single one-day international on English soil, a format in which they were about to become world champions. The country too was troubled. It was 13 years into a brutal and bloody civil war, which when it finally ended in 2009, had claimed an estimated 80,000 lives.
I'm Roshan Mahanama, World Cup winner in 1996. We should keep in mind that we won the World Cup at a time that the entire country was going through a difficult period, and I think the only thing that gave these people some satisfaction was us doing well in cricket.
The 1996 World Cup was Sri Lanka's chance to show themselves as a confident cricketing nation, not just on the field, but as one of the co-hosts alongside India and Pakistan. But just 18 days before their first match in Colombo, the tournament was thrown into turmoil after the most devastating attack in the 26 years of conflict.
More than 50 people have been killed and 1,000 injured by a suicide bomber in Sri Lanka.
The attack was designed to cause maximum death and destruction and was particularly vicious even by Tamil Tiger standards. It was midday and the central financial district of Colombo was packed with thousands of office workers. The suicide bombers drove a truck packed with explosives into the entrance of Sri Lanka's central bank, triggering a massive blast.
Colombo was in shock. Schools and offices were shut. More armed soldiers were deployed to the streets to man an increasingly elaborate web of roadblocks and checkpoints. The local radio and television stations broadcast public service messages, urging vigilance and suspicion. In Melbourne and Antigua, the Australian and West Indies cricket boards were making their own announcements.
The Cricket World Cup has been thrown into confusion by the refusal of two top teams to play their opening matches in Sri Lanka. Australia said this morning they wouldn't play in Colombo because of last week's terrorist bombing.
Their safety was our highest priority, and it is, has been, and always will be. And it's very important for people here to understand that.
This afternoon, the West Indies also refused to play in Sri Lanka.
Well, we've been monitoring the situation in Sri Lanka generally and Colombo particularly over the past few days, especially since the bomb blast in Colombo with the number of casualties. We made the decision not to go.
A good time here to bring in our resident Australian, Jim Maxwell.
Oh, it was disappointing because other countries went there. Australia wasn't the only one not to go. It's a blurry line, isn't it? Do you take the advice of the politicians and the security people, or do you just say, look, this is sport. We've got to get on with the show. Regardless, other people are going, and we're going to put our hand up and do it because it's the best thing to do.
While many in the cricket world understood the position, the Sri Lankan public seethed at what they deemed as an affront to their nation. Relations with Australia were already at an all-time low after the treatment of spin bowler Matthias Muralitharan in Melbourne a few weeks earlier.
Oh! Now he's done it again. I just can't see how umpire here can be calling no ball here.
Well, I was broadcasting at the time, and I sort of shuddered at the first call, and I thought, I hope that's not what I think it is.
Having looked at that, there is absolutely no doubt that he's called him for throwing.
And then the second call and so on, it obviously was for throwing, not for overstepping or any other infringement that may have taken place on the field. It's close to a public execution. It was horrible, absolutely horrible. And thank goodness they've changed the system now so bowlers go on report. It's very unlikely that that's going to happen. So that was a very bad moment.
Let me introduce you to the coach, who by now was alongside the combative and influential captain Arjuna Ranatunga in the Sri Lankan dressing room. In 1995, a near-bankrupt cricket board took out a loan, ironically from their Australian counterparts, to employ the services of Dav Watmore. A Sri Lankan by birth, Watmore played 7 tests for Australia in the 1970s and was just starting out on his international coaching career. So did that bad-tempered series give his side greater resilience ahead of the World Cup?
It's just an inner feeling that you all get, that, you know, you close ranks and you really want to protect not just Murali but Sri Lankan cricket. It was just an inner feeling that sort of emerges out, that you can feel it in the air, that we're all sort of united to protect the cricket in Sri Lanka and Murali. So I would say definitely the answer to that was yes.
Then I still remember Arjuna giving us a pep talk at one point and said, guys, enough is enough now. We are not going to take anything lying down. You copy it, give it back. Some of us wouldn't have agreed, but since we had agreed as a team, we had to be together and to give it back. So it was very important, the events leading up to that 96 World Cup.
The boycott by Australia and West Indies and the humiliation of Muralitharan didn't go down well with the other co-hosts. While relations between India and Pakistan were as strained as ever, they did stand by the Sri Lankans. The tournament organisers refused to move the matches away from the island and instead came up with a masterstroke in public relations. India and Pakistan abandoned their own World Cup preparations and flew to Colombo to play Sri Lanka as a combined 11 for the Unity Cup.
I'm Roshan Abesinger, a Sri Lankan broadcaster, and I'm happy to say that I was in Lahore very much present when Sri Lanka won that World Cup on that historic day in 1996. I was the local manager of that combined team. The team was captained by Mohammed Azharuddin, and it had players of the caliber of Wasim Akram, Sachin Tendulkar, Ajay Jadeja. So India and Pakistan came as in solidarity and proved to the world that Sri Lanka is a safe place to play, which made Kenya and Zimbabwe follow and play their games here.
But the Premadasa Stadium in Colombo remained empty on February the 17th. There was no rematch between Shane Warne and Ravindra de Silva that had enthralled in Australia only months before. With the Aussies back in Mumbai, Sri Lanka were awarded 2 points for the forfeit and had to watch on for another week as the other teams began their World Cup campaigns.
We'd rather play and lose than to get those 4 points. So it wasn't a very nice thing to do, just to get, 3 points. But that was the rules that we played under. So it impacted us not too badly. I mean, we could only train the way we were asked to train. There was security. We were limited to really how much flexibility we could have. But we were patiently waiting for our chance to get out there and begin the tournament.
And that chance finally came with Zimbabwe, who had made many friends by resisting the boycott at the last minute. They were the visitors to the iconic Sinhalese Sports Club in Colombo.
Until maybe a couple of days prior to the start of that game, we were not sure whether it was actually going to go ahead. There could have been anything that would have sparked for these teams to pull out. And on the day, forget about winning, because we had got into that habit of playing together, playing the way we know the best. But get the game off the ground itself was something that everyone was looking forward to.
It's all over for Zimbabwe in this game. Fantastic out cricket by the Sri Lankan side, and Arjuna Ranatunga must be really happy with the boys.
Victory over Zimbabwe with a massive 13 overs to spare took Sri Lanka to 6 points after the West Indies, like Australia, had forfeited their matches on the island. It meant Sri Lanka had already qualified for the quarter-finals when they flew to Delhi for a much-anticipated encounter with the 1983 world champions India and the Little Master himself.
Well, that's a good shot. Magnificently played, racing away to the fence. Tendulkar off the mark with a blistering fall. Beautifully played by Tendulkar.
Smashed it down the ground. Will it bisect the fieldsman? It will. Beautifully played by Sachin Tendulkar. That is great, great batting. One of the great knocks in one-day cricket. Sachin Tendulkar, take a bow.
After lunch, our openers were getting dressed to go back out there, and I just mentioned a little bit loudly to a few of them that, let's not get too carried away. We've still got our run rate to protect. Let's try and do as good as we can. Let's get close to the total. As immediately Roshan piped up.
I told them not in an aggressive manner, but I said, Debbie, what are you talking about? Let's go and get it, because we had done it before. And I didn't even get a chance of batting.
Oh, the deflection even going the way of Sri Lanka, and this could be it as they come back for the second run, and that's the ball game. Tremendous win by Sri Lanka,
and we got the score in the 46th over, 47th over. At the time, getting 217, 46 overs was not even heard of in that sense. If that happened in the good old days, it was a good chase.
The flags are hoisted high out in that Sri Lankan area. A very good win.
It wasn't until we played India that I really thought we would go deep in the tournament, because it was still a stiffish sort of target to chase down in India with a screaming crowd for the home team. And when I saw the way in which the boys reacted to chasing that target, that was the point when I felt that, if we don't win it, then we'll go a long way in shaping who does win it.
As the rest of the world started to take notice of the 66-1 outsiders, Sri Lanka's brilliant performances were having a unifying effect on a war-torn population divided along ethnic lines. In a moment, Roshan Mahanama, but first a fine batsman who made the first of his 225 international appearances the following year, but for now was a promising 19-year-old watching the tournament back home.
207 for 6. 2 overs to go after this. Slower ball from Hall, which is chopped down to third man for an easy single by Russell Arnold. Just playing the bowling more or less on its merits at the moment, and that has given him the second 50 of this innings.
Everyone supported the national team, wherever they were from, which corner, what language they spoke, what religion it was. And the government would regularly announce ceasefire to try and keep some peace, keep some normality. But if there was a cricket match, there was nothing happening. Everyone, on what side you were watching that match and cheering for the one team.
On the day of the finals, the terrorists or whatever you want to call the extremists, but whatever, they had declared a ceasefire. They had decided to watch the game, and subsequently I met some of the people, soldiers who were also in the jungle, who was part of that war at the time. They also knew that the other camp has declared a ceasefire, so they all had got around to places where they had a TV, celebrated the World Cup victory, and then the following day they had gone back to war.
Sri Lanka were back on home soil for their final match of the group stages as they welcomed Kenya to Kandy. The East African side had stunned the West Indies 6 days earlier in Pune. At a time when 250 was considered a good score in 50 overs, Sri Lanka, inspired by a century from Ravindra de Silva, went better, much better.
The Kenya team at the time had started to do well, and they were competitive as well. But we never looked at teams from where they came, what sort of background they were coming from. We were only focusing on what we had to do. We had started to believe in ourselves. If our confidence levels were at a certain point, it just raised it. And, we were so confident, and we felt that we were not going to look back, and that's what exactly happened in the next game against Kenya.
Pushed out towards mid-on, and Ravindra completes 100, and he's the first Sri Lankan to score a century in World Cup cricket, and this is the highest made by any team in a one-day international, beating the highest made earlier by the West Indies against Sri Lanka. They made 372, and now Sri Lanka taking the honour of making 397 for 5.
If you're in the crowd and you weren't you weren't concentrating. Those balls were coming like scud bullets at you, you know. It was a very good wicket, very fast outfield. Not a huge ground either. So, you know, our Ravindra 100, our openers got away pretty well. It was just an avalanche.
Sri Lanka winning by 143 runs.
Sri Lanka's 398 wasn't beaten in international cricket for another decade. With maximum points from their 4 matches, the Sri Lankans topped the group and left their home support behind for the knockout stages. England, who Sri Lanka believed hadn't always given them the respect they deserved, awaited in the quarter-finals, with Roshan Mahanama originally left out.
When the team was announced, I was dropped for the match. Yes, I was disappointed being a senior member. Could be for any reason. Later on, I found out that it was mainly a tactical decision. The player who had been selected ahead of me, that was Upul Chandana, had gone and told maybe the captain and the others, don't change the team, keep the guys who had performed up to now. And I remember them asking me maybe about whether I'm ready to play. If I'm playing, tell me. And that was only a last-minute decision.
Well, hello from the Iqbal Stadium in Faisalabad. And welcome to the crucial round of the Wills Cricket World Cup. It's the quarter-final round. If you fail today, you simply fly home. Let's take a look at the 8 teams involved. Today, England plays Sri Lanka. They were top of Group A. Here in Faisalabad, in Bangalore, in India, there's a match of great passion in these parts. India versus the World Cup holders, Pakistan. And then on Monday, South Africa, who will become World Cup favourites, in fact, meet the West Indies. And the 4th quarter-final is New Zealand against Australia.
Defending just 235, England felt the full force of a pyrotechnic opening partnership that had come together in Australia 3 months earlier. At a time when one-day sides started off at a leisurely pace and then gradually accelerated, Sri Lanka set a new trend through Sanath Jayasuriya and Romesh Kalawitharana.
In comes De Freitas to start a new over and is lofted for 6 by Jayasuriya. In comes De Freitas again to bowl to Jayasuriya. He hits him many a mile up in the air. I'm not sure it's not coming into our commentary box, but it doesn't. It demolishes the VIP stand down below us. He's just brought up the 101 for 1 in the 12th over. 72 now to Jayasuriya. The last 50 has come off 23 balls.
Well, that really was a terrific innings by Jayasuriya. 82 of 44 balls, 3 sixes, 13 fours.
Yeah, I have the last game I did that. I thought I must go for these same shots, and I did well, I think.
When I joined in 95, Sanath didn't play the test matches. He joined us for the one-dayers, and he opened with, I think, Mahanama at the time. But when we went to Australia, Kalawitharana joined him. And that became, the real turning point in the ability to put the pressure back on the opposition in that first 15 overs. These boys were very talented, both sides of the wicket, front and back foot, and they were encouraged to play their natural game rather than just go out and pinch it.
With the platform set, it was left to Roshan Mahanama, the man who nearly didn't play, to see Sri Lanka home.
We had lost 4 wickets. I was batting at number 7. I still remember everyone coming to me and telling me that I'm the only recognised batsman who's left. And I was in kind of tears. This was somebody who was not going to be in the team the day before. There was no preparation, nothing. But here everyone is saying that it'll be me who will have to make sure that we got through the line.
That's a good shot. Right to the gap. And that is the 236 that Sri Lanka was seeking. And what a comprehensive victory.
England's faltering World Cup cricket campaign has come to a complete halt. They've been utterly outplayed by Sri Lanka in the quarter-finals.
Let's just hear from Geoffrey Boycott.
I thought the side that won outplayed England. It looked to me a side that was full of confidence and batting particularly well. Even their bowling, they knew what they were doing.
So Sri Lanka move on to the semi-finals.
When we got to Calcutta for the semi-finals, yes, we had beaten England, and it was a huge occasion for us. I think that was the first time that we had got into the knockout stage of the World Cup. We were surprised because everyone started to give us sweets and they were celebrating. And the reason was that they had beaten Pakistan, and you know the rivalry India-Pakistan has, because India beat Pakistan in the quarterfinals. And when they came to Calcutta, so we were also treated, we were enjoying at the time. By nature, we were like that. We were going to play against them a couple of days later.
Now, back to this Wednesday night, and it's Sports Night.
Good evening. We've football, boxing and cricket tonight in a very busy programme. But first, let's follow the fortunes of the smiling Sri Lankans into the World Cup semi-finals for the first time in their history, but now facing India on their home soil. 110,000 supporters for today's match in the Eden Gardens, Calcutta.
Away goes Srinath, and he's bowling to Kaluwitharana, the right-hander. He bowls now outside the off-stump. He's carved that away down to third man. It's in the air, and he's out.
We were basically stunned because the capacity was about 110,000. But, you know, in our part of the world, we bring our friends, family, all those, and there would have been about 120, 125,000 people inside the stadium. So when we were doing our warm-ups, I was in the team. That was a unique experience.
Away goes Srinath, and bowls to Jayasuriya down the pitch. That's down towards third man, and that's caught. And I think the noise around the ground speaks for itself.
Charu Sharma was commentating on the match for All India Radio.
Yeah, it was a strange match. I think India were overwhelming favourites, and especially, and I remember 2 wickets right at the top for Sri Lanka because, one of the many reasons Sri Lanka went on to become a world-beating side at that point of time was this new aspect to the game that Romesh Kaluwitharana and Sanath Jayasuriya brought at the top. And both of them went very cheaply to the Indian attack. And they were, Sri Lanka were next to nothing for 2 with their danger men out. At that point of time, all of India willed itself to believe this match is ours.
We were 2 wickets for almost, I think, 0 or 1 in that game as well. So, it vindicated team meetings that we always had, like every team does, but I always made a comment that reflected the way in which our openers could bat freely, that we could be 2 for none. But don't worry, the next 5 batsmen are all capable of getting 100 at any given time. It must have been a wonderful feeling for Jayasuriya and Kaluwitharana to know, when you look back, you got Gurasinghe, De Silva, Tilakaratne, Ranatunga and Mahanama.
So I was seated and I was in a pair of shorts, relaxing, watching the game over the television that was there in the room. I could see one guy getting out. I could see that there was kind of pandemonium. People are panicking in the dressing room. And they approached me and asked me whether I could bat. And I said, you tell me if you want me to bat. And they said, pad up. I only remember getting dressed and wearing 1 pad. And I hear that I think it was Asanka who got out, that even he's got out. I got people to help me to pad up and give me the equipment, and I didn't have enough time to think. But I started thinking and realized how big the occasion was when I hit the centre.
And played away fine by Mahanama. This should be 4 runs. Jadeja just erring outside that leg stump, and Mahanama very strong off his legs, playing it late and getting the placement absolutely right. Mahanama is not feeling well at all. It's very humid out there and he's feeling the heat.
It was very hot and humid and we were feeling the heat, and I started to get cramps. I was worried, but I thought to myself, no, I'm not going to let down my side. I'm not going to let down my country. I will go on until I collapse.
So 50 for Mahanama, a very fine innings under pressure, coming off 79 balls, and he really has played his part for his side.
I think when I came off because of cramps, I had cramps from head to toe. I remember Alex Contori felt that I needed some fresh air. I had needed fluid in my system, and later on he told me, he said, you could have died because you were so dehydrated.
Chasing 252 to win, Muralitharan, Dharmasena, Jayasuriya and Ravindra De Silva bamboozled the Indian batsmen, and at 120 for 8 the chase was all but over and the crowd had seen enough.
Debris is now being chucked on regularly from all over the ground, I'm afraid. Bottles of water being hurled on.
Clive Lloyd, the match referee, has come out.
Well, what do the umpires do? It's a hopeless situation, and there are bottles now coming on from all quarters of the ground. But quite what happens if the match is abandoned? Well, it'll have to be given to Sri Lanka, I guess. And in fact, I think that's what's going to happen. They're being led off now by Clive Lloyd, the match referee. The crowd are booing, they're shouting, but quite frankly, they've brought this on themselves.
The Sri Lankans are coming off. Gurasena there has his arms outstretched. They've won. And then this match has been abandoned.
Sri Lanka have booked their place in the final of Cricket's World Cup after a controversial end to their game against India in Calcutta.
It turned out to be a really ugly end to that match because of the rioting and the fact that people found whatever they could around them and burned, things like paper cards for 4s and 6s and what have you. So, and the police had to be called in. But it was a lost cause at that point of time, and no way India could have won. So nobody can blame the rioting for the fact that India went down. It was just a poor batting display, but it was a horrendous letdown for the Indian fans who fully expected, what with the World Cup happening in India, for India to do well. But it was a sad memory, and I think most cricket fans will remember it as an embarrassing moment of Indian cricket, certainly in terms of fan reaction.
Well, I remember that night so well in Calcutta, that riot that ended the game. Clive Lloyd going out there and pleading with the best part of 100,000 people as a crowd, a huge crowd, throwing bottles and setting fire to things and so on. It was an extraordinary finish. I remember Simon Mann and I were there, and we packed up our stuff slowly, but maybe we left about, I don't know, an hour after that, I suppose. We wandered through the streets of Calcutta to the hotel as if nothing had happened. It was bizarre. Everyone sort of melted away, and it was just the end of that match. Now, we've got some good news here. First of all, I can tell you that the second part of that programme, though, is coming up in the lunch break. Because we do have good news here. The lunch is at 1:30, so there's been some jiggling round of things here because we are going to get some play. I'm just slightly cautious looking at the radar that there might still be, believe it or not, one remaining rogue shower that is coming our way. But let's just hope that just disappears, frankly. And we can get on with this game. We just urgently need some play. So lunch will be at 1:30, when there will be the second part of when Sri Lanka ruled the world. 1:30, then 2:10 till 4:10, and then 6:30 is the finish time, except of course there can be half an hour added to that in the event of the overs being bowled slowly. So fingers crossed. Let's please get some play here. The light roller's chugging up and down the pitch. The umpire's got his umbrella rolled away, as it were, now, and the spectators are taking their seats because we're going to be underway here in 5 minutes or thereabouts. Once that cover goes off, once the rope has been run round the outfield, the Indians are ready by the look of it. They're lined up, ready to start. And, they've got some bowling to do because in New Zealand, of course, if you can cast your minds back to when we last saw some play, they finished on 101 for 2. So they're 116 runs behind. Williamson has 12, and Taylor, of course, had just come into that rather murky light. Jeremy Coney's sitting alongside me. Jeremy, I don't play the guitar very much. Coney. Jeremy, slow hand, Coney.
What do you mean?
Played like Eric Clapton.
Come on.
I've never heard my guitar sound like that.
No,
I didn't know it was capable of sounding like that.
You're doing very well, Eggers. You're doing very well.
I've never seen grips and fingers all over the place. It was fantastic. Great entertainment. It's sorry that you had to sing your own happy birthday to you on your birthday. But we tried our best.
It was very good. Thank you for the invitation.
We tried our best, but well played. You've got me thinking now about all sorts of things.
Just your hand position. That's okay.
Yeah, I've got to get on.
You'll be fine.
Well, it was terrific. I don't play very much.
You'll be fine.
I've never heard chords like it. Anyway, look, what are we going to do with this? Apart from this, I said to Tuffers, we need some sort of flamethrower, really, to get this what we've been talking about, this barbecue of all ready to go, and a tremendous feast of cricket. But
yeah, sure, we've lost a lot of overs, and it's been very frustrating. But and we've had now, another day, loss of another day. But let's look at the optimistic side of it just for a second or two. Yes. Jonathan, and I mean, we've had 141 overs in this match so far. They've been bowled. We have, by my count, we did have 196 overs remaining. That's now reduced by 5 because of this little interruption. So that leaves us with 332 overs for a match, adding up the 141 and the remaining overs. Now, by my count, and this is for Andy in his shed, and thank you for putting up the back of the.
It is you, isn't it?
It's the back of the book.
The backdrop.
Yes, it is. That's on the back of my book.
So it is. He's got this.
There we are. He's turned it round.
He's kept it in his shed.
He has. Well, look at that. Yes, it is. He uses it to tidy things up with pot plants and things like that.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Pull out the page, rip it up. Very handy. But I would figure with those 332, Andy, good morning to you, and that most of the test matches in England in the past 5 years, if there's been a result in them, would come in under 332 overs. So I figure therefore there's enough time.
Yep.
And this pitch has done something. The ball will still be newish, even though there's 49 overs. Look at the grass cover. We know that New Zealand swung it in the first innings. They even held back the new ball, didn't they?
Yep.
For an over or so. So, and the fresh bowlers, it's going to be hard batting again today. So that's your little task, I think. Are you ready to accept that? Yes,
I accept that task.
Yes. How many tests that completed tests?
It's a good question.
Have occurred in, say, the last 5 years in England in under than 332 overs? Can you do that for me?
Can I throw in one mischievous caveat?
Yeah.
Well, England's batsmen aren't playing in this game.
No, that's true. That is true. That is true. But nevertheless, I said we had to be optimistic.
Yeah, well, I like it, because I think it's a surprisingly high number. But there we go. That's set Andy something to do. The umpires are on their way. And actually it is brighter now, and so hopefully that splodge of green I can see heading this way is just something that's going to evaporate and not happen, because over to the right there's got blue sky. Oh, what a shame it wasn't like this an hour ago. But anyway, we've had enough of all that, and we're going to get some play. And there are two scenarios, as we were discussing earlier. Scenario A, New Zealand bat on a big score and put India under pressure tomorrow. Scenario B is that India bowl New Zealand out, and then we're down to sort of one innings game, really, and who knows what might happen with that. Scenario 3, unfortunately, the whole thing blocks out and it becomes a horrible draw, but there's nothing you can do with the weather. I did make the point earlier, and I know I've said it a few times, but about the prize money. It's a shame for me that you get appearance money, of course you do, but I would like to see the prize money going to the winner, and that would you get a game. I would have more chance of a game, rather than it just fizzling out into absolutely nothing. But we shall see. Definite shadows there at the feet of the players. The floodlights are off for the first time in the game, so that's good news as well. And we'll just pick it up as to where we left off some time ago. But, good to see the crowd here, and they're the lucky ones. I'm afraid 2 sets of 4,000 haven't seen anything, which is a real shame. But there are 4,000 again here today, and they'll make their presence felt, I'm sure, scattered around the ground as the Indian fielders take up their positions, and they're getting ready to go. Bumrah's going to bowl the first over from the far end. I don't think we're halfway through an over, are we? I can't remember now. But I think we're starting. Andy,
no, they went off at the end of Ishant Sharma's over. I've got an answer for you on the question of was it below 330 overs?
Yeah, that'll do. That'll be fine.
So since the start of the 2016 summer, there have been 30 tests in England that have had a positive result, so a win and a loss, and only 10 of them have had more than 330 overs played. So 20 have been completed in under 330 overs, and a few only just over the 330 mark.
Well, that's a good call, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Good call.
So it's still on with the chance.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that the bowlers will continue to hold sway here quite nicely. Maybe tomorrow, Eggers, that things might even up a little bit more with the nice weather that's scheduled.
Yes. Well, for the moment at least, there's still cloud around, and ball might swing around. I suppose what you do have to throw into that equation that you had there is that short matches, the conditions might have had something to do with that. It might have been particularly grassy, or the ball was swung around all over the place, and teams were bowled out quickly. But it doesn't feel quite like that here, although the ball has moved around, and I'm sure India will have been talking about the swing that they haven't had compared to the swing that New Zealand did have, and looking at the lengths that they bowled and so on, see if they can possibly find a little bit more. And here we go again. For some reason, well, we know why. It's not exactly whatever time they said, 11:30. So after a day of rain and another hour lost, we're waiting until the clock ticks around absolutely bang on to 11:30. And now Mr. Goff is happy, and play can resume. And Bumrah is going to bowl from the pavilion end. There's 3 slips and a gully, And India here really have to go on the attack, which is what they're doing. So, Jasprit Bumrah strides in, then there's that little familiar hop, and now the dash to the crease, and he bowls outside the off stump. And the first ball of the day is left alone by New Zealand's captain Kane Williamson, who twiddles his bat, goes for a stretch of the legs there up the pitch, tapping it and prodding it away, not really doing any particular gardening because it's just been rolled for a start, so I don't suppose there's too much there for him to find. It's just a nervous prod, and New Zealand at the moment is going to make sure they don't mess up somehow. It's bat and play and get themselves into a position from which they could take a lead. 101 for 2. Sun trying to come out as Bumrah scuttles up and bowls to Williamson. On the back foot he goes and plays square into the offside. And it's fielded at point. 101 for 2. Welcome back if you're just tuning our way. We have cricket, we have play, and of course there's a 6th day tomorrow as well. Suggestions about just, in fact, it was originally talked about as potentially being a timeless match. This one is played until someone won it, but that idea was shelved. Bumrah on his way once again over the wicket and bowls outside Williamson's off stump, and that's collected by wicketkeeper Pant.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the timeless idea though. I mean, cricket has always included a time aspect as one of those interrelated things. Those are some of the variables. It's a key variable in the match, isn't it?
Yep.
That you have to organise, the resources and make your declaration with time in mind, and with overs left. And it's an integral part of the game. The other thing, I guess, one of these teams will have to go and play somebody else, and there'll be some broadcasts.
Yes, of course.
Broadcasters waiting.
Yeah, but they did talk about it. Bumrah on his way and bowls. Oh, and that beats him. And Williamson played at that, definitely. And the ball flashed past the outside of his bat. He's now doing some proper gardening now. So, promising start there for Bumrah. I don't think it swung or did anything particular, but just in that area where a batsman wonders where he has to play or not, it just moved away a touch off the seam.
Yeah, nice length again, just a tad short. India have to get the lengths fuller today. All the bowlers will know that. It's quite hard to suddenly just change your natural length though.
Yeah. Bumrah again bowls, and Williamson this time gets a ball on the off stump, and he's forward, playing it defensively into the offside. Lots of arms raised out there as if that almost threatened to come into that front pad and trap him LBW. What you were saying yesterday, of course, was that Richard Hadley was actually able to do that, which
yes,
made him
such
a brilliant bowler.
Yes, exactly. Yes,
just adjust it by. And you're about a foot, aren't you? Really?
Yes, you are. And particularly Shami. Shami, I think, is a very dangerous player. New Zealanders are pretty aware. I think that's a no ball, isn't it?
Certainly very tight.
Yeah.
Bumrah again walks. Little hop, comes in and bowls, and that's hit firmly, driven firmly, but straight to the fielder at point, and that's the end of the over. That no ball from it. It's 102 for 2. Oh, the ball to go. I'm miscounting now.
It's interesting, isn't it? Williamson and Kohli. Kohli goes out, takes his stance further than the popping crease, and quite often in his innings was perhaps 6 to 8 inches closer to the bowler. Yeah. Williamson tends to, if anything, stay back in his crease a lot more. It's nice to see the two good players having different methods.
Bumrah again to complete the over. Oh, and that's edged and bounces well short of second slip. Genuine edge. It didn't carry at all. So nowhere near. But it's a good over. Beat the bat once. Found the edge there. And lots of encouragement from the Indian supporters here as Williamson and Taylor compare notes in the middle.
Yep, lovely line generally throughout that over from Bumrah. And got past the edge of Williamson's bat once and drew him towards another one. That last one he was playing at, no doubt about it, went down substantially and quickly. But that's very encouraging, I think, for India. And if they can get Williamson before he gets in and settles, Yeah. You know, he is the key to the day as far as New Zealand are concerned. I know we've got, when I say we, New Zealand have got the two most experienced players at the crease here at the moment with Taylor and Williamson. Taylor's struggled a bit more recently, and you wouldn't be surprised if he managed to get LBW quite early on in his innings. But once he gets going, he can sort of score at a decent clip. So if he can last, I mean, obviously there has to be a skittling of wickets somewhere in this match for us to get to that optimism that we were holding a moment ago.
Well, it'd be lovely if there were a game that boiled up tomorrow. We've just got to keep our fingers crossed for that. Bumrah left the field there, and I think I can see him reappearing. But, he sprinted off. So I'm sure he's okay. Ishant Sharma's going to bowl from this end. It'll be Taylor's first ball of the day. Hasn't yet scored. He faced a couple in the gloom the other day. Sharma with long strides, runs in and bowls very full down the leg side. Taylor tries to tip it away and misses. That's collected by Pant, running to his left. Sharma sweeps back his hair, but not nearly as long as it used to be. It used to be quite a mane. Not quite a short back and sides either, but a neat haircut. 102 for 2. Kohli's got a long sleeve sweater on, isn't very warm out there, and it's much windier today. Looking at the flags there, really pulling away. I say from their poles. Well, actually, they're not on poles; they're on wire cables. There goes Sharma, bowls to Taylor. Again, it's down the leg side, and again he misses it. And a repeat from Pant as well, skipping to his left to collect the ball, and now Taylor's coming up and doing a bit of pitch prodding. And on the telly, Jeremy, you must have a contact with the television director, because if you're looking at the television at the same time, you'll see that precisely the point that Slow Hand was making a moment ago about the batting positions is being graphically displayed.
Yeah. It's quite a noticeable difference, isn't it?
Short mid-wicket now. 3 slips. So Gully's gone. Sharma on his way to Taylor, and he's on the pad this time. There's an appeal from second slip, nothing from Sharma. Let's see if that swung at all, but he really shoveled the bat across his pad. He hasn't actually made contact with anything yet. More gardening. Sharma walks slowly back to his mark, which is alongside a pile of sawdust there. Must be very damp out there. I must say, if anyone's a member of the golf course here, I strolled up there today. It looks just beautiful, greens and everything. Everything's been manicured over this week. It looks in great condition. A bit damp, but I think you'll enjoy playing on there when it reopens. 102 for 2. Sharma's on his way, bowls, and this time Taylor does get back to ball, playing defensively to mid-on. So New Zealand are 115 behind at the moment. Tidy start by India. Just need to get amongst the wickets. You're going to need some creativity from the captain to juggle his bowlers about and try and chip through this New Zealand batting lineup, which goes a long way down. Sharma again, big jump and he bowls, and Taylor's turned the face on that. And Sharma can't quite believe it as he walks away there holding his head in his hands. He played very crookedly across that front pad, again making the point that Jeremy was saying about he is an LBW candidate early on. He plants that foot a bit and plays round it.
Yeah, he's locked in a battle with himself, really. Taylor, he knows that he's going laterally across the crease and his head going towards the offside and playing across the ball, round the pad. He just doesn't keep that balance. And you know, even in his setup, he gets the front foot is pulled back to try and give him that balance.
Last ball of the over. Sharma goes loping in past umpire Illingworth and bowls, and Taylor's forward, shuffling forward, plays into the offside, and there's no run. So still no runs off the bat this morning. We've had the one no ball. Andy Zaltzman has got something of statistical importance for us.
In fact, no runs off the bat in the last 42 balls. Just the one no ball, the last 4 overs and 5 balls whenever we last played, also scoreless. On the length of test matches, New Zealand's first few tours to England, they played 3-day tests. The last of these, in fact the last 3-day test match anywhere, was on New Zealand's 1949 tour. They played 4 test matches, each scheduled for 3 days, all of them drawn, at which point people realised maybe test matches needed to definitely be longer. Well, it's interesting the amount of overs bowled in those games. 3 of the 4 had more than 360 overs bowled in just 3 days.
Here comes Bumrah and bowls outside the off stump. There's no stroke from Williamson. Sorry, Andy.
So there were 360 overs or more bowled in the first 3 of those test matches. So 120 overs are played out. I don't know how long the day's play was scheduled to be, but again it highlights how over rates have declined over the years.
Yes, New Zealand were actually invited to play a 4-day test during that 1949 tour.
Really?
And turned it down.
Did they?
Yes.
Very canny.
They wanted to make sure they could have good results in order to get more test matches.
Yep. Bumrah comes skipping in, bowls, and Williamson turns the ball to mid-wicket. Again, there's no run from there. Fielder there polishes the ball hard on his hamstring, back of his leg, tossing it on to Ashwin, who's at mid-on. He might have some bowling to do today. Again, we're talking about that tour yesterday, weren't we, with Walter Hadley keeping the books and so on. Yeah.
Oh, the diary he kept. It was a tiny little writing in it.
Really?
Absolutely.
You've seen it, have you?
Crammed. Yes, I have. Yeah.
Bumrah over the wicket, bowls just outside the off stump. Williamson has a look at it, takes the bat out of the way. He's bang on target today, Bumrah.
This is a good little examination here of a batsman, whether he knows where he stands relative to his stumps. Where is that off stump? And that's why, and England's batsmen have had trouble with that, haven't they? Just that simple, the relationship between where you stand and something. All of them now have moved over, or a lot of them have, over to the off stump because they're uncertain.
Yep. Interesting to see if that continues in the course of this course of the summer, whether it's just a passing fad. Bumrah once more, bowls to Williamson. Is that the first run? No, it's not. Played off the back foot, a little bit short. And again, fielded at point.
Yeah, you sense that Bumrah, a seam-based bowler, principally, isn't he? I mean, he hits the pitch hard. He's snappy kind of bowler and just beats you with a little bit more than you think is there, because it really isn't a big run-up. He doesn't use the run-up, really, does he? As you say, he skips and hops, and then it's just the last few paces he's into his rhythm.
Comes once more and bowls down the leg side. That brushed the pad. Pant was able to stop it. Still nothing off the bat this morning. It's 102 for 2.
And Ishant Sharma at the other end, a taller bowler, and gets it, perhaps if anything, to move slightly in to the right-handed batsman. It's more movement maybe from the hand before the ball pitches. So different bowlers, different heights, doing different things. Taylor looks as if he's falling over a little bit at the far end as he is about to play. Williamson kind of organised.
Last ball of the over. Bumrah's on his way. Bowls to Williamson, who plays a very neat-looking defensive stroke, and it's another maiden. So 3 overs gone. 1 no ball is all that's been added to the overnight score. 102 for 2. Williamson 12. Taylor is not yet off the mark, and I think both these bowlers would tempt you into playing, because they're both quite open, aren't they? I mean,
yes,
Bumrah too, and you'd think you possibly have to play a bit more than perhaps you have to, and they just get the ball to straighten a little bit when it hits the seam. Taylor's got to be watchful here against Sharma, because he's capable of doing some dangerous things. Nipping that ball back again. Some Kiwis are here, waving there, very happily in the stand. Nice to see. someone said to me the other day, I wonder if it would have been, if it could have been full, if it would have been full. And I think the answer would be certainly yes,
so?
Wouldn't you? I think so, wouldn't you? Certainly, even the Indian supporters would have packed it out. Our friend the saxophone player's back again. A smart, shiny brass instrument. You probably play one of those as well, do you?
No.
Then goes Sharma over the wicket, and he's bowling to Taylor. Where's the first run coming from? Not there. He at least stretches well forward there and plays down the ground to mid-off. Lots of polishing and rubbing going on. Really working hard on the ball. Clouds higher now, and higher than they've been since we arrived. Whatever that was. Blue sky coming in from the right-hand side as well. And the forecast for tomorrow is excellent, so if we can just get something happening in the game today to build up for tomorrow, we would have a good last day. 3 slips awaiting. Sharma goes over the wicket, bowls to Taylor, drives straight back at him. Bit of a crowd catch there, although Sharma dropped it actually. Hit hard into the pitch by Taylor. Sharma scratches at the footholes there, created by the bowlers landing with their front feet. They can get a bit rough sometimes. The ground staff come along and fill them in overnight, make it a bit easier, but often they just simply get kicked out again after a few overs. You're back to where you started. Taylor yet to score. About to face his 11th ball. A couple of taps there at the crease, waiting for Sharma to start, and a bend of the knees, and Sharma's on his way and bowls to him, and a little bit of bounce there. Taylor meets on the front foot. Yes, picked up there by the fielders. 102 for 2.
If you watch Taylor's back foot, it quite often indicates it doesn't hold its position. In other words, he's placed the front foot not very far in front of the popping crease, and the back foot comes around almost as if he's lost his balance. And that's the issue, I think, for Ross Taylor. He's fighting himself to just try and get a very natural, keep a base, a solid base, keep your balance, but he doesn't. He's falling over a little bit, and it's difficult for him. He knows what's happening, so does the bowler.
Sharma over the wicket, bowls to him, and he's hit on the pad. Appeal for leg before wicket. The umpire saying not out. And the ball runs away for a leg by. Looked leg side-ish from here, but I say we're not absolutely behind the line, and there's a conversation now with Ishant Sharma and Virat Kohli about whether they should review this or not. It did look leg side from here. Where's the DRS timer clock? It seems to have vanished from the screen. They're still talking about it. No, I think the crowd are doing me a favour and counting down. They haven't reviewed it. It looked leg side, and the fact that it was given not out. But that's the danger, isn't it? Head falling over.
Yes. And the left foot, the front foot has come across, hasn't it? And he's just got himself in a tangle, thinking that's a lot more leg side than it actually is.
I haven't seen a replay of that yet, but it did look leg side. So the batsman change ends anyway. Williamson's going to have a look at Sharma. 103 for 2. He's still on 12. He's faced 50 balls for those 12 runs.
You know, we've only had 2 days really of this, well, not quite, have we, of this match, but it's been absorbing kind of cricket.
Absolutely. Sharma's on his way. Williamson on strike. He bowls a bouncer to him, and that really went flying through. Pant there had to take off to take that one, and the crowd liked it. A bit of hostility, bit of aggression from Ishant Sharma.
Just a wee bit high, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Certainly Pant did very well actually behind the stumps.
It has been uneven, this pitch, and again if we had a full 5 or 6 days, it might have been quite tricky towards the end.
Yes.
But again, will we get enough cricket played on it to get to that stage? But seems some really fizzing through. $103 for 2. Nothing off the bat this morning. Sharma's on his way and bowls very full, and Williamson there just shows, well, the difference between the way he plays and Taylor plays in particular. One movement, lovely straight bat, played back up the pitch. So we've had 20 minutes and nothing from the bat today. We've had a a leg bye and a no ball. Not the reserve umpire rushing out for some reason or other. He's talking to Mr. Goff. Thoughts on Jeremy, and then Simon Mann's coming in.
Yeah, well, it's been obviously a very slow start to the morning in terms of runs scored, but both Bumrah and Ishant, the bowlers used by India, have been pretty much on target. Bumrah, perhaps of the two, slightly quicker, hitting the pitch harder and with more snap, I think. It's more of a seam-based bowler, getting the ball to pitch on the stumps and just outside and then move away, if anything. So it'll be very interesting if he keeps that line to Taylor, or will he come a little bit straighter to bring the pads into play, because Taylor, as I say, is still having that difficulty with the heavy head falling to the offside and balance.
Here is Taylor on strike. Bumrah goes into ball to him, and Taylor gets one that comes back in a fraction there. Thickish outside edge goes away into the offside, and there is no run. 103 for 2. That's it. The scene is very similar to the one we've seen for the last few days when the cricket's been on, with overcast conditions and an enthusiastic crowd as well. People have turned up again today with the hope of seeing some cricket and some exciting cricket as well. In terms of the progression of the match, you feel New Zealand have got the better chance of forcing a result, but things can change. Still bags of overs left, 91 today in theory, and a full day tomorrow. Bumrah, that stuttering run, bowls to Taylor. Taylor nudges into the offside. There's our first run off the bat this morning. He found the gap there between mid-off and square cover and sprinted to the non-striker's end. And Taylor not only scores the first run of the morning off the bat, he also scores his first run of this World Test Championship final. Andy?
That's 49 balls without a run off the bat before that. The last 29 on Sunday and the first 20 today.
Yeah. Well, it's been hard work for batters throughout the game. Scoring rate around about 2 and over after that opening stand of 62. Bumrah in now to bowl to Williamson, short. Williamson ducks underneath it. Taken by Pant.
It's interesting too, I think, that the bowlers do it in different ways. But the Indian attack is principally seam-based, hitting the track quite hard, getting the movement from the surface once the ball pitches. New Zealand, however, do their work in the air prior to pitching, and any swung, any ball that swings just carries on as if it had seamed as well.
Bumrah turns at that far end. 3 slips in the gully. I saw Rohit Sharma with his hands in his pockets, except when he's crouching down to try to accept a catch if it comes his way. Bumrah bowls outside the off stump, and Pant dropped the ball on the way through. It's angled in. We picked our composite team yesterday.
What, between these two?
Yeah, Toffers and I. We had a spare half an hour yesterday.
Yes.
And we went for Pant over Watling, and it was such a difficult decision. Toffers said his stall out right at the start. He said he wanted to play aggressively, attacking cricket.
In other words, he picked him as a batsman.
Well,
who wears wicket-keeping gloves,
essentially,
and things like that. Yes,
essentially.
Okay.
Bumrah goes in and bowls to Williamson outside the off stump. Williamson leans forward, allows it to go through. Is voting still open on the BBC Sport website? Yeah, you can go on the BBC Sport website actually and pick your own composite 11. We came up with 6 New Zealanders and 5 Indians in the composite 11. We also sort of the game is being played in England as well, because you have to you'd pick a very different side, I think, if the game was being played in India, say.
Yes.
New Zealand conditions are more similar to English conditions.
One spinner.
We only had one spinner.
Right.
Yeah.
And was that Ashwin?
Yeah, it was Ashwin.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, here is Bumrah bowling, and it's defended by Williamson into the offside, and there is no run. It's the end of the over, 104 for 2. I mean, that was a hard decision as well, because Jadeja, his figures are so good. We just felt that he had a bit more, well, Toffers did, he was the chairman of selectors. He felt he had it's a bit more mystery, a bit more magic about him, and could get people out on decent pitches. I can see Zolt smiling there, like a discontented cat, actually. The discontented cat smile, I'm not sure they do, but anyway.
Never leave Ravi Jadeja out of the cricket side.
I know people say that, don't they?
Yeah.
I slightly understated the number of consecutive runless balls off the bat. It was 55, in fact, not 49. I've got something on Ross Taylor's LBWs. Through his career, 22% of his dismissals have been leg before wicket. That puts him in about the top sort of 20% or so most frequently out LBW of Test players over the last 15 years. But more recently, it has come down a bit the last...
Here is Ishant Sharma going into bowl to Ross Taylor outside the off stump. Taylor leans forward and lets it go.
Since 2017, so the last 4.5 years of Test cricket and 30 Tests, his LBW percentage of dismissals down to 15%. So I don't know if there's been any change in his batting or if it's just a slight quirk in his statistics. But he has, through his career, been vulnerable to that. A lot of players are, particularly leg side players such as Taylor. Virat Kohli's about the same in terms of LBW percentage over his career. Graham Smith, also of South Africa.
Umpire Illingworth there was just talking to Ishant Sharma. Was he saying you're just getting close to that front line, or was he saying you're running on the pitch? It might well have been the latter. Difficult to tell. They both got their backs to us and they were sort of gathering round, looking somewhere on the pitch. That might well have been it. 104 for 2. New Zealand 113 runs behind. Play starting at 11:30, an hour later than scheduled because of a light drizzle. Ishant bowls. Taylor plays across his front pad into the onside to the right of mid-on and collects his second single of the innings and the second single off the bat this morning. New Zealand 105 for 2. So the game is sort of it's out there, but it's creeping forward very, very slowly at the moment.
Yeah, and that's because of just the nature of the surface, isn't it? It's certainly the bowling is pretty accurate and precise, and the batsmen haven't had a lot on offer to play big, extravagant drives or punches off the back foot. Length is so important on this surface. Just bringing a batsman forward, that's where you want to be certainly doing that, not going back.
Ishant to Williamson, that cuts back and strikes him high up on the thigh pad. And Williamson does what not all batters do these days, and it's not always advised to do necessarily. I'm sure the spirit is very good out there. He bends down and picks the ball up and chucks it to one of the Indian fielders.
He checked first.
Yeah.
Is this okay?
Yeah.
Gave him a little look.
That did cut back, didn't it?
Yeah.
Jag back is not dissimilar to the Jameson bouncer that struck Shubman Gill the other day on the helmet. Short ball that jagged back into him. That one was a bit fuller. Gill was rather tempting fate by tiptoeing down the pitch to Jameson, which is it takes a bold batsman to do that. Williamson settles. 2 slips and a 4th slip. There's a gap between second and Kohli there at 4th slip. Ishant bowls full and Williamson plays across his front pad into the onside towards short mid wicket. That close catcher. I think he's crouched down actually in a catching position, but he's really sort of halfway between short mid wicket and orthodox mid wicket. He's not that close in, but he's setting himself as a catcher in the way that you would if you were a gully fielder.
Yeah, it's a position, I guess, what would you say, 20 metres away, so it's for a clip rather than just a turn or a front edge.
So why wouldn't you walk in that situation? Because it's far. If you're walking in, the whole idea is you're alert, isn't it? You're ready to go left and right.
Left and right, yes.
Anyway, he bends down now. Here is Ishant bowling to Williamson, and Williamson gets a ball down the leg side, which he tries to glance, misses. Kohli's interested behind the stumps in that slip cordon for a catch off the glove, but no one else is. Rishabh Pant took it. There is some discussion actually. Kohli said, I thought I heard something, but he's the optimist, whereas the others are the realists. nothing doing in terms of a review. If it was anything, it had to be the bat, because it was quite a long way away from the pad. The ball was as well. 105 for 2. You can see the trees being ruffled by the breeze on the hill behind the pavilion at the far end, behind the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand and the Rod Bransgrove pavilion. Let's hope they just blow those rain clouds away. Apparently there is just still a little bit of rain around, and then once it's gone, that'll be it for the day then. And it looks like free sailing. after that, into tomorrow as well. Reasonable day tomorrow. Ishant bowls, and Williamson knocks that to the right of that short mid-wicket fielder, out towards square leg, towards umpire Goff, who walks in as the batsmen take their run, because that is the end of the over. Williamson's first run of the morning. He is on 13 from 60 balls. He's 106 for 2, Andy.
Yes, he's had 35 dot balls before that since his last run on Sunday. So, I mean, in terms of scoreless sequences, a day and a bit. It's pretty long. It's the longest in terms of balls faced that Williamson has gone in his career without scoring.
Commentary continues on 5 Live Sports Extra, digital radio, online and via the BBC Sport. The BBC Sounds app, I should say. Radio 4 long-wave listeners are off briefly for the shipping forecast.
His previous longest scoreless sequence was 33 balls against West Indies way back in 2014.
It has been a grind for all the batters out there. 106 for 2, 55 overs have been bowled. 55 overs, 106 for 2. This is Bumrah bowling to Williamson, who angles that away, that familiar Williamson stroke where he opens the face, he looks to get it down to third, but he doesn't beat the gully fielder, and so there is no run. Those arm muscles are getting quite tired in the arm wrestle at the moment between these two teams.
It really is.
Tuffers is here.
Yes,
Phil Tufnell, former England left arm spinner, and a man unable to turn his phone off before he comes on.
So sorry, that was my alarm call. I do apologise.
I like the fact you have an alarm clock from midday.
It's so
this is Bumrah going into bowl to Williamson outside the off stump, and Williamson leans forward and lets it go through.
No, come on. So I'm here on time. No, well, both sides just desperate, and they realise they need a good start here, don't they? India really pushing for those early wickets. Bumrah looks to be in good rhythm, doesn't he? Just pushed his length a bit fuller to Williamson, trying to nip it away from the outside edge, and New Zealand digging in and trying to set a platform. So it's such a shame we haven't had a longer time to view this, because it would have been a great test match. I mean, as you say, it's a bit slow at the moment.
Bumrah bowls to Williamson outside the off stump. A jerky lead from Williamson, pulling the gloves and the bat out of the line of it, swivelling round, almost as though he's trying to stretch his lower back out through to Pant. Yeah, with 5-6 days available, we'd have had a result in this game.
Oh, absolutely, but we'd have been witness to, I think, some really enthralling Test cricket. Just the way Kohli played, the way Rahane played and got stuck in, and the way these two New Zealanders are as well. Really classical Test match cricket, not giving an inch. As you say, the arm muscles must be getting tired.
Yeah. Bumrah past umpire Goff, up to the stumps now, bowls, and Williamson up on his toes, a ball that's short of length, guarding into the offside, square with the wicket, and there's no run. I haven't seen win predictor on the screen this morning, but I imagine the draw is
odds on
quite a lot in the favour of the draw, although New Zealand do have the opportunity here today. I mean, their job is to bat the day, isn't it? Bat all day, score as many as they can, try to get a lead if possible of 150, and then see what happens on the final day when you push for victory with India out of the game, really, in terms of winning it. Bumrah bowls, Williamson is forward, playing it down into the gully. No run.
Yeah, the trouble with it is that it's going to take a long time to get some runs on this surface, isn't it? Because it is still doing a little bit. You're never quite in. And even if someone, perhaps like a Taylor, gets to 20 or 30 and then looks to try and push on a bit, I think they're going to find it hard.
Welcome back to our Radio 4 long-wave listeners. Oh, here's the win prediction. Right on cue, it's come up. New Zealand 20%, India 6%. It's 106 for 2. Our Radio 4 long-wave listeners, welcome back. You haven't missed much. Here is Bumrah bowling outside the off-stump. Williamson allows that one to go through. It went around chest height, that, but he judged the line well. So what does that make the draw? 74%. Feels about right, doesn't it?
About right, yeah. About right. India absolutely desperate for early wickets. That's probably their best chance, but New Zealand have sort of thwarted that, haven't they, by some good leaving outside the off stump.
Do you think India will have come to the conclusion, not 100%, but they're sort of eyes on saving the game now, or do you think they still think there's a chance of them winning it?
Well, I think you kind of know deep down the way the game's going, but you still push for it. Of course you do. You never know what can happen. A couple of hat tricks or,
so if they were just to run through New Zealand and Boult knock them over for 140 to 150.
Go out there, look, and push on. So that's what they will be thinking. But it might sort of change as the day goes on. And then they're going to have to sort of perhaps, bowl a little bit defensively.
Yeah. Talking about hat-tricks, there was one in that West Indies South Africa match yesterday. Maharaj.
Yes, great catch down the leg side. What a great catch.
It was a fantastic catch by Mulder, wasn't it? Brilliant take.
Just a little fine clip off his legs to the left arm spinner, and just sort of stuck a hand out. Brilliant. Yeah, it's all of that.
Yeah, it was, and it actually owed quite a lot to the close catching. Here's Shami into the attack. Big swinger first up. It swung a long way after it went past the stumps. It really did go a long way, and Pant diving away to his right hand side, not quite justifying our selection of him in the composite team yesterday.
He's there for his explosive batting.
Yeah, he didn't take it cleanly, mind you.
He did well to get a hand on it.
Yeah, full stretch away to his right. Sort of parry really. Picked up by Pujara in front of him.
He's a strange bowler, Sammy. I'm afraid he might be a bit of an unlucky bowler, if you know what I mean by that. Such good pace, great seam presentation, but he never seems to quite get his rewards.
Here he goes, away from us, to bowl to Taylor, and he goes past the outside edge with another fantastic delivery. I said the first one wasn't a fantastic delivery, it was just noticeable how much it swung, but that one was right in the channel, went away from Taylor, who pushed at it and missed it, and it was taken by Pant. Yeah, that Maharaj hat-trick was brilliant leg slip catch by Mulder away to his right-hand side. There was also a good short leg catch taken to get rid of Holder the ball before. That was quite a sharp one as well. Yeah. Holder, it wasn't really spinning or anything, but Holder just sort of pushed at it, didn't he? Got inside edge, and then the first one was a horrible shot by Powell, a slog sweep to deep mid-wicket with the fielder out there. Shami bowls, Taylor drives and beats extra cover, and there's our first boundary for 2 days or something like that.
We've waited a while for that. Pitched up, swinging ball. The crowd's woken up a little bit as well. They realise that Sammy's just got things happening for him. On this occasion, just slightly over pitch, but lovely shot by Taylor. Right to the pitch of the ball, covered the swing. Oh yeah, gorgeous shot in the morning. Well, it's the only shot in the morning.
You're not wrong. After 37 minutes, it's the first shot played in anger.
It is.
We haven't even had a sort of square cut play and miss or anything like that.
No.
A big drive. It's been circumspect batting. Here's Shami bowling to Taylor. Struck high up on the bat there. Taylor dabs it into the offside and gets a single. What is notable, they have tried to rotate the strike, as you'd expect, but they have been quite positive in their attempted running this morning. They've been looking for those singles, try and get that scoreboard moving.
Yeah. Well, it gets you going, doesn't it? It gets you going it gets the momentum going in the partnership. Yeah, just balanced that.
A bit more uneven bounce.
I saw Williamson just about as I was coming in to take over from Jeremy get one right in that. Missed everything, didn't it? Sort of just above the hip.
Did it?
Knit back.
It's difficult to tell from here whether it hit the top of the thigh pad, but you think a bit of a bruise there, do you?
Oh, I think so, yeah. There's always a couple of little places on you, I found. I tried to cover most of them, but they always seem to find that little spot.
Yeah. Shami goes in there and bowls to Williamson, and Williamson's looking for a single into the offside as well, looking to be positive, but he hit it too close to square cover.
Yeah.
No run.
I think there has to come a time, sort of in the game, when someone's going to get the upper hand and look to push on a bit. I think that New Zealand will just be, trying to get the lunch, really. Get the lunch with no wickets and then evaluate. But they can't just plod along and to try and win this game, New Zealand. They have to take the initiative at some time.
111 for 2. Williamson 13. Taylor 7. Williamson waits. 3 slips in the gully go down. Shami goes in. A bowls to Williamson. Close. Struck on the pad. Shout for LBW. Not out, says umpire Illingworth. Wasn't too far away. One of those, it didn't quite look right. It's funny, isn't it, how you can just look from how far away are we? I don't know, 80 metres or something. Something doesn't look quite right. And anyway, that was the case.
80 metres?
Are we something like that? Or further than that, are we?
Well, 100.
Yeah, we probably are.
It's
actually
a long way to run 100 metres.
Yeah, probably 110 metres away.
I reckon.
Yeah. Right, it's 12:10. We've had 40 minutes play.
Yeah.
It's time for Aggers again. With the score 111 for 2.
Yeah, both sides just not wanting to give an inch at the moment, but Ross Taylor's looking like the chap if anyone's going to try and take the attack to the Indian pace bowlers. Difficult on this surface, still overcast conditions. Ball's doing a bit. And they've got a great seam bowlers as well to try and get on top of. So it's tight, John.
It is. They bowl very well, haven't they?
Yeah, a bit fuller.
111 for 2 is the score. Haven't taken a wicket yet. But bowl very well. Sharma from the pavilion end moves in and bowls, and that's turned away off the pad maybe. Pant can't prevent a run of sorts, which I think will be a leg by. And so New Zealand move to 113.
I think they're quite keen on Sharma to Taylor.
Yes.
Goes across that front pad, doesn't it? Slight
Absolutely.
in the swing, and they're looking to get him LBW. Got a bit of cover on the leg side as well, homing in on those stumps.
Clouds quite high. And for the first time since we've been here, you can actually make out the individual clouds too, which is nice. On this absolute sheet of grey.
Just one whopper.
So you can at least see those. But, it is still cloudy though. But, not too bad. Certainly an improvement. 112 for 2. Williamson on 13, waits for Sharma now. He runs in and bowls to him, and that comes cutting back. That hits him in a very ugly place.
Yeah, he's had a couple of those this morning.
He's going to have to think about that a bit. And again, nipping back and bounced. He's rather squared him up.
Yeah,
blinking away the tears there a bit.
Yeah, you've got to be tough, haven't you, batsman? You've got to get yourself in line, and if the ball's jagging about, you're going to cop a few.
At least it is still jagging about. It gives some hope.
Yeah. Well, it's been on the covers, isn't it? But under covers all day yesterday.
Yeah.
Bit of juice this morning as well.
Williamson's just taking a bit of time here to compose himself, as it were.
Stinger.
Yeah. Longish conversation with Taylor. He's checking his guard again.
You forget how hard that ball is, don't you? It is hard, you know. Especially a bit chilly.
Yes. It seems to make it worse, doesn't it?
It does.
He's still not quite ready yet.
No. Couple of deep breaths.
Twiddle of the bat, and he's ready to go again. And Sharma will try and hit that seam once more. In he comes. Over the wicket, and bowls, and well, that was about the same sort of area, and Williamson is squared up a little. The ball rolls away just a few yards into the leg side. New Zealand are 105 runs behind, but India giving absolutely nothing away this morning.
Well, and yeah, I mean, you get the feeling on, you could lose 3 or 4 quickly.
Yeah, definitely.
So while they're, still trailing New Zealand, they've got to be watchful, haven't they?
Got a helmet coming out now.
Ooh.
And
with a short leg.
Yeah, looks like it. Indication of the movement and a bit of bounce and so on. So
you're happy with that, Agatha?
I like a short leg.
Oh yes.
I like a short leg.
Oh yes.
So he's not getting terribly close. He's got 3. Well, there's 2 clear pitch strips between him and the batsman. So they're more for a
clip.
A clip away.
Or something off the hip that you don't quite time. Perhaps.
Yeah.
Say Sharma's looking to dart it back in and then perhaps just hold the odd one up and go past the outside end.
Slips are ready as well. Williamson, you can hear him tapping there with his bat as Sharma bowls to him. Really very full. He could have driven that on another day, really, but at the moment he's playing so carefully. It's just prodded away into the covers. That was a very full ball from Sharma. 112 for 2. So still 105 runs behind. There's been changes to the hours of play because of another hour being lost. So lunch isn't until 1:30. And other things are jiggled around, rather. We can go through to 7 o'clock tonight. There's movement there. Is that behind the arm? There is. I'm not sure who it is or where it could be because there's nobody there. Williamson's seen somebody there.
Perhaps up in those boxes, there's glass-fronted boxes, perhaps.
So he's got eagle eyes if he spotted somebody in there.
One you've got to have as a batsman, I suppose.
Yes, that's true. In comes Sharma then finally, over the wicket, and he bowls outside the off stump, not too far away. You had a howl of anguish there from the slip cordon and also I think from Sharma himself. That was not far away at all. more pitch prodding. It's been a real battle this morning. It really has. And New Zealand just making sure that they don't slip up. They don't give India any chance of getting into this, and then they can think about building a lead and putting India under pressure tomorrow. That's their plan.
Yeah.
But
back till tea and then have a look.
Yeah, certainly can't afford to be bowled out, because India could put them under the cosh tomorrow afternoon. Sharma on his way again, bowls, and that's popped in the air. Now, is that going to be caught? Well, the crowd thinks so, some of the players think so, but Williamson doesn't think so, and most important, the umpire doesn't. But it was absolutely perfectly placed for that man who's just arrived at shortish leg. It popped up, there was a hard sound, it must have come off the thigh pad.
Yeah.
But absolutely what they were looking for, and
sounded woody, didn't it?
It did. The only thing that was missing was the connection with the bat, but that's what he's there for. Popped up. And that would have been, from a captaincy perspective, just absolutely dream time, wouldn't it? It always looks so good. You put a man somewhere and catches him out like that. But no bat or glove involved at all. But you can see why he's there and see what India are trying to do.
Getting peppered a bit, Williamson.
Yeah. Conway was too, wasn't he?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he had a couple of real nasty ones. I think Shami could be the key this morning. He looks like that first over, it looks like it's happening for him.
Scuttling in, off he goes and bowls full. It's punched away into the stumps, and possibly denying Taylor a couple of runs. They drove it quite nicely. But, straight into the wickets. There was no contact made there from Shami's hand onto the ball, so whether Williamson was in or out of his ground doesn't really matter. The zingers going back on. There's Bales, and they've changed over the years. They haven't been around very long, have they? But they used to be bright red in colour, but
they flash now.
They do flash, yeah.
They're see-through, aren't they?
I don't think Mr. Illingworth's got a bit of a problem here with his Bales aren't flashing. He put them on, and then a pigeon has appeared. That's being chased away. I assume they're okay, but they all make us all an electrical circuit, don't they? I think so. When they come off, that circuit is broken, and they start flashing.
Yeah, I like them. I like the zingers.
Yes, I do too. There's Shami, bowls short, and back goes Taylor. And Shami can field that himself. Certainly much easier, isn't it, for him here to see when somebody's out? Yeah,
big explosion.
Absolutely. I think they were an Australian thing when they first they first used them. I think was it Big Bash.
Yeah,
that was the first time we saw the zingers.
Yeah, a good addition.
Yeah. Shami walks slowly back. Not a tall man by any means. But, he can get the ball down at a pace. Scuttles in again, bowls outside the off stump. There's nothing there from Taylor. Allows that to go through. 86 miles an hour, that's generally where he operates. 86, 87.
Yeah, got one of the best seam presentations in Test cricket, Shami. Perhaps he needs to work a little bit on his wobble seam, perhaps, because it's sort of beautiful shape, isn't it?
Yeah.
Beautiful going down, sort of upright, but perhaps if he just worked on that wobble, might be able to nip the odd one back.
Waiting for the ball to be returned to him. Now he's got it. 3 slips in the gully waiting. And Taylor on 7. Waits as Shami runs in. Bowls a lovely length. Beautiful ball. That swung away from Taylor, who was all over the place. No footwork at all. It's a ball that was certainly ended up just outside his off stump. As you can see where it started, whether it did swing.
I said earlier, Aggers, he bowled very well, didn't he, last series over here, India, and didn't have any luck. You can get sometimes a bit of an unlucky bowler in a funny sort of way. I know that sounds strange.
Yes. Extraordinary statistic has come up there on the show. Well, it's his fielding analysis. He's had 20 touches.
Yeah.
1 catch, which means his run saved plus 10. Haven't seen that appeared before, have you? Shami on his way, bowls outside the off stump, and not far away that one. He's holding his head in his hands. Taylor allowed that one to go through.
Well, they monitor everything now, don't they, on the cricket field?
Yeah.
You know, heart rates, how many miles you've done.
Touch the ball 10 times.
Who's
I don't know. Somebody's logging it away.
Someone's watching you, isn't they?
Yes.
No having a snooze.
Well, there could be days go by, couldn't there, in county cricket down at fine leg we never saw the ball all day. Third man, potter about, and lunch would come, go off, come back on again.
Yeah.
You forgot you're down there.
Yeah.
Shami, roll the ball, swings away this time. You can see it from here. Taylor lets it go by. And it's the end of the over. Interestingly, that one, and I was having a good long chat with Ian Bishop. I'd love to see him here the other day.
He was a good bowler.
He was. But about why Shami wasn't swinging the ball. We went through all the possible reasons for that, and we've talked about the length, and we've talked about the seam, and all that sort of stuff. Yeah. But as we know, the pace is often quite important with the swing ball. You get the right pace, and that one swung, and I looked at the speed gun, it was 83, whereas usually he's up there around about 87, and he hasn't swung the ball very much. So whether that's, given his wrist and where the length that he's bowling and all that, whether that's his magic number.
You can, yes, you can see him when he gets it right.
Yeah.
He's sort of a kiss the pitch bowler, isn't he? As you say, scuttles in and then sort of, just say not a tall fella, but then just sort of pitches it up, kisses the pitch.
Yeah. Right, short leg is there again for Williamson. And Sharma is on his way, and he bowls, and that's turned away just past that fieldsman. Off the middle of the bat, finds mid-wicket.
You were saying that about county cricket. Did you ever play at Cheltenham, the Cheltenham Festival?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, lovely, isn't it?
Yeah.
Beautiful ground, and surrounded by tents and everything like that. And we had a very slow day, red hot, and I was down at third man. It was never going to come to me, so I must admit I did nip off a couple of balls and have a little sit in the tent.
Nice.
They were going, come in, Phil, come in.
Nice.
Yeah. Only just took a chair, took a chair.
Yeah.
Ice cream, I think.
Yeah. What a great idea. No, it can be very quiet down there. Then comes Shami, bowls down the leg side. And, nothing is done. It's collected by Pant.
My analysis would have been sort of 2 chalk ices.
one touch. Contribution minus, you'd be in negative territory. Minus 10.
Might have been, yeah. Yeah. 99. Yeah, but 2 flakes. Two flakes.
Yeah. I don't quite work out that the run saving thing there. I mean, if you just field the ball at mid-off, does that mean you've saved a run?
Well, yeah, not really, does it? They were never going to take a run.
No.
I mean, a nice big full sort of dive.
Diving, sort of sprawling, like a pullback on the boundary, but it's going for 4.
Yeah.
That would save perhaps 1 run. But I'm starting to think where he's saved 10 runs from. Here comes Sharma. Bowls. Oh, that's off a thick inside edge. Runs away out to mid-wicket for a rare single. Williamson to 14.
Yeah, because in that case, they could come a stat when they've saved more runs than they've actually scored.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
If you add up all the fielders, if they're just doing it when it comes to you.
Yeah, I mean, the fielder there.
He didn't save a run just by running after it.
No.
There's always going to be one.
I don't know how they worked that one out.
No.
But, this is an extra graphic. It gets people talking, obviously.
Yeah.
Philip Brown, I see down there, a photographer.
Oh, yeah.
Peering through his long lens. Bushy haired these days. But not many photographers are allowed in. In comes Sharma. But, that bounced! My word, and went down the leg side. What happened to that? It's flown away down to the boundary, and it's been given as runs. And that came from nowhere.
Sort of ballooned off the bat, didn't it?
Ooh.
Pant had loads of time to make it down the leg side, threw himself to it, but it sort of didn't gather pace. It sort of ballooned off the bat.
Have a look at this one. It's short, and it popped up. Yeah, off the glove.
Oh, that's a great effort.
Well, he did. He flung himself at it.
It's the old Superman.
But that really did go up, and he ran his fingers over that. You can see in the replay, he ran his fingers over the seam, but it wasn't a cross seam or anything that sometimes can bite. But yeah, there's still bits in this pitch.
Oh, yeah. It's bouncing a little bit more. Perhaps it might have dented and then dried out a tad, and when the ball hits those dents, it can fly.
Taylor's got to get his feet moving. He's 11 not out at the moment. Sharma's on his way. He's there. He bowls to him. Oh, there's a loose shot.
Oof.
Horrible drive. And the crowd sense There's something about to happen here. That really was a poor shot.
Yeah,
flung the bat at it outside the off stump.
Yeah, sometimes he loses his shape, doesn't he, Ross Taylor, outside that off stump. That bottom hand sort of comes through, sort of like in tennis, like a cross court. That bottom hand really whips through it.
Actually went past the inside edge, that one.
Yeah, decent ball. Something's afoot here.
Yeah.
Sharma's looking in good rhythm.
Poor shot that. Taylor had a word there with Williamson. I think's come down and said, "Come on, we've got to battle away here." Sharma again. Drummer senses wickets, I think. As Sharma comes in bowls and Taylor's forward. Can't beat the cover fieldsman though. It's the end of a very good over. Some interesting bounce in that. And New Zealand are 117 for 2.
Your saxophonist piped up as well, though.
Yeah, I just asked Jeremy. He says no, he doesn't play the saxophone. Wouldn't surprise if he did though.
Good. He was good on the old guitar last night, wasn't he?
I've never heard my guitar sound. I didn't think it was capable of making a sound like that. No, it's very nice. Good fun. So it was a bit of a shame he had to sing "Happy Birthday" to himself. It was that sort of birthday, wasn't it, really?
Yeah.
How did you spend your 69th birthday, Jeremy? Well, in a bubble in Southampton.
Yeah, a lot of the cricketers like the guitars, don't they?
Yeah.
I think Steve Smith, I've seen him on a couple of occasions playing the guitar.
Joe Root.
Yeah, they all have a go.
Joe Root had I remember asking him on the tour of India. I had to interview him on the Zoom and asked how his guitar was going. He broke the string. I think they're in Chennai. And goes Shami and bowls outside the off stump. Well, it was shooting along the ground. Again, an example of this pitch. And well, I was going to say what might have been, but it still might be, but it is uneven. And that's a case in point. And Taylor's doing some gardening. So yeah, he was trying to work out how he's going to get a
string over.
Replacement string in his bubble in Chennai.
Wire,
so I'm assuming
the wire, aren't they? Metal, aren't they?
Steel, yeah.
Steel?
Yeah.
Well, he must have been
twanging away a bit, yeah. 117 for 2. Williamson's on 14. What's this one going to do? They've seen him bounce, we've seen him go along the ground. This one behaves as one might expect outside the off stump. But you can tell whenever the batsmen are excessively gardening, it just illustrates the fact they're not happy. It's preying on their minds, and there's a lot of gardening going on at the moment.
It doesn't particularly break up, does it? I don't remember the Hampshire bowl being... Yeah, it can turn. But I don't remember it historically being uneven.
Shami moves in, bowls down the leg side, flicks the pad. Collected by Pant. It's football on today, isn't it?
Yeah.
England playing? Are they on tonight? Or is it afternoon on tonight?
Yeah.
I suspect we'll be finished in time to watch that.
Yeah. Czech Republic, isn't it?
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, I think a couple of the boys are out. Were they injured or?
So a couple having to quarantine, I think.
Right. Well, okay.
117 for 2. They trail by 100 runs. Shami's on his way and bowls outside the off stump. Yes, we're going to watch it. We can listen to it on 5 Live at 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
That coverage of that game.
Oh, well, yeah, we're going to have to rush down from here then. This goes on till 7, doesn't it?
Yeah. It's the Scotland game we watched on a big screen down there in a sort of a deserted conference room. It
wasn't much of a game.
8 o'clock kick-off, we'll be there.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yes, the build-up starts at 7.
Where did you hear that rumour about playing on to Thursday here then, or are you just winding me up?
I think it was a wind-up. I nearly had a heart attack.
117 for 2. In goes Shami over the wicket. Is there any balls? And that's Williamson squared up and trickles away into the offside. Well, they need something. I mean, we could still have a game.
Yeah.
It's doing enough.
Something's going to need to break out and quickly though.
Yeah.
Because it's sort of a bit of a stalemate at the moment. Someone to grab it by the scruff of the neck.
Well, they bowl well.
Yeah.
Therefore, you've got to say they've played well. Not to have lost the wickets here.
Yeah.
Very challenging.
Yeah.
Shami's bowling into quite a stiff breeze now. He's coming almost straight down the ground. Shami again, over the wicket, bowls very full, that's driven, but no power in the shot to end that over. And Andy's got something to say, and then Tuppers, and I'll leave you with Simon as well.
Kane Williamson has now scored just 2 singles from the last 58 balls he's faced. A little more Mohammed Shami in this sense that he's a bit unlucky.
Yes.
On India's last tour of England in 2018, in the Test matches, batsman played and missed at 17% of his balls. Basically, one play and miss an over. And in the CricViz database, there's 600 series in which a bowler's bowled at least 100 overs, and that's the 5th highest play and miss percentage amongst those. He ended up with an average of 38, just 16 wickets.
Yeah.
But people have picked up a little on his length. He's been the shortest pitched of the bowlers in this match, and it's something that's been talked about through his career, that maybe his pitch is a little bit too short, so therefore the ball moves more and has more time to pass the edge.
Yeah.
Are we talking about Shami?
Yes, being slightly unlucky.
Here is Ishant Sharma bowling outside the off stump, pushed away by Taylor down towards backward point.
Well, they always used to say that at Curtly Ambrose. They said, oh yeah, because he's so beautifully and tall and gets bounce and everything. They said when he played in English conditions, you know, try and push your length up a little bit, Curtly. Not that Curtly needs to be told too many things, but he said, you're not going to get any drivers off of me, so I ain't going to be pitching it up. I'd rather keep them playing and missing than one drive one back past me.
117 for 2. Ishant turns at that far end. He got the short leg in. He's backward a square, actually. Backward short leg. Shubman Gill. 2 slips in the gully.
Good position, that, on this pitch.
And it's Taylor on strike. Ishant bowls to him, and Taylor comes forward again. So that falling over stroke we see from Taylor, and that bat comes out in front of his front pan. He pushes it up towards mid-on. He gets away with it that time, and there is no run. I was on with you, wasn't I, earlier? We were talking about that match in the Caribbean between West Indies and South Africa. Apparently, it's part that series is part of the World Test Championship that's just finished, i.e. that this final is a part of. It's a bit weird, isn't it?
Yes.
I suppose they're sort of I don't know,
playing for 3rd and 4th place.
Well, a bit less than that, I think, a bit further down. But I suppose they're sort of catching up the fixtures. But it's not part of the new one; it's part of the old one, or this one, which is a bit odd, isn't it? Only in cricket. Here's Ishant bowling outside the off stump. There's nothing from Ross Taylor, and through to Rishabh Pant. I was there the last time an ICC tournament was shared. I presume it was the last time. Is it the one and only time? I can't think of another one. When the Champions Trophy in Sri Lanka in the early 2000s was shared, where they got to the final and they got underway nicely. India were in the final against Sri Lanka, and Sri Lanka batted first and got a score on the board. And India started their innings and it rained, and in the Premadasa and in Sri Lankan Colombo. Here is Ishant going into bowl, and it's defended by Taylor again. That back foot comes right across, and he plays across his front pad, but he keeps the ball out of his stumps, goes up towards mid-on. So rather than continuing the game the next day, they had a reserve day. They restarted the match, replayed it basically, and so Sri Lanka batted, got a score on the board that was roughly equivalent to the one they scored the day before. India came out to bat for about the same time as they batted the day before, and it rained again. And it was
they'd done enough,
and that was it. And they shared the competition. There wasn't a lot of common sense on offer, in terms of you have a tournament for 2 or 3 weeks. Everyone knew the forecast, and no one was able to sort of adapt, say play on or play to a finish. The game they'd already started. There had to be a new game.
Strange.
Ishant moves in now and bowls. It's very full, clipped away towards mid-wicket. Good diving save. And there's no run. It's a nice looking shot from Taylor, but stopped to mid-wicket and there's no run. So anyway, taking that precedent, what's going to happen, Tuffers, is next week there's going to be another 6-day test match between New Zealand and India on this ground.
And they're going to start all over again. No, they're not.
Only kidding.
Yeah. Yeah, so shared, not the ideal outcome, is it?
No. Does that make it New Zealand's first ever major trophy or not? It's a bit sort of. It's not quite very
hollow.
Yeah, it is a little bit, isn't it? But I suppose you've played the hours, and you qualify. You played the hours, and the draw, as we heard the other day from the ICC, is a feasible result in a Test match. It's an outcome.
Yeah, I don't think the New Zealand players will be seeing it as that.
Ishant goes into bowl to Taylor, and Taylor gets the ball. It seemed to keep a bit low outside his off stump. He gets the bat down in time, plays it up to mid-off, and there is no run. 117 for 2, so we've had an hour and 5 minutes play, and 15 runs, and no wickets.
It's been
attritional.
But it's been enthralling, as you say, and you can only sometimes score the runs if the ball's there to hit, and India have come out and really played well.
Drinks have come onto the field, plenty of podcasts to look out for. BBC Sound Stage, a new edition of No Balls with Alex Hartley and Kate Cross. James Taylor is involved in that. I don't know whether he's talking about what happened to Christian Eriksen recently in that match, and of course James Taylor suffered something very similar. That's available on the Test Match Special podcast stream, and there's a new tail enders. Jimmy Anderson talks about the New Zealand Test being a wake-up call for England. Well, worth having a listen to those today. And Zolt's got something for us as well, with the players having drinks and the ground staff out there remarking the creases.
So far today, 13 overs, 8 maidens. Amongst those, the last 4 overs on Sunday were maidens as well, so that's 12 of the last 17 overs, no runs off the bat, and one of the other overs only had a no ball in it as well, so that would have been a maiden. Other than that, a little more on Mohammed Shami, and the mistakes that he draws from batsmen without necessarily getting the reward. He does have a fine Test record over the last 5 years, averaging fractionally under 25, 132 wickets. Looked at the seam bowlers who bowled 250 or more overs in the last 5 years of Test cricket, 42 of them, and Shami has the third highest full shot percentage. Now this is combining plays and misses and edges, so basically the number of mistakes he draws from batsmen. 21.5 of his balls over the last 5 years have drawn an edge or a play and miss. Ahead of him, Jasprit, Bumrah and Kagiso Rabada, then Morne Morkel and Jofra Archer, then Ishant Sharma, Kyle Jamieson. So several of the bowlers in this match. Interestingly, right down near the bottom, Neil Wagner has the 4th lowest percentage of false shots drawn from batsmen, yet has been one of the most successful bowlers in Test, averaging 23 with over 154 wickets. He's an extraordinary bowler who seems to defy statistics and data with his wizardry and short-pitched necromancy. I don't know if we can call it that in cricket. He does something that is almost inexplicable.
Thank you, Andy Zaltzman. So the drinks are continuing. The 3 umpires, Alex Worf, the 4th umpire, and the 2 standing umpires are well off the playing surface, actually away to the left-hand side having a consultation, and India's still in their huddle. I'm not sure, it's one of those mornings where I'm not quite sure what you need to drink. Actually, it's quite cool out there. We're going to get some sunshine tomorrow apparently, which is good news, just in time for you to leave Sunil Gavaskar.
Yes, what to do? There was hope that in the morning when we woke up that there would be a start at 10:30, but then a little bit of a drizzle came around, and therefore we've lost another hour of play, and the game hasn't moved at all. And I don't blame anybody for the simple reason that the batsmen don't want to take a risk. There's another day's play left, and because a draw ensures both the teams end up as winners, nobody wants to try and push the game forward. If there was, or maybe even if there was prize money only for the winners and not for the runners-up, there might have been an attempt. Maybe, I'm not saying that there would have been, but there could have been the temptation to try and get a result. Or I mean, if there was nothing at all for a drawn game.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, isn't it, with Test cricket, that you with a one-day match, you will have a winner, apart from that tournament we were talking about just a few minutes ago when India and Sri Lanka shared the Champions Trophy, although those 2 rain days in Colombo in the early 21st century. When you get to a final, you do want one team to win, but at the moment it looks as though we are heading for draw. But I mean, that can change. I mean, New Zealand If any team is going to win this, New Zealand look more likely because of the way the game is set up and time available. Get a lead and then try to put pressure on India tomorrow. Hard to see how India can get into a winning position from here. But if New Zealand did just fall in a heap, and India could press on, but would they have enough time to bowl them out tomorrow? What sort of declaration would Virat Kohli set? As Sunil said, would you risk a big risk losing to win? Right, here's Bumrah now from the hotel end of the ground. Bowls to Williamson. He's up on his toes, looking to push that into the offside. Goes out towards extra cover, and there is no run. Yes, it's not easy to see how India can win the match from here, and I saw the win predictor was down to 6% for India around about half an hour ago. That doesn't guarantee anything, mind you. It's just all statistically based.
Yep.
And it changes.
Yeah, the only chance India had was if they'd taken wickets in the first session. Even in this 1 hour, if they can manage to get a few wickets, it could be a whole different situation. But somehow it doesn't look likely.
Bumrah bowls, Williamson solid in defence, plays it into the offside, and there's no run. Just on prize money, there's $1.5 million on offer for the winners, $800,000 for the losers in the final, and then it's I think $400,000 for the teams that finished in third and fourth place, fourth place, England and Australia. So if you win the match, there's only an extra $700,000. You're guaranteed $800,000 already. So you're playing for $700,000 effectively. Here's Bumrah bowling, Williamson defending into the offside, and there's no run. And we did talk about this earlier in the game, that for New Zealand players, some of the New Zealand players who don't get that well paid, it's quite a significant sum of money. For the Indian players, you can earn that in a couple of IPL matches, can't you?
That's true. That is absolutely true. So for New Zealand, particularly those New Zealand players who are not in the IPL, I'm sure that'll make a big difference.
Someone like Henry Nicholls, for example. I mean, that's just a significant amount of money.
Yes.
But they're playing for pride and glory and all that sort of thing. But the money, does come into it. They are professional sports players. Here is Williamson pushing forward to a ball that's full from Bumrah out into the offside towards extra cover, and there's no run. 117 for 2. Williamson 14. Taylor on 11. So Williamson's added 2 this morning. 2 runs in an hour and 12 minutes.
Well, the Indians haven't given anything up to him. There was the odd pitched up ball to Ross Taylor, which he drove gloriously through the covers for a boundary from Mohammed Shami. After that, the length was pulled back again to this short of a good length, which looks very good going past the bat.
Here is Bumrah bowling to Williamson, no stroke through to the keeper.
That's the length that I'm talking about, outside the off stump. So somebody like a Kane Williamson never going to attempt to play that ball. He's never going to try and do anything with it. He's quite happy to leave it alone, and so the game just stays where it is. It's not moving forward at all. It's not easy, mind you. Let me be very honest. It's not easy batting in these conditions. Not at all easy, because the ball is doing so much in the air as well as off the pitch. I did the pitch report in the morning. There was a fair bit of grass on it still, and which would mean that the bowlers would be able to get a little bit of seam movement after pitching.
Here's Bumrah. Past umpire Illingworth now, up to the stumps. Bowls to Williamson. Williamson nudges this into the onside, straight to mid-wicket. And there is no run. That's the end of another maiden over. Bumrah 16 overs for 36. And New Zealand 117 for 2. And that's the 63rd over of the innings completed. So we're actually moving towards, not too far away, another hour or so, new ball territory. And New Zealand only 117 runs on the board. So they are 100 runs behind now.
I do believe that India should be looking to bring a spinner on, because look, your spinners are your best bet. They've been picking wickets in India, and yes, in Indian conditions it's a lot easier to get wickets for the spinners than say in England. But the fact of the matter is that New Zealand don't play quality spinners too often in their domestic cricket. And just like when fast bowlers come to India, pick wickets in India, because India didn't have, I'm talking about the past, not so much now, because India didn't play fast bowlers.
Here's Shami going into bowl to Taylor. Taylor drives uppishly. He's caught at extra cover. It was an extravagant drive, really, totally out of keeping with what we've seen so far today. We have not seen many shots in anger, but we saw one there from Taylor, and he has perished. He's gone for 11. Shami gets his wicket, and New Zealand are 117 for 3. It was a very smart catch by Shubman Gill.
Yes, excellent catch, no question about it. But look at the length. The length was the driving length, not the shot of a good length, which looks good. This is where the Indian bowler should have been bowling. Batsman was committed on the drive, for the drive, and he couldn't stop it. When you're bowling short of a good length, you still get the opportunity to withdraw your bat or not to play a shot. But this one is the length that the Indians should be bowling. They'll get wickets. Yes, India don't have too many runs in their bank. They're only 217, so they can't afford to give boundaries. But have a field place like that, where you can take a catch, where you can even save the boundary, you will get some reward.
Yeah, first real explosion of noise this morning from the India supporters. It's been a morning of real patience out there. Was something going to give? Well, yes, it did. Taylor eventually going for the drive, and Gill diving away to his right. It was one of those that you'd hope, you expect him to catch, but it looked good, diving away to his right hand side, 2 hands, smart catch. A nice photograph for the papers this morning, or the websites, in about 20 minutes.
20 minutes? That's too long.
10 minutes then, yeah, we'll be up there. Henry Nicholls now in at number 5 for New Zealand. We saw him at Lord's, prepared to dig in, so I wonder how he is going to play to get used to the pitch to start with, and the conditions out there. But that's got the India supporters going, as you'd imagine. Kohli, he does tend to celebrate wickets in that euphoric way, but you can really see his excitement at that, because of course what India's game plan here is to just squeeze New Zealand as much as possible, restrict them as much as possible. We'll go to Andy Zaltzman after this ball from Shami to Nicholls. 3 slips in the gully go down. Shami round the wicket, bowls to Nicholls, who's squared up by that one, but he's off the mark straight away. Thickish outside edge, out through cover, and so he gets a single, and it's 118 for 3. Andy.
The partnership between Williamson and Taylor, 16 in 14 and a half overs. There were 3 consecutive maidens before that wicket, and yesterday, before Conway was out, 3 consecutive maidens as well. So India's maintained the pressure, as we saw the New Zealand bowlers do to the Indian batsmen as well.
Yeah, when you're struggling to get wickets, one thing they say is just join the maidens up if you possibly can, and in the modern game that can lead to an extravagant shot or an error made by a player out there in the middle. I mean, Taylor is quite an aggressive player. He does like to get on with it. We saw that in the Edgbaston Test match before this one, and he sort of bucked the trend of that game in a way by playing very positively, and it came off for him. And not here this morning. Here's Shami bowling to Williamson. Williamson gets the bat down just in time there as he turns it down to fine leg. Shami's got his hands on his head, and 1 or 2 others have as well. Gill at extra cover. Anyway, he gets a single. Got the bat down on it. 119 for 3. Williamson gets his 3rd run of the morning. Moves to 15. And Williamson is quite a he is quite a self-contained batsman. He's not a belligerent player. He's not an aggressive player. He pieces his innings together. But if someone of his ability is being constrained to this extent, it just shows you how tough it is out there. Conditions overhead, the pitch and the bowling as well. Shami bowls outside the off stump. Goodness me, that keeps low and goes for 4 byes. Sort of nipped back a bit, or with the angle, and Pant couldn't stop it, and it's come down beneath us. 4 to the total. It did scuttle on the ground.
Yes, but in England there is the tendency of the ball actually moving after it passes the stumps, and that seems to have happened as well. Yes, it was low. It didn't quite carry on the full to the wicket keeper. He had to dive to his right, but it was a late movement after the ball passed the stumps that defeated Rishabh Pant.
He was trying to scoop it up on the half volley so that it would have been the second bounce when it got to him. This is Shami Going into Boult and Nicholls. Nicholls comes forward, angles this away, down into the gully, where it is stopped, and there is no run. So just a spurt of action there. Some runs and a wicket. 123 for 3. New Zealand 94 runs behind. Lunch is still 40 minutes away. The umpires took the view. So often we've seen situations where they start the game for an hour and then they go off. But I think they've got better on that actually recently, and the regulations have been relaxed a bit, and we're having a full 2-hour first session. So lunch is at 1:30. Shami to the left-handed Nicholls, round the wicket he goes, bowls, and Nicholls leans forward and lets this go. Again, it goes through quite low this time. Pant is ready for it. He has to go to his right a bit, not quite as much as the one before that went down to the boundary for 4. He collected it. So successful over for Shami. 123 for 3. Williamson 15. Nicholls 1. More from Sunil, and then it will be Jonathan Agnew.
Well, India will be looking to get rid of Nicholls. Williamson looking solid. He hasn't scored any runs or added any significant number of runs to his overnight total. Nicholls is batting on 1 of 4 deliveries. He's new to the crease. If they can get him out, then they pretty much have the others who are Watling, the wicket-keeper, Grand Arm as the all-rounder. So maybe they give themselves a chance to dismiss the rest of the New Zealand batsmen for not too many. So this is important. They need to get rid of this partnership.
There's some excellent bowling today, isn't there? All the playing and missing and so on, and then you get a catch at mid-off to get the wicket. It's a crazy game sometimes. A very good catch taken by Gill. 123 for 3. Williamson on strike. And Bumrah, who started today at the other end, carries on. Oh, bowls a beauty. Again, real pace and life. And Williamson stares at the pitch in an accusing fashion and immediately goes gardening again. And Richard Illingworth, the umpire there, is smiling. Just every now and then you get a ball that really misbehaves, frankly, and that certainly has. Very well played in the end. He took everything out of the way, perhaps a little bit late, I suspect. He was trying to do the right thing, but the ball was already past him, but really went. We've seen 1 or 2 keep very low. 123 for 3, so lots of batting for New Zealand to have to do here. As Bumrah shuffles in again and bowls outside the off stump. He was rattling through at a good pace, but at the anticipated height this time. And again, as I was saying earlier, you can always tell when batsmen are not happy. All the gardening goes on, all the prodding. He's up again there. Both of batsmen actually tapping away at the pitch.
There's still a fair bit of grass on the surface, so therefore the ball's jumping up, occasionally nipping back. That's what's been happening, and that's what the batsman's trying to do, try and tap where the ball has landed.
Bumrah again moves in, bowls, and Williamson plays a poor shot now. Wide ball, he chased it, trying to find the boundary, no doubt, but the ball flew past the edge again, and this one kept low.
Yes, I think certainly the concentration may have just slackened just a little bit. It was a wide delivery, all right, but normally don't see this kind of a shot from Kane Williamson.
No, you don't.
He has got enormous patience, waits for the bad ball to come along. Otherwise, he's quite content with pushing the ball around for 1s or 2s.
Still staring at the pitch there as he settles now, the final twiddle of the bat. Spider cam attracting some crowd attention there as Bumrah's on his way again and bowls, and it beats him again. Beautiful bowling, and this time Williamson was on the front foot playing a defensive shot. Ball flew through to the keeper. Terrific bowling, just hit the seam and nipped away enough.
Because he's got this ability to nip the ball back into the right-hander, he causes that little doubt in the batsman's mind, because this one otherwise should have been left well alone, because it was outside the off stump, but because he gets the ball to nip back quite sharply, Williamson had a go at it.
Yeah, he makes you play, doesn't he? Kohli's urging on the crowd now. He's there at third slip, clapping his hands, saying, come on, get behind him. The crowd responding as Bumrah bowls and Williamson defends this, gets a thick edge. Rahane feels down in the gully. Really challenging bowling this. 123 for 3. So New Zealand's still 94 runs behind. We've talked about all the time we've lost, but there's still a chance if India can get in amongst these wickets, take a lead, and there's still something to play for. Kohli again clapping his hands. Crowd again responds. Bumrah on his way, bowls a bouncer this time. Crowd like that. Williamson's underneath it. And that's the end of a really good over from Jasprit Bumrah. A maiden, plenty of those today. Williamson 15. Started life on 12 this morning. He's only scored 3. 3 in... how many balls has he faced today, Andy?
It was 37 overnight, so that makes 58 balls today.
Wow.
For 3 runs, if I've done my maths right.
Like our old friend Jeffrey Boycott, Sonny.
I did get a call from him in the morning.
Excellent.
Sounded very, very good.
Yeah.
I think he was going for some charity function.
Excellent.
Trying to raise funds, which is fantastic.
Yeah, good old Jeffrey. Well, he'll 3 or 58. He'd be admiring of that. 123 for 3. Nicholls on 1, and Shami now going to go round the wicket like he likes to do to the left-handers. There's a short leg, although he's not terribly short. Again, he's 2 pitches away with the helmet on in a catching position there. 3 slips of gully. Kohli again urging on the crowd as Shami's on his way. Bowls for Nicholls. Short. Oh, beautiful ball. There's appeal for a catch behind. Nicholls doesn't look as if he's got any intention of walking. He hasn't, and umpire Goff's given him not out, and now Kohli's having a conversation. There must be some sort of a noise there, although it's hard to tell with the din that's coming on down here. And Kohli's still asking. He's asking the short leg fieldsman, saying, "No, I didn't hear anything, skipper."
The wicketkeeper didn't show any interest at all. I mean, Rishabh Pant just, has his hands behind his back. If there was some deflection, the wicketkeeper would have definitely seen him. But what a good bouncer that was. Very, very good bouncer. He can get the ball to move both ways, there's no question about it. But apart from that, he's got this very skiddy bouncer.
It's very close to the glove, and looking ultra edge, and there's nothing there.
Yeah. They would have lost the review. They would have certainly lost the review.
Yeah.
Because, look, Rishabh Pant is the key. As the wicketkeeper, he would know. And he didn't show any interest in going for the appeal.
Terrific delivery again. Shami's on his way. High-class bowling this, and Nicholls has slashed it for 4. Short and wide, and just threw the bat at it and flew away over gully.
Well, that's a good shot because there's no third man there. There's nobody to play that ramp shot or the cut shot. And he got into position. He anticipated that this was going to be another short delivery. He got into position besides the ball, didn't try to get behind, and then got room to free his arms. It's a good shot, good attacking, counter-attacking shot.
And the ball comes back to Shami. He's going to try again. 3 slips of gully and that short leg ball waiting. He's on his way, bowls, and Nicholls covers up and plays a quick ball into the onside. And there's no run. More gardening and prodding, both batsmen tapping away at the surface. 90 runs between the 2 teams at the moment. Shami walks slowly back again. In he comes, tearing in and bowls, and Nicholls turns that away down to fine leg for a single. Field changes around for the right-hander. .128 for 3.
Now what's the length that he's going to bowl? He got a wicket in the previous over, pitching it up to Ross Taylor. Now this ball also the inside edge when he pitched the ball up, allowing the ball a little bit of scope to move. That's the length that he's got to bowl. He's got 3 slips in position. There's a gully as well in case of a slice drive. He's got to pitch the ball up.
In comes Shami, bowls to Williamson, who does pitch it up. Left alone by Williamson, but again it did come cutting back off the seam. Every ball at the moment feels as if it is a real examination of the batsman's technique. More gardening from both ends. Again, the batsmen are treating this pitch like it's some sort of unexploded bomb. tapping away, treating it with real suspicion. He's been under the cover for so long. You've been out there, Sonny, haven't you? I mean, does it feel like a sort of clammy?
There's a fair bit of grass still, and that's why the ball's moving around so much.
Shami on his way, bowls. Williamson allows that to go through, and that's the end over the over. 128 for 3. We've got half an hour to go till lunch on this 5th day, and of course there's still another day to be taken because of all the time that's been lost. So, looking for ways for the game to progress, and certainly ball keeps doing this, and there's plenty of interest left in the match.
Just 2.18 runs per over so far in this test, and obviously that could well change over the rest of the game, but currently this is the second slowest scoring test match anywhere in the last 20 years, and the slowest scoring test in England since 1978.
My word. Who was here in 1978? Who was that match against?
It was England-New Zealand at Trent Bridge. There are a couple of tests in that series, and also one against Pakistan that was scored at a lower rate than that.
128 for 3. More gardening going on. Nicholls halfway down the pitch there, tapping away. Looks around. It's got 3 slips, a gully. That Fuller wearing the helmet at short leg, although 2 pitches away from him. And in goes Bumrah once more, and is there any bowls to Nicholls, who's forward to full ball on the off stump.
Bumrah will actually like bowling to the left-hander. He likes bowling to the left-hander because natural delivery is the one that leaves the left-hander.
Yeah.
So he'll be a lot happier bowling to Nicholls. He's got 3 slips in position as well, a gully.
You might see him go around the wicket and perhaps try and open him up a little bit, but for now he's over.
Well, that seems to be the tactic for the Indians when the ball is hard and new, and you've got 2 new left-handed openers. We've seen that against Australia. We've seen even in this game all their bowlers started by bowling round the wicket.
Slips ready, and Bumrah goes skipping in again. Is there any bowls? And hits him on the pad, but that will have pitched outside the leg stump. A loud appeal from the slip cordon, but nothing really from the bowler. 128 for 3. Nicholls on 6. Looking at that replay, nothing really from Bumrah. ...89 runs behind. Bumrah urged on by the crowd. Walks half a dozen paces. There's that hop and a skip. Now on his way and bowls outside the off stump. Thunderbolt that's ignored by the left-handed Nicholls. Looks so fast because of the almost lack of a run-up from Bumrah, and then suddenly there's this explosion of effort and energy. And the ball comes out like it's been shot out. It'll take quite a lot of getting used to, I'd imagine.
Have a little more on slow scoring tests if you want it, Aggers.
OK, let's wait for after this ball, shall we? It's Bumrah. Swings round. Spins himself a catch. Jeremy Kane is here. Hear from him too in a moment. Bumrah moves in, bowls to Nicholls, and he's hit on the pad again. Nothing from Bumrah himself, but again some interest from behind. Go on then, slow matches.
So as I mentioned, this is the currently at 2.18 runs per over, the slowest scoring test in England since 1978. To illustrate how cricket has changed, all 5 Ashes tests of the 1956 series was scoring was below 2.2 over 3 of the 5 tests against South Africa in 1955. In all, 15 of the slowest 20 tests ever played were played in a 5-year period from 1954 to 58. So cricket was slowly grinding to a terminal halt at that point.
Here comes Bumrah and bowls outside the off stump.
Thrillers.
And there's no stroke, yes. And then came one day cricket, of course. So,
that's right.
Yeah, got things speeded up a bit.
The scoring rates increased a little in the 60s, but the rate of draws went up significantly. It was a huge proportion of draws through the 60s, and then things started gradually improving after that, as you mentioned. One-day internationals began in 1971 and the World Cup in 75, and I think that had definitely helped cricket save itself from itself.
When did the Sunday League start, the old 40-over John Player League?
I don't know, the first knockout, I think, was that 63 or 64, first Gillette Cup.
Was it?
The Sunday League.
In goes Bumrah again and bowls to Nicholls, who's forward, playing out to cover. And there's no runs. It was Gillette Cup before Sunday League, was it? Every Sunday.
It was usually in between a
in
between a 3-day game, sort of after.
Game would start on the Saturday.
Yes.
Then you'd have a Sunday League. Yeah. And then you play Monday, Tuesday. Yeah.
Finishing off.
Usually, but not always against the people that you're playing against in the championship match.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, not always. Sometimes.
So you'd have to move.
You get somewhere.
You have to jump in the car.
Then you pick all your kit up and go off. Yeah.
Okay.
There was a year. It sounds ridiculous. I don't know how it happened, but we were playing Glamorgan at Grace Road on the Saturday. And we then played Glamorgan on the Sunday, and everyone came back again. I mean, it was crazy, really. What happened there? But but usually you played against the people you were playing with on the Saturday. 128 for 3. Shami on his way again. Bowls one. I think he's a little bit low, and Williamson jams the bat down and sends the ball out to mid wicket. Terrific bowling today, isn't there?
Oh yes. Yep. Runs been few and far between, haven't they, really? But explain to me for bowlers, we were talking about Richard Hadley before and how he had the ability to go from a short ball to a very full ball, and you want something in between, or to move a length up a foot and a half.
Yes.
Where did you bowl your normal ball from? Show me, but just hold your arm up where it would be.
Here's Shami, and that's down the leg side. A diving pant collects that. What you mean in terms of?
Well, would it be just ahead of your 12 o'clock, or just out there? Yes. Now, where's your short ball? Show me where your short ball would be.
Yeah, it would be. That would be.
Would just down about here when you let it go. So there, you'd let it go later, wouldn't you?
Yes.
So you'd hold on to the ball a little bit longer. So there's an arc. There's the
Yeah.
You see, it's not very long, is it?
No, it's not.
So there's the fullish ball there, and there's that other one. So somewhere in between those two is the length we're talking about.
Yeah, it is.
And you haven't got much time when you think you're bringing the arm over.
In goes Shami, bowls, and that's just pushed easily as you like off the front foot by Williamson. No, you're right.
We're only talking kind of about 6 or 7 inches from the short ball.
Yep.
So somewhere in between that, and you think of the pace you're bringing your arm over. You're not holding on to it much longer,
That's why you bowl a bad ball, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because there's such little... Yeah, you're absolutely right. There's such a little leeway.
That's right.
Between what's a good ball and what's a bad ball.
And we keep saying, just bowl a little bit fuller. Yes,
Exactly. But they will have been trying to, and they've proved today.
Got Taylor.
They bowled beautifully
Drew him on
today.
the front foot.
Yeah. Now here's Shami again. That's a good length, which Williamson again defends and plays back to the bowler. So how's his scoring rate coming on, Andy? We talked about he had 3. He's still got 3 today.
Yes, counting the last 13 balls of yesterday and today's plays, now 3 from his last 76 deliveries.
Yeah, well, he went for a cut, didn't he, on Bumrah just an over or so ago, and I thought, that's just it getting on top of you a wee bit, because he doesn't normally play that stroke. He more punches off the back foot.
Got Shami's average swing coming up now on the screen. It's quite an interesting graphic, that one. In comes Shami himself, and this is driven very pleasantly but straight to the fielder. In that you can always forget what the numbers are, because I don't know what they mean really, but he's getting double the swing today than he was on the 2 days ago.
Well, that might be again an indication of length, isn't it?
They haven't changed the ball, have they? I'm sure they haven't.
No.
So absolutely. Well, there's a reason. There's some reason for it. So that's nicely played by Williamson, but again, it's hit straight to Gill at mid-off.
Yes, he just hasn't found the gap, has he? But he's still organised, he's still hanging in there, getting a good stride in.
Yeah. Shami moves in, bowls with some bounce. That startled him. He played it very well, actually. Just trickles down into the slips, but he rode that very well indeed with some soft hands.
Yeah, it's not as if you're going to bowl the full length all the time, are you? You can package it in around that sort of delivery and that kind of length that brings the batsman onto the back foot, be a bit more bounce and so on. Saw the one against when he was coming around the wicket, I think it must have been the left-handed Nicholls, and the first one he played and missed it. That was another shorter one from him. So he is mixing it up, and as I say, it brought about the Taylor dismissal.
Yep.
And the weight was back just a little bit, and the drive had to come out. So it was a good dismissal, a decent catch. Strange position, I thought, in the field. Up on the popping crease, basically, at the bowling end.
Yep.
Very close for a mid-off sort of straight cover.
Yeah, it was a good catch. Bumrah's going to continue. Something put him off there, so he's going back to try again. Short leg's gone. He's gone now. It's short mid wicket.
Yep,
and there's
for a
deep
little clip.
square leg. Yeah.
And it means that he can bowl a wee bit straighter, closer to off stump, with that mid wicket in.
Bumrah bowls, and that hurries Nicholls. The ball bounces into the flap of his pad, actually. I was saying earlier, everything looks quick from Bumrah because of the lack of approach. It's sort of like a bowling machine. Just comes out, bang.
Yep, and this brings, of course, the LBW into play. A couple of times he might have been LBW bowling, over the wicket to him last over, but pitching outside leg, as you quite rightly said. And so this is one of the reasons, of course, that bowlers do come around the wicket to left-handers now. Bring that LB in.
Yeah, so around the wicket with 3 slips and a short mid-wicket rather than a short leg, and a man out in the deep as Bumrah comes in bowls, and Nicholls, well, he wasn't going to play at that. He was withdrawing the bat, but the ball got there first. Kohli fields. He's at 3rd slip. There's a big thick jumper on.
27 runs in nearly 2 hours.
Yes.
Crikey gee.
Bumrah hitches up his trousers. Crowd sitting patiently. Wandering around, going on. People think it's lunchtime, and they have to queue up outside some of the fast food outlets there. Bumrah on his way, bowls with a grunt, and Nicholls shuffles into a defensive stroke. It's fielded at mid-on. Andy.
It's on Mohammed Shami's length today. The ball tracking data suggests he's pitching a full half metre fuller on today than he did on Sunday so far.
And I reckon that's about right, half a metre.
That makes sense.
1 foot, 1.5 feet.
It correlates because he's swinging the ball twice as much. Yeah. Was that another no ball? It might have been one of the non-called ones. Yes, it was. Here's Bumrah again, bowls again with a grunt. And this time he's able to field it off his own bowling. A defensive stroke, 88 miles an hour. So that's generally where he operates from.
Yeah, that's another no ball,
another one?
Is it? Yes.
It is off-putting when you get no... There's no indication from the umpire at all.
Well, that's not called, is it? That one...
Well, they're called by the 3rd umpire, I think. But
well, yes, exactly. But then he normally stands, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
But he didn't then.
No.
I don't know what number 3 is doing at the moment. Go get a cup of coffee.
A cuppa, yeah. Here goes Bumrah again. Bowls outside the off-stump again. A grunt of effort there. Nicholls lets it go through. 129 for 3. Our old friend the wind predictor saying New Zealand 19% and India 8. It does fluctuate around a bit. But someone there on a computer has put the information in, and that's what's coming out as the favourites at the moment. Well, funny enough, I might have India at the moment. The way the ball's going,
well, they're in the game.
Absolutely,
totally in the game.
Down at 8%. Nicholls on 6, and New Zealand really having to battle hard today. As Bumrah moves in again, round the wicket, and bowls on the leg stumps, turned away. The crowd catch it. It just goes past that man there at short mid-wicket. It's retrieved in the deep. One more to New Zealand, 130 for 3. So 87 behind. And that brings the rather stagnated Williamson back down. He's played very nicely. He's played some nice looking shots and defensive shots, obviously. Lined it up very well, the off stump, when to leave, when not to leave. But he just can't get the ball away anywhere.
No.
Bowls so well at him.
It will happen. I mean, as a general rule, would you say, I mean, I believe that the longer you're in there, the generally the easier it becomes.
Apparently so.
It doesn't, well, don't you think?
I was never there long enough to find out, really.
Okay.
But I gather that's the case.
Yeah.
130 for 3. Williamson, bearded, peers through the grill of his helmet. As Bumrah is on his way. The last ball of the over is full. He's got it away. And Kane Williamson hits a boundary after an hour and 3/4 today. And his score goes on to 19. And we've got a chap there with a ferocious looking beard waving a New Zealand flag in celebration. So the end of the over. And we'll have to make Williamson feel better. A bad ball does come along.
Yes, it does, finally.
It's got to be able to put it away. Jeremy, some thoughts from you, and then Simon will take us to lunch.
Yeah, I suppose we should describe the stroke because we haven't seen too many of them, really. Just a full ball on leg stump, and because he's been in that amount of time, he's been waiting and waiting very patiently, and a lot of discipline about the way that the New Zealanders have approached today. They haven't moved very far. Really, they were 101 when they began today. They've lost a wicket. They've scored 33 runs, and that was tucked off the pads very cleanly by Williamson. So a boundary to just behind square on the onside for him. He'd be pleased with that. He's deserved it, really, you'd have to say. And now a change. Sharma coming in to replace.
Do you think India,
Shami,
if they knew what was going to happen in the game, they'd picked an extra seamer rather than the spinner? Here's Ishant Sharma then to bowl to the left-handed Nicholls. Nicholls lets it go through to Pant.
Well, who would they pick? Siraj, would they? I mean, I don't know. Would they want... Does Siraj, is he more of a swing bowler? Because they haven't really got an out-and-out swing bowler. Who would be an Indian out-and-out swing bowler? Would Kumar... Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, is he around still? Is he still playing? He is. Plays IPL,
he hasn't played red ball cricket for a while.
Ah.
He also had some success in the 2014 series in England in the first couple of tests, bowled really well.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that New Zealanders generally swung it a wee bit more than India have. And would that have been a nice and handy addition to the package for them? It weakens your lineup for batting a bit.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? That's why they went with
Jadeja in there.
That was guided away by Nicholls towards backward point.
Or would you pick another batsman? If you hindsight again, looking at this pitch, would an extra Vihari, coming in? He's here on the tour as well, so that might have been another option to certainly come into the discussion. I think
feels like a four-seamer pitch or four-pace bowler pitch, doesn't it? You want to keep them going from both ends for as long as you possibly can. Feels like that anyway.
Yes, it does. It does, but we don't know what's going to happen yet. There's an argument that says New Zealand don't play spin that well, and let's see what it's like on the last day with some sun around.
We have not seen any spin this morning. It's been pace all the way. Here is Ishant bowling, and that's edged and caught a second slip. Ishant's got through. He's found the edge of Nicholls' bat. Rohit Sharma to his right, and Nicholls has gone for 7. And New Zealand 134 for 4. And the flag's being waved, and there's jubilation around this Hampshire.
New Zealand feel that he can bat up at 6. I know he's averaging about 38, and he's got, I think, 1200s or 1000s, something like that. No, that's probably wrong, but that's a feeling that I have.
Right, here's his first ball. It could be his last test innings. Here is Ishant bowling to him, and he nudges it away. First up was into the ribs and played it down towards fine leg. And there is 1 run, so he's underway. So he's not going to get a duck in what could be his last test innings. He averages, close on 38. He's made 8 test hundreds.
Okay.
And 19 50s.
Yeah.
His highest score, that 205 he made against England in Mount Maunganui. It lasted over 11 hours.
Yeah.
And might be worth just asking Andy, in terms of wicketkeeper batsmen or batsman wicketkeepers, he must be, I mean, that's a pretty good average, isn't it? 38.
He's up there. Kumar Sangakkara, of course, and people like that.
And obviously Adam Gilchrist. I'm thinking, those keepers currently playing the game, he's probably...
Tim Payne wouldn't be there, I don't think.
I mean, Pant obviously is...
Yes.
But hasn't
that's
played
quite
that
a small
much.
survey of stats.
Yeah. Here's Ishant Sharma to bowl to Williamson on 19. Williamson plays that one and misses it outside the off stump, low through to Rishabh Pant. 135 for 4 the score. So what have we had this morning? 34 runs and 2 wickets in nearly the full session. It was just seeing the replay on the
in front of Pujara first slip.
It was Pujara might have caught it as well. He was there, but Rohit took responsibility, went to his right, and he actually caught it slightly behind him as well.
Yeah.
It was a
nearly did him for pace.
Yeah, it was a sharp catch really, because especially because it's quite a cold day.
Well, that's right. A lot of the Indians have their hands in pockets of warmers, I guess, in them.
And Sharma to bowl to Williamson. They get Williamson out now, but not that time. The New Zealand wall is there in the form of Kane Williamson. There's an Indian wall in the form of Rahul Dravid, but Williamson's providing
and a fence, Pujara.
Yeah,
we've all got to all the New Zealanders locating their inner Pujara.
Yeah. That one's played into the offside. No run. So Williamson 106 balls for 19. It's 136 for 4. 135 for 4. Correction. Sorry. And we probably time for 2 more overs before lunch. And what have we got here? We've got Shami bowling from the hotel end of the ground. So I think of the other countries really. De Kock, I suppose. I mean, he's been doing well in that West Indies series for South Africa. I mean, he's a dasher down the order. He might be up there. Just hold on, Andy. We're gonna watch BJ Watling's first ball. From Shami. 3 slips gully, short leg go down. Shami bowls, and does he play the line of his off stump there? I'm not sure. I think he wasn't that close to it. Anyway, he went past the edge, through to the keeper.
It's Watling as a pure wicketkeeper. I think he played 1 or 2 tests as a batsman, averaging 39.5. Interestingly, he averages more at 6 than 7 for New Zealand in Test cricket. Averages 43 at 6. Other wicketkeepers of recent vintage: Rishabh Pant in his 21st Test, averaging 43.9 currently. Josh Buttler, 30 Test as keeper, averaged 33.
Shami goes in past the umpire now to bowl to Watling, and Watling's bowled. An explosion of lights from the bails. Shami's off towards point to celebrate, thinking India had won the match. But India right on top here as he moved towards lunch. Shake of the head from Watling, cleaned up by Mohammed Shami. And New Zealand suddenly 135 for 5, and those flags are waving now around the ground. Jubilation out there in the stands and on the pitch from India's supporters and the Indian players.
Yeah, Shami, a ball that was actually, you could see the seam coming right down towards the batsman, and whether Watling felt it was going to come into him, he's played right inside the line of that. It just held its line. He went forward to play it as a defensive stroke, went the leg side of it completely, and it hit middle and off. So just an error from the batsman, and it can always happen, of course, when you've seen everybody battling away ahead of you and you think that the ball is moving a little bit more than it is. Just didn't quite pick up the line of that and expected it to come slightly into him and didn't. So a mistake. Shami celebrates, as you say. these change of ends have worked nicely, and change of bowlers have worked nicely for Virat, Kohli, and New Zealand now. Wow, they've lost 3 for 34 this morning. So it's a little starting to be a tumble of wickets here for India, just exactly what they wanted.
Yes, we're now getting into a situation where India might like to see BJ Watling walk out to bat again in this Test match, not being his last Test innings.
Now, de Grandhomme, how's he going to play? Hasn't played much, didn't play all last season because of injuries. Played a couple of little one-day games, but no more. No 3-day, 4-day cricket. Only had the Test match at Lord's, only got 1 innings there, got a duck.
He waits. Here's Shami going into bowl to him. He's up the wicket now, bowls, and de Grandhomme is forward. Kohli leaps in the air, that third slip. It was perfectly presentable forward defensive shot from de Grandhomme first up.
Just expected it to come back into him a little bit, that one, but it's just...
We're just watching the replay.
Did it actually go away? I don't know, it might have just held its line a wee bit. But to me, it just looked he played the Bakerloo a wee bit there.
Yeah.
At the last moment realised, oh dear, and her hand started to move, but it was too late. It was into middle and off.
Shami goes in, bowls to de Grandhomme. De Grandhomme plays another solid looking forward defensive shot, or half forward anyway, playing it towards mid-on. And there's no run again. Kohli leapt in the air at third slip. He is animated.
Oh, he's riding everything, isn't he? Riding every ball here. And because of the no runs, of course, he's been able to keep 3 slips in the gully in the whole time.
Yeah, bowled in middle and off, past the outside edge, didn't it?
Past the outside edge, middle and off. That's playing the wrong line.
It's Watling out for 1. Nicholls for 7. Taylor for 11. Here is Shami. Bowls to de Grandhomme down the leg side. De Grandhomme tries to flick it away and misses, and it's through to the wicketkeeper. The other aspect, or the other side of this, with de Grandhomme in, is will he play a few shots and get New Zealand moving forward?
Well, I mean, it's certainly a possibility. He's a very languid player, and he seems, very phlegmatic. I don't know. There aren't enough words that come from him, I've got to say, to actually work him out.
No. He's one
big fella.
He's one of the toughest interviewees for people like me.
Oh, lots of questions. Go well prepared.
Yeah. He waits. Here is Shami into bowl to him, and de Grandhomme plays defensively towards mid-on, and there's no run, and that's a successful over from Shami. 2 for 31 from 18 overs. New Zealand won 35 for 5 at the end of it, and because of the wicket we will only have now time, and only just time, for 1 more over before lunch. Andy?
On Watling, his form has declined since that series, and he made that double hundred against England, followed up with a 50 in the second Test. This is his 10th Test since then, just 1 half century and an average now of 17.9. So it's been a leaner time over the last couple of years leading up to his retirement. And now we've had 34 runs for 4 wickets in the last 26 overs. So the last 4 overs on Sunday.
Yes. With the Conway wicket as well. Yeah.
They really are squeezing, and they have squeezed India. Now here's Ishant Sharma then to bowl to Williamson, and Williamson blocks that into the offside towards mid-off, and there's no run. I mean, do you have stats for runs in a session, Andy? I mean, it feels like one of the, in terms of runs per session, one of the skinniest I've seen for a long time. In a full session, I don't mean when a team are blocking out for a draw. Sometimes you get it when teams are just blocking for a draw on the final day, but for earlier in the match, it's probably a tricky one to look up, really. But I think it was the sort of delivery he didn't really want just before lunch. But he loves a challenge. Ishant Sharma goes into bowl to Williamson. There's a leg slip in outside the off stump. No stroke from Williamson, taken by Pant. So we got
the leg slip's okay, because Shami, being the taller bowler with a bit more bounce, to play round there, it gives him another little option. And his natural line of an angle is back into the right-hander. If it goes a little bit more like an in-swinger, and you are encouraged, perhaps one off the glove or perhaps one off the inside edge, then Shami's, just having a little word to him as Goff about running on the wicket again. So Got to watch that, of course, with the spinners.
Definitely, yeah.
New Zealand will be quite keen to tap away at those marks and say, here, umpire, watch this.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. All right, Ishant Sharma, 2 for 27, is in his 20th over, goes in now, bowls to Kane Williamson, and Williamson plays easily, quietly into the onside towards that. Well, he's not quite short leg, but he's a short square leg. He's halfway between the stumps and the umpire. So one thing or the other.
That's a clip, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's just a tuck off the pads, really. If you don't control it with a wee bit of bounce, it can go in the air.
It's not a fielding position you see very often. It's Rohit who's gone out there, actually. He's been given some time off from the slips. Kohli's in there at second slip.
Hands in his pockets, as I say, keeping the hands warm.
That's Rohit, not Kohli.
No.
Kohli's got enough fire in his body to keep his hands warm all the time, I think. Here is Ishant Sharma bowling to Williamson, who looks to turn into the onside. Did that come off a bit of bat and pad there? Might well have done. Goes out to Rohit Sharma in that short square leg position, and there is no run. So 2 balls to go until the lunch interval. It was a very slow first hour, but it sort of feels as if the game's come to life a bit actually now. Disappointing for New Zealand. It's been a not quite as bad a session as it possibly could have been, because they could have, you could have lost 6 or 7, but they have lost 3 for
30 odd, isn't it?
3 for 34.
Yeah.
135 for 5. And now you start to think, well, it's going to be hard for New Zealand to win from this position, but perhaps it's going to be hard for both sides to win from here. Ishant moves in and bowls, and that's edge just short of first slip. Pujara, a rare touch of the ball for Pujara at first slip. Was he saved by soft hands?
Well, saved by, I think, wanting to let the ball go at the last moment. I got the feeling there was almost a very late withdrawal from the bat as he looked to come forward and then pulled away.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
And it's certainly that little sort of just shielding the ball a wee bit, wasn't it? Just stopping it.
Yes, it rather took the edge rather than the batsman playing at it. So, and it bounced well in front of the slip fielder. But encouragement there for India. The wickets and the pressure building on India, on New Zealand rather. Here is Ishant Sharma. Last ball before lunch, bowls to Williamson. Williamson calms it all down by playing quietly into the onside towards that mid-wicket area, and the players walk off. Well, that was a real tough session for New Zealand's batsmen, and India's pressure ultimately is told there. Pressure they were able to exert, the scoring rate going nowhere, and then rewarded just before the break with 2 quick wickets. Taylor out on the drive when the score was 117. That was all Taylor's doing, really. Went for a big drive outside the off stump, hit it to Gill, fielding it at extra cover, took a good catch away to his right hand side on the dive, 2 hands. And then Nicholls edging to Rohit at second slip. Again, that was a sharp chance taken by Rohit, behind him to his right hand side. And then Watling cleaned up by Shami for 1 in his last test match, and what could have been his last test innings. So 135 for 5 at lunch. We have a full day today. We can go on until 7 o'clock as long as the light holds, but now we've got a break of 40 minutes for lunch, and then a full day tomorrow. Well, I presume, I don't have the full word, is it 98 overs tomorrow? We have that.
Yes.
It is 98 overs tomorrow, so there's still a bit of cricket to come in this game.
A lot of cricket to be played. As I say, right at the start of the day, 330 odd overs is more than enough to get a result in England in these conditions with these bowlers, and and the discipline that's required to bat for long periods of time. Just a small error can get you out. It's felt like a very long session, hasn't it, Simon? I mean, I think we've aged quite significantly, longer than a couple of hours, certainly.
I think we've aged in the last 6 days.
Oh, yes, exactly. But it's a close match. New Zealand, can they get a partnership to get them up as close to India? Because we were thinking that they might sweep towards India in 2 sessions and then push on. That was one possible route for New Zealand to take, but certainly The other one that we did mention is a clatter of wickets, and it's been closer to that scenario than New Zealand pushing ahead. They just haven't given anything for the New Zealanders to hit at. No loose balls really to speak of. And all the bowlers they've been changed round at ends. They've got the ball a little bit fuller to the New Zealanders, encouraging the drive. And they've challenged the defensive games of some of the players as well. So, yeah, really good session of cricket. And the game is now more than evenly poised. Perhaps it's swung slightly India's way.
One thing, Jeremy, the new ball is 8 overs away, but India have got only three pace bowlers, and they bowled, rotated all morning.
Yes. Well, that's what they chose, wasn't it? So that's all they can do. And so they're going to have to keep going and wind them up and get the key out again and, turn them and get them going again, because it's not really a pitch for spinners, is it, at the moment?
No. And the new ball is there, so
this one's going okay though for them right now.
Yeah.
They'll be quite happy to keep this one and maybe the bit more bounce with the new one. I mean, if they can get another wicket or two before that, because they've really, once they take one more wicket here, Simon, they're into the tail. Who's next for New Zealand?
Well, Jameson, presumably.
Jameson, and then it's Wagner and co.
Yeah, Wagner, Boult, Southey. Southey can bat a bit.
Southey can slog a bit, but only usually on one side of the field.
Perhaps that might be the way to go this afternoon.
Well,
Grandhomme,
they might.
Jameson and Southey play a few shots.
Have they really got that in them to actually say, right, this is a much better way, even if we only get 20? It's an important 20, and look how long it's taking the best batsman in the side to get to 20. So they might just go the way that Ashwin went.
Well, it's been a remarkable morning in a way, with so few runs scored in a full 2 hours. 3 wickets have gone down to 34 for 3 in 2 hours cricket this morning. Kane Williamson, one of the best batsmen in the world, has scored 7 runs in that morning session. 7 runs. I mean, it's one boundary. It's an incredible stat, really, but there we go. He's battling away, and it just shows how tough it is out there and how tough it has been for batters in this test match so far. So it's lunch here at Southampton. We're going to take a break. Play resume at 2:10. So what's that, in about 33 minutes time. Now over in Cardiff, Sri Lanka's cricketers are preparing for their white ball series against England, which starts tomorrow evening. First of 2 T20s, the second of which on Thursday is live on BBC Two as well as TMS. This year marks the 25th anniversary of Sri Lanka winning the 50-over World Cup back in 1996. Hugely significant event for the world game. A little earlier we played you part 1 of a special programme looking back on that World Cup victory. We got to Sri Lanka's semi-final against India when an angry crowd forced the abandonment, with Sri Lanka progressing to the final. Now here's part 2 of when Sri Lanka ruled the world with Lee James.
One more run for Sri Lanka to win the World Cup. Here's McGrath now. He bowls to Rantunga, the captain, and nibbles that away through third man. He grabs a stump. The captain has scored the winning run for Sri Lanka, who have won the World Cup for the first time in their history.
It's a privilege for me to be part of that brilliant 96 team.
A dream come true for all of us. Winning the World Cup in 96, one of my precious moments in my life.
To be honest with you, I was so calm. I was so in control that I knew that we were going to win.
Any cricketer's dream is to win a World Cup, and for us to have achieved it during our time is something very special.
It's like a dream for me. We did something for the country to win the World Cup. It's an amazing journey for us. It's so close to our hearts. I mean, not only we enjoyed winning a World Cup, I think it meant a lot to our country, the glory we could bring.
It was such a momentous, important moment for Sri Lanka to win a World Cup, and that was celebrated in the proper manner.
I think that was one of the best things happens to me in my entire life. No one expected us to win a World Cup.
I think that's one of the greatest achievements, not only for me but for the entire country as well.
Since 1996, the game has been changed a lot. I think every community in Sri Lanka, they support the Sri Lankan cricket team.
Well, that's a magnificent performance from these Sri Lankans. They've come up trumps here in this World Cup, and they're worthy winners.
So Sri Lanka were into their first World Cup final. where they'd play Australia for the first time since that bad-tempered tour of 3 months before. The Australians, remember, had refused to visit Colombo in the group stages. The two teams gathered in Lahore on March the 15th for the usual pre-final niceties, as Sri Lankan broadcaster Roshan Abasinghe recalls.
The day before the final, both teams, they were having dinner and the World Cup was on display. The Australian team went and posed for pictures with that World Cup. And when the Sri Lankan team was trying to do it, Arjuna said, no, you're not going to take pictures now because we are going to win that World Cup. And once we win it, you can take pictures then.
To be honest with you, I was so calm. I was so in control that I knew that we were going to win. Don't ask me how. It's the feeling in my stomach that tells me that. And, you don't need to build anyone up. In fact, the bigger the game, as a coach or a manager, it's more about taking the pressure off.
I think I was having breakfast with Arjuna. We were late going down for breakfast and we were looking for some of our players, and they were missing. They had gone shopping. They had gone shopping for carpets. That's how relaxed we were.
It really was an added incentive for the boys to get out there and really show them. A little island like Sri Lanka could prevail and carry the cup from a bigger country like Australia, who's played the game a lot longer.
Sri Lanka have played in every Cricket World Cup, but until now they've never really been contenders. Hello from Lahore in Pakistan, and welcome to the highlights of the World's World Cup. Australia and Sri Lanka, the participating nations, and I reckon they're the two best teams we've seen in the competition. They've played in different styles. Sri Lanka have played differently from just about everyone else, and they've been very, very effective. Now, the venue here, the Gaddafi Stadium, it's a very pleasant place. It's a new stadium and holds around about 50,000 people.
There's no question that we had 90% of the crowd on our side. If Pakistan were not going to play in the final, then they really would have preferred Sri Lanka, and we were the ones in there.
I actually felt in the excitement that I actually felt like being more in Sri Lanka than actually in Pakistan.
Jim Maxwell was commentating on the match for ABC.
That stadium in Lahore, the Gaddafi Stadium, had never had a day-night game before. And Sri Lanka knew what the conditions were going to be like underfoot, because they practiced it night before the game.
The night that we trained did have a bit of dew there. But regardless of that, I think Australia, I would think, would have liked to have batted first. Sri Lanka did win the toss. Arjuna did bowl first.
Mark Taylor top scored with 74 in a total of 241 for 7. One of 3 wickets for the off-spin of Ravindra de Silva.
De Silva around the wicket, bowls to Taylor, who sweeps in the air, and he's going to be caught. He is taken in the deep backward square leg. It's Jayasuriya who takes the catch. He's taken a few of those in this tournament. Well, that's a big wicket for Sri Lanka, but he's fallen at 137 in the 27th over, and he's out for 74.
When Sri Lanka went into bat, what I really remember is that one of the light towers failed, and the game was held up for a few minutes. And then, of course, Jayasuriya and Kaluwitharana gets out quickly, and then the partnerships, Guru Singha, then Aravinda's 100.
Fleming is back in the attack. He's running away now, and he bowls to De Silva, who flicks that away down a fine leg. That's going to be his century. A marvellous innings by Ravindra de Silva is steering Sri Lanka ever closer.
And then in the process, Australia making a lot of mistakes, dropping catches, the dew coming in and struggling to handle the wet ball.
Australia had no chance. The ball was like a piece of soap after half an hour. But the cricket gods were somewhat kind to Sri Lanka. But, wow, what a win.
Sri Lanka need one more run to win the World Cup for the first time. Here's McGrath now. He bowls to Ranattunga, the captain, and nibbles that away through third man. He grabs a stump. The captain has scored the winning run for Sri Lanka, who have won the World Cup for the first time in their history.
Arjuna Ranattunga received the trophy from the Prime Minister of Pakistan, Benazir Bhutto, and remembered that combined India and Pakistan team who played on the island when Australia and West Indies stayed away.
I thought the boys played really well. I think I should thank the Pakistan public. I think they were really behind us right throughout the game. And I should thank Asa and Wasim. They are the ones who brought the side to Colombo when we were in trouble. And thanks a lot, Wasim and Asa. And we are very grateful to you. And thanks a lot. Back in Sri Lanka, I think everyone contributed a lot. Thanks a lot.
All the Sri Lankan team are out there now embracing their captain and Ravindra de Silva.
Among those celebrating was Sri Lanka batsman Hassan Tilakaratne.
A dream come true for all of us. Winning the World Cup in '96, one of my precious moments in my life. I treasure this moment, every bit of it. I must mention about Arjun also. And he's a unique captain, and we were very well looked after by him. He's very tough, but he's a human and he's a very nice guy. Brilliant effort by all of us. We are very proud of it.
Chaotic scenes as the podium there in two halves is carried out into the middle.
They had allowed so many of those photographers and reporters to be on the field. We were not allowed to do a victory lap. We didn't even get a chance of holding the cup because Arjuna fell with the cup. And we were given I think prize money at the time was something like $30,000. But Arjuna lost that check as well. And then we had to abandon our victory lap and we went back to the changing room.
You couldn't move. It was like a sardine can. It was just bedlam. Honestly, you could not move in that dressing room. Being in Pakistan, you really had to open up a Miranda or a Pepsi. That was about it. And eventually, somehow or other, pack your bag and get squeezed out of the room into the bus and back home. I think it was well after midnight by the time we got back.
Well, that's a magnificent performance from these Sri Lankans. They've come up trumps here in this World Cup and they're worthy winners.
Russell Arnold, who we heard from earlier, watched the final with his teammates from the Nondescripts Cricket Club back in Colombo.
I was watching it at my friend's house close to home, and the guy who hosted us that day, his wife making us all sorts of knickknacks to bite, was Lyndon Hannibals. He's now an international umpire. He was our opening bowler at the NCC. There was a great feeling that something special was going to happen. And it was tremendous. I remember after the win, Lyndon said, let's get into his little vehicle, and we drove around Colombo. There was so much traffic, cars everywhere, people celebrating, plenty of noise. We could hardly move. It took us hours and hours to get back because of the chaos on the streets that day.
The Sri Lankan public wouldn't have to wait too long for the homecoming of their heroes. Back at the team hotel in Lahore, Dav Watmore's phone rang in the early hours of Monday morning.
I was invited and went to the president of Sri Lanka, Anna Punchiheva. He had a suite in the same hotel and just was enjoying my second black label and ice and water. When we got a phone call from the manager say, pack your bag, we're leaving at 4 o'clock.
So as dawn broke over Lahore on Monday, March the 18th, a day hastily declared a national holiday back in Sri Lanka, the World Cup winners were on their way home. The Sri Lankan media and supporters who chartered a flight to the final had some new passengers for the return leg, as Roshan Abasinghe remembers.
We had a chartered flight, and then the Sri Lankan team was supposed to fly the next day. But then eventually they turned up at the airport. So all of us got into the same flight. All of us flew, and some of us are standing, to try and accommodate the Sri Lankan contingent.
The only flight that I have seen where they would have had more people than the allocated number of seats. Champagne was flowing and everyone was in that party mode.
It was basically not a flight. It was more like a bazaar or a city where people are busy going and talking to each other and congratulating, laughing, singing, taking pictures, you name it, everything was happening.
There were just hordes of people, even on the tarmac. We got off the plane and we were just swamped with people on the tarmac. But eventually the bus was discarded, the team bus. We were in individual cars.
We were asked to come to President's house, and there were big crowds queuing by the side of the road to cheer us. That was amazing. The feeling was brilliant, I think. Awesome.
It was bedlam, and there were certain parts of that trip that the car just couldn't move because of the people on the road.
There were big receptions and party, and there were so many parties after that. And it took some time for us to realize that we have won a World Cup.
It's very difficult to put out with words. I think the boys were very happy. I think we never thought we will get a reception like this.
All over Sri Lanka, young cricketers had new idols to look up to after a night none of them will ever forget.
Sri Lanka announced itself to the cricketing world. And for the first time, they were taken note of as a serious cricketing nation. That, I think, is the first thing that actually caused a lot of other good things to come through, such as more cricketers coming through, lots of young cricketers wanting to emulate the 96 heroes and wanting to be the Ranatungas, the Jayasuryas, and so many talented cricketers sprang up.
Even by the standards of the time, when money was not swilling around cricket to the same extent, Sri Lanka numbered an assortment of part-time salesmen and clerical workers, many of whom couldn't afford more than one pair of shoes, and whose cricket board was so broke it had to rely on loans. Remember Dav Watmore's appointment to keep things afloat. All changed with that one night in Lahore. The success reached out to future generations, showed them what could be achieved, and allowed cricket to professionalise.
Until that point, almost all of them were working, but they would be given special treatment by their employers. They were all semi-professionals, they were all employed. So it's just after that central contracts came, player fees improved, and being a professional cricketer became a profession, something that attracted the young player to try and embark on.
It changed the players' lives to a certain degree. They were given a plot of land, and they were given, more importantly, a duty-free certificate, which allows you to bring an imported vehicle in at the luxury level, if you could afford it, without any duty. That piece of paper was worth was just under $100,000, which was life-changing.
Up until then, Sri Lanka had sold their television rights for $5,000, and the cricket board hardly had any money. But after the 96 World Cup, there were television, sponsors that came in, television networks. WorldTel came in, they bought the rights. Then television networks got interested in Sri Lanka. So money started to come in. And suddenly from being, I don't know whether the word poor is right, but lack of resources, cricket became a very rich and a lucrative game. And since then, that status has remained.
As world champions, Sri Lanka was suddenly one of the game's biggest draws. In the months that followed the 1996 World Cup, they were invited to compete in lucrative events in Singapore, Sharjah and Nairobi.
That was the main thing. I mean, the cricket board, I would imagine, would have had to fight tooth and nail to secure tours. But now, the offers were coming, the invitations were always going to arrive after that. So that was a good thing, because you played more games.
Everyone wants to play you, everyone wants to see the exciting players. Jayasuriya, Kaluwithan at the top, the way they were going at it. They also are responsible for many players' careers ending abruptly during that period, because the way they took them to the cleaners. So they were a bunch of cricketers who everybody wanted to see. And then also during that period, there was another happening that actually worked in our favour. The main draw, to be honest, it's India-Pakistan. But the fact that they would not play against each other opened the door for us. So there would be one tournament where India features and Sri Lanka has to go and play them. The next tournament features Pakistan and we play them. So we are all over the place because India and Pakistan don't play each other.
After 1996, teams not only wanted to see Sri Lanka, they wanted to be like them too. Arjuna Ranatunga's team, and their pinch-hitting openers in particular, revolutionised the way one-day cricket was played. Here's Russell Arnold and first Jim Maxwell.
Kaluwithan and Jayasuriya, they changed the game completely. And we've all been brought up to, getting in, building, and then having a crack at the end in the last part of the innings, particularly the last 10 overs. But they changed that. Fields up, new ball, a lot of room out there, bang, Jayasuriya. And I remember Kaluwithan, then when they came to Australia, they blitzed Australia. Absolutely blitzed Australia. And it was probably one of the most refreshing periods the one-day game to see them play like that.
Gilchrist under it. Typical Gilchrist shot.
Lovely shot, straight back over the bowler's head, and umpire has no hesitation in raising his arms. That's 6 more for Warner.
Yes, it did set a benchmark. There were others who came out very successfully after that. Gilchrist, the Warners, that positive intent and attitude to go after the bowling right from the word go did flow through.
Since '96, Sri Lanka's World Cup story has been one of nearly, but not quite, with 2 very different final defeats.
BBC World News with Stuart McIntosh. Australia have beaten Sri Lanka by 53 runs in a controversial World Cup final in Barbados in what correspondents are calling an extraordinary end to the tournament. Australia prematurely began celebrating their victory when play was stopped because of bad light, but Sri Lanka successfully asked to continue their innings.
A warm welcome to the party stand just across the road from the Kensington Oval, full of celebrating Australians. On with Jonathan Agnew. While they're celebrating Angus, I suppose we've got to look back at a World Cup final which ended amidst farcical scenes.
It's an absolute disgrace. I'm ashamed, embarrassed, angry. I've never seen anything like that on a cricket field before. The people who are responsible for organising that and for administering it should resign now and never be allowed another cricket tournament again. It was an absolute shambles. That is the showpiece to the world for what is supposed to be great about cricket.
BBC News with Julie Candler. India have won cricket's greatest one-day prize, the World Cup final. They beat their co-host Sri Lanka by 6 wickets in Mumbai.
Boult. Dhoni wins the World Cup for India with the most enormous 6 over long on and grabs a stump in celebration and then hugs Yuvraj. Well, what a way to win the World Cup.
World Cup heartache for Sri Lanka in 2007 and 2011. But sandwiched in between, an historic day for the entire nation.
The army in Sri Lanka has announced that the supreme commander of the Tamil Tiger rebels, Velupillai Prabhakaran, has been killed, ending 26 years of civil conflict.
Crowds lit firecrackers and drums of celebration were beaten in the streets. Many people believe that after decades, the threat of bombings they've lived with for so long has ended, with the government's final crushing of the Tamil Tigers.
People love the game a lot. And I think since 1996, the game has been changed a lot. I think every community in Sri Lanka, they support the Sri Lankan cricket team. Whenever we play in Sri Lanka, they all come to all the games and they support. And the community is behind the Sri Lankan team all the time. Even when the World Cup is won, both communities get together and they celebrate in Sri Lanka.
That's opening batsman Sanath Jayasuriya, reflecting on the unifying force of cricket. And Jayasuriya was one of the victorious Sri Lankan World Cup winners who were reunited last week at the Grand Ballroom at Colombo's Shangri-La Hotel for a special Silver Jubilee celebration to mark 25 years since they turned the cricket world upside down.
14 talented cricketers, handpicked by one great leader, brought the entire country together. Cheering for our Lankan Lions united under one flag, we achieved the unthinkable. 25 years later, we still bask in that glory, celebrating the victory of that 1996 World Cup.
I'm Kumar Dharmasena from Sri Lanka. I played for Bloomfield Cricket Club, and from 1993 to 2005 I played for the country. I'm so happy and glad that the crowd and the spectators and the whole Sri Lankans are loved us, and it's a privilege for me to be part of that brilliant 1916. Thank you.
Next, I'd like to invite all-rounder and vice-captain of the 1996 squad. Please put your hands together for Ravindra de Silva.
Well, I think it's something very special for Sri Lanka cricket as well as a cricketer. I think any cricketer's dream is to win a World Cup, and for us to have achieved it during our time is something very special.
My name is Chamindavas. I played as an opening bowler. It's like a dream for me. And after 25 years, when I look back, it's as a team, we did something for the country to win the World Cup. It's an amazing journey for us.
And next I'd like to invite who we fondly know as Little Kalu, wicketkeeper, opening batsman Romesh Kaluvitarana.
After been 25 years since we won the World Cup, but still we feel like we won it yesterday because it's so close to our hearts. Not only we enjoyed winning a World Cup, I think it meant a lot to our country. The glory we could bring to our nation by winning a World Cup and bringing glory and putting our country in the world map. So I feel great thinking of the World Cup and celebrating it today after 25 years. It's very special today.
And last but not least, the leader of the pack, Captain Cool himself. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our original man of the world.
I think that was one of the best things happens to me in my entire life. No one expected us to win a World Cup, but fortunately I got 13 committed cricketers who were more keen on doing justice for the country rather than for themselves, and I think that it was quite easy for me to lead 13 members who supported me right throughout.
Ladies and gentlemen, there you go. These are our national heroes. The 1996 Sri Lanka World Cup squad. Give us one more hearty cheer. Come on.
A joyful night in Colombo to remember a life-changing one in Lahore. A final word from Rosha Mahanama on how Sri Lanka scripted one of cricket's greatest stories.
I would say teamwork. We would have had our differences, but when we crossed the line, it was the country, the team. 2, we always put our hands up if they wanted us to do something. We never said, no, why me, why it's not me, someone else. And number 3 is that we always played to the strength.
Well, that's the finish of 4 weeks of excitement and adventure out here, and some excellent cricket as well. It's been a delight to be here and to watch the matches. It's been a great World Cup, very well organised, and the players have added to the whole thing by turning in some brilliant cricket. At the moment, from Lahore, it's goodbye.
Yeah, some great memories there. Love to hear Richie again too. Sri Lanka winning the World Cup 25 years ago. Well, the current Sri Lankan side's in Cardiff, preparing for their white ball series against England, which begins tomorrow evening as commentary on 5 Live Sports Extra from 6:15 tomorrow night, and the second T20 on Thursday is also live on BBC television. In the last hour, the England captain Owen Morgan has been speaking ahead of that series to the media, including our own Henry Moran.
First of all, Owen, what's the sort of expectation? What are you looking to get from this series?
I think a few things. I think when a T20 series specifically comes so fastly and sort of condensed, you want guys to be on the money from the first game, because there's no breathing space when you play 2 games in 2 days and there's only 1 day in between the following game. It can come at you quite quickly. And when we're playing a side that we don't necessarily know a lot about and haven't played against a lot before, it can present different challenges as well. So the guys are fully aware that the challenges that Sri Lanka pose, but also we need to be on top of our game as well.
Few injuries around. David Malan, Johnny Bairstow. What's the latest in terms of the strength of your squad injury-wise?
Yeah, both guys are fully fit to play, so they're available for selection.
Jos Buttler spoke about the challenges of the rearranged IPL and international commitments, and with the condensed nature of everything that's happened in the last 12 months, how difficult is it for players, captains, administrators when you've got those sort of pressures and pulls from different directions?
I think it's just a completely different challenge that we've never come up against before. And certainly having been on tour now and in an international team for a long time, you can relate to like really tough challenges about performance or being away from home. But I'd certainly think that this is the toughest that it's been. I think the last 12 months with the isolated bubbles that we've had, the travel restrictions, being away from home, have all culminated in one big challenge on top of trying to perform for your team and your country as best you can. So I'd have to say it's been as tough, if not tougher, than any other year that I've played for England.
In your mind, would the national side and should the national side take precedence over any domestic league?
Yeah, so I think two different isolated events. I think when, like as a cricketer, you're obviously striving to improve. You want to play for your national team as best you can. And there are certain leagues around the world that if you're a white ball cricketer, you want to play in because they are regarded as the best in the world. And if you go there and compete against the best, or even go there and experience playing with the best, you will no doubt improve your game. So when you commit to something like the IPL and you are selected or picked up at an auction, given the fixtures the way they were pre-tournament, bearing in mind it's only a couple of months previous to that, I think players should still go. And I think that was a really good decision to allow our players to stay out there, both with their development in mind, but also the T20 World Cup in mind. And this year, I think when it comes to the rescheduled back end of the IPL clashing with fixtures that have been in place and in the pipeline for 6 to 8 months, I think international duty takes precedent.
Will we expect to see a moment of unity ahead of this T20 and ODI series?
Yeah, so we will be very much aligned with the tests guys. I'm just about to go into a match referees meeting with the umpires, Sri Lankan coach and captain, in which we're going to propose the exact same thing that happened during I think it was just before the anthems in the test series. Yeah. So if there are anthems, we're going to ask them if they would mind that we participate in something that we're trying to do as a team and have been for a long time. But if that doesn't happen, we'll simply show a display of our feelings during a warm-up by wearing our T-shirts.
What have you made of the challenges and the negative press that cricket's had in the last few weeks with regards to historical tweets and social media?
I think it certainly raises your awareness around the roles that everybody plays, not only as a cricketer, but the role within society and how much scrutiny everybody is under, but also when things are either taken out of context or open to interpretation, you have to assume now that they will be, which is a strange existence within itself. But I think the protocols that have now been put in place and the procedure that the ECB are going through is probably one that hasn't been in place before, but now needs to be in place. And moving forward, it's important for us as players to recognise that.
Just finally, what's your message to the players, particularly in the T20 squad, ahead of what's a huge 6 to 9 months? What's your message going into this series?
Yeah, I think this series and the rest of the white ball summer, which is obviously very condensed, is a huge opportunity to stake our claim as a team and as individuals, both to be selected for the World Cup, but also, particularly in T20 cricket, when you dangle a carrot of a number one side in the world on the cusp of a World Cup with very little opportunity in between, it's a huge chance to impress.
That was Owen Morgan, and the Sri Lanka series is on 5 Live Sports Extra from tomorrow night at 6:15. There are clips on the BBC website and TV highlights, and then the second TV T20 is live on BBC television. I think Tuffers is featuring on that one. There's plenty of podcasts to look out for on BBC Sounds today. There's a new edition of No Balls from Alex Hartley and Kate Cross, featuring a fascinating chat with James Taylor. That's available on the Test Match Special podcast stream. And there's a new Tailenders where James Anderson talks about the New Zealand tests being a wake-up call for England. So well worth having a listen to those today. He's not wrong either. Well, Tuffers, that's quite a...
Yes.
That's quite a morning, wasn't it? Well,
yeah, brilliant.
There's plenty in that pitch.
Yeah.
Just what the game needed.
Yes, it was. It was plodding along a bit, wasn't it, for that first half an hour, and then India just went half a metre fuller. Yes. Sammy went a little bit fuller, and now it's completely reversed, doesn't it? I think that India are in the box seat now. They are going to be coming steaming in after lunch if they can get rid of Williamson. Yeah. You're kind of into the bowlers.
You are. No, it's absolutely fascinating, really.
Yeah.
It's not just sideways move, it's actually up and down as well, isn't it? I mean, had we had no interruptions for the weather, it's a 4-day game, I think, and a low-scoring one, and a real seesawing. But
it'll be interesting to see how de Grandhomme plays it.
Yeah. Well, what are you telling him to do?
Well, I'm going out there and look to be positive, because at the moment one might have your name on it.
Yeah.
So a quick 30 or 40 might just get him up to India. But if he just comes out and pokes and prods, and they get a couple of good ones, you say bowlers coming in next. You don't want to be 30 or 40 behind.
No. Well, I think we're agreed that if he does come out and play a bit like that and gets out, that you can't be critical of him. And I think it's the way that he that he needs to play. I reckon. And Pant was the same for India. And of course, that didn't come off.
No, and we've said it actually all match. They have played it quite well, the batsmen and everything. But you just always felt that there was a collapse in this pitch with these conditions, and it might be happening now.
It is interesting, is there's so much scrutiny on the telly, and we've talked about it as well, about the lengths and so on, but clearly, obviously, with the graphics that you see on the television, sometimes the players have a bit of a mutter about being criticised and stuff, but actually the stuff that I think everyone's been saying, we are boxing here or next door with our friends on the telly, we've just talked about this critical length, and clearly it's been picked up. By both teams actually, but particularly by India, because they have just been able to just bowl that little bit fuller, and you can see it in black and white. The ball's been swinging more.
Yeah, it's awkward because you haven't particularly got a big score in front of you, and so you kind of want to just you don't want to go for runs, and when you push that one up, you don't want to get driven a couple of times. So it is a balancing act. But as you say, it has been proved that when that ball's full, that's where the wickets will happen.
Yes.
That back of a length bowling, a little bit like how Jameson started off. Is a bit pretty, isn't it, that back of a length? And so they adjusted, and they adjusted well, and it sparked into life a bit now.
Yeah. Well, I don't know how Isha did that. I saw her on telly a minute ago.
Yes.
The other side of the ground.
Have you got an identical twin, Isha?
She's streaked round the ground. And she's here for the start. Well, not literally. No. She's here for the start. Sorry, Isha. But she's here for the start, which is a very good effort indeed. But you must have moved like the wind.
I'd be seriously frozen if I streaked.
Well, yes, it's
I'm wearing about 4 layers because the platform that we used for the studio up there, it's absolutely freezing. Honestly, there's no point.
No.
There is no point doing my hair because it just blows out.
No, there you go.
Anyway, not that I would expect you to
Perhaps a scarf. Perhaps a nice scarf.
You take care of it.
Oh, it's all set up here though.
It is.
At Southampton, it's moving along quickly. 3 wickets to fall in that last session, with New Zealand hardly having gone anywhere. Kane Williamson though still remains.
Yeah.
And India will be searching for these final wickets, having broken the door open.
Yep. No, looking forward to this one. It sparked into life.
It has. This is a pivotal session, you would think, in this Test match. A pivotal day.
Yeah.
Could go a long way to deciding the fate of the ultimate Test, the inaugural ICC Men's World Test Championship final between India and New Zealand. The dole is banging away, the Punjabi dole. You can hear it in the background there. Lots of Indian fans dotted around here at Southampton as Jeremy Coney makes a mess of trying to put his mic on. And 3 slips are going to be in play for Jasprit Bumrah, who's going to bowl from the northern end. 135 for 5 then New Zealand. A deficit of 82. Bumrah has gone for 42 from his 19 overs, wicketless at the moment. And I want to try and contribute to his team's efforts. Mohammed Shami would say the pick of the bowlers. He's been the most threatening with the length that he's bowled in the morning session. And Bumrah settled at the top to bowl to Colin de Grandhomme. Williamson standing at the non-striker's end. De Grandhomme crouches. Here comes Bumrah. Back and across as de Grandhomme drives through the covers. He'll fetch 4 for this first ball after lunch. Jeremy.
Full ball, wasn't it? Full ball. And if there's one player in the New Zealand lineup who will play a few shots, I'm not sure how easy it'll be to make something of a full, a length ball to actually play through that. But that was actually up far enough that he could play a natural kind of drive, and there wasn't too much threat about it, was there? But he's a languid player, and he's the one man, I think, who could, a quick 30 to try and change the rhythm of what's happened today. India have been great this morning.
De Grandhomme off the mark with a 4 then. Forward and defending, a slightly straighter delivery from Bumrah, who takes the ball with his right hand and throws at the stumps, but not with any real force. It kind of trickles along the floor to the keeper.
So he's the intervener. He can change the rhythm. It's a little bit like Pant, exactly, who I reckon is the god, he's the god Pan. Very like Pant, isn't it? He's able to sort of break up a game.
De Grandhomme, hair bursting through his helmet as he pulls the ball, but finds the inside edge, goes onto his pad and onto the floor. So looking to be aggressive after lunch, De Grandhomme.
Yeah, he is, and he might be given the freedom and the licence to do that, but he's just got to select the ball on offer. It was outside the stumps, so that wasn't quite so bad. If it was at him a bit more, he was asking himself to do quite a bit of work with that one, though. But it's been hard work for the New Zealanders. There hasn't been much offered, really, by the Indian trio of bowlers. They've been at you, and while they were a wee bit, wide and a bit short in the first part of the session, they sort of fixed that towards the end, and those 3 wickets just crowned the session for them.
Here comes Bumrah again, stutter reaction past the umpire to De Grandhomme, back and across, he's driving again to mid-off this time, no run. Slightly fuller delivery once more from Bumrah, who's wearing beige sort of arm sleeves underneath his shirt.
Protection. And warmth probably too. You were saying how cold it was.
Absolutely freezing there, Jeremy.
Yeah.
As Bumrah receives the ball from Ashwin at mid-on.
See, already a cover's gone out, hasn't it? You can start to upset, field settings and the length of bowlers.
As De Grandhomme leaves outside the off stump, this time bringing the length back. Bumrah, as that goes through, 86 miles an hour, that one.
And that's what happens, you see, for a bowler. If you do get driven a few times, you pull your length back a little bit. And if he's able to somehow get 1 or 2 shots away where he hits down the ground with the full face of the bat and manages to get there and hit it over the perhaps mid-off or mid-on or over the bowler, that can just get in the bowler's mind and in the captain's mind as well. And how is Kohli, as a man goes back on square right to the boundary, or 3/4 anyway, and how does Kohli handle these 3 bowlers? How does he manage them?
Bumrah in now. De Grandhomme allows that one to pass, and it goes through to Rishabh Pant, very close to the top of off there, but he's leaving on length. De Grandhomme, I think a bit of movement back into the right-hander as that went through off a good length from Bumrah at the end of the over then. 139 for 5, trailing by 78 runs. Williamson on 19. Just having a chat to De Grandhomme out in the middle, and there certainly would have been a plan discussed over lunch.
Oh yeah, they would have had a chat. Now, is it viable that we can commit someone, or perhaps our best player, who's accustomed to hitting the ball in a languid kind of way and getting the drive going and getting the pull going and perhaps even a cut or a punch off the back foot? I mean, now we're seeing the first method that India are using to try and get through and save the seamers at one end perhaps, and so now Jadeja's coming into the bowling crease to Williamson. Now, this is an interesting little move here.
Yeah, he's got a cover, just
short cover, short mid-wicket.
And a deep cover that's pushing back out as well, as Jadeja will come in round the wicket to Williamson. He's got a slip in play. 7 overs to the second new ball as Jadeja is in. On the back foot is Williamson, playing it back to the bowler for good length.
Well, Williamson's critical for New Zealand. I mean, he's the component there who's just got to stay there the whole time, picking up his runs as he can.
Jadeja in again. Williamson on the front foot, working it out to square as mid-wicket travels round to collect the ball. Ashwin there, throws it back in as they come through for 140 for 5, then trailing by 77. This is Jadeja, wearing a short sleeve jumper, receives the ball as de Grandhomme looks over to the leg side boundary. There's a deep mid wicket out there now as he spins the bat in his hand, now sets himself up. Forward press and defends to the leg side. That was speared in from Jadeja onto middle and leg. As mid wicket takes the ball and gives it a shine. Got Andy Zaltzman with us. I'll get to you in just a moment, Andy. Is Jadeja has the ball once more through his action, bangs it in as de Grandhomme plays it back to the bowler.
Andy, you're going to have to be quick. You know what Jadeja's like getting through these overs.
2 more balls, Andy. I'll wait till the end of the over as de Grandhomme is on the back foot and clipping out to deep mid-wicket for a single. Ashwin shaping to throw, but then loses the ball and it falls onto the floor as he now gets it in and comes into the circle for Williamson, who's got a deep backward square. It's almost like a long leg for Jadeja.
Yeah.
Final ball of the over then. Very close to that front popping crease. Jadeja he's past the stumps now to Williamson, who's forward and working the ball out to that long leg. Jasprit Bumrah out there for the single at the end of the over then. 100. Oh, in fact, there was a no ball in the over, so there'll be one more. Sorry, Andy. 143 for 5.
He's poised.
It better be good, Andy.
Yeah, I know. We're building you up.
Mid wicket out again for de Grandhomme, who clips that out to Jasprit Bumrah. So every delivery angling in at the right-handers, and they found it pretty easy to deal with. 144 for 5. And that is 74 overs that have been bowled, trailing by 73. Williamson on 21, de Grandhomme on 6. Now over to you, Andy. And his mic's off.
Oh no, your mic.
You had one job, Andy. You had one job.
Well, I'm faded up on my end. That is not. Anyway, can you hear me now?
We can.
Good. Perhaps the reason Jadeja's been brought on is the one time he bowled to de Grandhomme in a test previously was last March. In Christchurch, and he got him out, bowled him out with the second ball. He bowled him. I was asked before the end of the first session about the slowest scoring sessions in
tests. As Bumrah bowls to de Grandhomme, who pulls it away to the leg side. It will go up and over mid-wicket. It will land safely, plug into the field. As Ashwin charges after it from mid-on, they'll come back for 2 in the process.
The way de Grandhomme's batting, Andy, we might have to just hold you off for a couple of balls. This is a critical little part in the game here. As he's facing a Bumrah, a man is dispatched out now to that sort of deep mid-wicket area for the catch.
Yeah, it's enterprising stuff out in the middle at the moment, showing plenty of bravery as Bumrah pushes away. De Grandhomme, bat hovering above the stumps, back and across, and just nudges the ball to the leg side. That man having gone out at deep mid-wicket, and comes through for an easy single. 147 for 5 then New Zealand. Williamson will continue on 21, trailing by 70.
Well, that's the sort of thing, you see. You push the man out and suddenly runs are starting to come a little more easily for New Zealand because of the de Grandhomme factor, if you like. And the lengths have just changed slightly from very short, and that one was full on the leg stump, and that was just tucked away into that vacant area. So that's exactly what happens when you get someone who's, you know, when the scores are small and someone comes in and threatens it.
Williamson taps his bat down. Now forward and working the ball to the leg side off Bumrah, a good length on the middle stump, no run. Andy?
34 runs in the 23 over, only 23 overs in 2 hours of play. The session.
We lose overs, Andy.
The CricViz database, that's the joint 11th slowest scoring session in the first innings of a test. In their database, that's more than 3,700 sessions involved in that. So
wow.
1.48 per over.
There you go. Placing a lot on their wickets as Williamson is allowing that to pass. He sort of shimmies forwards, and as it goes past him, he spins around.
Sort of a dance move.
Uses his hips to turn towards the keeper and follows the ball through to Rishabh Pant.
Should be in the ballroom, shouldn't he, there with that one?
It's a real hip snap. As he's having a look out to the deep backward square and spinning the bat in his hand, as we so often see. characteristic trademark style from Williamson, who's now hammering the pitch with his bat. Still, as he's forward and defending, a good length delivery on off stump. So, one more ball left of the over. The drums going again, trying to get behind India, and New Zealand, well, Kane Williamson weathering the storm prior to the break, trying to keep things calm while wickets were falling at the other end. Here we have contrasting styles at the moment. Williamson going about his business as we normally see from him, just playing the ball with a full face. As Bumrah is past the umpire, looks to drive but catches the inner part of the bat and finds its way to mid-on, no run. Good length delivery again from Jasprit Bumrah, 147 for 5 at the end of the over. Williamson on 21, de Grandhomme on 9. So Williamson playing test match cricket, de Grandhomme, the mindset very much limited overs at the moment.
Yeah, it's an interesting matchup though, this Jadeja de Grandhomme one, isn't it? And will de Grandhomme take... What he won't want to do is just to miss-hit into the outfield and get caught out there at 3/4 or towards the boundary. He's just got to tuck the ball around. He's got some gaps he can hit into now. If Jadeja goes, he was pretty much leg side, as you said. If he can get it over to off stump.
As de Grandhomme was on the back foot, working the ball to mid-wicket, no run.
If he can get it to the off stump, I think he'll be a little bit more dangerous. He's got a few little footmarks there that it might just catch the inside of those as a target. Might get one to grip a little bit and worry the batsman. It may not bring his downfall, but it will put something in his mind.
De Grandhomme front foot press and drives to extra cover, no run. Slightly slower through the air, that one, and more on off stump. There's a sign in the stands, Jeremy, as Jadeja bowls full, as de Grandhomme
after the first session, certainly. Please bring us de Grandhomme, the big fella, le big fellow.
Well, it's the grand prize that they're after. As Jadeja's through again, de Grandhomme on the back foot and working it to mid-wicket once more for good length. Looks very unfazed, Colin de Grandhomme.
I don't think I've ever seen him really excited. I think
no. He's tapping his bat down now and driving back to the bowler once more.
Even when he took his first test match, he got 6 wickets, I think, against Pakistan. He wandered off, jersey over the shoulder like Jim Laker after getting 19 wickets.
Yes. De Grandhomme was on the front foot working it to mid-wicket at the end of the over, 147 for 5. 4 overs then to the second new ball. Williamson on 21, de Grandhomme on 9. Jadeja with a maiden over there. So de Grandhomme not looking to get after him.
And little Brian Waddle raced down to interview him, of course, and wanted to, you like to get the first interview if you can as a broadcaster. So he was down there and he chatting away, and honestly,
one word answers?
The big Cole, yeah. Oh, how did you find out? Okay. Yes. And so Brian actually won the world record, I think, for asking the most questions in a minute ever in an interview, I think.
Bumrah is in from the northern end. Williamson with 2 slips and a gully. As Bumrah is through, Williamson covers the ball. That is solid defence, playing it to extra cover, no run. Yeah, I have mentioned on a few occasions.
Have you ever do interview it yet?
I think Colin de Grandhomme is probably the hardest interview I've ever had to do in world cricket, because you have questions up your sleeve, but the response is so it's basically so minimal, one word answers that you
they rush you for the next question and you get caught out.
You're almost shocked, and you have to think of what you're going to say next.
Yes.
It's usually quite nice, just for future reference, if the person you're interviewing gives you a long answer so you have time to think about it. Is into Williamson, playing it late underneath his eyes and in front of him.
Especially if you ask a sort of an open question, how? And starting that, and where did you, and those kinds of questions. So you still get, not sure.
Interestingly though, Jeremy, so on the World Feed we did an interview with him ahead of the test match.
For this game?
He broke a smile when asked about Test cricket.
Yes.
As Bumrah pushes away into his shuffle. Through now to Williamson, who's defending again. No run. Good length delivery.
So cracked a smile.
Cracked a smile, and he said, as if, so you presume that I like Test cricket? As he said
now
that.
That's not bad.
That's not bad.
And you said, well, do you?
Well, I didn't ask the
how
question,
much do you? Well, there we are. Well, good old Colin. He's started to double the length of his answers.
And crack a smile.
Yeah. That was a joke from Cole, you see.
Yes, it was. As Bumrah's through, Williamson defending, but again, because of how late he plays it, it sort of plays it down in front of him. It bounces back onto his pads. He has to cover the stumps.
I think I was saying,
just tosses it back to the bowler. No run.
The other day, I reckon he's bought Ishant Sharma's hair. Because do you know what I mean? They are similar, aren't they? Remember his.
Well, Ishant
used to have that
short
mullet, but he's cut it short, and there's Colin. He's come. I think he found it, and
it's bursting through his helmet, isn't it, at the moment?
Well, nothing could hold it back.
Curly-haired Grandom.
He'd have trouble interviewing it where you were having trouble before. Up there in the cold.
Bumrah comes through now to Williamson, who's guiding the ball through between gully and point out to third man, just opening the face as he played it. He sprints through for 2. The throw comes in. He'll pick up another couple then. Williamson moves to 23, 149 for 5. One more ball left of this over.
We're not really mocking him. I'm just saying because really he's been the factor that's changed New Zealand's scoring rate here since with the resumption of play, and he's an interesting man in terms of where he sits in the New Zealand side, and he can do things that the New Zealanders really like to have those qualities in the team.
Williamson, bat waving in the air, and now defends and says no with his bat, pushing it out in front of him as the end of the over, 149 for 5. Just 2 coming from that one then from Bumrah, looking to angle the ball in, bowling it on a good length on off stump, and being quite deliberate with how tight he wants to bowl. Williamson 23, de Grandhomme on 9.
Yeah, I mean, some people would argue that he's not quite good enough with the ball and not quite good enough with the bat, and so there's a feeling perhaps for some that he shouldn't be in this side, and we should be looking for an out and out, either another bowler or a spinner perhaps.
As Jadeja comes into de Grandhomme, who's looking to play it through the offside, but it catches the inside part of the bat, and with the full force finds its way out to long on. So field set back for de Grandhomme as he comes through for 1, moves to 10, 150 up for New Zealand, 5 wickets down into the 78th over.
But Williamson does like him there, clearly.
Yeah,
he likes the way he can stop an end and hold an end up like a spinner, and he does that job very nicely, and he can add to the batting in terms of an attack from what is a fairly disciplined unit.
Williamson advances and defends back down the pitch.
And he can play very languidly in some very powerful strokes. Even back in the World Cup, he just changed the tenor of the game. I remember it was Edgbaston, which was turning quite a lot, and he just came out and played a beautiful 65-70 with Williamson.
Williamson back in his crease and misses the ball. Goes through to Rishabh, looking to cut the ball away to the boundary. It bounces past his edge. Oh, well, that was close.
Yeah, got more bounce than Williamson expected. Gripped a bit more. Didn't get turned, but got bounce instead.
Hangs his head back after he plays the shot. Now intent as ever on the back foot and clipping to mid-wicket, no run. Beard protruding from beneath his helmet. Kane Williamson as he spins the bat now.
It's quite a hirsute couple of teams, actually, isn't it?
It is. His forward pressing and now cutting, but doesn't beat the man at backward point. Comes through for 1 though. Shubman Gill diving in that position to stop the ball from getting out to the boundary. So Williamson's 24, 151 for 5, trailing by 66. New Zealand, just the length on offer there allowed Williamson to get back deep. He doesn't go with a full-fledged cut shot. It's more of a guided cut shot as de Grandhomme tucks the ball to mid-wicket off the back foot, no run. At the end of the over, 151 for 5. 2 overs then to the second new ball, Williamson and de Grandhomme. Andy?
It's Williamson's batting in the morning session. He went 75 balls either side of stumps on day 3, only scoring 3 runs. And in the last 20 years, covered by the ball-by-ball data, only 2 players have ever scored fewer runs in a 75-ball stretch.
Who were they?
Test match. Well, that was Peter Neville and Steve O'Keefe of Australia batting together in Palakkale against Sri Lanka, trying to block out to save a test match when they both scored 0 in 75 balls. Other than that, Dean Elgar and Hanuma Vihari have also had 3 off 75, so Williamson right up there with the slowest 75 ball sequences of the last 20 years.
Another record for a New Zealander. Thank you very much, Andy.
Here comes Bumrah again from the northern end. Williamson covering the ball and working it to a wideish mid-on, no run. So 2 slips in a gully still for Bumrah as he trudges back to the top of his mark. Still wicketless in this innings. So they're holding back Shami then for the second new ball, and Ishant Sharma.
Looks
That's
like
what they want to do.
And they looked the most dangerous, didn't they?
Yeah. Bumrah pushes forwards. Williamson. Sheer determination from the Black Caps captain. Back and across and defending to the offside. That angled bat, high elbow to point, no run. How was your evening last night, Jeremy? Did you have a nice birthday?
Yeah, very pleasant, thank you. I got invited along to Jonathan Agnew's room. There was Phil Tufnell, of course.
I might have heard some noises.
Yeah, there was a bit of guitar work going on in there. Jonathan has quite an array of guitars, I'd have to say, and all sorts of equipment that make them amplified.
As Bumrah has passed the stumps, Williamson defending a ball that was not bouncing as much as he anticipated. He now looks at the pitch and remarks his guard and now walks down to pat the wicket.
Yeah, so that was good, and then we came downstairs and met you guys down there, and it was quite nice. The radio joined the TV people. Big broadcasting circle we formed, like wagons.
It was,
formed the
wasn't it?
circle. Yes, exactly. It was good, very nice.
Bumrah walks into a shuffle as he bowls to Williamson, defending, finds its way to mid-wicket, no run. Good length delivery on middle stump. Yeah,
it is very different, you know, commentating in the bubble, isn't it?
Yes.
For me, this is my first real, experience of it.
How have you found it?
Well, just quite weird, just getting out of the lift and then picking up your towel and your soap and your tea bags and bringing them to your room yourself, and the rooms, of course, they're not cleaned.
Yeah.
Well, that's okay. You just put the rubbish out and that sort of thing, and you book a table for yourself downstairs for your breakfast for 1.
As Williamson again defends on the off stump, no run.
And loads of little sort of single tables everywhere with one chair.
Do you have to book a time?
Well, you're expected to.
Oh, right,
I don't think we do. No. You're supposed to.
To be honest, I've been missing
to.
breakfast.
Have you?
Yeah.
Well, you've been
too much of an effort going down the stairs and back up again.
No, the stairs. That's about the exercise that I get.
Yeah.
Do you walk around? Do you go to the gym or do you walk around the golf course? Because we're allowed to go there, aren't we?
Yeah.
But it's been so
I went
wet.
to the gym yesterday.
Yeah.
I was thinking about a run this morning, but I couldn't get myself
turned
out of
over
bed.
and went back to sleep.
That's basically what happened.
Yeah.
Yes, as Williamson is again defending back down the pitch at the end of the over, 151 for 5. Williamson remains on 24, de Grandhomme on 10. Bumrah with another maiden then, and one more over before the second new ball is available. Still a blanket of cloud above us, and the trees behind the bat-like canopy at the far end of the ground blowing in the wind.
Yeah, that's the difference today, isn't it? There is a wee bit of breeze.
There is a gale, yeah. There's a serious gale if you're on the top floor. Plenty of podcasts to look out for on BBC Sounds today. There's a new edition of No Balls with Alex Hartley and Kate Cross, featuring a fascinating chat with James Taylor. As Jadeja will continue from the pavilion end to de Grandhomme, who's defending back down the pitch. There's a field spread for him. 2 men back straight, deep cover, deep mid-wicket and a long leg as well, as Jadeja has the ball back in his hands. Comes through now. De Grandhomme off his pad, thigh pad out to deep backward square. Not signalled leg by, so must have been a fine little tickle as he looked to turn the ball onto the pad for 152 for 5. That Snowballs podcast is available on the Test Match special podcast stream, and there's a new Tail Enders where James Anderson talks about the New Zealand tests being a wake-up call for England. Well worth having a listen to those today. As the field comes up for Williamson, who's on the back foot, guiding the ball to backward point to Shubman Gill's left. Wanted to play that late pass, the slip, and try and thread it through, but not able to get it through for the 1. There's a big grass stain on the right knee of Jadeja. He spins himself a catch now into his stride, bowls into the pitch. Williamson on the back foot, carving it out to point, no run. Now legs spread as he has a think about how he played that shot. Now advancing down the track and doing a bit of gardening before returning to his crease. Quick look out to the leg side boundary. Spectators dotted around here at the Ageas Bowl as Williamson's on the front foot, pressing him back in his crease now, defending back to the bowler. Slightly slower from Jadeja. Still bowls above 90 kilometres an hour though. One more ball left. And this over then. A few marks appearing on the pitch as Jadeja is through slower to Williamson on the front foot and nudging the ball to the leg side. End of the over then, 152 for 5. 80 overs have been bowled. Williamson on 24, De Grandhomme on 11, and the second new ball is available as Angers will return.
Yes, it is. This is where India have been trying to head to, haven't they? A few easy runs given away there, but 3 seamers, difficult therefore for Kohli to maybe go to one of the front-line quicker bowlers with those overs up to the 80 mark where we are now. So they've got there, and now I don't think there'll be any hesitation whatsoever. They'll take it straight away, and let's see what this gets up to. De Grandhomme hasn't really played a shot in anger yet. We're wondering how he might play. 11 from 26 balls. He's just keeping his captain company at the moment. 24 not out from 139 balls.
Wow,
remarkable, really.
And I think that first session, is this right, Andy? Did Kane Williamson only score 7?
I think it was 7,
yes.
wasn't it? Yes.
7, 4 scoring shots in 75 balls.
Wow. That is digging in.
There was some chuntering from Yorkshire where a certain opening batsman was dropped for slow scoring by Doug Insole. I suspect it didn't come close to this, did it, Andy? You get a double 100. A slow one.
It was 246.
How long did it take him then?
A while, but it was quicker than this, I think.
In goes Shami with the new ball, and he bowls, and that's a loose shot first of all. It swung, and De Grandhomme had a go at it, and Shami's got a smile on his face. He's sort of licking his lips. He's like a dog who's just been given a new fresh bone, and he's saying, "Oh, I like this," and didn't that move?
Lovely, crucial period. This is the game, really. This session, I think, this new ball. Well, this is the game for India if they can just force a couple of openings or a couple of chances.
Interesting, they put a third man down now.
Yeah, why not? Good idea. I think he's captain well, Kohli.
Yeah, so do I. Deep square leg. But that man down there, I suppose, for the sort of thick-edged drive that he might get. Shami bowls, and it's steered away down to that man, actually. So De Grandhomme takes 1. As the fielder picks it up now in the deep. Now, I suspect he'll come back up for Williamson, who's barely played a shot.
He's got a good face, Shami, hasn't he? He's got that sort of nice little face for a fast bowler.
Smiley.
Yeah.
I like him. He's a terrific bowler, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
He's gone away, thought about it. If I can just pitch it up a little bit more.
Yeah.
But beautifully today.
There he is.
So Williamson looks around the field. There's a man down at fine leg, and that one has come up from third man, so he's at point. And Shami, wearing number 11 on his back, runs in bowls, and there's runs here. Flicked away fine, and Williamson will pick up a rare boundary.
Yeah.
No, it's leg buys. That looked like it came off the bat. It was very full. It must have just flicked the boot.
Yeah, just trying to bowl that perfect delivery. Seen that first one really hoop.
Yeah.
And as we always say, you then bowl it a little bit straighter, try and look for the magic ball, and it doesn't swing.
Yep. So he remains anyway on 24 from 140 balls.
Amazing. Kohli batted ages for only 1-4. I mean, two of the world's best.
Shami moves in, bowls, and Williamson allows that to go by outside the off stump. Collected by Pant.
Not quite done what he was sent in for, I think, Colin, has he, at the moment? No, you just feel he's teetering. Just feeling that he could either have a bit of a swashbuckling 20 or 30 minutes, or it could just nick one straight to slip.
Well, that's the trouble. I suppose with Williamson still there, well, they're not really going anywhere, but he's trying to keep him company for now. But we've got Southee, he'll play shots. Jameson,
he'll play shots.
Yep. Shami on his way, bowls short, cut, and there's 4 runs. No doubt about that. That's come off more or less the middle of Williamson's batting. It's gone down to third man. Perhaps not exactly where he was aiming, but a short ball from Shami, and he was on it straight away, and he's a very, very powerful cutter.
Yeah, good back foot player, isn't he? I think there's just been a slight change in tempo from New Zealand. I think they weathered that first session, and they've sort of gone in at lunchtime and thought to themselves, well, hold on, we actually haven't gone anywhere here. We need to get some scoring going.
Yeah, it's given a toppish edge there. It wasn't absolutely where he was aiming, but didn't matter. It's 4, and now they're putting a man back. So Kohli, mindful of the runs here, he still leads by 56.
That would have gone straight to the man.
Yes.
That was there for the Grondome, actually.
161 for 5. Williamson now on 28. Shami bowls to him. There's no stroke. Again, that moves away. Pant collects it low in front of first slip to end the over. 161 for 5. See some in the crowd have come armed with snorkels and masks and so on, which I think they're probably a day late. They'd have been useful yesterday.
Well, it amazed me yesterday. I wandered out on the balcony later, sort of quite late, just as it was finishing at 6:30 something. Still a load of people here.
Yeah. Yeah. They'd been told at 3 o'clock it was off.
I know. They didn't want to go home.
No, very disappointing for those 2 sets of crowds who haven't seen anything.
Well, could have done with a snorkel yesterday for sure.
Yeah,
it's been good today.
Well, he could have gone with Jasprit Bumrah, but he's going with Ishant Sharma.
Yeah, a bit more swing perhaps. Bumrah slightly more seam, isn't he? Sort of into the pitch with that unusual action, a little bit more sort of in-duck.
Deep square leg going out, and there's a third man again.
It's nicely poised now.
Yeah,
this is it. This next 3/4 of an hour could determine what's going on in this match.
And 50 runs still feels like quite a lot in these conditions. 3 slips waiting, and Sharma is on his way, bowling to de Grandhomme. It's short. He pulls that into the leg side. There's a man out there, as we mentioned. The umpire there, Richard Illingworth, had a duck, and they're only going to get 1 after all of that. So he hit it pretty well. And now the man comes in for Williamson. I don't think we're going to see sort of a barrage of short stuff from the ends. It's so much more effective when they pitch it up.
But that nearly did clean up Richard Illingworth.
Yeah,
you got to be on your game, haven't you? Short leg, square leg
umpire,
umpires in general.
Yep.
I'm whistling at you.
Dark cloud in the distance there, coming up from.
That's got nothing in it.
Behind the hills. No, I don't think so. But the breeze still blowing strongly. It is a chilly day. Most of the Indians have got long sleeve sweaters on. Sharma's on his way and bowls, and Williamson's on the back foot, guiding that into the covers. And there is no run. New ball taken then, and seeing what the Indians can make of that. There's Southee, Jameson, Wagner and Boult to come. Boult's probably number 11, but the other 3 are capable.
Yeah, attacking, aren't they? None of them are particularly going to grind you out at 20 or 30. I think that's the best course of action for the Kiwis.
Yeah. Sharma again, Sun trying to break through this cloud. He's on his way, bowls to Williamson. That's down the leg side. Taken by Pant there, down on his hands and knees. 162 for 5. Not a bad day to bring a flag, because you can wrap it round yourself.
Yeah.
Just keep the chill off, which is what quite a lot of the Indian supporters are doing.
Or one of those hats as well. Quite handy.
Jester's hat, with multicolour, sort of Indian colours.
Yeah, they keep the old nut warm.
Yeah. That one's got the both. He's got the hat and the flag draped around his shoulders. So.
Toasty.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's blustery. Chilly as you say. Bovril hot drinks. That's the order of the day. Yes, that would be nice.
Sharma over the wicket, bowls. Williamson right up on his toes. Plays with a bit of a punch there off the back foot into the offside. It was a little bit short. Hasn't quite got that full length organised yet, and Sharma's scratching around there in his footholes. That's a little bit awkward landing now.
Your guitar player's come on, John. That was very good.
No, it was Jeremy. It was Jeremy playing. Actually, Andy sent a picture up on our WhatsApp group of him playing the guitar many years ago. I think it was Bruce Edgar who was singing alongside him. It was out of Jeremy's book, but that's evidence of him having played a very long time ago, because it's a very youthful looking Jeremy Coney there, a very youthful looking Bruce Edgar as well. This is outside the off stump and ignored. I don't know if there's a year in there, Andy, when that was taken, but
some good old kit there.
Yeah. So there he is in the dressing room. 162 for 5, 55 behind.
I thought your song was very apt, actually. We were singing along to. Have you ever seen the rain?
Oh yes, that's right. It was the Rod Stewart version, rather than the original. But it was appropriate.
It was.
28 not out from 147 balls. The marathon from Williamson and Sharma. Moves in once more, bowls outside the off stump. There's no stroke.
Hasn't been tempted, has he, all day?
Let that one go. He played one loose drive earlier on.
Yeah, and then just put it away.
Yeah.
Just never even had a little sniff or a little poke at one out there. Lines it. Well, that was a late bat twiddle. We're just
watching a replay. He did. Joe Root was doing this in the winter.
Well, you want to make sure you grab it right.
Well, exactly. But it's a very late. The double twiddle he gave there. It's all to do with rhythm, I think. Root explained it as. It's all just getting in that rhythm and that flow. But you're right. If it came around the wrong way around, it would look very good.
No. Playing with the leading edge or the back of the bat.
It wouldn't look great, would it?
That's what happened to me.
Yeah. Shami then. On his way to bowl to de Grandhomme. Oh, it's an appeal for leg before wicket is out. On the back foot. Tremendous roar breaks out. It was on the back foot. Shami was very confident about the appeal. They're having a little conversation about this, and I think Kane Williams said, "I'm sorry, mate, I can't help you there." No. And so de Grandhomme's trudging off with his bat under his arm. There's no review, and that's a 6th wicket down, with India leading by 55 runs. And the second new ball has done it.
Yeah, they're roaring back into this. Mohammed Shami's on fire. He's found his rhythm, he's found his length. This time de Grandhomme on the back foot. And I think this one just cuts back. Yeah, just nips back on him. Oh, trapped on the crease in front of all three. Hits him on the back leg. Gone. Stone dead LBW. India right back in this game. Well, in the ascendancy in this game. Only the bowlers to come now, and if they can go bang, 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 we could be in for some fireworks from the Indian batting lineup.
Well, does Williamson start to play a few shots now?
I think he's got to.
Yeah, I mean,
he's gone nowhere.
He can't be sort of 35 not out at the end.
Gone nowhere. I mean, it's good that he's dropped anchor and he's sort of like stopped that potential collapse early on in that first session, but like our mate old Dom Sibbers, you've got to try and put something back onto the bowlers, otherwise, as you know, you get into a rhythm. You're not fretful, you just run up and start bowling your best ball. So it'll be interesting. I mean, Southey can play shots, and Jameson can. Jameson can play some shots, so I think that's probably going to be the way to go, but they've got to look to be a bit more proactive for me.
Well, I think Williamson's going to have to.
I mean, it's not easy, but just a bit more busy and drop and run. And
so it's Kyle Jamieson then, who bowled so well, who's now got some batting to do. A giant of a man. He's over his bat. He's looking around the field.
God, he is. Looks like a little toothpick in his hand, doesn't he? Wow.
So he's a bat twiddler as well, and now he's ready. And Shami's on his way. Over the wicket he goes. He's there and he bowls to him. And he drives straight away hard into the covers. That went first bounce. He really drove that hard into the pitch. Looking at the all the technology there for de Grandon. Well, he got an umpire's call on the impact round about the off-stump line, but crucially hitting.
You're giving them, and
it's all middle stump.
Yep. You're giving them.
Yep.
As a bowler, if you're not getting them, we may as well go home.
It was lovely bowling. He swung the ball away, and that one went the other way.
Yeah.
Jameson waits. Shami scuttles in. He's there. He bowls to him, and he allows that to swing harmlessly by outside the off stump. Varying his pace a bit. That was 81 miles an hour.
Yeah, you said that earlier, didn't you? That he seemed to get it to swing more and just looked a bit more.
A little lower pace.
Yeah, funny that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, sun's out. Is it? Or am I just imagining?
It's trying.
Yeah.
It's trying. Blue sky. I don't remember what it is. What it looks like.
That big golden sort of thing that quite warms you up a bit.
Shami over the wicket, bowls to Jameson, too wide. You can allow that to go through to wicketkeeper Pant. Conversation now, Williamson to Jameson. A couple of balls left in the over.
Crowd have woken up.
Well, they have. Another bat twiddle from Jameson. That really is, it's the vogue at the moment. Now he waits. Bat raised high behind him. Shami bowls him. He drives again with a real punch. And Shami's got a hand to that, but it's still going to come for 4, I think. Let's see. It's been chased all the way down to the boundary below us here. They're just going to get there. Just going to get there. They come back for 3. Now that should go on that fielding stat. That should go as 1 run saved.
Yes.
Don't you think?
Yes. Or Shami because he stuck his hand out and got a hand on it.
They can both have a point.
Stats. Yes. Well done. Interesting now, because he's such a tall man, Shami might just have to pull his length back slightly.
Yeah.
Because he's getting to those pitch of those ones that Williamson was nibbling at, perhaps outside the off stump and de Grand home. Now he's getting to and just punching it back. So things for Shami to think about.
Yeah, he likes to go on that front foot, doesn't he?
Well,
tall man.
Yeah.
Yep, the sun definitely trying to come out. There are shadows now. In goes Shami and bowls short, and Williamson stands up and fends that away into the leg side. Now the wind predictor, well, it's still got New Zealand ahead. It's surprised me. I mean, India have come creeping up. 15% plays 19%. The numbers don't really mean that much, but it's interesting that the computer that's spitting out those stats. I don't know. I don't think you'd find many people ahead in that way round at the moment. But
how does it come up with those?
I don't know.
It must sort of war game it, you know.
Andy will know.
Yeah. Well, they have programmed in basically all the available cricket for which there's data. So I guess in terms of the likelihood of victory, it's more likely that New Zealand, if they get in trouble, could bat out for a draw. As they're batting second, so that might be why the win percentage is tilted like that. I've got something on Williamson's quarter century.
Oh, right. OK, well, let's have this ball first, and then we can have it. 165 for 6. India still lead by 52 runs as Ishant Sharma starts from the pavilion end. Is there any bowls? And again, he's on the front foot. It was a bit of a crooked drive, but at 1 run, they come back for the second. In fact, the throw out there comes in from Jadeja, who's left-handed. And back for 2. Yeah, he does like that front foot. Go on then, Andy.
It took him 142 balls to reach 25.
Right.
In the context of this match, I think a quarter century is almost worth a half century. And only once had he previously taken more than 100 balls to reach 25. That was 104 balls against England in May 2013. And in terms of first innings, there have been quite a few slow ones in second innings as teams have batted for draws. In terms of first innings, it's the second slowest to reach 25 in the last 19 years of Test cricket. Last 20 years of Test cricket.
Right, thank you very much. 167 for 6, so 50 runs now separate these two teams. And Sharma's on his way, and he bowls to Jameson, who has a clubbing drive here again on the front foot. He's looking to get that large left leg down the pitch, and he picks up a couple out to deep cover. Now this is interesting. It's just starting to take the attack a bit to India, and so we'll see we'll see how they respond. Well, Kumar Sangakkara sitting beside it again. Second time in what, about 2 weeks, wasn't it? I think we'll just fade you up. We'll do everything professionally. There we go. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
You've got to work for it this time, rather than just coming and having a chat at tea time. You've got to do some commentary now.
Oh, am I doing commentary?
You are.
I thought it was just a chat.
No, you've got to come and do.
I was misled.
Well, we do that to most people, I'm afraid. Good game, though, isn't it?
A very good game.
Yeah, it's just brought it to life.
Yeah, it has. Few wickets, and I think I think 2 wickets ago, when New Zealand were 2 wickets less down, would have been the ideal time for some shots to be played, because the closer you get to the Indian total is...
In comes Sharma, and he bowls to Jamieson, has a huge swipe outside the off stump. Well, he's going to have a go anyway. And Sharma's looking at him, passing on some sort of observation about that, but it wasn't very pretty, but it would have gone a long way.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought, that's exactly the intent that New Zealand need to show. 48 runs behind, they need to get as close as possible or just beyond India's total, otherwise India will stay in control. But India's exerted a lot of great control in terms of line length, good field settings, proactive captain in Virat Kohli.
It's all his bowling changes work, didn't they? He's one of those, as a captain, you're really pleased with that in the morning.
He sometimes is criticised for moving things along too quickly in terms of his field setting or bowling changes, but today and yesterday he was spot on. Ishant Sharma running in again. Jamieson
bat raised. Sharma's on his way, bowls to him. Oh, he's got another clubbing drive. This has gone through the covers, being pursued from mid-off. He won't go for 4, didn't quite get hold of it, but are they going back for 3? No, they're not. And I think probably Williamson is happy for Jameson to stay on strike here, but he's so tall and they've been bowling very full length. He loves to get on that front foot, and actually that full length is possibly playing into his game a little bit here. They might have to just drop their length a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. When you've got height, you've got a longer stride length, and that can play to your advantage. Jameson's no mug with the bat, and he's quite strong.
Yeah.
The short ball's got to be quite short and high to really trouble him. So now the real key is who's going to keep their patience. Is Ishant going to stick with line and length? Is he going to change his bowling pattern, which might actually work in favour of New Zealand?
There's a long conversation going on. They're juggling the field around a little bit. So one of the cover fieldsmen's coming out into the leg side. There's a man loitering at sort of deepish square leg there. And so now there's only 2 men in the covers, or mid-off and cover. There's a third man quite square. So much more of a leg side field. So that's persuading him to bowl straighter, maybe. We'll see. Then comes Sharma, and he bowls to Jamieson, who has a swipe, and he's chipped it away down towards mid-off. He was stepping away towards the leg side there, and he's just coming out and playing a shot of ball, which is exactly what New Zealand wanted. We thought de Grandon might do this, but he's chipping away at that lead now. 44 runs is India's lead. Jamieson, well, look, compare that. He's on 11 from 9 balls. It stands out quite starkly against Williamson, who's battled away so hard. It's a very patient innings for sure, but 28 from 149 balls now.
The game's moving along. Shots are being played. The sun's out. Ishant Sharma at the top of his mark, slightly confused in terms of what he wants to do.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Sharma again, long loping run. Here he comes, and he bowls to Jamieson, who again has a mighty swipe and hits pretty well. Good contact with that. It's running out towards deep mid wicket, being pursued by the fielder out there, who I think is Jadeja. Let's see. Yep, he throws it back left-handed. So they take 2 more, and James is playing a completely different innings here, and that's it's got a little bit of concern amongst the Indian supporters down in front of us. I think Williamson 28, Jameson has 13. Terrific entertainment, it really is. Kumar, I'm afraid I'm going to have to go. I should explain, that's Andy Zaltzman in his garden shed in Surrey. Just in case you're wondering what that is there on the screen. That's who it is. And Simon Mann's coming in here. Speak to us, Andy.
I've got something very exciting. Kumar, I hope you like this. I know you're a fine worker of the ball around the field. That's on the Cricinfo database, the first time any batsman has hit 5 twos in an over of Test cricket in the last, that covers 20 years, their ball-by-ball database. So what a time for you to be joining us on Test Match Special.
Quite exciting. Great Test match. I'm here watching some absorbing cricket, World Test Championship final. The sun's finally out, the crowd's come alive. Jamieson playing some shots in anger but only getting twos, 5 of them in 1 over according to you. In the modern day game, we rarely talk of twos, don't we? We talk about boundaries and sixers, but an anomaly, I think, limited to just this game because of the high quality nature of the Indian attack, their control over line and length as Mohammed Shami runs in, and Williamson facing up.
Here is Shami bowling to Williamson, and Williamson turns it away into the onside for another 2. Is it going to be? Yes, it is. It's another 2. And he punches the air in his shed in South London. Yeah, he turned it out towards deep square, and this is sort of beginning to change the perspective of the game now. These two, 177 for 6. It's great to have you with us, Kumar. We sort of, Jonathan was teasing you a little bit when he said, you've got to come and work for your, work for your time here, whatever. We invited you on to talk about being inducted to the ICC Hall of Fame. Congratulations on that. Here is Shami going into bowl to Williamson. 2 slips in the gully, and Shami goes into bowl and turned away by Williamson. Backward square. Don't tell me we're going to get another 2. We are. Goes out towards deep backward square leg. It's picked up there by Ishant Sharma. And so a brace of 2s at the start of this over as well. 179 for 6th. And New Zealand 38 runs behind. I think it's probably fair to say you deserve it as well. 134 test matches, 12,500 test runs, over 14,000 one-day runs. You must be very tired.
I used to be, not anymore. Looking back, it's nice to be recognised as Shami runs in.
Yeah.
Williamson again. Is this going to be another 2?
No, it's not. It's a dot ball. He blocks it.
Yeah, great soft hands from Williamson, isn't it? Just drops it at his feet. Hallmark of the control that he's had, although he hasn't really accelerated his run rate. It's nice to be recognised and inducted into the Hall of Fame. I was very privileged to receive my cap from the great Sunil Gavaskar. I remember watching him, marvelling at how he faced up to the fiery West Indies fast bowlers with nothing but a floppy hat and a little bit of plastic inside it.
Definitely, yeah.
And to be in the same company as some of the greats of the game was very special.
Here's Shami going into bowl to Williamson, tapping away at the crease. Williamson is beaten. He nibbled at that one outside the off stump. It went past the edge and through to Rishabh Pant. So when you are inducted, you get just a cap, is it? That's it, and the honour of being inducted.
Just a cap, few applause, a few nice mentions on social media, and that's it. But I think it's just wonderful to be recognised. Very privileged, as I said before. Some great cricketers in there. I was one of 10 that were inducted from various eras, alongside Andy Flower, who I played against initially in my career.
Shami bowls to Williamson, and Williamson struck on the pad. Shout for LBW. India want this, of course they do, but umpire Illingworth does not. But what's Kohli going to do now? The time is ticking away. They have reviewed it. It looked a decent shout from here. We're not in a perfect position. It didn't look bad at all. So that's going to go upstairs. India have 3 reviews left. Right, let's see what's going to happen here.
To front on spin vision, please.
Third umpire is Richard Kettleborough. Right, let's see. Front on now. We're going to have a look at this. How close is this? How close does this look? Oh, it might well be. He was stuffed, but he might well be hit outside the line there.
Need to see ultra edge to see if there's
Could
any
be
batting
umpire's
balls here,
call
please.
unless there was an outside nick there. Very, very close. Beautifully bowled. We saw Kane Williamson shaking out his elbow a little while back. He's been troubled by it. Rested at Edgbaston as a result. Come back in. He's batted a long time. The elbows bothered him. He looks concerned.
Yeah, it was pretty straight.
For the ultra edge.
Flicked the pad, but was it in line? That's the question. It might just, as Kumar was saying, just outside the line. Might be umpire's call for impact. It's pretty close. Is there an edge on it though?
Keep it rolling through, please.
I don't think so.
Is that significant
just take
enough?
It right back, please,
a little
Gavin.
wobble.
Yeah, there's a little
right
wobble,
back
but I
before
don't.
the ball gets anywhere near the bat. Keep that rolling through, please. Keep it rolling right through, right through, right through, right through, please. Now, keep it rolling right through. Okay, just take that back once more again, please, just to confirm there's no bat there, please. Keep it right through. Take it back a couple of frames. We've got spike marks there. Keep it going through, please. Keep it going through. Keep it going through, please. Frame by frame. Keep it going through. Right, all the way to the pad, please. OK, no batting involved. We'll go to ball tracking when ready, please.
We heard umpire Kettleborough say it. Right, here's the main bit. It's umpire's call for impact and wickets as well.
Outside off, impact is umpire's call, wickets is umpire's call. I'm going to go back to Richard on field, please.
Wow, well that was
Richard,
so close.
Small margins, isn't it?
Now.
Richard Illingworth signalling not out.
And of course, if he'd given him out, then Williamson would have been on his way if he'd reviewed it. So a really tight call that went in Williamson's favour there. Umpire Illingworth making the decision, and you can hear the Indian supporters who see all that on the big screen not particularly enamoured with umpire Illingworth's decision, but that's what he's there for. He's given it not out, and Williamson survives, and India of course keep their review as well. 179 for 6 then. Williamson 32. He's been there for 154 balls. Shami goes in, bowls to him. Williamson plays calmly up towards mid-on, and there's no run, and that is the end of Shami's over. 21 overs, 3 for 43, and New Zealand now in the watery afternoon sunshine. 179 for 6, 38 runs behind. Kumar Sangakkara alongside. I mean, all the players are going to take a drink, so we've got a bit more of a chance to chat. So how much has life changed since you've retired? I mean, we see you in the commentary boxes here, there and everywhere, but is that a small part of your life, or what else are you doing?
Yes, I do work with Sky over here in the summer. A wonderful team there to work with, some wonderful minds, some great people. And then I do a little bit of work I used to in the IPL in terms of commentary, but I've taken over a director of cricket role with Rajasthan Royals, so that keeps me busy. Other than that, I try and spend a lot of time at home. My family travels with me when we come over in the summer. But other than that, not much really happening.
Well, it sounds like quite a lot. So how much does the Royals take up, actually? We think of the IPL being 6 weeks a year, but is it much more than that? Is it 3-4 months all year round in a way?
I think it's a little bit of all year round, really. You've got to plan, get ready for auctions, monitor players, have plans in place, conversations going really in preparation, especially in between seasons. And once this season is over, the postponed part of it being played in the UAE, latter half of September, then it'll be getting ready for the big auction next year. So yeah, a lot of groundwork, planning, preparation to be done. We've got a great team, great owners, very good management, so it's quite an enjoyable experience actually.
Yeah. Just on this game, what do you feel about a World Test Championship final? You played an awful lot of Test cricket. What do I say, 134 Test matches. Would you like to have played in the World Test Championship, or every match counting for Sri Lanka?
Yeah, I think context in terms of series and a build-up is vitally important to re-engage fans with the prime format of the game, a format that tests every part of your skill, technique, temperament, courage, etc. I think this is a wonderful innovation. Of course, refinements and improvements will be made once the learnings from this particular cycle are taken on board. But I think the fan engagement has been very good, the player engagement, and hopefully we've had a lot of eyeballs in terms of spectators on TV. Unfortunately, the restrictions here means limited crowds, but it's a format I think that can really work well in terms of sustaining Test cricket.
Yeah, the idea of having a final at the end of a 2-year cycle, it strikes me as being a really good idea, good innovation. Is it so you mentioned there things that you think could be improved. Are there one or two thoughts you have about what could actually be improved?
Well, there are various parts of it, scheduling especially, context again in terms of how many matches, and whether you can equate series across the countries in terms of the bilateral series that can be played still outside the schedule for the World Test Championship, where Bumrah comes in.
Bowls to Jameson, and Jameson fences that one outside the off stump. He tried to be positive, Jameson, since he came into bat. That one beat the edge and through to wicketkeeper Pant.
So there are various things you can really bring into it, and I'm sure they will. But the start has been pretty good. This has been an engaging, absorbing final, even though the weather has not been quite friendly. Typical English summer, really, isn't it? But other than that, I think the skill has been of the highest quality, and the spectators have really enjoyed it.
Here's Bumrah bowling to Jameson, and Jameson forces into the offside. The field's back a little bit now. 3 men back on the boundary, 1 on the offside, and the deep point fielder Sharma picks it up, and Jamieson gets another single. 180 for 6, and Jamieson goes to 14 from 12 balls, which is twice as many in 12 balls as Williamson managed in the whole of the first session this morning.
Yeah, I mean, Williamson has been in great control in terms of his defensive stroke play, but he's rarely hit a shot in anger. Is it the elbow that's bothering him, or is it just his mindset where he's very comfortable in that zone? But right where the game is poised, it's about runs now, getting close to and past India's total. The moment you do that, the pressure reverses, especially if either side really wants to press for a result to take home the mace.
Field is up for Williamson. Here is Bumrah bowling to Williamson, who clips that away straight to forward square leg, and there's no run. Of course, Sri Lanka in the country at the moment. England and Sri Lanka back to lock horns in a six matches, 3 T20s and 3 one-day internationals. What about the Sri Lanka squad, its strength, who to look out for?
Well, I think it's a side in transition again. I think the selectors have made calls in terms of leaving out the likes of Angelo Matthews, Dinesh Chandimal, Lahiru Thirimana maybe, and brought quite a young side under Kusal Janit Pereira, Kusal Mendes, another youngster as vice-captain. So it's going to be interesting to see how they match up. Quite a few very talented players, 5 openers in all, as Bumrah runs in again.
Bumrah bowls to Williamson, and Williamson swivels round to leave that, pulling his body out of the line of it, and goes through to Pant.
We've got 5 openers, almost, quite a few of them left-handers, really. So it'll be interesting for me to see how they stack up in terms of a batting lineup. We've got Dushmantha Chamira, and then Dhananjaya Lakshan as well, was voted the up-and-coming player of the Lankan Premier League. So quite a lot of talent, good spin attack as well. It's going to be tough facing such a strong side as England. Bumrah runs in again. Kane Williamson ready as ever.
Bumrah bowls. Williamson plays defensively towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. So is it when the squad, in terms of talent, is it, you say it's developmental, is it a bit thin, or is it?
I think the talent's always there, potential's always there. I think it's about trying to get as many finished articles in terms of players who can really graduate to the highest level of competition and hold their own, and that's going to take a while for them, but it's a good learning curve to play against the best in the world. That'll hold them in good stead as they look forward to the T20 World Cup and beyond.
Bumrah, stuttering steps into bowl to Williamson, leans forward and lets it go through. Pant doesn't take it cleanly and was knocked off his feet by that delivery from Bumrah. It's the end of the over. Bumrah wicketless so far, 24 overs and 0 for 52. New Zealand 180 for 6 on this 5th afternoon, the 6th day to come tomorrow. Williamson 32, Jamieson there on 14. So if they could take down 6 matches, because they beat England in the last World Cup, didn't they? I mean, they actually really put the skids under England that last World Cup, made them doubt themselves.
They did. Angelo Matthews, I think, scored a wonderful 100, and then Lasith Malinga came in and ripped the heart out of England's batting. No Lasith Malinga or Matthews this time. I don't think the door is closed for the senior players to come back in. I think they just want to make an assessment of bench strength here and kind of decide on which players they would really look at in terms of formulating their final squads for the T20 World Cup. They're also looking at the next 50-over World Cup. It's a good test.
Shami bowls to Jamieson. Jamieson, big drive, and he hits that in the gap. There was a fielder up earlier in that backward point region, but not for Jamieson. Kohli pushing the field back, and Jamieson gets a single off the first ball of the over again. New Zealand go to 181 for 6, and Jamieson to 50 now since lunch. De Grandhomme, who was LBW to Shami for 13. New Zealand subsiding from 117 for 2 to 162 for 6, and thanks to Jamieson, New Zealand just trying to launch a bit of a counter punch here, get up towards that Indian score of 217, then just see where we go with the game. There's still a day and a half left. Shami in, bowls to Williamson, who swings this away into the leg side, out towards deep square leg. Might well go for 4. It's going very slowly towards the rope. He does go for 4. Well, we haven't seen many of those from Kane Williamson today.
No, we haven't. I think it's just contagious, the intent shown by Jamieson. And Williamson picking up that length very, very quickly. It's about time, really. He's really set himself. He should be seeing the ball pretty well, understanding the conditions and what the bowlers are trying to do. Swivels, great technique, great poise and balance.
but no real power still behind it, as we see square leg go back to the fence to try and block that shot off. Easy singles again an offer. Extra cover mid-off and point up on the offside.
184 for 6. Shami moves in, bowls to Williamson. Williamson clips this into the onside for 1, I think it'll be. And it's picked up at wide mid-on. So 1 more to the total. 187 for 6. So just finally, Kumar, draw, big favourite here, or do you think this still could be a positive outcome for either of these two teams?
Well, there is a chance, because with the conditions as they are, the bowling of such high quality, a collapse can always be on the cards. So both sides will be looking up to that. For New Zealand, really, it's about deciding how, or really batting well enough to get 30-40 runs maybe ahead of India at least, and that'll do them some good. Otherwise, yes, if both sides don't really want to push for a victory, they might end up sharing the mace.
Here is Shami. It was a short ball. Jameson goes after it. Well taken by Pant, leaping in the air. He went for the pull shot, missed it, and it flew through. And Pant this time did collect it, and a nice piece of gymnastics to get back onto his feet as well. Kumar, thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Kumar Sangakkara, recently inducted into the ICC Hall of Fame. 186 for 6 the score. Jameson on 15. He is playing his shots. We saw this from him at Lord's, and it didn't quite come off, but he does have this very positive approach. There's a deep square in, fine leg, and deep backward point as well. 2 slips in the gully. Shami rushing in to bowl to him, and he heaves this away out towards the commentary box. It's gone for 6 over long on. Magnificent blow from Jameson. He's playing a completely different game to just about every other batter we've seen out there in this test match. He's taking the muscular approach, deciding that it's time to get after India's bowlers, hit them off their length, take the runs when they're available, and so far it's proving very effective. He's 21 not out from 15 balls. It's one of those, if he stays for another 3/4 of an hour, then he could do an awful lot of damage. India will feel they need to nip this in the bud if they possibly can. He's given them a chance, there's no doubt about that, the way he's playing. He waits. Shami goes in and bowls him short, and he's cracked this away into the leg side as well. Is he going to be caught on the fine leg boundary? He is. Just inside the rope in the deep. Shami gets his 4th wicket. Well, it was a risky strategy from Jameson. Played a few shots. He's tried to get after the bowling, but he has perished on the fine leg boundary, and he's out for 21. And New Zealand are 192 for 7, and they are still behind in this game. It was a very well judged catch by Jasprit Bumrah. Kept cool under pressure. He knew the boundary rope was close. Judged it in 2 hands. Looked back to see where the rope is. Saw he was fine, and Jameson walks off. Sunny Gavaskar's here.
Yes, it's a big wicket, because Jameson was threatening to take the game away from India and take New Zealand past the Indian total. They can still do that, mind you, as long as Kane Williamson is there. But while Jameson was there, he also encouraged his captain Kane Williamson to play a few shots, and you saw Williamson play a couple of lovely shots as well. The cut shot, the over the infield. So he certainly brought about a little change in approach in the New Zealand batting. Of course, the sun is also out now, and so the ball is not maybe moving in the air as much as it was earlier on in the morning. Morning session was very, very tough. It was cold as well, but now with 7 wickets down, India will be looking to get the psychological advantage of trying to get even if it's a few runs lead, just to try and dismiss New Zealand under 217.
They are 25 runs behind New Zealand. Tim South has come out at number 9. He likes to play his shots as well. Interesting to see his approach. Let's find out how he's going to play with Jonathan Agnew.
Indeed, thank you, Simon. That was lively and just the right attitude, I think, from Jameson, but he's gone. And now we've got Bumrah, who took that good catch in the deep, bowling to the new batsman Southee, because they crossed. He's hit on the pad straight away. And Bumrah started to appeal, but then changed his mind. And Southee usually adopts rather like a Stuart Broad approach, really getting leg side and really taking the quick bowlers on. But Williamson's having a word with him now, saying, Sonny, I don't know about you, but whether Williamson ought to try and up it a bit, because he's the batsman, and it's all very well these lower order batsmen coming in and having a slog, but I know it's been tough for him, but is it time he raised the tempo a bit?
I think so. I think he's already started to do that in the company of Jamieson, probably encouraged by the way Jamieson was hitting the ball. He also hit a couple of boundaries.
In comes Bumrah, and he bowls to Southee, who's driving up towards mid-off. Bumrah tried to put a boot on that and missed it. And it remains 192 for 7, so there's 25 runs in it. Really absorbing day's play, and again, just underline what a shame it's been. We've lost so much, but well, there's still possibilities as far as tomorrow and a good finish is concerned. Man goes out to deep square leg. That'll be in Southee's mind. And Bumrah once again swings his arm and comes tiptoeing in, rushes up now and bowls, and there's a thump there. They can hear the bat, a little edge into the pad, a big nick, and again he would have been pretty much in front, I think, but such a loud one that Bumrah's got a big smile on his face. Didn't even bother to go up for that, but it was a very big nick.
Yes, but I think it'll encourage him to pitch the ball further up, because he's seen what has happened. There was that late movement, which is the reason why that inside edge was on. So I think he'll try and pitch the ball a lot further up. That's the length that he should be looking to bowl.
Here he comes again and bowls, and that is that full length. And Southee plays that pretty well, actually, getting into line and playing it just to the onside of the pitch. And Bumrah walks through and picks that up and fields. And Bumrah is into his 25th over now, hasn't taken a wicket. He bowled magnificently this morning. He doesn't deserve to be wicketless at all. But, Sharma's taken a couple. But, the standout, certainly wickets wise, and the way he's bowled too, I think, Shami, 4 for 55. Beautifully today. And Bumrah in the sunshine now. He's stalking something, then he breaks into that dash and bowls a Yorker, which is squeezed away down to second slip. Hard to tell from here whether that was played into the pitch before it went to Rohit Sharma. It didn't carry to Sharma either, but it was very, very full. I'm sure from that replay it did bounce just in front of Sharma. But it'd be one of those, I think, where we'd have to see a lot of replays of that to determine whether or not it was squeezed, whether it bounced immediately after he played it, or whether it went straight from bat. It doesn't matter because it didn't carry. 192 for 7. India lead by 25 runs. In comes Bumrah once more. Bowls a low full toss, which is chipped away into the leg side by Southee. Bit of a gift, that one. And the fielder there rolls over as he picks up and throws, but Southee able to come back for 2. Feels almost like a run chase now as they try and eradicate any sort of deficit and maybe even take a little lead. But India at the moment still their noses ahead, 23 runs, and then we'll see how they play. Andy.
So far in the afternoon session, 59 runs for 2 wickets from 15 overs. This morning we had 34 for 3 in 23 overs. A rather different tone to the game. Mohammed Shami's last 8 overs either side of lunch in 3 different spells. He's taken 4 for 31.
Yeah, he's bowled brilliantly. He's in the hunt for a 5 for here. And let's look at the feel they're going to have. Well, again, the third man goes down. Williamson does play the ball a lot square through the offside, mainly off the back foot. There are 2 slips quite spread out. And then looks like deep square leg is coming in a little bit too. So Kohli's setting 3 boundary men. Shami's on his way, bowls to Williamson. Down the leg side, that's 4. Let's see if it's bat or leg byes. It is off the bat. A little faint deflection. That's a very fine leg, and now there's only 19 runs between the 2 teams.
Well, he stands on the off stump, Kane Williamson, and this one was the in swinger. So on the pads, it's a little bit dangerous if he plays across the line, but he doesn't play across the line. That's the reason why he gets some bat on it. A lot of players with that kind of a guard on the off stump tend to play across the line and are candidates for a leg before dismissal.
He waits again. Shami's on his way, bowls to him. Oh, he's got it away in the same sort of place, but this time they'll get just one. And again, just checking with the umpire to see if that's a leg by or not. I think it is. Yeah. So.
Yeah, there again.
New Zealand.
Yeah, there again. He's looking to bowl the in-swinger. He's got a wicket of Colin de Grandhomme, LBW, and since then he's been looking to really get the in-swinger rather than the out-swinger. Mohammed Shami, what a spell he's bowled. He's bowled sharp, he's bowled quick, he's mixed it up with the odd bouncer. In fact, I think he should be bowling a few more bouncers as well. That's what it says. It says swings it both ways, hits good lengths, swings the old ball, but he also has a nasty bouncer.
Just say with a look like that in your face, Sunil.
I love it. Love it now when India can dish it out as well.
Yeah, well, exactly. Can they ever? Shami's on his way, bowls on the off stump, and Southee feels this a little bit. Plays it back up the pitch. It's all those years of having to take it and not give it back. There's a glint in your eye when you said that.
Yes.
But they certainly can now. And for a little while. I mean, you go back to like Srisanth.
Quite a few years.
Sharp, yeah, absolutely.
It actually all started with Kapil Dev. Kapil Dev showed the way. Kapil Dev was the one who showed that even on flat pitches in India, you can get the ball to bounce a little bit. You can get the ball to move.
Yeah.
And after him, you just see a line of fast bowlers coming through.
And goes Shami, bowls a clubbing drive from Southee. Doesn't produce a run. How much is that fast bowling, or college, if you like, down near Chennai helped all that? Is that being helpful in the production line?
Certainly, yes. I think because they've had the great Dennis Lilly as their coach, and now they've got Glenn McGrath as their coach. So certainly, yes, I think it has made a huge contribution. Even now, right now, you will have youngsters, of course, not in the pandemic, but you had youngsters coming in, and when you have a Dennis Lilly and Glenn McGrath telling you some of the finer points of fast bowling, preparation, fitness.
Shami again bowls, and Southee gets a thick leading edge here, going for a quick single, has to hurry. But Williamson makes his ground, one more. And Southee goes to 3.
Yeah, so really has helped.
Yeah, excellent.
India's fast bowlers, some of the youngsters. It's a great university of fast bowling.
Yeah.
Really great university of fast bowling.
And the kids stay there, do they? It's like residential. And,
yes, it is residential as well. So wonderful contribution to Indian cricket.
Yeah. Williamson, you hear him tapping away there with his bat, waiting for Shami, who's on his way again. He's there now over the wicket and bowls very full, driven away into the leg side and beats mid-on. This will come down for runs. They've taken 2. They're going to get a third. Jadeja's very quick and throws the ball in on the bounce, so probably wise to settle for 2. But that lead is being chipped away here. Now 15 runs, and all really due to that impetus shown by Kyle Jamieson when he came in and started playing those shots. It really disturbed the Indians' rhythm, I think, and the different length they had to bowl because he's such a tall man.
Yes. Yes, it made a big difference because it actually made a difference in approach to Kane Williamson as well.
Yeah.
Suddenly from only looking to stop the ball, he was looking to play a few shots. There was that one shot of Shami's short delivery which he cut over gully for a boundary, then afterwards getting in line and working the ball off his pads for runs. So suddenly there was an urgency to his batting as well, not just Kyle Jamieson. And now look, they're just 15 runs away.
Yeah. Well, it's more or less even Stevens, isn't it, really now? Sun behind some cloud again. And Bumrah is going to continue. And he's bowling to the right-handed Southee, who's edged this, but it doesn't carry the third slip. It landed comfortably in front of Kohli at third slip. Some of the balls have gone flying through, and that did bounce. See, Southee played it quite well looking at the replay because it climbed to the top part of the blade of the bat, off the shoulder really. And now Southee's waiting for Bumrah. Stalks in again, and that leap, and he bowls one that keeps it a little bit lower, and Southee plays that across his pad to mid-on. That one came off the bottom part of the bat. So far, Southey playing quite a controlled innings of support for Williamson. 43 from 164 balls. Remember, he was on at one stage whether the quickest half-century in Test cricket. Napier. It might even be his Test debut from memory. Andy Zoltzman can confirm that. Was his Test debut? It felt like it might have been.
Southey, yes, back in 2008.
There's the next one. He's clubbed this away again. It's a bit of a slog. Got away over mid-on. And he's timed it well, though. The fielder dashing down there will keep them down to 2. Again, it's Jadeja who's just going from end to end at the moment, wherever the ball seems to go. There's Jadeja dashing after it and throwing it back. He's a bundle of energy.
Well, he's the best fielder by far, and no question that he's going to be used in positions where the ball is more likely to go, and that's what's happened. He's actually saved runs just now, because not only does he run very fast, but he's got this bullet throw, flat throw, which is the reason why batsmen think twice, 10 times before they go for the extra run.
13 runs in it now, and Bumrah's on his way again and bowls to Southey, who flicks that away, comes off a thick edge. Ball runs to long leg, so it's another run. 205 for 7. And Southey is now on 6, I think. The scoreboard's slow to tick over. Yes, it says runs saved 7 against Jadeja there on the stats. And I don't quite understand that one. You're working on the telly, so you have to tell me how that works. But
well, I need to find that out, because he certainly has saved more than 7.
Well, I would have thought so as well. I don't quite work out how they come to those numbers. Bumrah over the wicket, bowls, and Williamson stands up and plays one of those lovely back foot strokes of his, that punch into the covers, but can't beat the fielder there this time. It's so strong off that back foot. He gets into lovely position, side on. That was Ashwin fielding there, who I don't think is bowled today, from memory. I don't recall him bowling, no.
No, Jadeja bowled.
Yes.
He bowled a couple of overs, but not Ashwin.
Right, they're trying to keep Southey on strike here. There's a ball to go in the over. A man comes out to mid-wicket. There's a ring of fielders. That's Bumrah. Comes in again, hurls himself into this one. It's outside the off stump. Williamson isn't bothered about trying to protect Southey at all. He lets that go. And so Southey it is who will be on strike for the start of the 91st over of this innings. The pair touch gloves. Williamson 43. And Southey on 6 today. New Zealand had lost Taylor for 11, Nicholls for 7, Watling for 1, de Grandhomme 13, and Jameson for 21. But it's been really difficult batting. All moving around. The Indians bowled beautifully this morning. Williamson just couldn't get the ball off the square. But Jameson's intervention there has just shifted things again. And he goes Shami, bowls a short ball which hits Southey and runs away down to the boundary. I think the umpire will say he was taking evasive action there because he wasn't playing a shot, but if you're trying to get out of the way of a short ball, then it counts, and that's exactly what's happened there. And Shami's saying, hang on a minute, are you sure about that? But I think that was fair enough. He was trying to sway out of the way. He doesn't play the short ball very well, but it's off the back, I think, that almost.
Yeah. Well, yes, he was avoiding the bouncer.
Yeah, nasty line that for a
very. That's what I mean by he's got a nasty bouncer, because it actually comes skidding at your face more often than not. And then, of course, this is 4-leg buys. Shami shouldn't be worried. Those runs are not against his bowling figures.
No. Now, what's Southey going to do this time? Shami's on his way, pitches it up more, and Southey, he gets behind it and plays back to the bowler, who tosses the ball away for someone else to shine. But no, he's not a fan of the short stuff, Southey, but he's got his captain at the other end. He's going to really try and get stuck in and do his best here. You've got a man out for the hook shot, a deep square leg, and also a long leg. And Shami polishes the ball, wraps his fingers around the seam. And scurries in again. Little steps and he bowls, pitched up and driven by Southey. No real power in that. They've rather missed out there. I think that's his usual quite productive area, full and around the off stump. So he didn't go at it very hard, and Williamson again coming down and offering a word of encouragement, I expect. But no, Tim Southey, under normal circumstances, I think would have thrown the bat at that a bit more.
That debut innings you mentioned, 77 not out of 40 balls in March 2008, reached his 50 of 29, which was the fastest by a New Zealander at the time.
And Shami bowling another bouncer, and he ducks under that well. Lets it go through. It was a thrash before defeat in one of those hopeless situations when he came out. It livened things up, but England were always going to win the game, and he came out and just had a real wind-up. He played some very good shots. For a while, he was on, I think. I think he was on for the quickest 50, certainly challenging it. Anyway, was it Viv Richards who's got the Viv Richards record at the time? His 50 against England in Antigua?
No, he had the quickest 100 at the time, so it might have been that was on for a while. 209
for 7. Shami's on his way, bowls outside the off stump, a swish and a miss from Southey. Quite firm-footed, that one. And swung away. Wind predictors at it again. It's got New Zealand up to 24% and India to 9%. I think there's a Kiwi supporter in there feeding in the information.
Well, I mean, if you look at it, the way things have gone, New Zealand can always shut up shop in the second innings, isn't it? In the fourth innings, they're not even all out now. They've got 3 wickets in hand. And if anything, if they bowl really well, utilize the conditions, cause a collapse, then they win.
Shami again bowls, that's flicked away, but not where he's intending, and it's in the air. It's gone to backward point, just lobbing over the fielder's head as he retreated. He's trying to flick that through mid-wicket, and the ball instead took the leading edge, went high in the air, over gully really, and away for 2 runs, and Shami not best pleased about that. There were the 4-leg byes, and then a 2 there. Southey's got a big smile on his face, and he goes to 8, compares notes with Williamson, who's on 43. 211 for 7, so now there's 6 runs in it, and it's even Stevens, and the question of whether New Zealand can get some sort of a lead here.
Yes, there's still a fair bit of play left today.
Yeah.
So things can turn around. Things can turn around for New Zealand, in particular. New Zealand at the moment, they're on. You could say they're probably on the back foot because they want to get a lead, but they could get a lead of 30-40. If by chance, this partnership flourishes, they get a lead of 30-40 and then have India bat for about an hour and a bit, cause some problems. Now I'm starting to get just a little bit concerned. In the morning I was optimistic, very optimistic that India will bowl better and get the early wickets and restrict New Zealand.
Sharma's back in the attack, and that's forced away by Williamson off the back foot, and pick up a run down to backward point. Well, I certainly think it'll be a crucial first hour, isn't it, of India's innings, new ball and so on. Andy?
Williamson, since the new ball, has scored 20 from 28. Prior to that, today, he'd scored 12 from 102 balls, so more fluent against the harder ball.
212 for 7. Now Southey, there's no change to the field necessarily. Still 2 slips. No one. There's a man out at deep square leg. Sharma, for a moment, they're lit up by the bright red of the advertiser's logo there. The carpet moves in and bowls. He hammers that. But all sorts of action going on there. It was again one of the sort of clubbing drives from Southey right off the bottom of his bat. And I'm not sure if they actually went high to Sharma's right. He got a hand to it. Gardening going on, all the frantic looking gardening from Southey, but that was a chance, a horribly mistimed shot. And Sharma was looking down. He got a good hand to it as well.
Well, his first reaction was to duck under the ball because he thought the ball's going to come at him at great pace. It didn't come at any pace at all because it hit the bottom of the bat, and so it just looped up. So by the time he reacted to it, after having bent down, it was a bit late. If he had been standing in his follow-through, then maybe it might have been a little bit easier. But these return catches are never easy.
No, they're not.
Never easy.
Bit of a comedy of errors, that really. But anyway, Southey's ready again. Sharma's on his way. He's there, and he bowls a very high bouncer. And Southey would have seen that coming. Dropped his shoulder. All the signs were there quite early of that being a bouncer. A menacing look in Southey's direction from the tall fast bowler, who wanders back to his mark again. All the umpires coming down and just checking where he's following through there, lining it up, making sure he's not running down the pitch. 212 for 7. Ball slowly returned to Sharma. Gives it a polish, wipe of some sweat. And Southey again, wearing a sleeveless sweater, waits as Sharma along that well-worn track now. We can see bowls, and that hits Southey up on the leg, thigh area, and runs away for a leg bye to point. So he's off the strike. Williamson's got 3 balls left in this over. He's on 44. Southey on 8. Again, there's lots of chatting going on between the two batsmen. Sharma walks slowly back to his mark. Turns in the distance. Again, lit up with that bright red carpet where he starts his run from. Now he's running on the grass now. It becomes rather a menacing approach, and he bowls outside the off stump, and Williamson drives out to cover.
Well, that's what happens, when you get into a shell, you get a half volley, you're not able to hit it between the fielders. It looked such a lovely drive, but it went straight to the fielder. It's not necessarily a boundary situation, it's just getting the ball between the fielders. You could get 2 or 3 runs. And this adds to the frustration, because this is a rare half volley that he's got, and he hasn't been able to capitalize on it.
No, he completely mistimed that, didn't he? And hit the field. You're right. I'm sort of on 2 counts, really. Point comes up. Try and again keep Southey down at that end and on strike. Sharma pulls up his sleeve of his shirt, and now comes in again and bowls very full and driven out towards mid-wicket. There is nothing for him there, so Southey will be on strike for the start of the new over. He's on 8. Williamson 44 is 213 for 7, and Simon Mann is coming in here.
Yeah, we've got 25 minutes to go until the tea interval. Tea delayed today because of the late start, the rejigged hours of play. We can go on until 7 o'clock, supposedly 91 overs in all. 48 overs left in theory, but there has not been a great deal of spin today. I mean, in terms of spin bowlers bowling, there's not been a great deal of spin when they bowled either. So the over rate has been slow, but the game has progressed. Where it's going to go from here, well, it is intriguing. When they are bowled out, can New Zealand put some pressure on India in their second innings? That third innings problem that some teams face. Here's Southey on strike. Shami goes into bowl to him, and he's struck on the pad. It goes down finally. They'll only get a leg bye here, 1 down towards fine leg. Ishant Sharma in the distance bends down and lobs the ball to Pant. Shami's in his 25th over. 214 for 7. What's the split today, Andy, in terms of pace and spin? We've had very few overs of spin. Who's bowled what today in terms of workload? We're coming up towards tea, 20 minutes from tea. I know they've had a day off. It's almost like a rest day, if you like, but they have been worked quite hard, these pace bowlers today. Shami moves in, bowls to Williamson, who's on 44. And Williamson wins the battle of the two captains in the first innings, because he goes to 45 and nudges past Kohli's 44. 215 for 7, and New Zealand are 2 runs behind.
The bowlers today, Ishant Sharma has bowled 11 overs, Bumrah 15, Shami is in his 14th of the day, Ashwin has not bowled yet, and Jadeja bowled a 4 over spell.
Yeah, so just the 4 overs of spin today. It's quite a heavy workload for 2 of them, Shami and Bumrah, before 20 minutes before tea. But I suppose the expectation is that they'll knock out the last 3 and get off the field and have a bit of a rest. Here is Shami going in to bowl to South. He dabs the ball into the offside, offers the single to Williamson, and Williamson says, yeah, I can make it. Kohli steps forward from slip. He cannot prevent the single. So New Zealand are 1 run behind with 3 wickets left. Williamson 45 not out.
Sorry, Jadeja spell was after lunch. They bowled just 23 overs in 2 hours before lunch, and 40 overs in 100 minutes. 20 overs in 100 minutes since lunch. So the over rate has been frankly dismal.
Yeah, there are all sorts of words for it. I thought we were going to use lamentable, but it's in that ballpark anyway.
Putrid, will that do?
Yeah, that's another one. Here's a full delivery driven by Williamson, but straight to mid-off. There is no run. Ravichandran Ashwin there at mid-off. He has not bowled at all today. It is a remarkable statistic. I mean, it just shows that these conditions are pace bowler friendly. But the other day Ashwin was tired. He picked up 1 wicket. He took the first wicket to fall. I think, from the top of my head, I haven't got the figures in front of me, but I think it's 12 overs, 1 for 20. I get the thumbs up from the shed. Here's Shami bowling outside the off-stump. Well, that grubs through, but it's quite wide. Difficult for Pant. Again, shows a bit of gymnastics to get back on his feet. He was on his back and he didn't use his hands to get back onto his feet. But it bounced twice before it got to him. Williamson let it go. 2:16 for 7. In the event that the test match is not completed today, we've got tomorrow's timings. Here is Shami, past umpire Illingworth. He bowls outside the off stump, forced away by Williamson, and New Zealand are into the lead. It's gone for 4. Takes Williamson to 49 and New Zealand to 220 for 7. They lead by 3 runs at 162 for 6 and 135 for 5. A first innings lead. Well, it didn't look unlikely, but it looked far less likely than it did at the start of the day's play, when the best route to a victory for either team in this match seemed to be with New Zealand. If they could get a lead of, I don't know, something like 80 or 100 and then put pressure on India tomorrow, well, that still could happen, of course. But they fought back well. A bit of counter-attacking batting. Jameson with 21, a quick 21. It got New Zealand going, really. And to some extent it got Williamson going as well. He's played a few more shots of late. South is on 9. So those timings tomorrow, if the game isn't finished today, it's not impossible. I mean, it could finish today. Hugely unlikely. But teams have been bowled out in a session. Here is Ishant bowling a bouncer. And Southie ducks underneath it, and it's through to Pant. So the session time's 98 overs maximum. That's 83 and then 15 in the last hour. And we have to bowl them on the final day as well. So if they bowl the overs at this sort of rate, we could still be here at 7:30, 7:45 tomorrow. Anyway, 10:30 to 12:30, and then 1:10 to 15:25 tea interval, and then 15:45 final session. The actual final hour will be signalled by the umpires depending on overs bowled. So before we get to that last hour, so we have to bowl those 83, and then the last hour starts. They could shake hands, of course, before that last hour starts. Ishant bowls, and Southie dabs into the offside, gets the single. There's a little gap there on the offside through backward point, with the fielder back on the deep backward point boundary. Jasprit Bumrah. So 1 more run to Southie. 221 for 7. Southie moves into double figures. It's a useful partnership between these two. So far has added 29 runs for the 8th wicket. And New Zealand here, well, there's Wagner to come. Wagner can whack it, as we saw at Lords. He played 2 or 3 fantastic shots at Lords. One back foot extra cover drive was almost the shot of the match. And then there's Trent Boult, who is a number 11. Here's Ishant bowling to Kane Williamson. Williamson is in line there, playing defensively towards mid-off, and there is no run. Ishant in his 24th over. A couple of wickets to his name. Got rid of Conway just before the close, quite a long time ago, whichever day that was. and then Nicholls caught in the slips rather, caught at second slip by Rohit today. The second man out today. Ishant is not happy with the ball. We need the metal thing again to see whether the ball goes through it. Jeremy Coney's here for the session before tea. It is going through it by the looks of it.
Yeah,
quite comfortable.
Hello,
as well.
Simon.
Hello.
Well, it's been a better session as far as New Zealand are concerned, hasn't it? I mean, just 34 in the first 2 hours and losing 3 wickets. They've come out, and I think they've definitely taken an aggressive attitude with the lower order, which seems to have worked.
We thought they might.
Yes, partnerships with the Grandom of 27.
Ishant Sharma tries again, bowls to Williamson. Williamson gets a full ball outside the off stump, which he drives, but he scuffs it back to the bowler, doesn't time it at all. Ishant bends down to pick up, no run.
So 27 with de Grandhomme, 30 with Kyle Jamieson, and this one you're saying nearly on 30 as well, is that right? Yes.
Yep.
But it's not just the impact of those players and the lengths that they change and the fields that are changed because of it. It's also the fact that Williamson starts getting to go as well. He benefits as well as the players who are actually playing the strokes. He just keeps going his own way, but he gets more offerings, I think, to score.
You can hear him tapping away at the crease. Down to 2 slips now. Ishant bowls to Williamson, who's looking for a run for his half century. Thickish outside edge. Rolls out to Bumrah, who's fielding it backward point. And there's no run. Only Conway has gone to 50 so far in this game.
Yeah, I think the other thing, you wonder whether the pitch perhaps has changed, or is it in fact the bowlers? It's starting to impact maybe the amount of, I don't know, they've come from T20, haven't they? Sort of IPL stuff. They've had some intra-squad games, but not much bowling in the legs. And you get on a surface like this that has been a wee bit wet on the outfield, it's quite easy to get a bit leg weary after a while. And whether that's starting to make a bit of play as well in the game.
Ishant up to the stumps to Williamson. Williamson is caught at second slip by Kohli, who holds the ball up, and Williamson's long vigil comes to an end. He tried to force the ball away, nicked it, thick edge, and Kohli took the catch, and Williamson is the second batter in this game to go for 49. It's 2:21 for 8, and it looks as if it's going to be just about even Steven on first innings. New Zealand only 4 runs ahead.
It does, doesn't it? And it's Ishant who gets the wicket. The prized wicket of Williams was actually short in there, but he's almost hit that off the face of the bat. He's looking to hit it square, and he's perhaps opened the blade enough to get it through to the slips cordon. Quite extraordinary, really. I don't know whether it was a genuine outside edge or not. It was, an outside kind of middle, almost going through to Kohli, about sort of shoulder high, and took a comfortable catch. He's a good catcher anyway. And so that's his long vigil kind of over. He batted a long time. Came in at number 3 with the fall of Latham's wicket when the score was 70. And only, I don't know what the overs, how many it was
38
at that stage.
It was.
Yeah, 38. So, and what are we now?
94.
Yeah. So there you are. You do the maths, everybody. I can't. And so that it's been a long time. It's been periods of inactivity for him. I think he was kind of confident enough that things would get better if you stay in longer, and he felt that he was maybe good enough to get to that place, to get to a place where he had batted long enough on this surface that things would change for him. So well done Ishant, and well done Kohli. He kept the slips in. You need to keep them in always, I think, on this. A little bit of extra bounce from the tall bowler, right armour, and the wicket was tapered. So that's important, because New Zealand, if they could wrench out another few runs, like to get to 40 or ahead, but maybe it's not going to be that. We'll just have to wait and see.
This is an interesting move from Kohli, and perhaps he's just forced by the fact his bowlers are tired, but he's going to Ashwin for the lower order. Bowls to Southey, and Southey moves across his crease there, got forced back and plays defensively towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. This is Ashwin for the first time today, 10 minutes away from tea. I say 10 minutes away from tea. I presume if a wicket goes now, we'll delay tea.
Yes.
Ashwin bowls, that's short outside the off stump, forced away. Valuable runs for Tim Southey. It's going for 4. Ashwin dropping 2 short, and Southey, who is a good hitter,
yeah, that was a good stroke.
To work it away through the offside off the back foot. Takes him to 14.
Bad ball, short ball, and he just gave himself a little bit of room and opened up the slightly squarer option between cover and point. Able to punch it through there. Good timing. Every 4 hurts India from here on.
225 for 8. The lead is 8. And New Zealand, if they get, say, 30 lead, something like that. Here's Ashwin bowling. Southey plays it quietly into the onside towards mid-wicket. You feel it's got to be these two. I mean, Boult
will have a crack.
Yeah.
And I always like his eccentric batting. He'll play, it'll be a mixture of squash and tennis and cricket, and it's all joined into one.
Ashwin to Southey. Southey goes back, nudges this away, open face, down towards short third, and gets a single. Just to the left of the fielder there. Behind square on the offside. So now Neil Wagner comes down to face Southey. Well, before he does that, though, he has a chat with Ashwin, I should say. Before that, he comes down to have a chat with Southey. Wagner's taking guard from umpire Illingworth, and Ashwin is going to bowl round the wicket. He's pushed his mid off a little deeper. He's got a leg slip in and an orthodox slip, and Wagner comes out to do some gardening after taking guard from the umpire. The supporters who turned up today got the prospect of seeing India bat fairly soon, presumably after tea sometime. Here is Ashwin bowling to Wagner, and Wagner just gets the bat down in time on a straight ball there. Pushed through by Ravichandran Ashwin. A flat trajectory. 226 for 8. New Zealand 9 ahead. That's outside the off stump. Pushed through. No stroke from Wagner. Looked fairly inviting. It's one of those he might well have gone after if he'd been in for a few more deliveries. He did not. He let it go through to Pant, and on we go with New Zealand 8 down, losing the wickets today of Taylor for 11, Nicholls for 7, Watling for 1, de Grandhomme for 13, Jameson for 21, and Williamson for 49. So 3 batters out in the 40s. Like that Edgbaston Test match where 4, I think, made it to the 80s, but no one went on to 100. Conway, the only man to make a half century in the game, 54. And in a sort of what's become a sort of bit of a Conway way, that sort of clip into the leg side, which is something presumably you'll have to have a look at. Here is Ishant bowling. Oh, that's slogged over mid-on. It's high in the air, fielder there in the distance, running back towards the long-on boundary, and it's gone away for 4. Well, that was a bit of baseball there from Tim Southey, but highly effective. Shubman Gill running back, and it's gone for 6, is it? Goodness me, it's gone for 6.
Well, Southey didn't run, did he? He just stood and admired the stroke for a while, thinking that it obviously made a good contact, and he felt that would sort of clear the ropes. This is it's quite a big an oval here. He just sort of stood and watched it. And Shubman Gill ran very hard after it, but yes, it cleared, and it still landed on the grass in between the boundary rope and the kind of the advertising around the outside.
It disappeared into the distance in the far end.
Sat up a bit, didn't it, from Ishant?
He was right back in his crease as well, Southey. Here is Ishant bowling to Southey. Southey gets the ball outside the off stump. He tries to run it away for a single. Hits it too close to Kohli, who's fielding its second slip, and there's no run. So the lead goes to 15. 232 for 8. So since the dismissal of Williamson, Southey has hit a 4 and a 6. Everything gratefully received.
Oh yes.
It was a remarkable shot. I mean, it was a sort of hoik shot, really, without much foot movement, deep in the crease from Southey, but he made very good contact. Gill ran back as if he thought he might be able to get underneath it. It was
a lot of height. A lot of height.
And it plopped down just over the rope at that far end, out at long on. 232 for 8. Ishant Sharma goes into bowl to Southey. Southey gets a full ball down the leg side, tries to flick it away, misses. I think Sharma there was going for the straight Yorker, didn't quite get it right. Taken by Pant away to his left-hand side. So 6 minutes to go until tea, unless the wicket falls, and then we'll play on for another half an hour, unless the 10th wicket falls, in which case tea will be taken. Then we'll have that 20-minute break, and then India will come out to bat.
It's been a good innings from Southee. I haven't seen one like this for a while. He's normally so aggressive that he gives the bowler every chance, but to get to 21, it's not bad, and I wonder if it will impact again. Sometimes you get a bit of transference to the bowling if you've batted quite well, and he want that too.
Ishant goes into bowl to him. It's down the leg side, slower ball, and Ishant is not quite getting that right. Southee looked to flick it away or turn it away and missed it, and again through to Rishabh Pant, who's in conversation with the two slips alongside him, one of whom is Kohli. He held that catch. He ran up holding the ball as he had a golden egg in his hand.
The golden apple.
Or a golden apple.
Millennium and the golden apple.
It was a neat take, 2 hands in front of his face. He ran forward holding it up. Ishant moving in to bowl to South again, very full, flicked away by Southee, out towards deep backward square. This is going to be 2 or 4. It's going to be 2. Shami, a very weary Shami, actually running round the boundary. It's a relay pass. Because another fielder at deep square, so he's back for 2. 234 for 8.
That's the reason Ashwin's on, isn't it? It was just weariness. He bowled 7, I think 7 on the trot actually, Shami, and he must have had 25 or 26 overs himself now.
Yeah. It's not a bad idea though to bowl someone like Ashwin at the lower order, although it does give you a chance, I suppose, of trying to pump 1 or 2 over the rope if you can, although Ashwin is a class bowler, not as easy as it sounds against the spinner. But the temptation could be there, I suppose, and if you do connect with a couple. That's Southee's strike rate in Test cricket, 94, which is pretty handy. Ishant bowls to Southee, slower ball. Southee hits it off the back foot. It's a good looking shot, but it's very well stopped in the covers.
That's Ashwin, isn't it? Yeah.
Excellent piece of fielding, because that was 4. If he'd missed that was 4. It's the end of the over.
He's timing it quite well, isn't he?
He is. He's hitting it very sweetly. Yeah. 234 for 8 at the end of the over. 17 runs. New Zealand are ahead, and Southee's 23 not out.
And Ishant's looking a bit tired too, I think.
Zoltz has got something for us.
Come on, Andy.
That was Tim Southee's 74th 6 in Test cricket. That's just over a quarter of all of his runs in Test matches have been with 6s. He's scored just over 1,700 runs, and no player who scored over 1,000 runs has a higher percentage of their tally in 6s.
Just say that again. He's hit how many 6s in Test cricket?
70 something?
73.
Yeah.
It's an amazing stat.
That's what he goes for. I mean,
that was the 74th. Sorry.
Yeah. 74 6s. Here's Ashwin bowling to Wagner. Wagner covers up, plays defensively towards cover.
Wagner has a bit of a technique though. He can, whereas Southee doesn't really have that. So I think that's why Southee's come in ahead of Wagner in this particular innings.
Ashwin bowls, forward goes Wagner, plays it to extra cover, and there's no run because Wagner was in at 8 in the Edgbaston Test match, because Southee didn't play in that game, did he?
That's right.
Yeah. Ashwin again bowls to Wagner, edged and caught at the second attempt. That slip, and Ashwin has taken out New Zealand's 9th man. It went very quickly, it was knocked up, and Ashwin's taken his 2nd wicket. 14th over, 2 for 25, and Wagner is on his way for 0. 234 for 9, and the tea interval will now be delayed with New Zealand 17 runs ahead.
Rohit Sharma, wasn't it, at first slip, I think?
What was it, Rahane?
Well, it could be, yes, could be Rahane. That's right.
It was Rahane, yeah. He knocked it up. He stayed cool as well, because sometimes you panic in that situation when you haven't taken it cleanly. He knocked it up and it came down nicely for him. 234 for 9. And here comes Trent Boult out to play whatever, squash, What do you say? Squash, golf?
Oh, mixture.
Cricket,
just an amalgam of everything.
Badminton.
Anything you like.
Hockey.
Yeah.
Bullfighting.
So results?
Bit of bullfighting in there as well.
Yes, he does. He's got everything. That's quite right.
Now, what did we see there, Jamie? Did we see a bit of turn?
Well, I'm waiting to see that, because it looked to me as if he played about sort of middle and leg at that one, and it somehow went to slip. He was looking to aim the bat down sort of almost towards mid-on. I'd like to see if there was a wee bit of turn there. But well bowled, Ashwin.
Yeah.
And the left-hander, of course, that goes nicely with him to sort of to bring into play the outside edge. Trent Boult, he can bat too. He's always entertaining. He's got a 50 in Test cricket, and he'll, if he gets in for a few, he'll give us a bit of entertainment, I think.
Well, he's got 3 men back.
Yeah.
I think Clive Lloyd or someone's come out to bat. Here is Ashwin bowling to Boult, who comes forward and plays that very confidently in defence into the offside towards cover, and there's no run.
We've just seen a replay of that dismissal, but you can't quite see whether it's actually turned or not.
I'll tell you what it did do. It went very quickly.
Yes, it did.
Very quickly to slip. Real sharp chance for Rahane. 2 slips are in for Boult. Boult comes down the pitch and eases it through mid-on for a single. Played out very nicely.
And then a little skip once he got to the other end.
Yeah.
I did that with Ian, a little shake of the head. Yeah, I've got that okay. Slightly disdainful defence, the very first ball. Boom, into the leg side. I can handle that.
2:36 for 9. Now Southey on strike.
What'll he do?
What's his approach going to be? Ashwin goes in, bowls, and he plays a little paddle sweep. Now is this a catch?
I think he's
short
out.
leg. I think he is. He's given out, and he's reviewed it straight away. He went for a little paddle sweep.
Did it come off the foot?
Well,
Did it come off the boot? Is the question.
Well, that's what they're about to find out. Umpire Illingworth gave him out.
It's a fair delivery. If you can see front on spin vision, please.
Well, it's been given out, so there's got to be conclusive evidence that he's not. He's done it straight away.
Yeah. Well, we're seeing the front on now. Oh, it's come off a bit of pad. The question is, on the way through to the pad, has it come off the glove? Yeah, glove, bat, whatever.
Keep it rolling through. Okay, looks like it may have brushed the pad, but we're going to need to see Ultra Edge to confirm this, please, when available.
This is Richard Kettleborough, third umpire.
Playing a sweep off the off spinner. I think it's just straight off. That looks as if it's below the gloves, doesn't it?
It does look as if it's below the gloves, and the fact he reviewed it straight away suggests that.
Just waiting for Ultra Edge.
Okay. Everyone's standing around waiting for Ultra Edge to be loaded. Here we go now. I think he's going to be okay there, Jeremy.
Right through, please, Gavin. Okay, take it right back, please. Right back before the ball's anywhere near the bat. Thank you.
I think
keep it going right through. Now run through.
Is your impression it's missed the gloves?
Frame,
I think
please.
it probably has.
It's a question of whether it's hit the bat or not.
Flat line.
No, that's all flat. That's okay.
Flat line.
Yeah, this is going to be.
And the reason it went up in the air so much, I think it's also hit his almost as one of his buttocks to get right up into the air after the calf.
Well, they're looking at LBW, of course, as well, but it's not out for LBW either.
It's missing leg. In line. Impact his umpire's call. I'm missing the wickets. We're going to need to go back to Richard on field. Richard, need to overturn your decision. You're on camera now.
Yeah. Well, Southey, reviewed that straight away, didn't he?
Yeah. And that's where the review system works so well.
Yeah, that's excellent. Yeah. That's how it should work.
2:36 for 9. Southey on 23. Last ball of Ashwin's over. Southey just about keeps out of his stumps there. Not quite sure what he's trying to do. He gave himself a bit of room, probably to sort of knock it into the leg side. The ball seemed to follow him. He thought, hold on a minute, if I don't play this defensively, I'm going to be bold here. And he just managed to get the bat down in time. 2:36 for 9. We should be going off for tea, but on we go because it's 9 down, which saves us a bit of time. It saves us 10 minutes between, should do, as long as the wicket falls in the next half an hour. And there's a reasonable chance that'll happen.
Oh, I think so.
But New Zealand will be hoping to take it right to the end of that half an hour, I think. And what have we got in terms of 43 overs left in the day. So I mean, that's still sort of half a day's cricket, isn't it?
Yes.
In theory. But
looks like Mohammed Shami's going to come back after just a little break to try and get that 5th wicket. His captain's giving him every chance to do so. He's deserved it because he's bowled a lot of overs and he's looked the most dangerous bowler generally right throughout the innings. So, I mean, he's found the length that he needs to operate from here in England. Now, how's Boult going to play him? This will be interesting.
Well, how do you seen a lot of Boult with the bat? How do you think he's going to play him?
With difficulty, but it depends on whether he can just get... He's got very good hand-eye coordination, actually. He's not a bad golfer, hits a good ball.
So out through sort of cow corner, slogging out through cow corner, is that an option for him?
Actually, anywhere.
Anywhere, okay.
Yeah, there's quite a number of places it could go.
It's an orthodox field. Here's Shami into bowl to Boult. He gives himself some room and tries to play the uppercut, misses it. Through to Rishabh Pant. He was nearly talking to the umpire by the time he played that shot out at square leg.
Sally.
Yeah, he's come down.
He's come down and said, look, I'm playing well. This is one of the first test innings I've played well for a while. You hang around if you can.
Not a bad idea, that, though, was it? I mean, the ball was there for it. Yeah, they're immediately putting in a fly third. He's in off the rope a bit. About, just 10 metres off the rope for the uppercut.
Little ramp shot, yep.
Right, Shami goes into bowl to Boult. He's with him now, and Boult is in behind that. He was tempted to go leg side and then came in line with it and played it defensively up the pitch.
This is going to test your commentary skill here about what sort of shot and what he does with his feet and where he is relative to the stumps.
Yeah, well, I'll give it a go. We're used to it with T20 and things like that. You have to describe shots you've never seen before. Batsman improvising the whole time. It's 236 for 9. What I have done is got off my seat and leaned forward a bit because the ball could go anywhere. Not all the field is visible from the commentary seat. Here is Shami bowling to Boult, who hits this down the ground. He's hit that sweetly as well, out towards long on. We'll wait for the umpire's signal. It's 4. It's 4 this time. I mean,
that's what I say. He gave himself room there, outside leg stump quite a lot, but still kept his eye on the ball, and he has got this very good hand-eye coordination. He's not really in position to play that, but the bat's come down very straight indeed, even though the body's not behind it.
He's right back in his crease. He's almost in hit wicket territory, so far back. 4 runs to the total, 240 for 9. Shami goes in, bowls to Boult, who goes leg side, and it's outside the off stump. He goes for a big swish and misses it. And it's through to wicketkeeper Pant. This is very frustrating for India. Well, if it goes on for a while, this sort of thing is extremely frustrating. At least the openers know they're going to get, so you start to think about batting, but at least you know you're going to get 20 minutes to just compose yourself rather than, running around here, there and everywhere, and then bang out 10 minutes in again.
He's only got 2 balls to face in the over now.
Yeah. Did he just push a single here?
Well,
the man's gone back now to deep square, and mid-on's quite deep as well. There are some singles around. Shami moves into bowl, and he goes towards the square leg umpire, then comes back in line and pushes at it into the offside. There's a good indication of what Jeremy was talking about, how he's got a good hand-eye coordination, because you sort of feel he shouldn't really have been able to hit that so comfortably, because he was nowhere near in line. He was playing it away from his body, but he was still able to make decent contact with it. Well, last ball of the over. Now I suppose he does just keep it out of his stumps.
Well, if he can.
Over to Southey.
If he can. He's just not comfortable with the quick stuff.
No. 240 for 9. 23 runs ahead. Shami goes in, bowls to Boult, and Boult turns it away, backward a square. They might get 2 here, which would be perfect for New Zealand. They are coming back for 2. Well, either a 4 or a 6. That was just about perfect at the end of the over. 2 for Boult towards deep backward square. He found the gap between the 2 fielders, and that is the end of the over. 242 for 9, and the lead creeping up. We talked about 30. We get sort of 30 in the bank. It's 25 at the moment. I mean, it's a small lead, but just a bit of pressure on. Results.
I mentioned how Tim Southey has the highest proportion of 6s of anyone who scored over 1,000 runs in Test cricket. If we drop that to anyone with over 500 runs in Test cricket, Trent Boult has the highest percentage. 26% of his runs have been in 6s. He's at 36s and 67 fours, and Neil Wagner's in 5th place on that list. So New Zealand's tail-enders like to clear the road. You have very small grounds in New Zealand, Jeremy.
we do, actually.
Here's Ashwin, bowls to Southey. Southey covers up, plays defensively, drops the ball onto the pitch. Pant picks up. There's a long on in, a long off, deep mid-wicket, deep backwards square leg. It is very much an in-out field. Then there's a little ring saving one and 2 close catches. Ashwin to Southey, tossed up. Southey hits it firmly but straight to mid-wicket, and there is no run. So what we were talking about the other day, weren't we, that if you're not going to be in for very long down the order, you sort of play a few shots, a la Stuart Broad. And if you're in 9-10, you sort of got to get them while you're there, and sometimes it can have a massive difference to the team if you can score a quick 20, 30, 40. Tossed up, forward goes Southey, pushing towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. It's not easy for Southey here. I mean, if he wants to play a big shot, no. They're right on the rope, long on, long off. The deep mid-wicket is 10 metres in. Ashwin bowls, Southey clips this away, straight to mid-wicket. And there's no run. 2 balls left in the over. Does he bring the field up, or is he happy enough with this? No, he looks happy enough with it. So Southey, if he could, and try and get a single to long on, say, or deep mid-wicket. And Southey tries that then, but he doesn't make decent contact. Looking to push that down the ground, and he got a thick inside edge. It went into the pan, dropped onto the pitch. So he hit his back leg then. Ashwin to Southey, tossed up again, and he does find the single to long on this time. Well, Kohli electing not to bring the field up, but it means he's now bowling to Southey at the start of the next over as well, which is in a way a bit of a shame, even though Southey has hit all those sixes, because Boult's batting is a little bit more fun.
Well, Boult's 7 off 8.
Yeah,
he's going at a great strike rate there, isn't he?
2:43 for 9, the lead up to 26. Tea having been delayed, so delayed by 10 minutes now, so we've got another 20 minutes to go, or available, and then tea will be taken even though 9 wickets are down. And who's going to bowl? Shami's given up now. Not given up as such, but just
Jadeja.
Yeah, it's going to be Jadeja to bowl. They brought Shami back. Kohli's hunch was he could get his 5th wicket, he can knock Boult over, but he wasn't able to do it. Shami's bowled a lot today. I think was it 16 overs he's bowled today, Andy?
15.
15 overs today.
It's a lot, though. It's a lot.
It's a lot by T, isn't it? Here is Jadeja, and that's smashed away. Now this is going a long way. This is going for 6. It's going into a knot of Indian supporters, one holding an India flag out there at deep mid-wicket. It was a bit short from Jadeja, and Southey was on to that. It's a big boundary out there.
It is.
And there's a fielder there as well. It went sailing over his head. It's another Test match 6 for Tim Southey, number 75.
Yeah, and he moves to 30 now. It's quite some contribution for if you look at the rest of the batsmen right throughout this match.
Really bad ball from Jadeja.
Was
a long
dragged
hop
down.
Yeah. And now we've got, what have we got now? Long ons going back, long off, deep mid-wicket, deep cover, down to 1 slip. Jadeja moves into bowl 2. Oh, he's got him. He's bowled him. He was giving himself some room, and his leg stump has been knocked back, and Jadeja has ended New Zealand's innings. 249 all out. Southey, last man to go for 30. Jadeja's 1st wicket of the Test match, and New Zealand's lead at tea on the 5th of 6 days is 32. And Southey giving himself some room. The ball followed him, and he actually played it onto his
stumps. Yes, onto the leg stump.
Bat and pad, yeah.
It was a bat, well, maybe bat and glove onto it, I think. Just the speed of Jadeja just deceived Southey a little bit, and he thought he could handle it just by moving away to the leg side and just playing it down, as he's been doing to Ashwin a little bit, actually, with the ball coming back into him. This one just straightened slightly, and he was unable to keep that out of his stump. So It's been a good innings, however, by Tim Southey. Those are 30 very precious runs, and the partnership with Williamson first of 29, and then with Wagner, not too many with Wagner, another sort of 10 or 12, something like that, and then finally with Boult. So it's been a good effort from him. Maybe that might sort of transfer to his bowling, because New Zealand would like that to occur. But 249. All sort of even Stevens, isn't it? Unless New Zealand can perhaps, you'd rather be slightly ahead than slightly behind, and I guess New Zealand will feel, in the circumstances after lunch today, that was quite good for New Zealand. Good Finnish partnerships, 30, 29, 13 and 15. Very handy.
Yeah, they were 135 for 5. 249 all out, 162 for 6 as well, so they've stretched it out by playing actually more aggressively in the afternoon session.
And I think also as the Indian seamers tired just a wee bit of fatigue creeping in, and perhaps not quite the pace, perhaps not quite the accuracy that they had in the first session when they were very much pinpoint and caused New Zealand batsmen, a lot of difficulty, really.
Yeah, and we talk about India's spinners. They've actually, combined, they've taken 3 for 48.
Yeah.
And they've chipped in with
I just wondered, would it be someone like Hardik Pandya?
Yeah, he's not fit, is he?
Yeah, but that would have been a useful addition on this surface, wouldn't it? Where you've got a bit of batting, and you've also got a fourth seamer as well, who can just rest your seamers a little bit more. So, and I think the rain has meant that the seamers just had to keep on bowling and bowling.
Yeah, you can understand why, but he also felt, he belatedly turned to his spinners a few overs earlier, but and they were the ones that ended up finished off the innings. Jadeja and Ashwin chipping in with the wicket at the end there, and it's 249 all out. So the ground staff are out there remarking the crease. It's quite dusty now, isn't it?
They've dried out.
Yeah.
You see, when you get the hover covers here in England, in other places you get that sort of just lying on top of the grass, the Hessian, and then you get the canvas covers and so on. But here in England they have the wonderful hover covers, and it can be kept quite dry. And I think sometimes you dry those areas you're talking about, which is the player traffic, bowling over and bowling around the wicket and so on. You can see the definite targets. They get drier because it's the air is still circulating instead of that stops, and you get sweating and things like that when you have those covers that lie on top of the pitch. You don't get that here in England, so they're very good covers.
So 249 all out in 99.2 overs. Taylor out for 11. Nicholls for 7, Watling for 1, de Grandhomme for 13, Jamieson for 21, Williamson for 49, Wagner for 0, Southey for 30, Boult 7 not out, Ishant Sharma 3 for 48, Mohammed Shami 4 for 76, Ravichandran Ashwin 2 for 28, and Ravi Jadeja 1 for 20. Bumrah, the only one who was wicketless, the much vaunted spearhead in theory of this India attack, but wicketless in this innings, but he might have time to make up for it in the second innings. We shall see. So New Zealand 32 ahead, and with 4 sessions of the match left. So a couple of very interesting podcasts available today on BBC Sounds. We'll hear an excerpt from the No Balls podcast shortly with Alex Hartley, Kate Cross speaking to James Taylor. But first, England bowler James Anderson has some very interesting things to say on the Tail Enders podcast with Greg James and Felix White. He talks with great honesty about the effect on the side of the Ollie Robinson historical tweets controversy, and about the on-field England performance in the New Zealand Test series, which they lost after defeat in the second Test at Edgbaston.
I'm trying to think of some positives to take out of the series, but there's really not that many. It's one of those series where actually it was a real wake-up call for us as a team that we're not quite where we think we are. Obviously we're missing a couple of senior players. We're playing against an amazing New Zealand team who are very experienced, and they're just good, aren't they? They're a really good team. So it was just a bit of a wake-up call for us, I think. A couple of notable performances through the series. Rory Burns, I thought, played really well. Brody bowled well second game, but we're just a bit off. I think Yeah, I don't. I'm going to sound like I make excuses if I go in too much into it. So I'm not going to. We just weren't good enough. New Zealand were great, and I'm looking forward to. Obviously, rained off today when we're recording on Friday, but I'm looking forward to the weekend of cricket between India and New Zealand. It should be an amazing game. Yeah. So frustrating week, and for me personally, I feel like I didn't have enough cricket going into the game. I bowled 24 overs for Lancs before it, which again is not an excuse. It's just not ideal preparation, and then felt rusty, and then felt great on the last day actually when they needed 37 to win, and now I've got 3 weeks off.
Wow. Jim, I felt for you because it must have been quite a contradictory experience. Obviously receiving your 162nd. Was it being the most capped Test player for England, and then the way that Test match went? Was it quite a confusing experience generally, because you can't have had much time to really sort of savour what all of that meant, going into the game?
Yeah, I struggle with that. It was a bit. It was lovely on the morning of the game. A few guys said some nice things before the game started, but I don't know. I guess with the crowd back as well, we had 18,000 there for the game. And I guess maybe looking back, I was probably trying a bit too hard as well, trying to bowl too quick, trying to get a wicket every ball, and just going away from what actually I do really well, which is being patient, building pressure. But yeah, I just wanted to do really well, and the fans were amazing. Like the crowd was actually incredible. Yeah, one of the best I've experienced in England, and they did an amazing job. I think they drank more beer before lunch than they did in the whole first day of the Ashes test.
It was like by like 12 o'clock it sounded like 7 p.m. when it was like 12 o'clock type thing.
Yeah. But I think even when we were struggling on the Saturday, and then obviously when the game was, there was still quite a few turned up on the Sunday when we knew that the game probably wasn't going to go that far through the day. So but they kept singing, they kept being positive, and that obviously the players are grateful for that. But yeah, just a frustrating week. A frustrating couple of weeks actually. Without the rain at Lords, there's a good chance we'd have lost that game as well. So
yeah, not a classic couple of weeks for the England men's Test team on the field or off the field. The Ollie Robinson tweets was a real cloud over the first Test match and then the subsequent Test match, and there's been so much written about it, so much talked about it. There was so much press, so many people had their say on it, so many opinions flying around. I guess it's actually quite useful to have had a couple of weeks to try and process it all and process it all calmly. Jimmy, I'll go to you with yet another tricky question. What was the mood like when that news came out, and how did you all rally together and actually go out and focus on the cricket?
Well, yeah, like you say, it was a difficult couple of weeks off the field as well. I did feel for Ollie. Obviously, he spoke to the group after that Test match. He was very remorseful, obviously embarrassed as well, and regretted what he'd done. But I think you could see that he was genuinely sorry. You could see that he was, I've got to know him over the last 2 years, and he's not that sort of person. As he said himself, he's matured a lot. And I think, as we all know, that as an 18-year-old, things are different. So I think now he's as I said, matured. Obviously, it's not okay what he put on Twitter. It's not okay. And we're doing everything that we can to make sure that we get educated, not just on stuff like that. We've been doing workshops with the PCA. We've done a couple on racism. Just so we're trying to educate people so that we can move forward as a team. We realise as international sportsmen we've got a platform and we should be using it in the right way, setting an example, and we'll just keep learning and trying to keep getting better as people, and I think that's all we can do from here.
No, that's good to hear. And I think also it's not really necessarily just cricket's problem, I think, is the thing that should come out of this. And yeah, the things that Ollie wrote were awful, and the thing is, don't be racist, don't be sexist, don't say those things ever, whether it's Twitter or whatever. So there's that. But cricket is supposed to be for everybody, so I guess it's cricket's job to make sure that it is for everyone, and it says all the right things and is demonstrating it in the right way. It was a real horrible storm, wasn't it, from all sides, and then everyone piled in, and banning Ollie Robinson was, a lot of people were saying he shouldn't be playing again. I don't think that really solves anything. and then neither does the other side, where people are sort of weaponising the ECB reaction to it, and the people that try and push a culture war. It's not woke to stand up to racism and to call out racism and carry on a process that they were doing. That was the right thing to do, I think, just to go, we're investigating this, because it would be awful if something else came out and they were like, oh yeah, it's fine, and then suddenly, bang, there's another thing. So he seems like a reformed character, though, Ollie, doesn't he? He seems genuinely remorseful, and by his own admission, he wasn't the best bloke a few years ago, but has done some real work on himself.
Yeah, I think so. And I think even if you look because he obviously wasn't a professional cricketer back then, but since he's been a professional cricketer, I saw Jason Gillespie wrote some stuff that wasn't great about him. But again, he's just continually tried to improve as a person, and I think he has done that. But as you say, it's just not okay to use that sort of language on Twitter, no matter how old you are. And I think as long as we've just got to try and keep moving in the right direction with this, keep learning, keep making sure that it's not obviously us as players, but also the next generation. We've got to try and set an example that this is not okay to do things like that, whether it's on Twitter or in the public, wherever you are.
That's the thing. I mean, he should feel embarrassed about it, like everyone who is racist. You should be embarrassed. You should feel embarrassed if you're sexist about somebody. So yeah, well, hopefully he does come back from it and has a long career, because he bowled amazingly, and just to wear all that and then to go out on the field and produce those sorts of results was pretty extraordinary. He was clearly a tough character.
Yeah, I mean, to be able to deal with that and off the field stuff and be able to go and perform was impressive. I think we all tried to get around him, and we could see how upset he was, and as you say, remorseful. So yeah, we just tried to say, look, the best thing you can do now is try and play well and just enjoy playing for the rest of the week. Or, we didn't know what was going to happen after that. But to be able to perform the way he did, I think it's such a shame, because he could have done great things in this series, and I hope he's got a big international future ahead.
So Jim, just quickly, he spoke in front of the team in the dressing room straight after then, did he? Like, it must have been quite a lot for his brain to suddenly have to, did he just stand up in front of you and apologise basically?
Yeah, so he found out. I think he found out that what had come out after the first day's play. So we've been in the field.
Yeah,
he bowled pretty well, and then got told that, and obviously he had to sort of just try and process that quite quickly, then apologise to the group. He then did the media that night, which can't have been easy either. But I think it was the best thing to do. But try and just front up to it and sort of hit it head on like that.
Yeah, it's good, and it'll be good for those who were genuinely triggered or offended by those words that he said, because those words do have impacts on people's lives. So it's good to move on from it and apologise, and hopefully we can see some real change and see that cricket's higher echelons really make it appeal to everyone and make it feel like everyone's welcome to this game that we love so much.
Well, that was Greg James, Jimmy Anderson and Felix White on the Tail Enders podcast, which is available now on BBC Sounds. You can listen to the whole episode. On this week's episode of No Balls, the cricket podcast, England star Kate Cross and World Cup winner Alex Hartley are joined by James Taylor. It seems scarcely believable. It's 5 years since James had to retire because of a previously undetected heart condition. In light of recent sporting events, speaking to James now feels particularly poignant. First of all, here's Kate.
I saw an interview that you did on the back of the Christian Eriksen incident, because naturally I think every cricketer's thoughts went to you when that happened. And I saw an amazing quote where you said he can choose life now. And I found that so powerful. I actually then weirdly woke up this morning singing Breathe Life by Jack Garrett. So that was because of you.
Yeah, no, it's a cringy line. But I just said, life itself is a great option to have. And
that was it. I've quoted you really wrong there. Yeah.
But it is. And I shouldn't have survived what I went through. With my condition, when it presents, 80% of cases are found in post-mortem, so you die 80% of cases, and 8% of people die. So I was very fortunate, and I always look back to that. I live a great life. arguably I shouldn't have been here. I might not have been had the odds not been in my favour. So yeah, it was, like I said, tough. But it's interesting watching and seeing the fallout from Christian Eriksen. He's incredibly lucky to be alive. Had the medics and had he not been playing international football, I imagine things would be very, very different. So he's very fortunate.
It's just frightening when you put a stat out there like that. Like, how do you even put things into? Well, I guess it's easy to put things into perspective now, isn't it? Has everything changed for you?
Yeah, naturally, I'm super positive. I'm very lucky. I'm very positive. But you second guess a lot. Even walking out the door, every time I say goodbye to my wife, I think you never know. It could be your last time. So I make it a nice goodbye, if you know what I mean. And like things now, crossing the road, I think twice because I don't want my heart rate to go up. Like there's so many things in life that I now second guess. And every time I hear a loud bang, that's my defib going off because that's the sound of my defib going off. Like there's so many things that you think about that you shouldn't be thinking about because life should be a lot simpler than that. But having said that, you learn it's coping mechanisms, isn't it? You learn to deal with these things in your own way.
Are you able to exercise these days, or are you still very much just like walking and easy exercise?
Yeah, I do the odd jog, and when I say jog, I mean shuffle. I'm literally shuffling down.
That's the same as us too, don't worry.
Yeah, I was going to say, shuffling's my life.
What is the one thing that you miss the most about playing cricket?
Okay, this is going to sound funny, but I reckon being an international cricketer, and that's probably the one thing. You worked all your life to be the best, and I was the best at the one thing I did. And like obviously in a team of a number of other guys, but I was effectively the best, or being the best in the county team. That was quite a cool thing, and it was the biggest ego dent ever when you're not that bloke walking down the street as an international cricketer. And that is a very self-absorbed thing to say, but as a cricketer, you are pretty selfish, and you do have a decent-sized ego. It's how you balance that out is the important thing. But that was the hardest thing to take, and that was like not being able to be the best anymore and perform in front of thousands of people doing what you love was probably the hardest thing to take. Yeah,
that was something you can resonate a bit with, Al, wasn't it? Because when you lost your England contract, that was like you took your World Cup shirt down and your World Cup medal down because you thought that you didn't deserve that plaudit anymore, even though you've still had that.
Like I went from being the world's best overnight, but the actual headline in the paper was "World's beater to trash heap overnight."
No, they can't have. That's ridiculous. But the thing is, like, regardless of what we do for the rest of our lives, even if we flop massively, we've still done it, which is cool. Yeah, you don't want to bang on about it. However, that's nice sometimes, obviously. But we've still done it. We've still done it.
James Taylor, nice to hear from him again. Saw him at Lord's looking very well the other day. There with Kate Cross and Alex Hartley. You can find No Balls Cricket Podcast on the TMS special stream on BBC Sounds or wherever you normally get your podcasts. Now, what a session we have here. You feel it's probably make or break for the game as such, with New Zealand surely in with the strongest chance of being able to force a win, if that's possible, sometime tomorrow. But it all really depends on this session, how India bat. We've got 2 hours and 15 minutes to go until 7 o'clock, so a lot of cricket. The ball we've seen move around, up and down too. There's been some variable bounce. It all comes down to how New Zealand bowl and India bat those next couple of hours, I think, Tuffers.
Yep. This afternoon, everyone. Looking forward to this. New Zealand got to come flying out the blocks, haven't they?
Yep.
Field like demons, catch everything that's going. And I think that the pitch will still be responsive, even though there's a few bits of blue sky. I think it will still move around. You've got to put it in the right areas, and you've got to try and get 5 or 6 out tonight.
Yep. Well, we'll see. New Zealand didn't bowl very well actually in the first innings at all.
No. Well, all the analysis will be there for them, John.
Yes.
It'll all be there. Where to pitch it, that's where all the wickets have gone. You saw Mohammed Shami bowl beautifully when he just changed that. So, the proof is there.
Yep. They've all batted on it. They've all had a good look.
Yep.
So we're about to get underway, and that The openers are ready. The umpires, the umpires aren't quite ready. There's some sort of disparity or discrepancy between the time on their watches or something and the main one, because at the start of every session we've had to wait. Anyway, now we're ready, and Southee is on his way. There's 3 slips in a gully. He's on his way and bowls to Rohit Sharma, who allows the first one to swing quietly by outside his off stump, and casually he wanders off for a little stroll there into the leg side. But I should think inside he must be ticking a bit, because this really has come down to the wire now.
I don't think India can push, can they? India won't push, will they? They'll bat this session out and perhaps have a bit of a dart tomorrow or something. I don't know. I don't think so.
No,
I think it's going to be, the onus is on New Zealand, I think.
I think it probably is, but New Zealand could collapse a bit. You just don't know, do you? In goes Southee then, and he bowls, and that's pitched up and driven, sliced just short of gully, almost carried. But India are off the mark, with runs down to third man. De Grandom's leading the way. There's 3 New Zealanders rushing after that. And they come back for 3 runs, but that was not a controlled stroke. Ball swung, found a thick outside edge, and very, very nearly went to Nicholls in the gully. But Rohit's away, 3 for no wicket. And so just chipping away at that lead, which started at 32. Not a huge lead, but just in the context of this game, and the awkwardness of especially starting an innings, getting in. It's probably worth, I don't know, 50, 60, something like that, actually, in normal circumstances. Gill's on strike now, and Southee moves in, bowls to him, is well forward, and again the ball runs down into the gully.
Well, if you can get a couple out by the time that, all of a sudden 0 for 2, when there's really 30 for 2, that'll give them some motivation and inspiration. I'm expecting Southee, with all his experience, he didn't bowl very well in that first innings. I think he might have a part to play.
He's on target so far.
Yeah, right on it.
No, he was wicketless, I think, wasn't he, on that first innings?
He only got 1.
No, yes, he did get 1. You're right. On his way again, he's there, and he bowls outside the off stump, swinging away. Nice carry there to the keeper, Watling, going through at about waist high, a bit higher perhaps, in front of Taylor, who's standing at first slip, Latham second, de Grandom there at third. A brooding figure who didn't come out and play shots, who thought he might be attacking today. It was Jamieson who changed the flow, came out and played some tremendous, rather rustic swipes, but he just put the Indians off their length, particularly scored some useful runs, changed the tempo. Southee moves in, bowls outside the off stump, not required to play at that one either. And Gill now walks away for a stroll there towards where short leg might be, but is not currently. There's a lone pigeon all by himself there in the middle of the square at mid-wicket, and where his friends are.
You don't usually see him on their own.
No, bit of a loner.
Hoovering up the old grass.
Oh yeah, he's done well there. 3 for no wicket. And Southee on his way once again. He's there and he bowls to Gill. Oh, he doesn't play a shot at that. It was the in-swinger. And that was not far away from the off stump at all, and that's certainly given Gill something to think about. From the last ball of that over, it was beautifully bowled. It was more a scrambled seam. It's actually very difficult, if you're a natural outswinger as Southee is. I always found it difficult anyway to swing a new ball in, because Jimmy Anderson could do it, which is what makes him brilliant. But Southee might be the same, because he just scrambled the seam there, so in fact it just went straight. Anyway, that's the first over dealt with. India are 29 runs behind. We'll have Trent Boult coming from the pavilion end, so he's got the breeze, I think, coming up behind him. Unless it's switched round, it's a bit hard to tell with those flags at the moment. Might have switched round a bit.
It's warmed up a bit.
It has, yeah.
And I've got my sunnies on. First time.
Yeah, it's a bit optimistic, but there is a little slither of blue sky up there. Amongst some still dark cloud. More blue to the left there as well, actually. The sun is doing its best. Trying to cheer everybody up. And Boult's ready to go. He's bowling to Rohit Sharma, who's right-handed, of course, and he stands up here and plays quite late into the offside out to point, where it's fielded by Conway. 3 for no wicket. The final session of the 5th day, but there's still a day in hand. Of course, they've extended it to 6 days. They've used the time that was set aside should any be lost, and it's certainly been lost. Rather too much of it, but there's just a glimmer of hope. But thanks to a pitch that's encouraging quite a lot of movement, we could still have a game. And in comes Boult. Is there any bowls? That's tucked away down to a long leg. And Sharma scores his 4th run. Well, we do have a game, to be fair. I mean, at this moment, it is a game, and it's quite a tight tussle too.
How many overs will there be then tomorrow?
98.
Oh, 98.
Yeah.
Full day.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well,
day and a bit.
There's plenty.
And unlike today, in which I suspect there'll be overs unbowled on the last day, you've got to bowl them all. So you can't slow it down or something if you're a fielding side in trouble. So you've got to bowl in 98. Boult on his way, bowls, and that's turned by Gill to square leg, is flicking it away off his hip. Finds the fielder there. It'd be Wagner, I'd imagine. He's not often prowling in that position.
Could take a bit of time.
Yes. So the session times 98 overs. Yes. So it's 10:30 to 12:30. 1:10. So that late tea time begins 3:25, and then it's course to 4, and goes Boult running towards us, bowls outside the off stump, and then there's of course the final hour, which is therefore when 83 have been bowled, and at that point, if in the opinion of everybody there is no game, it's going to be a draw, and they can call it off. At the moment, well, both teams are thinking they've got a chance of winning this. You feel that New Zealand's prospects are rather stronger. Gill yet to score. Boult's on his way. Bowls outside his off stump. There's no stroke. And the right-hander again wanders off, having elected to leave that one alone. Goes off for a little stroll again. Looks around the stands.
Yeah, they've got to make the most of these conditions that are clearing, haven't they, tonight, New Zealand, because it's going to be...
Yeah, nice day tomorrow.
Yeah, nice day tomorrow, which is then going to be probably flattened out. Hasn't sort of disintegrated much, the wicket.
Boult left arm over the wicket, bowls outside the off stump, and Gill again ignores it. It's collected by wicketkeeper Watling to end the 2nd over of India's 2nd innings. Crowd enjoying themselves again. These sort of bands that have struck up from nowhere are entertaining some spectators I can see there. Our saxophone player, he's been in every day, I think. He's done very well.
Having a nice boogie down there. I think there might be a bit of Bhangra. Is that a little bit of Bhangra?
I think it is Bhangra, yes. Yes, you should know all about that with your strictly performances.
Yeah, it wasn't necessarily a discipline, I don't think.
Wasn't it?
Strictly, no.
Is it these days? Has it become one?
I don't know, it might be. I'm not sure. I haven't seen it for a while. With the rumba, the samba.
Yeah. Traditional.
Yeah.
Ballroom dancing.
Yes, that's right.
Sun fully out now. Southey's on his way. Bowls a really good ball, which defeats Rohit Sharma. He's just prodding forward there. He's coming up and he's doing some gardening now. It's an awful lot of that while New Zealand were batting. All sorts of poking at the pitch. Treating it with an enormous suspicion.
Sorry, because it's just got a bit warm. I'm going to have to take my hoodie off. Sorry.
This is a big moment.
Yeah, I know. It's been firmly on
5 days.
for 5 days.
Yeah, no, you take that off. 4 for no wicket. So India are 28 behind. Sharma waits. Southey again with 38 on his back. Runs up and bowls to him. That's a bit straighter. Sharma tries to work towards mid-wicket, or even perhaps squarer than that for a run, but actually just picks out the enormous figure of Jamieson, who's had a good game so far. So he batted really well today. Brief, entertaining,
but perfect,
but effective.
Yes, it's exactly what it needed. Because they were just dithering about, weren't they? They were getting themselves, boxing themselves into a bit of position, New Zealand.
So he walks back to his mark. Now with his shadow firmly to his left, runs up and bowls to Sharma. Oh, edged that one, and de Grandhomme doesn't feel cleanly, but he's backed up by Latham there in the slips, and that's the 2nd edge that Sharma has found, or Southey has found anyway, and both times they've gone down into the ground. A bit of fortune for Sharma, pacing around and twiddling his bat. You've been diving into Eleanor's cake.
Yeah, very nice. Yeah, look forward
to
that.
Very tempting.
Yeah, she was tempted to be between the lemon drizzle and the chocolate.
She went chocolate with a lot of icing on it. A lot of icing. Southey on his way, bowls very full. Sharma again just lobs that weight slightly forward. Not a big foot movement necessarily, and that's played out to mid-off. Williamson fields. He seems feeling pretty tired. 177 balls for his 49.
Yeah. And only 7 in the first session today. You got amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. Real patience.
Yeah, you would have thought one of them just would have been a little nick or a little leg glance.
Yeah.
7.
Yeah, it was very, very selective. They bowled well too. It's very challenging batting.
Great piece of batting, really. Test batting in tricky conditions. That's the way to do it.
Southey again bowls over the wicket. That's too wide to bother Sharma, who allows that to go through to wicketkeeper Watling once again. Band has subsided, probably exhausted. A lot of banging about going on with the drums. There's stamina for that sort of thing.
They'll pipe up once they start getting a few 4s.
Oh yes. 4 for no wicket. So still 28 runs behind. Slips waiting there for a chance. There's been a couple of edges, but neither have carried so far. Southey runs away from us, and Shadow showing to his left. He's there and he bowls just short of length this time, and Sharma can move into line, push it away into the leg side, and that's the end of the over. 4 for no wicket. So 28 runs behind. A little touch of gloves there. A maiden from Southey. Virat is joining us. Well, we talked about Williamson's innings, 49. Taylor made 11. Nicholls 7. Watling 1. De Grandhomme 13. Jameson then came in 21 from 16 balls and just really changed the tempo. Took the Indian bowlers off their length and so on. So it was just what New Zealand needed then. Southey also made 30. Played a few good shots. Wagner 0. But the main bowling success was Mohammed Shami, who took 4 for 76. Got a bit tired towards the end and his figures suffered a bit, but he bowled brilliantly this morning. Ishant Sharma took 3 for 48. And then the spinners actually took 3 wickets between them too. 2 for Ashwin, and Jadeja picked up the last one.
In hindsight, perhaps India an extra seamer?
Well, it's turned out with the rain, I suppose, yes,
yeah.
I think.
Could have just pushed them on through.
Boult bowls on the leg stump, and that's flicked away by Gill for his first runs, down to long leg. He'll come back for 2. Nice one from there, just to turn the face of the bat and flick it away. A lot of space down there. Jameson, who'll be bowling at some stage, as the fielder way down in the deep. No one queuing up for the fast food at the moment. They're all watching the cricket. They know it's a key session, this. Boult on his way. Oh, and he's done peel for leg before wicket. They didn't feel very confident from here. Certainly Boult didn't. The umpire said not out. And a quite low arm of his these days. It was rather slung into the right-handed Gill. There was some interest behind the wickets, but not much from Boult himself. He walks back to his mark, way into the distance. He's got his own dressing room right in front of them there as he wheels round. Gill absolutely still as Boult bowls to him outside the off stump. Again, no stroke offered. 6 for no wicket. And the place is transformed. Amazing what a bit of blue sky and sunshine can do, Tuffers.
Yeah. Cheers everyone up a bit.
Sitting out, you've taken your top off.
Oh no. Well, still.
Well, not entirely. You've taken your sweatshirt off.
But layered.
Yeah, fair enough. 6 for no wicket. But the crowd too, they're stripping down to short sleeve shirts and so on. It's much more appealing.
It is.
Boult again. Bowls to the right-handed Gill. Here he comes, and he plays that nicely too. Allowing the ball to swing into his bat. Played it firmly back to Boult, who's able to field.
Elegant batsman, isn't he?
He is.
Seems to have all the time in the world.
They're both such unfussy batsmen.
Yeah, just
a little bit of gardening, but not the sort of fidgeting and no sort of strange foot movements or
back twiddling.
Really, yeah, they're just very calm, very unflustered. Bat raised now. Boult moves in, bowls to him, and he's forward, playing out to cover. There's no trigger movement and none of that stuff going on with Gill at all. He's just simply waits for the bowler to let the ball go and then moves his feet accordingly. Going for a stroll into the leg side again. He often potters off in that direction.
Yeah, they have lots of rituals sometimes, don't they? I mean, it's Alex Stewart, Graham Hick. I think it used to be glove, thigh pad, box, pad, then take your sort of, every ball.
Yeah. What about old Trotty?
Well, yeah.
He had a few, didn't he? Gill again playing slightly across the pad. He flicks it firmly. De Grandhomme does well to field there. He's a big fella and he got down well at mid-on. So every run, New Zealand are making India fight for everyone here. And it's a case of 6 for no wicket, so 26 runs behind. And a really key session for the match. Andy Zaltzman is going to say something from his shed. And then Isha's coming in here.
Just turn myself up. The two sessions today. The morning session, 34 runs for 3 wickets in 23 overs, then 114 for 5 in 27 and a half between lunch and tea. And New Zealand were bowled out in the 100th over. If you break it into 20 over slots, 36 in the first 20 overs for no wickets, then 44 for 1, 37 for 1, 35 for 3, and then an all action 97 for 5 in the final 20, including a moment of history, Isha, from Kyle Jamieson.
Thanks, Andy. I've just watched a ball go by.
Quite nicely, wasn't it? We just sat there and had a little look at it. It was lovely, wasn't it?
Sorry.
Yeah.
I've just jumped. I'm jumping from. Yeah. Okay, I'm in radio mode. Here we go.
That's right.
Tim Southey.
We've got to speak on the radio.
Tim Southey comes in again. Lovely shape of the ball, and that's played by Rohit Sharma to the offside off the front foot. The ball before was shaping delivery outside the off stump, which he just allowed to pass. Thankfully, nothing happened.
No.
It's India 6 for no loss.
You could have just got up and cheered or something.
I was flummoxed by Agaz's obsession with nudity.
Well, I'm not quite sure what's going on there. But,
it's radio. Don't give away the secrets.
Here comes Southey again, pushing away past the umpire to Sharma, who's forward and defending, and the way he places it goes past a diving cover. You can hear the sound coming off his bat as he plays it. It's just a defensive
crack.
Yeah, crack. It's a crack on the ball, isn't it? But he's not even trying to score runs off it. He's just playing the bat onto the ball, and he manages to fetch one as he comes through. So he's on 5, 7 for no loss, and trailing by 25 India.
Should imagine he's got a good piece of willow there. Yes. Oh, it was just brought out another one. Oh, no, it's Shubman Gill.
Yeah, just wandering back to the crease now. Shubman Gill, 3 slips and a gully then, and bright sunshine here at the Ageas Bowl, which is very much welcomed as Southey is in again to Gill, who allows it to pass.
A friend of mine went to a cricket dinner, and many years ago now, and in the auction won Mark Waugh's bat, or one of his bats that he'd done some 100 with or whatever, and he showed it to me, and it wasn't like the bats I used to get, I can assure you. This thing was like a bazooka. I had a little knockabout with it and a little knock up with it. It was an amazing bit of wood. Mine was sort of going bonk bonk. His was going crack crack. Different
as
bat.
Southey bowls to Gill, who turns it off his hip to square leg, no run. So you're saying that the reason you averaged 8 in Test cricket is
nothing
because
to do with me. They didn't give me the right bat. They gave me the one with a hole in it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was my excuse too.
Yeah.
On a serious note, though. So I used to play with a harrow.
Yes.
So
Yeah, slightly. That's the handle, isn't it? Slightly shorter.
It's
blade
slightly
as
shorter
well.
blade.
Yeah.
So I would have a short handle. I grew up as a teenager playing with a short handle because they were the better quality wood. It was really hard to find a good Harrow bat with good quality wood.
Yeah.
We're just waiting for something. I'm not sure what they're waiting for, actually. They're looking over to deep square leg, but anyway, Southee is ready at the top of his mark now as Rohit Sharma is setting up. Presses forwards and defends. It's a big lunge forwards for Sharma, who plays it back to mid-off. No run at the end of the over, 7 for no loss then.
So it was tricky to get a decent bit, was it? Well, didn't you have it specially made, Isha?
I had a sponsorship through a company, but I don't know if I'm allowed to reveal their name.
Well.
And they were brilliant. They provided some incredible wood, and it was the perfect size as well. Nice. Harrow, which is exactly what I needed. And then I started scoring runs.
Oh, funny that, isn't it? There you go. There you go.
As Trent Boult will continue from the pavilion end. The left armour pushes away, running towards us now. Rohit Sharma on strike as he plays it onto his pad. It pops up and falls in front of square leg. No run, looking to clip it around the corner. And it's Rohit Sharma on strike. I said Rohit faced the last ball of the last over, but it was actually Gill. And I was done by looking at the TV screen because it said that Rohit Sharma was on strike. Right. So that's...
You okay?
I'm okay. I'm good.
Do you want me to open the window? Good. Get a bit of air in.
I'm back with you, Tappers.
Good.
As Sharma back and across and inside edging onto the pad, falls in front of him, no run. Slightly more pitched up and on the off stump from Boult. Yeah, I did wonder, wonder if it might consider Jameson throwing it out there.
Yeah, no,
I know these two have got almost 600 test wickets between each other.
Yeah, perhaps he might like it when the ball's slightly, got that lacquer off it or something.
Is it something you might have considered?
What, J-Mo?
Yeah.
Oh, J-Mo, we made J-Mo.
J-Mo.
Yeah, well, I'm sure it went through his mind, but, these two usually open, don't they?
Sharma on the front foot working at square leg, no run.
Give him a little blast and then, I'm pretty sure he won't be far away. Bowled well first innings.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
He really did.
It was very strange, actually, that all the bowlers... I suppose it just shows the skill of all the seamers as well. I mean, we've got some absolute belting seamers on the show here. They all started sort of naturally that little bit shorter, didn't they? And then very quickly realised that wasn't quite where the wickets are, if you know what I mean. And then just pushed their lengths a bit fuller and fuller and fuller, and you could almost sort of see their brains ticking over.
Sharma back and across and solid defence back down the pitch to Trent Boult, who's stretching his left hand out to collect the ball.
It makes a good sound now. I could really hear that through the cans.
Just setting himself up, readjusting his gloves. Rohit Sharma assessing the pitch.
India won't be looking to win this, will they? They'll just
I think the ball is in.
Yeah.
Well, New Zealand have to make the play. They have to take the early wickets to be able to create some pressure. And trailing by 25 runs as Boult is round the wicket to Sharma, who's playing it solidly back down the track again.
I suppose if they don't, they're one down tonight, they might think themselves.
Yeah, maybe.
Give it a.
Well, hey, we've got till 7 o'clock, haven't we?
Yeah, we have. And then 98 overs tomorrow.
There's a long time left in the game. But it would be annoying, wouldn't it, if it got to the end of tomorrow and it was a draw, and you think to yourself, oh, if only there was that extra day. As Sharma is carving that away, backward a point. Wow, he unleashed there. Rohit Sharma as he plays that away for 4. A little bit of width on offer from the left armour bowling round the wicket, and Sharma was quick to pounce. 11 for no loss, trailing by 21.
Yeah, beautiful free flowing sort of back cut, waited for it and then real flamboyant follow through. Great shot.
Well, that sort of shot is where you think, hang on a sec,
I know.
This batting lineup, it hasn't actually, I think it's dried out a little bit.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And when India were bowling just before the tea break, it felt like it wasn't zipping through as much. That might have been because the bowlers were quite tired as well, older ball. But certainly it does look a little bit easier to bat on.
And it'll only be easier tomorrow, probably, when the sun's out. It's going to be a nice day tomorrow. Yeah, well, you never know. You don't know what's going through their minds. But on the look of that shot, you have an hour and a half or 2 hours of Rohit Sharma.
Southee is in. Struck on the pad is Shubman Gill. Not out is the signal. Coming forwards. Good length delivery from Southee. And New Zealand don't review.
I saw you having a little nibble on Nellie's cake there.
I did.
Was
it was
nice?
lovely.
Yeah, she's good. She's very good.
I missed out on the last one at Lord's.
Did you?
See, so.
Yeah, she went lemon drizzled out.
Yeah.
Delicious. Yeah.
Just looking at that delivery of it coming back.
A bit high.
There was a slightly, extra bounce with that new ball. Southee pushing away again. Past the umpire now to Gill, who's forward and defending. That finds its way to a wideish mid-on as it hits the inner part of the bat. Kyle Jamieson position there, tall frame. Wearing a short sleeve jumper, glasses on, so the sun's poking through.
Yeah, I mean, I know the conditions on the pitch have been a little bit spicy, but it's been very cagey, hasn't it? If we'd have just had those extra time, even with all the caginess and what have you, there would have been a time.
Snail's pace through the first two sessions today, which is something the ICC might like to look at.
Sharma on strike to Boult, leaving one angled across him through to The keeper has got 2 slips and a gully in position. And the man with the ball at mid-wicket giving it a vigorous shine. Neil Wagner positioned at square leg as well. Generally bowls that nice tight line to the right-hander. Got some shape early on with the new ball, but that one's just the one that was a bit of a tempter for Sharma. Trying to get him playing as Boult on the approach again, steaming in as Sharma drives to mid-off. Was that a full toss?
Missed out. Put his hand on his helmet. Oh no, I've just missed out. Like that. It's gone. Yeah, Shinai full toss outside off stump, whacked it straight at mid-off.
Yeah, there was a real clunky sound to that, wasn't there? First one he hasn't timed in his innings so far. As square leg is now just being deposited on the boundary.
Yeah. He does like it. He's a bit of a happy hooker, Sharma.
As he bowls, swing, miss from Sharma as it goes through to the keeper. That was a wide of the off-stump delivery, just back of a length. He looks to hammer it through the covers again, but extra bounce and nearly finds the edge.
Real waft, wasn't it? Perhaps expecting the short ball. Yeah, he gave that everything. Yeah, I can remember him Sharma getting out a couple of times hooking. You know, and keep taking it on with the traps there. He backs himself.
Pat stump high, still in his crease, now back and across and clipping it down to fine leg. Is it fine enough for the fielder who dives? It is. So 4 runs that are picked up down to the fine leg boundary, and Sharma moves to 13-15 for no loss. Kyle Jamieson down there dirtying his jumper as he sprinted towards the ball. He dived. In fact, I think he might have got a little finger on it.
Yeah, well, if anyone could, Carl Jamieson, full length, probably is the only man who could. Probably makes him about 13 foot long, doesn't it? Fully stretched out. Yeah, you'd want him at deep mid-off if you were a spinner.
Sharma leaves this time outside the off-stump, slightly fuller, but a similar sort of width to the one he nearly smashed away. Yeah, he sets himself in his crease, Sharma. But just going back to India making him play, I mean, Rohit Sharma's strike rate in the last couple of years has been exceptional as an opening batter as well. I know he's played a lot at home, and as Boult approaches again to Sharma, who lets it go at the end of the over 15 for no loss. Rohit on 13, Gill 2, and New Zealand 249 on the board for them. India 15 to add to their 217. But in Australia, he looked to be aggressive as well, even when the ball was moving around. So you never know.
No. Well, if there is a side that, you know, get past the lead and then, you know, want to open up a tad, if there's a side that then could put the toe down, it's that Indian side. But I don't think it will necessarily be tonight.
Trent Boult to continue from the northern end. Kane Williamson having a chat to him before he circles. And he comes now to Shubman Gill, who plays the ball through square. Just a gentle nudge as the throw is sent in now. They come back for 2. Line out at fine leg. Trent Boult down there. India to 17 then for no loss, and Gill to 4.
The moment of history I mentioned a few minutes ago, Isha, when you came on commentary, from Kyle Jamieson, 5 twos in an over, which has not been done in tests since an 8-ball over that Andrew Sampson tweeted about. Ross Edwards hit 5 fours for Australia off Jeff Arnold of England in Australia in the 1970s.
There you go, as Southee bowls to Gill, who's driving to wideish mid-off. Kane Williamson there takes the ball, no run. Nice blue sky over to our right. So there's a blanket of cloud over to our left. And Jeremy Coney has stepped in for Tuffers. Hello to you, Jeremy.
Hello, Ish. How are you?
Yeah, good, thanks.
Well, much better batting conditions, isn't it? It might be of a slight irritation to the New Zealanders. They weren't able to get to this stage. They could take advantage of it.
Sharma forward press. In fact, it's Gill defending back down the pitch.
Yeah, a bit of blue sky around, so pleasant conditions. And in England, that generally means when the sun comes out, it is an easier contemplation of batting, I think. And I think we've seen so far from the New Zealanders, while there has been a bit of swing, it hasn't been quite to the extent that we saw in the first innings, where it was mainly cloud cover and a bit dank and so on. So batting should be easier now.
Gill still in his crease. Now comes forwards and lets the ball go through to BJ Watling. Gentle bit of shape still from Southee and extra bounce away from the right-hander. Virat Kohli, we're getting a glimpse of him in the dressing room, and he's doing a little dance, showing me.
Okay. Well, whatever you like for your warm-up, that's up to you, really.
A jovial sort of character when he hasn't got his serious face on. Is Southee pushes away now into his rhythm past the stumps, driven by Gill. In fact, it's a dunk into the pitch. It goes up and over Tim Southee. They'll come through for one, and Sharma will sprint back for two as Jamieson chases after it from mid-on. In comes the throw, 19 for no loss. Gill to 6.
Yes, it's going to be an interesting one, isn't it now? I mean, in India, what will their approach be? And I think probably they'll err on the side of caution while it's... I mean, if the ball's there, they'll hit it. We've seen Rohit Sharma play a lovely back foot stroke a couple of overs ago. But in general, if New Zealand get it on a sort of a decent length and a decent line...
As Southee is in now to Gill, who's whipping the ball out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. There's a deep backward square. Neil Wagner chasing after the ball. He stops it from going to the boundary as they come back for two. Slightly fuller and angled in to that middle stump again from Southee. End of the over then, 21 for no loss, India.
So that decent line and decent length, then I think India will be fairly cautious. They're still behind at this stage. They don't want to lose a wicket early on. And so they've just got to proceed with a bit of caution, don't they? But once they get here, we'll start to see, I think, and particularly in the conditions that I've just mentioned, there may be some more run scoring. Whether they want to, to go ahead and leave something for New Zealand tomorrow, it depends at what rate they score, doesn't it? It's not a question, I know, there's 4 sessions in the match to go, this one and 3 more tomorrow. It's not a case of batting 2 and then bowling 2, I don't think, unless the scoring rates are substantially better, because the scoring rates so far at only 2, New Zealand would only bowl just over 50 overs, wouldn't they? That's kind of the run rate, the over rates we've seen, and unless you couldn't just go to 150, could you really? And take off the 30 that you're chasing 120? No, that's not going to happen. They have to at some stage, and they've got the batting lineup to do it, I think.
Here comes Kyle Jamieson replacing Trent Boult from the pavilion end to Sharma, who clips the ball out to deep mid-wicket. A full ball on the pads first up as Sharma will collect 2. 23 for no loss, India. 13 for Sharma then.
So they've got to accelerate at some stage, is what I'm saying. And that's a no ball too. They've got the batsmen to do it, haven't they? Apart from Pujara, and I don't think they'll have to go away and hide all his cricket gear somewhere, away from, so he can't put them on, all his pads and his bat so it's just a question of how they want to approach this.
Jamieson in, Sharma on his toes, defending to the offside. No run, he's set off, but sent back by Gill as cover swoops in. Jamieson, this could be a key phase here. I did wonder whether they might open with him, but they brought him on in the 10th over, and he was brilliant on day 3 in the morning session. Overcast conditions, he was getting the ball moving around, he was pitching the ball up, picked up a 5 for his 5th fifer in 8 test matches.
Well, not much swing for Boult, was there today, this afternoon?
He got a bit of shape early on, but then that last over not, as Sharma's again just defending that.
I think that's what we'll see, just that delivery there. Just back of a length, just outside an on-off stump, and that bounce that you're having to watch all the time. And then occasionally, once you keep that going, and then one that comes back at you just a little bit, because he can bring a ball back at the right-hander.
Kane Williamson trying to usher a pigeon away.
It is, yes.
Just
one of Bill Laurie's
silly
ones there. Yes, that's right.
As he now retreats to a wideish mid-off.
That'll be from all the seeding of some of the other, there'll be seeds scattered around there.
Here comes Jameson.
Smart pigeon.
On the approach to Sharma, who plays inside the line of the ball. And it goes through to Watling.
Yeah, so I'm interested just to see how they look at things. I would have thought tonight they would just get through to the end of the play with, dealing with the bad ball, as I've said. But just follow, not losing too many wickets. That's the last thing they want to do.
Have you got any plans tonight, Jeremy?
No. In the bubble? What sort of plans were you thinking? I don't have a sort of...
Sharma back and across, and misses one outside the off stump. Wow, that was a fuller delivery from Jameson, and Sharma had offended it. It was almost like he was looking to drive, and then almost got caught in two minds. We'll have a look at it again on the replay. Yeah, full
and just moving
bit
away.
Of shape, yeah.
Just a wee bit away. That's quite nice. Not too much swing.
That's the danger ball from Jameson, coming from a great height, and that is fuller than I think most bowlers have bowled this test match, apart from Bumrah, who was trying to get the Yorker going at the tail enders. Here comes Jameson again then, and that has bounced off a length this time. BJ Watling jumping up in the air to take the ball wide of the off stump. It's an interesting little battle here between Jameson and Sharma.
Well, already it looks just like the temperature of the game has been raised slightly.
Yes.
More bounce, little bit of movement, and more of a direction too, straight just outside that off stump to bring the three slips and gully into play.
Sharma settled in his crease, back and across, leaves a full one outside the off stump. An easy one to leave on that occasion from Jameson at the end of the over. 24 for no loss. He went for 3 from that over. The no ball off the first ball, trailing by 8 runs then India. Rohit Sharma on 15, Shubman Gill on 8. A few words from you, Jeremy, and then it will be Simon Mann.
Yes, so it's the Jameson-Southey kind of combination at the moment. Boult's been given a try, and he might actually get the next lot as well once the lacquer is gone from this Duke's ball, and perhaps after sort of 15 overs, sometimes you do get some more swing then. So that's what the New Zealanders will be hoping. And it's pressure cricket right from here on, and tonight and the first session tomorrow. Really important phase of what sort of match have we got. Is it going to be quite tense and right through to the end, or are we going to have a quieter day tomorrow?
Yeah. Here is Southey moving in to bowl the first ball of a new over to Shubman Gill, who allows that to go by outside the off stump. So we've got an hour and a half's play left tonight. In theory, 29 and a half overs, or 29.5 overs. We won't get all of those, so we'll lose a bit more time. New Zealand on the hunt for wickets here. These two, as they did in the first innings, getting India off to a reasonable start. Early days, of course, but it is that third innings pressure that New Zealand are trying to exploit here.
Yeah, just the 2 slips for Southey rather than the 3 with Jameson.
Southey bowls to Gill. He clips that firmly into the onside, hits an old pitch end there just in front of Trent Boult. He did well to get his body behind it. He did do so, knocked it down, and there's no run. I mean, India's best chance of winning here, strangely, is to get bowled out, isn't it? They need a few runs in the bank first, mind.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's not. I'm not talking about being bowled out for 150. No. Although who knows, they could win if they were bowled out for 150. But they have to do something spectacular. But if they were 220 all out, something like that, 180 to win. Southey bowls, forward goes Gill.
Yeah,
playing back to the bowler, no run.
Well, they can't. I mean, they can't just be dilatory either, can they? Is there any point in them declaring to bowl New Zealand out in a session? I mean, if they feel they can do that with the spinners and they can probe with the spinners and really attack from the other end with the seamers, that they might still feel it's worth a go. But they need a total, don't they, to have it? And it might just be an inviting one.
Southey bowls. There's a shout for LBW. He's given him. South has made the breakthrough. Gill has been sent on his way. He's gone for 8. Although he's coming down the pitch to have a chat with his partner. It looked good. And umpire Illingworth did not hesitate. And Gill is on his way. Southey's got through. And India are 24 for 1. And the game takes another turn with Gill out for 8. You've always got to just hold on a second with those because you don't know if they're going to be reviewed. But it was quite full. He was well back, and it looked absolutely plumb. He was trying to flick it through the leg side.
Straight ball. Sets perhaps middle and leg, but no more than that. It wasn't one that was swinging away as you normally get from Southey. He'd bowled a couple of those. Just away from Gill, then a straighter ball that just holds its line, and perhaps that's that sort of half seam that Southey uses. It just wobbles a little bit, and it doesn't swing quite so much. Good delivery from him. It encouraged the batsman Gill to just look to play, as you say, into that leg side, and he's played across it, missed it. He's been out LBW. So the wicket that New Zealand wanted while they got the 30-run lead, one for -6, or what it is, or was it 32 runs? So one for -8 at this stage. So Pujara has found his gear. They were trying to hide it so they could get the speed of the innings going, but it's not the case. Of course, it's a silly thing to say. And away he comes now. Now, will this, if New Zealand can keep him quiet here, this doesn't, in terms of the game, unless someone's scoring nicely at the other end, are we just going to go through a holding period?
He's come out to have a chat with Rohit Sharma. It's one of those that Southey was celebrating before the umpire raised his finger. He knew it was out. So much so, actually, to start with, I thought he might well have bowled him. Do you know what I mean? He was celebrating and running down the other end with an arm raised. And umpire Illingworth had no doubt. Up went the finger straight away.
Well, it's been a better bowling performance. That batting, I think, has just made him feel better about himself. And he started better just outside the off stump. Remember the first ball of the whole match? It was down leg side and clipped away. This one, he's actually been much more on target.
1 for 64 from 22 overs in the first innings. By the progress of this match, that's quite profligate, really. Close on 3 and over.
He was on 5 for a while, 5s.
Yeah. Here he goes. 3 slips of gully and a short leg. Bowls to Pujara. It's a bad ball on the pads, and Pujara is underway straight away, flicking that down towards fine leg. So that was a free one to start with for Pujara.
It's one of those ones that, that dismissal where you've hit the inside of the pad, of the front pad. It's not bang on the middle of the pad or on the outside. The outside of the pad there probably was going to be missing leg, but it's hit the inside of the pad as well. So Gill's made a little error there, looking to go too square. He should be pushing that mid-on area.
Now Rohit Sharma, Southey bowls to him. Forward he goes, guides that away. Down towards third, and they've gone for 1. They're coming back for the second. The throw's on its way to Watling. Has to leap in the air to take that, and he does take it, and Rohit gets 2. So 5 runs behind. India 27 for 1, and Southey's through 6 overs, 1 for 13. Rohit 17, Pujara 1, and you just wonder here whether Jameson could be the man now for New Zealand. Now they've made a breakthrough. Andy?
It's the fourth time Shubman Gill has been out LBW in his last 7 test innings, 6 dismissals and 1 not out. So two caught, 4 LBW. Not been out previously in his first 9 test innings LBW. Only 3 times in his first class career in 40 innings before that. So it might be a weakness that bowlers are starting to exploit.
He's a good young player, but he's yet. I mean, he has flickered. There have been innings of huge promise.
Oh yeah,
but
90.
Late, yeah, that's
90
right.
He scored at the Gabba.
Yeah, but of late in the England series, he flickered a bit, but then didn't really deliver. And others delivered around him, notably the spinners and Rohit Sharma.
Quite a good back foot player. He just punches the ball quite nicely and squeezes them out a bit square. Very good puller of the ball, Shubman Gill.
Here's Jamieson, bowls outside of Pujara's off stump. Pujara leans forward and allows it to go through. Pujara's LBW to Trent Boult in the first innings for 8. Took him a long time to get those 8 as well. He was on naught for a considerable amount of time. But the ball continues to hold sway here. We're just having a look at the LBW. Have they put the DRS on it yet, Jeremy? It
No.
just nipped back a fraction.
It did. It's that wobble seam that I was talking about too, as it was going down the pitch to the batsman.
Jamieson bowls outside of Pujara's off stump, and there's no run. I think it was. It was. Here we are. We're getting it now. Leg stump. Do you think? Leg stump.
Yeah, leg stumpish.
Yeah, leg stump. Yeah, firmly into leg stump. All the 3 reds, which is always nice for an umpire when he's raised the finger. I think it was always nice as well when he gets challenged, he gets to raise the finger the second time. It's a nice feeling as well.
I'm sure it is.
Especially if it's 3 reds as well. You know, there are a couple of umpires' calls in there. You think, oh, okay, I can understand that, but you get the 3 reds. On you go. Jamieson outside the off stump, closer to the off stump this time from Jamieson to Pujara, but Pujara again leaving as much on length there as line, and it's through to wicketkeeper BJ Watling, who had a disappointing last innings. Who knows? Penultimate innings in Test cricket earlier, cleaned up by Shami. What are you pointing out there? The wobble?
Yeah,
Jeremy. Yeah. Seeing that again on our TV screens. Short leg is
it's a good
back
position.
Of square. Here is Pujara coming quietly forward, offering the full face of the bat, playing it up towards mid-off, where it's picked up by Jamieson, and there's no run. As for the weather, we can see some blue sky. It's reasonably bright. I mean, we are right at the longest day territory, longest day yesterday, so I'm hoping that bad light won't be an issue today up towards 7 o'clock. It was a couple of days ago when we came off at 6:30. There are some clouds around, but fingers crossed for a full hour and 25 minutes from here. Jamieson goes in and bowls. Oh, that's close to off stump, but Pujara knows exactly where it is and allows it to go through. Quiet match, Pujara so far, standing at first slip. Haven't seen him too much in the field, and not disconcerting the scorers too much in that first innings.
Look, I wonder whether you could actually do without the Trent Boult position, which is a sort of a wide mid-on. I think if you're going to be bowling outside that off stump there, rather than too straight, I'd have a man in on the offside catching, just the same, opposite where the bat pad is. I think for one off the gloves.
Jamieson to Pujara. Pujara struck on the pad, but Jamieson pulled out on appeal. A bit too high, leg side. Went out towards short leg, and that's the end of Jamieson maiden. 2 overs for 3 from him. 27 for 1. New Zealand all out today. If you are just switching on, 2:49. Very slow in the morning session. Definitely India session. Then New Zealand counter attacking in the afternoon, playing a few shots. Southie 30. 21 from Jamieson. Doesn't sound much, but in the context of a low scoring game, it was really useful. Williamson 49. So they got a lead of 32. And now Southie's taken out Shubman Gill, LBW for 8. So India's still behind by 5, with play scheduled to finish at 7 o'clock tonight, and then a full 98 overs tomorrow. And that's one of the things, that as long as the light holds, tomorrow we will get them. Southie goes in, bowls outside of Rohit Sharma's off stump. fifth, sixth stump, lets it go, and then wanders off towards square leg.
Yep. Just keep it there. Just move the ball away. And then at some point in the over, perhaps to the end of the over or early next over, that one that just carries on exactly the same to Shubman Gill, bringing it back in, start at the same line and bring it back towards. So you start out wide and you bring it towards off stump. And that delivery that doesn't swing, they might be looking to let go and come down late.
Southey bowls. Rohit squared up a bit by that one, thick outside edge. Very nearly gets it into a gap. Conway to his left. That backward point picks up. And there is no run. I mean, this would be, but for the rain, this would be a fascinating contest, this, wouldn't it? Because there is enough there for...
Well, there's enough there to keep New Zealand, who, let's be honest, they're the underdogs in this match. You know, the batting, they don't match the batting that India have. But their bowling, it suits their bowling in these conditions. And they've got a chance.
Southey goes in and bowls, turned into the onside, nudged away by Rohit for a single towards deep square leg. And the difference with India, both sides have got 5 frontline bowlers, 5 main bowlers. But of course, New Zealand have got 5 seamers. They can just rotate them. Whereas there's that feeling earlier that India might have got a bit tired. You had to work the quicker bowlers more than they would have wanted to. But they did. I mean, India did overall drag it back pretty well
Very
today.
well.
148 for 8 today in 50.2 overs.
Oh, yes, definitely.
Especially in that morning session when only 34 runs were scored.
23 overs.
Yeah. So he bowled bouncer, and Pujara ducks underneath it.
Yes, that's a good move to Pujara. He looks to come forward all the time, and use that sort of pad and bat widths. And that's why I said to Jameson in particular, I think on the offside, it would be quite useful to have a man in close, just in front of square, ready for that catch off the gloves or off the shoulder of the bat, that you lose control with if you raise your hands too high. He's the only one, as I say, who wears a guard on the arm, and that's the reason why.
Pujara looks up to see Southey approaching. Southey bowls, and he takes one hand off the bat there. Got it high up on the bat, played it defensively away into the offside, and there's no run. There is some uneven bounce in this pitch. Not masses, but every now and again we see one just bounce a bit more than the batters expect. One or two keep low outside the off stump. What we haven't seen is any low balls on the stumps.
Not grubbing, no.
That's when you really start to have doubts in your mind.
Makes it very tough for batting.
And you're waiting for that low ball. You'll know it's there. Well, it's fascinating to commentate on in a way, but it's not great to bat with it happening. Here's Southey bowling, turned away by Pujara in defence towards mid-wicket. Boult is there, hurls the ball to Watling, and that is the end of the over. Just 1 run off. It's Southey's bowled 7 overs now. 1 for 14. Is it time for a...
Well, Boult might swap around here.
Yeah. There's also Wagner, there's de Grand home as well.
Yeah, Wagner could come in, certainly. So there's lots there for New Zealand. But it's the threat of Jameson. If he gets it right, particularly to Pujara, there's a chance there, I think. So just keeping it outside that off stump. That's where he started mainly today. It's just that height that he comes from.
Crowd quiet at the moment.
So they're going to use... Looks like they're maybe using Jameson from this end. They're going to change it now, are they? And is it Wagner? Or is that Boult again? Is it? Looks like Boult.
Looks like Boult, yeah. Yeah, Boult a long way away from us, the top of his mark at that far end of the ground. What is he? 150 metres away, something like that. So we're set back in the hotel, a long way from the boundary in front of us. This is Boult then, bowling to Rohit, who plays quietly into the onside, and there's no run. They put the man back at deep square leg for Rohit Sharma. 2 slips to the gully, and Boult, of course, as I mentioned, did get Pujara out in the first innings, which one that came back into him, pitched on and straightened. Whether that's in the Williamson's mind, I'm not sure, but Boult starting off, taken out of the attack, a couple of overs from Jameson, then back with Trent Boult again. Boult from the pavilion end, goes in, bowls to Rohit, short pull away, and it's going to go on the second bounce down to fine leg. And they think about coming back for a second, and that doesn't look to be there either. And they decided against it. There's good fielding down there at fine leg. Wagner, yeah. Well, de Grandhomme was back, and, well, he banged it in, and Rohit took it on, and he did not get all of it. But what it means is that Boult does to get it to bowl at the new man, Pujara. It was a tumbling save by Wagner away to his right-hand side.
Now, is it going to be 3 slips? You'd think it would be. No, just the 2. So he's going to attack him.
Is he going round the wicket?
He's going
to...
He might be just attacking him. It looks as if they've got a catcher just in on the leg side. And where is the other man going? It looks like Latham is going to go just run saving.
It's going mid-wicket, isn't he? A sort of, well, square leg, forward square leg. Boult goes into bowl to Pujara, and Pujara plays that uppishly past short leg. It might have bounced just in front of him and then went past him to his left, and it was picked up by that forward square leg fielder. So good battle on again. That coming back in to the right-hander from Trent Boult. Let's have a look. Yeah, it was away from the short leg fielder far enough, but there were a few arms raised. Tense at the moment. India still 3 runs behind. Boult goes into bowl, and again an in-swinger which Pujara turns into the onside up towards mid-on, and there's no run. So we've got 3 in front of square on the leg side, the short leg, forward square leg, and a wideish mid-on, and the fine leg as well, and then 2 slips of gully, backward point and mid-off. There's a big gap between backward point and cover. Boult into bowl to Pujara, short. Pujara ignores that. One of those that Rohit might have taken it on as he did early in the over, but Pujara, we've seen him go underneath 2 short balls now. And India are 29 for 1 as former New Zealand captain Jeremy Coney departs, and the former India captain Sunil Gavaskar moves in alongside me. It's not done yet, this game, is it, Sunny?
No, not yet. But you've got to say that New Zealand perhaps have a better chance to win this game if they can dismiss India cheaply. I don't think India will be able to bowl New Zealand out.
Boult bowls full, beautifully clipped away by Pujara through mid-wicket. He's found the gap between all those fielders on the onside. It won't be 4. Jamison's after it. They should get 3 here. And they're ambling back for 3. I think they accepted fairly early on. That's what it would be. So the scores are level.
Yes, you can hear the cheers of the Indian supporters that the scores are now level.
And 1 down as well. So 32 for 1. So effectively 0 for 1.
0 for 1, yes. Shubman Gill will certainly have to work hard at his technique, particularly playing with soft hands in England. Not looking to play across the line, not looking to play the push drive. He will get the odd boundary with the push drive, but when the ball moves like it moved with Tim Southee, he could get into trouble. So he's just got to tighten that up. That was the shot that he played that got him out was more an Indian pitch kind of shot, where the ball comes on straight, doesn't sort of deviate. And again, even if it is an Indian pitch kind of shot, he still has to look to play straight at the start of the innings, mid-on, mid-off, not square leg. So if the ball, even if the ball moves a little bit more, that there will be a slight inside edge which will take the ball instead of mid-on to mid-wicket. But if you're trying to play to mid-wicket, only the angle of the bat is seen, the edge of the bat is seen. You miss it, you're going to be stuck on the pads and be LBW.
Now Jamieson has switched ends. He bowls to Pujara. Pujara is solidly forward. That was a rock-like defensive shot from Pujara. Head right over it, playing it back down the pitch, and Jamieson picked up, and there's no run. Well, I mean, in theory, he's got the chance to learn about English conditions, or learn more about English conditions later in the summer. India over for 5 test matches, starting at the beginning of August, Trent Bridge, 4th of August. And the series going into the middle of September. Jamieson bowls, and that one's outside the off stump. Pujara leaves, taken by Watling, and then a very quick turnaround. Presumably the jet will already be, the engines will already be on the jet, and then straight to UAE for the continuation of the IPL.
Yes, I think those who are playing for the IPL and those who are in the India Test squad will probably get no more than 2 or 3 days to get all their quarantine protocols, etc., done before they play.
This is Jamieson bowling to Pujara. Pujara's forward, pushing that one towards Boult at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Yeah, the IPL, the rest of the IPL being fitted in before the T20 World Cup. It's such a busy schedule from now on. Well, from start of August onwards for the England players. It starts now, really, I suppose. And so those who are coming back, the match is being played tomorrow against Sri Lanka. We'll have ball-by-ball commentary on those games Wednesday and Thursday evenings from Cardiff, and BBC Two live on Thursday for that one. Jamieson bowls, nips one back there against Pujara. The arms go up, but there was just too much movement, nipping back into him. Height as well, the issue. Ball going away on the offside. But you can totally understand, why they're playing the IPL. I think they lost about $200 million or something, which is a huge amount of money to lose.
Yes. Well, it'll be interesting to see how many players from other countries come in and play. Those who are not selected for their country's T20 squad will probably come in and play. But not too sure too many of the stars will play.
Jamieson bowls, played defensively by Pujara into the offside, and there's no run. None of the main England players, because they're building up to the T20 World Cup. The likes of Stokes and Butler and Archer.
Also, I think they are playing internationals around that time. They're playing against Pakistan and,
that's right.
And I think even Bangladesh.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So it's always tricky, isn't it? It's always tricky whether the club should come or the franchise should come or the country should come first. Tricky nowadays. Earlier on it was pretty simple. It was always country first.
Jamieson to Pujara. Pujara gets the ball that's very close to his off stump. He offers the pad. Jamieson can't believe that, but Pujara can. He knows exactly where his off stump is, and he wanders down the pitch to do some guarding at the end of a maiden over. Looks like drinks are coming onto the field, and the scores are dead level. Rohit has 19, Pujara 4. Drinks coming onto the field. Perfect time to hand over to Jonathan Agnew after a few more thoughts from Sunil Gavaskar.
Yes, I think India need to, if they're looking to win this test match, they need to start scoring a few runs. So they're at the moment 32 for 1, which is they've just leveled the deficit, but so they're 0 for 1, and I think if they're looking to put some runs on the board and challenge New Zealand, then by the end of the day's play they should be looking to get to maybe 100 or thereabouts, which will give them 70 ahead, and then again see how it begins for them tomorrow. But draw is to me the most likely result now.
I think so, Sunil. I think so, but who knows? There's still a bit going on there with that pitch, isn't there? And it's the new batsmen that struggle. You can't come in. If you get a wicket and perhaps get 2 or 3 out, but we shall see. But certainly New Zealand would have wanted more than just the 1 wicket, I think, in that little session there after tea. You can watch the video clips of today's highlights on the BBC Sport website and the app, of course. So and there was a good one today too. We saw some brilliant bowling today by India. We saw some really stubborn and challenged batting by Kane Williamson. It really was an object lesson in how to defend, how to keep your wicket, and playing beautifully straight. I think tempted into 1 false drive. That was all early, and then he just said, "Right, I'm not going to play that anymore," because there was some movement, and he nearly edged it. So he put that away, and then a good counter attack from Carl Jamieson just lifted the tempo and knocked the Indians off their length, and that enabled New Zealand to take that little lead. And then, we'd seen these two play very well, and New Zealand taking just that one wicket of Gill a few moments ago. And he was LBW to Saudi. So it's been a really entertaining day's cricket. I mean, I know we're going to be asked tomorrow, even if it is a draw, sunny, or whatever happens, about the event, about how this finals work. And it's difficult, isn't it, having lost so much time. But it's been interesting to have played it on a pitch that's offered the bowlers something anyway. I mean, it's not that it's been rolled out into a flat pitch for the occasion.
That's true. I think the conditions were a little hard for the batsmen in particular, and once you have overcast conditions, then it becomes a little more difficult for the batsmen. I would think that New Zealand perhaps had the better opportunity because they play in similar conditions back home.
Yeah.
While
and better preparation here too. They've had. And
yes, they came in and played 2 Test matches. But even if they hadn't come and played 2 Test matches over here, they still would have felt a little more at home. Weather conditions. India very seldom plays in centres where they have to put their hands in their pockets to warm them or to keep them warm. Yes. Sometimes, yes, in the month of December, January in Delhi, it can get cold, but not as cold as what we had over here. So yes, I think that was a bit of a disadvantage. Maybe I think if you want to avoid these weather conditions, maybe they should be looking to have the finals at the end of February, the next cycle, or early March, because that's when the Australian season will be over. That's when the New Zealand season, South African season, those seasons will be over. India and in the subcontinent also, they can take that break for about a week or 10 days to have that. So whether you play it in, or even in the Caribbean.
It's been nice here in March, Sonny. You like that?
If I'm struggling in the month of June, 3rd week of June.
No, it won't be here, will it? But I've enjoyed the concept of it.
Yes.
Then comes Boult, left arm over the wicket, and he's there, and he bowls outside the off stump, and Rohit Sharma has nothing to do with it. He's on 19, 32 for 1. So the slate has been wiped clean. 0 for 1, effectively. But it's a real shame about the weather. But it can happen. It can happen anywhere, really, can't it? Unfortunately, I know it's less likely to happen elsewhere rather than here. But of course, it was going to be the first. It's going to be at Lord's. In comes Boult, and he bowls, and Sharma's forward, playing up towards mid-off. Had it been played at Lord's, I think the weather would have been all right. As it seems to have, for some reason, just.
So why was it not played at Lord's?
For the bubble, so the players could be in a secure bubble environment, whereas at Lord's
there's no hotel down there.
Hotel, so that was why the ICC decided it would be better off having it here after last year, of course, with the experience of hosting the Test matches here. Boult left arm over the wicket, bowls short, nicely put away by Sharma there, pulling it away from around about waist high. Out to the fielder at deep square leg. He takes another one.
I quite like the concept of the World Test Championship because it gives context to even a dead rubber game. You can have a situation where the series has already been decided, the 5 Test series, 3 matches have been won, and the next 2 games perhaps there's not much interest. But because there are points for every win, I think it gives a context to every game. And I think it's also important.
That's what Boult bowling first of all, and Pujara's forward, playing to mid-wicket.
I know in a 2-year cycle it's perhaps just a little bit difficult, but it's also important that each country plays each other at least once.
Yes.
So if the 2-year cycle can be extended to maybe a 3-year cycle or even a 4-year cycle, you'll have the opportunity for each Test playing country to play against each other
home
at least once. If not home and away, at least once somewhere. And so that will then make it a proper World Test Championship, because then you'll play against everybody.
Yeah. We've got to get you fellas playing Pakistan at some stage somehow as well, haven't we? I don't know how far that is away. Here's Boult. That's played away to mid-wicket. There doesn't seem any movement there at all at the moment, is there? Doesn't seem to be.
Yeah. Maybe in a third country like UAE, that is.
Yes.
I can't see it happening in either country locally for some time at least.
No, it's a shame. Well, great shame. It's a total understatement. It's a great shame. 33 for 1. Pujara on 4. He's faced 22 balls. He's really getting his head down there. India not safe yet by any means as Boult bowls to him. And again, he just pats that away into the offside. to end that Boult over. But, a clatter of wickets would make it interesting. I wonder. Well, I've talked about it a bit without. I'm not very good at thinking these things through sometimes. But if you didn't share the money for the draw, I must just say goodbye to our Radio 4 Longwave listeners. Just briefly, you're off for the shipping forecast. If you took that away, and so you only, you obviously had appearance money. You only get well paid for playing in the game. But whether you really incentivised the win, whether that might have produced or might produce more in the match rather than just the players are sharing the money. But it'll be an interesting day tomorrow, I think. That's a thought. That's a thought that you just have prize money for the winners, nothing at all for the other team. In goes Jameson. Always a good ball, tall and bowling at full length. And Rohit Sharma again plays and misses at that. It's taken by the wicketkeeper. But yeah, you still get paid nicely for playing, for coming over, and good appearance money. But I don't know. It's thinking of a way of trying to incentivise. It would put more chance perhaps of India batting but more positively tomorrow and setting up a declaration and not making a game. It feels a bit of a lost cause because of the weather that's been lost, so we don't want to jump to too many conclusions, I think, because of what's happened. Jameson over the wicket again, lumbers in and bowls and turned by Sharma to square leg to Grondoms there, all hair, fielding, dashing in, tossing the ball underarm to Henry in the gully. 33 for 1. India are 1 run ahead. They've lost the wicket of Gill. There's lots of batting to come, but lots of cricket to come too. Full 98 overs tomorrow. I'll come to Andy in a second. He's on his 6-second delay in his shed in there, so we have to give him enough time to report his latest statistical information. In goes Jameson and bowls outside the off stump. Andy.
Is there be an argument, do you think, Aggers, for favouring the team that finishes top of the league, in that, say, they get an automatic win of the toss in the final, if you're going to have a one-match final? And we saw it in the World Cup as well. There was no reward for finishing top rather than fourth, say, in the first semi-final.
My immediate alarm would be if it's a home team playing in the final and they're top, what the pitch might look like if you're given a free first go at it. That might be a
neutral groundsman for the final.
Well, I suppose so. You could do. Off goes Jameson again, and that's a runaway down to third man. I mean, I suppose that could be, neutral groundsman preparing a pitch. But it's a thought, because at the moment there's nothing for no little bonus for finishing top.
Well, it's the first time ever, so clearly I think there will be areas to improve. Maybe give extra points for overseas wins. Yeah. If you go overseas and win, that particular win should get more points.
It's weighted, yeah.
It's weighted like that. Maybe look at whoever wins the previous one starts the next cycle with an extra 20 points.
In comes Jameson again. That almost creeps through. Raised arms there. Couldn't get through the defence. Welcome back to our long wave listeners. Just chatting away here as the shadows lengthen, and India lead by 1 run. They have lost that 1 wicket, so they're 33 for 1 at the moment, with Rohit Sharma on 20 and Cheteshwar Pujara on 4. India still battling away because they're not out of the woods yet.
Yes, I was saying that if you win this one, for the next cycle you automatically start with 20 points plus.
Yeah.
So even before you begin your campaign, you're 20 points plus.
Jameson bowls, and that's steered away. He's got that away, beaten gully. 2 New Zealanders chasing after that down to third man. And Sharma comes back for a languid second. And so India move to 3 for 1. Yeah, I mean, there'll be a big review, won't there? And they'll work out what's been good and what's been bad. I mean, clearly the standard is good. the quality of the cricket we've seen, albeit in tricky circumstances for the batsmen. I'm sure they'd have liked a flatter pitch than this, but given the time we've lost, it's worked out rather well. We've seen some very skillful bowling. There's a wonderful catching. It's been a very good display, the cricket, isn't it? It has showcased the game in a very positive way, I think. Now, where's New Zealand going to get a wicket from? Pujara's weighing anchor. They've got a short leg there for him now, and a mid-wicket. Mid on and mid off, both quite wide. It's 2 slips. One of which is Southey, who's waving towards the dressing room, I think, for some reason. Now, Boult is going to come round the wicket, so change of attack. Here it comes, and bowls to Pujara, who tries to work it into the leg side, but the ball bounces away into the off with an extra lift there for Boult. A little bit of swing. It doesn't seem to have swung quite as much in the second innings as it did earlier on. The wickets were clattering. Taylor out for 11, Nicholls for 7, Watling 1, de Grandhomme 13. Then the change in tempo with Jameson scoring 21 from 16 balls. He hit a 6. Just lifted Williamson's scoring rate a little bit, but he was 6th out today for 49 from 177 balls. In comes Boult, and Pujara was on the front foot this time, but he's sent back by his mate. He set off there for a single, but Sharma said, no, I'm not coming. So Williamson 49 from 177 balls, and that was he got going a bit as well, so he found it really tough. They bowled really well at him. He was eventually caught by Kohli at slip off Sharma. Southey scored a useful 30. Wagner a duck, but Shami the most successful bowler with 4 for 76. Sun fully out now as Boult bowls a bouncer. Pujara's underneath it.
It was a very good bouncer then. Pujara is very good at leaving those bouncers, but he had to take hurried action as he bent down, let the ball go above his head. He's been hit on the helmet a couple of times in recent years.
Has he?
Yes, so...
hasn't affected his confidence at all?
No, it hasn't. It hasn't.
And he's waiting now as Boult wheels round in the distance. Starts in again past umpire Illingworth. He comes, there he is, and bowls another bouncer. That one he avoided quite easily. A hostile ball. That's 2 short balls in a row that Boult has unleashed there. Off he goes into the distance again. The trees rocking up there on the hill behind the pavilion, and again we see, particularly the New Zealand flag is fluttering very busily with that strong wind. It's coming almost directly down the ground, so helping Boult. Short leg crouches, Boult again moves in and bowls, and Pujara's on the front foot, almost creeping there at the inside edge, but he's well forward. Williamson is the fielder out wide mid-off. Football interesting you this evening, Sonny? Will you be there?
I'll watch a bit. I'll watch a bit for sure.
I'm not going to ask who you're supporting. It's quite interesting being a neutral. I'm enjoying being a neutral here. You just watch quietly, not get too carried away, not too emotional about it all.
Serbia playing?
England are playing. Yes, England have played Czechoslovakia.
No, but is Serbia playing in the tournament?
Oh, I'm not sure actually. This is outside the off stump and ignored by Pujara. You've got to think about Serbia.
I just came from Serbia. That's why.
Serbia, didn't you?
That's right. So then, if Serbia is playing, I definitely would support Serbia.
I think they probably are playing, aren't they? I mean, Andy's also on there. He's in charge of the sweepstake. I suspect they're probably in there. Well, why did you come via Serbia? Because it's difficult to get from India to here.
Correct. India is a red list country as far as UK arrivals is concerned. So you had to go to Serbia, which is amber list, spend 12 days over there.
Right.
And then you can enter.
Why did you choose Serbia and not?
Because most of the countries had been red listed.
Right.
So that was the only option really.
Nice.
I believe there were some other options, but I think there was Russia or something like that. But I just think that Serbia was fantastic because it, to me, it's just like a hidden gem.
Is it?
Oh, it was terrific. Those 10-11 days were wonderful days.
Oh, nice. Now Jameson bowls short, and up goes Sharma and plays down to backward point. So were you stuck in a room, or could you have?
No. We could go walk out. No problem. Scored of our rooms. Absolute freedom to move.
Huh.
And we did a test 2 days before we came to UK. RT-PCR test, and then of course we had the tests over here on the second day, and on the 8th day, and then the release test on the 5th day. So all those protocols were done.
Yeah, sure. So it's now the things that you have to do at the moment to get around and to work. Jameson over the wicket, bowls. That's turned. Little wristy flick there from Sharma. But, Latham is the fielder, and there's no run. 35 for 1.
It's admirable patience from Rohit Sharma.
Oh yes.
He doesn't normally score 22 of 49. He usually is 49 of 22.
Exactly. Yeah, he's played well, isn't he?
Played really well.
A couple of ledges early on, they didn't carry. But it's that sort of pitch. Getting in is tricky. Jameson bowls to him, solidly forward now. Conway fields running in from point. Band fires up again. They're showing some good stamina as well as to cheering on their team.
I'm afraid Serbia didn't make it.
Oh, they didn't make it.
They were beaten on penalties by Scotland in the playoff match last November.
I've had thousands of Scots yelling at me because I'd have known the result of that. So they're not in it. So therefore you've got to support us, Sonny. It's like a second home here. But anyway, we always welcome you with open arms.
Supporting England, yes.
Quite right. Good to hear. 35 for 1. In goes Jameson. Is there any bowls outside the off stump? That goes whistling through. Nice, easy, relaxed looking leave from Rohit Sharma. So building up to that, it's there we're on 5 Live shortly. I think at 7 o'clock it starts up there if you're interested in the radio coverage of that. We'll kick off at 8 o'clock. Time for a bit of dinner. There you go, in front of the telly.
Yep.
Had a big screen for the Scotland game. I'm not sure. I think it was procured from one of the broadcasters' trucks. It was set up downstairs. So
I'm sure it'll be done today, this evening as well.
Hope so. Jameson moves in, bowls. It's very full, and there's a nice shot from Sharma. But again, he can't beat the field though, which has been excellent from both sides throughout this game. One drop catch, I remember. Southee dropping a slip catch, but otherwise can't really think of anything. Well, Ishant Sharma, that was a return catch today that was all a bit odd because it was off the very bottom of Southee's bat, and I think Sharma thought it was coming back at him like a rocket, and he ducked.
Yes.
But actually it just sort of lobbed at him, didn't it? He looked up and got a hand on it. Jameson on course for a maiden here. Sharma waits, gets a bouncer, but wide of the off stump, and again Sharma is longing there, I think, to play the shot that came naturally to him, which was just kind of ramping it away over slips. But remembering the situation, he's just digging in on the over ends as a maiden. 35 for 1, so the lead is 3. Rohit Sharma 22, Pujara 4. Man out was Gill, LBW to Southee for 8.
The fielding standards have gone up unbelievably. The athleticism, the agility, the way they slide and stop, the way they throw the ball now is thrilling. It's absolutely thrilling. It's wonderful to watch.
I was watching. You must have played in the game where David Lloyd got his double 100 at Edgbaston?
Yes, I did. I
was watching a bit of that. For some reason it was on, and I enjoyed watching Daryl Bishan's fielding in that. A lot of the boot coming out. I'm missing sometimes as well. Here's Boult outside the off stump, and Pujara lets it go by. It wasn't quite his thing, really, fielding, was it, for Bish?
Well, it wasn't about Bish and Bedi. I think there was, at least in Indian cricket, if you're a senior cricketer, you stood in slips.
Oh, really?
You saw where the ball, you didn't have to run around. That was what I was told by some of my senior players. That so
youngsters run around,
and so the catches would be dropped in the slips as well.
I'll bet. There's Boult, and he's forward, playing out to point.
They've always had the odd brilliant fielder. And Tony Kochi used to tell me that the 1953 Indian team to the West Indies was the best fielding team he had seen.
Really?
And that took for a long time.
Is that right?
Till pretty much, a couple of years before he passed away, he used to say that team was the best visiting fielding team that he's seen.
Good Lord. That's high praise indeed from Tony, because he's seen some outstanding fielding, not least from the West Indies, of course. Brilliant. Boult Round the wicket, he's there again, and he bowls very full, and that's beautifully driven for 4. Straight down the ground. That's Pujara. He just waits and waits and waits, and then he gets a ball like that. I think, yep, I can hit that for 4, and he just plays a nice beautiful shot.
Yes, he looked for timing, didn't he? He didn't look for power. He always looks for timing. So there's not much of a follow through of the bat over the left shoulder, like a right-hander's follow through would be, or a Rohit Sharma when he hits the ball. So it's more a punch, and what a lovely punch that was. Straight bat presented to the bowler.
Boult again runs in hard outside the off stump. This one keeps a bit low. And Pujara plays no stroke. Were you waving at me, Andy, from the shed there, or were you just stretching?
No, I've got some stuff on Pujara. Maybe we can wait till the end of the over on his recent form.
Okay, a couple of balls to go. Boult waits for the ball to be returned to him. There we go. Finally, after a lot of polishing and shining. A dark cloud overhead at the moment. As Boult runs in again, he's there and he bowls to Pujara wide outside his off stump. There's no interest in that whatsoever. So who would have been, I'm testing your memory now, but who would have been in that side then? Who would have been the standout fielders in 1953?
Well, there was D.K. Gaikwad, Anshuman's father.
Right.
Then C.V. Gadkari, Prakash Bhandari, who was probably the best of them all. Young Vijay Manjrekar.
Oh yes, of course. Are we too late for
Adhikari,
now?
Colonel Hemo Adhikari, who was our manager in 71.
There's Boult again bowling a bouncer. Are we too late for Mankad? When did Mankad finish?
He was on that tour, but I'm not too sure. I didn't hear much about his fielding, but he was a very good fielder, and probably was more in the closer. There was Polly Umriga.
Oh yes, there's a name.
So it was a very, very good fielding side. I mean, these 5-6 names are the names that I heard from Tony Cozier himself. And I remember there was when we were talking about Vinu Mankad, who was inducted in the ICC Hall of Fame. He was telling us a story about how Prakash Bhandari, when he had come in as a 12th man, he was told by Vinu Mankad, do not throw at all unless it's absolutely necessary. And he said, because we can surprise the batsman and get him out for a run out. So apparently Everton Weekes played a shot, and he stopped the ball brilliantly and then hurled it back at the wicketkeeper right on top of the stumps.
So it's Jameson starting a new over, bowling to Rohit Sharma, forward elegantly, but fielded by the bowler.
And Everton Weekes turned round to the wicketkeeper and said, oh, I've got to watch out for this man. I can't sneak a single against him.
Oh.
So what would I be now? He had come in as a 12th man. Prakash Bhandari had come in as a 12th man, but he'd been told, if you ever come on,
don't give the game away.
Don't give the game away.
So what he did.
He did.
Dear old Sir Everton. There was a nice man.
Wonderful man. Wonderful man.
Worked with us for many years. 39 for 1. Jameson again with a heavy tread, bowls outside the off stump. No interest from Rohit Sharma. New Zealand just make them play a little bit more than they are at the moment. Actually, they're just ignoring anything that's outside the off stump. They could just tighten up that line a little bit.
So who are England playing tonight?
Playing Czechoslovakia tonight, I think, aren't we, Tuffers? I don't think so. Czech Republic. Yes, absolutely right. Yeah. Don't know too much about them, if I'm honest. I haven't done my research yet.
But Prague is their capital, and again, that's a beautiful city.
There's Jameson and bowls outside the off stump, and again ignored. Yes, well, it's going to be. I'm not sure the crowd again. I think got about 20,000, I suppose, in tonight, haven't they? I think.
Is it at the Wembley?
Yes, it is. Well, I'm glad we got. I persuaded you over, Sunil. That's good. Sunil supporting us. Just because Serbia aren't in, we've got Sonny cheering us on tonight. Most unlikely Serbian supporter, surely. In goes Jameson, bowls, and that's prodded away into the leg side where the Grandon fields.
I'm not the only one. I'm sure Dinesh Karthik also would support Serbia.
Oh, you went together, did you?
Yes.
Yeah, fine. Oh, it's nice you had some company there.
Oh, thank God. I mean, he was very entertaining.
Looks as if the football team, went to Lord's today. Is that right? What I'm seeing on there? It looks like it. For a special tour. I'm not sure if they saw any cricket or not. Not sure what's happening anything at Lord's today. The chap there with a beard under WG Grace. That was Harry Kane, is it? 39 for 1. And in goes Jameson, bowls, and that's pushed away into the offside. Go for a quick single. Conway's there. Talking of beards, but we'll take the single.
Because it tells me
it's a very small
it
picture.
tells me how much you know about English football. That you cannot recognise the English captain.
It's a very small photograph.
That is no excuse.
And I was looking at WG
I'm
Grace.
sorry, that is no excuse. You can't recognise the English football captain.
It was a small picture. I thought his name was Harry. Should we sit there quiet? I'll go sit beside you tonight, Sonny. You can teach me about all the football.
Yes, I'd love that. I'd love that.
40 for 1. And the lead, therefore, is just creeping up as this last ball's outside the off. Something a double change here. Probably just as well. Phil Tufnell coming in. Thank you, Sunil. See you later. Look forward to that. Watching the football with Sunil Tuffers. And then Simon Mann's coming in here in a moment.
Cheteshwar, Pujara's recent form over the last 2 years, he's had something of a barren spell by his lofty standards. Averaged just 28 in his last 18 tests since August 2019. No centuries, 9 unconverted half centuries. Over his previous 35 tests, he'd averaged 55, and over the course of his career, he'd converted almost half of his 50s into hundreds, and has a poor head-to-head record against the New Zealand bowlers he's up against today. Boult's got him out 5 times for 136 runs, Jameson twice for 21, and Southey 3 times for 44.
Thank you, Andy. Change of bowling at the far end. But, Wagner coming on, I think, to try and shake things up a little bit. Let's see some of his short stuff. Do you think you thought a bit of rain was falling?
Well, no, it's just got a bit dark. I just saw the 2 umpires sort of looking at each other.
Wagner's on the way, bowls short, and he swings at it. That wasn't too far away from the glove and collected down the leg side. 40 for 1. It is quite dark. There's a sort of a layer of black cloud that's appeared. Floodlights are coming on.
Yep.
So hopefully the breeze will keep this moving, because where are we now? We're 20 past, so we're heading towards the half past, the first cut-off, if you like, so they have to be playing at half past. Certainly they had an eye on the light there, it's not great at the moment.
No.
Comes Wagner, bowls, and that thumps into Sharma's pad. Sets off for a leg bye, but he's sent back. 40 for 1. Rohit Sharma on 23. Pujara is on 8. Wagner walks busily back to his mark. Look for the overs remaining today. I think it feels as if we're an awfully long way behind. 18.
Yeah, we're not getting there.
18 to go. I mean, nowhere near.
No.
Wagner bowls very full. It slides way off the face of the bat for a single. Up comes the Grandong. And flicks that in. That's a lovely throw, actually. Underarm flick on the run very quickly into Watling's gloves.
I don't know where all those overs go. Just dawdling, I suppose.
Yes, well, there are 1 or 2 who do walk very slowly back to the mark. I fear I'm going to finger Ishant Sharma on that count. Just walk very slowly back. Very slowly.
They bowled 23 overs in the 2 hours before lunch. But it's legitimised by the lack of punishment, isn't it? As a tactic if you're trying to slow a game down and get a draw.
Yes.
Yeah, there's no sanction against it.
I suppose they still get fined in this game, do they? I don't know. For slow over rates.
They're all learning pretty well, I think.
In goes Wagner, yes, and that's pushed away by Pujara to the covers. Defensively kept a little bit low.
We do rattle on about it, but does need to be some address, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, it's been again with the lack of the spinners overs.
Yeah, but still, shouldn't have to bowl a spinner just to get the rate up.
No, absolutely. So tomorrow, of course, tomorrow you have to bowl the whole lot.
Well, I know.
Might need a torch by then. In comes Wagner. And he bowls a good ball outside the off stump, which beat Pujara.
Get the old miners that on.
Right, but it's going to be a lovely day tomorrow.
Yeah,
anyone who's coming.
A little bit of shape there for Wagner, wasn't it? Just shaped and just left the good ball.
I don't know what the ticket situation is tomorrow. Whether they wouldn't, I don't suppose, have sold any 6th day tickets in advance. They didn't know there was going to be one.
Yeah, might be a bit of a rare thing. A 6th day ticket with day 6.
Might have a chance to come down. Wagner bowling outside the off stump, which is ignored by Rohit Sharma, and that's the end of the over. So, Tuffers, I'm going to leave you. Some thoughts from you.
Okay.
And for the next 20 minutes, it'll be Simon.
Yeah, they're still a little bit out there, but just getting themselves into an unbeatable position now, India. I think that's what's going to be first thing on their minds. Make sure there's no collapse imminent. It doesn't look like it. It looks pretty flat pitch now. Looks like that bit of juice has gone out of it. Here's a bit of swing there, but just plodding along here, India, making sure the game's safe. Simon.
Hello, Thomas.
Hello.
Just talking about over rates, I see that the West Indies were fined and had points deducted from the World Test Championship table.
Like that.
Here's Jamieson bowling, pushed into the offside. There's no run, but not for the. It's not the. They haven't that series in South Africa. They haven't started the next iteration of the World Test Championship.
Was it the last one?
It was the last one.
So it didn't matter anyway.
So they were deducted points at the end of the game that finished yesterday,
which was pointless.
Yeah. Although the fine might hurt them a bit. Actually.
Well, yeah, that's right. Usually the pocket does.
Well, yeah.
Usually the pocket hit them in the pocket. But no, I might try and get myself one of those 6th day tickets. Antiques Roadshow in a few years' time, you know.
Jamieson bowls, guided away off the back foot by Rohit, straight to cover, and there is no run. When was the last time there was a 6th day in England? I think it was 1972, but that's just I know there was one in 1972, the Ashes Test series of that year.
I think 75 there was one.
Was there?
As well. Yeah.
You think there was, Andy? You think?
Well, I was looking last night. Tuffers don't give away the secrets. I was looking at last night and a few casual late night moments alone with the stats. I'll get up the full list. There was a cricketing.
Hold on, Andy. Here's Jamieson bowling to Sharma outside the off stump, no stroke.
There was a cricketing artefact on Antiques Roadshow this week. There was a stump from the Bodyline series.
Wow.
Signed by, I think, I didn't actually see it. Someone tweeted about it to me. Signed by, I think, the Australian team. And it was valued at £10,000.
Is that all?
I'm going to have to get in my shed. I'm going to have to go back into my shed. I've got a few bits and pieces knocking about. I nearly threw away the other day because I got myself a skip and was just rummaging through a few things. Nearly threw away a signed back by Don Bradman.
You didn't?
Well, no, I didn't. I had to dive back in and get it. Yeah, rummaging around in the skip for it.
Jamieson bowls outside the off stump. There's no stroke for Rohit.
And there's also, I remember my father getting something. What was the 70? What was the Australian tour over here? Would it have been the 73 or 4?
Well, they were here in 72 and 75.
Well, it was one of those. It was one of those. He got a bat signed by them all, and the England side. I think that's kicking around in there. But that might be worth. Might have a little look for that.
Give it another 20 years.
Yes, that's right.
We're talking about the Bodyline bat. Stump, sorry.
Well, yes. Well, it's only one stump for 10 grand.
Yeah.
Wow.
Jamieson bowls clipped away nicely and very well stopped at wide mid-on by Boult, but they get a single.
It goes well, doesn't it, cricket memorabilia, for some reason. I think it's probably sort of the most sort of sought after memorabilia in a funny sort of way. I don't know why.
I'm just trying to think of other sports. I mean, with football, I suppose a shirt, someone's shirt, I suppose, but there aren't many bits of the game. With cricket, there's stumps and gloves and pads and bats and helmets and all sorts of things that you can sort of flog off. Goalkeeper's gloves, I suppose. Sort of.
Well, Nick Hancock, who I used to work with, he's got Sir Stanley Matthews' FA Cup medal.
Medal, what, from 58, was it? 58. Yeah. Here's Jameson bowling, and Pujara is now 8 from 40 balls, 42 for 1. India are 10 runs ahead on this 5th day.
What's Andy doing?
It was 1953, the Matthews final.
Was it?
53.
Oh dear. Yeah, of course it is, yeah. 58, I think, was Manchester United, wasn't it?
Oh, right, okay, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
He's got
of course it was, 53, the 4-3 win over Bolton. Anyway, on that 6th day...
He rested.
On that 6th day thing, I'm not sure. Okay, I'm going to take a punt here. You probably can knock me down, but the 1975 Ashes, they weren't. Sorry, series between England and Australia, they weren't playing for the Ashes, and I think they only had a 6th day if the Ashes, the result of the series was at stake. So I'm going to question you. I'm going to call you out on 1975.
Oh, hello.
Here's Wagner bowling, and that's nicely pushed away and very well fielded. Yeah. Lovely shot from Rohit, just checking the push. He didn't really go after it. It was a lovely, beautifully timed shot into the offside, but very well stopped by Williamson away to his left-hand side.
Is this
extra cover?
Is this a stat off? Is it? You have this?
No, I'm just trying to create some interest towards the close of this 5th day. No, and he's wagging his finger at me. Perhaps there was a 6th day then, I don't know, in 1975. And there was one or two flat pitches around in that series. I think the Lord's Test ended in it took quite a high scoring draw in the end. Here's Rohit. This time he does find the gap through the offside. Nice clunk off his bat out towards deep extra cover. They've gone for 2. The throw's on its way, wants 3, it's not there. Watling has to come scrambling out from behind the stumps. The throw was a bit weak there. They might well have got 3 if they'd gone for it. A one-day match had last over, they easily would have got 3. 44 for 1, 12 runs ahead, and Pujara is on 8. Rohit Sharma is on 27, and he's poised with his mic. He's going to put me away, are you?
Yes.
Are you?
1975 Oval Test began on Thursday the 28th of August, finished on Wednesday the 3rd of September with a rest day on the Sunday. 6 days of play, still ended in a draw.
That one is defended by Rohit Sharma down into the slips cordon. And there's no run. So there was a 6th day in that series, even though the Ashes weren't at stake. I am right about that, aren't I? The Ashes weren't at stake. Because it was only a 4-test... I tell you what, it was only a 4-test series, and they were playing the World Cup that year, so I think they decided that the Ashes wouldn't be at stake. I may be wrong about that.
How do you know so much about 1954?
No, this is 75.
75.
Because I sort of remember it. That was David Steele's series when he first came into Test cricket. David Steele at Lords. Yeah, England lost to Edgbaston. They were thumped at Edgbaston. Gooch's double naught. Yeah. And then the Lords Test match. Wagner goes in, ball's short, pulled away, down towards de Grandhomme, along the ground, carefully pulled away by Rohit Sharma. De Grandhomme hurls it in. Oh, and you need to pay attention to the non-strikers there. Wagner was walking back to Grandhomme through to the non-strikers end, and Williamson just scrambled in time to prevent that going for 4 overthrows. One more. 45 for 1. So the game finished. It was 7 days. They started on Thursday, finished on Wednesday with a rest day. Gosh. And it ended in a draw, did it?
Ended in a draw. England batted 234 overs in their second innings.
Wow.
After following on.
Wagner bowls outside the off stump. No strike from Pujara. And was that then the last 6th day in a Test match in England in 1975?
Yes.
Right, okay. It's important to, I mean, they are pretty good, our stats people, aren't they? You've got to keep them on their toes, though, haven't you?
Well, they nod off, aren't they?
Yeah. Well, I salute you, Andy. He just gives you a little nod there.
Yeah.
So to say, yeah, don't try me again. This is Wagner bowling outside the off stump. No strike from Pujara. 13 runs ahead, India, with 9 wickets left. England and Australia did play an Ashes series where the Ashes were, did play a series where the Ashes weren't at stake after the World Series cricket. So that was a 3-test series in Australia. And they said that was just not enough, but it was a sort of celebration of them all coming back after the World Series cricket. You know, that schism was over, and so they had a sort of celebratory series in Australia.
The 75 series was a full Ashes series, but it was only 4 tests. It was 1-0 to Australia. So although the Ashes weren't technically at stake, the series could still have been drawn. So I don't know if that's why they played a 6-day game in the final test.
Yeah. Anyway, there we go.
Yeah.
Delving back into the
time.
Yeah, a long time ago. You talk about body line. Actually, if there's, the thing is, you can see the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, early on. It's there on YouTube, whatever. There are recordings of it. It's one thing I'd love to go back to and watch that body line series. Here's Jameson. Oh, that's a beauty. Just curving that away from Rohit Sharma's forward defensive prod. Jameson walks away. He's still got his hands on his head now as he walks back to his mark.
Well, you'd like to go back there, would you?
Well,
sit in the
watch,
crowd.
Well, if I could, yeah. If there was a time machine, I would. I'd love to watch it, yeah. But at least see it. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. See what it was like. See what everyone was complaining about. Yeah. It was context, wasn't it, at the time as well? It was not the done thing to do that. But then, subsequently, we've got short pitch bowling the whole time. We've had the West Indies fast bowlers in the 80s who bowling lots of short pitch fast bowling. Admittedly, not with the leg trap there. Yeah. Not in at the body, but there was a lot of short pitch bowling at the head. Here's Jameson. Forward goes Rohit. Wants a single, not there.
It just wasn't cricket, was it?
Well, that's what they said at the time, yeah.
Not cricket.
Yeah.
Only a few more half volleys.
Well, exactly. Well, that's the
not
thing.
going to bowl you anymore.
That's the thing. Now, with all the sort of modern fast bowling, you look back at that and it seems absurd, doesn't it? But you have to understand the context of the time, probably.
Of course, yeah.
And of course, they did have to change the law with
the fielders
behind leg side.
Yeah, I think that's a good. That was very good. What came out of it there, because you could just then.
Jameson to Rohit Sharma, full turned away past Boult this time at mid-on. He's after it, and there's a bit of hesitation in the second run, but there was always going to be two there, and they did come back for it eventually, and they got it comfortably. 47 for 1.
I wonder who made up their mind that if it pitched outside leg you can't be out, and if you're outside the line,
Well, they've always sort of tinkered with those sorts of things, haven't they?
Oh, have they?
Well, a little bit, yeah. Here's Jameson bowling full outside the off stump. This time Rohit is not to be tempted. He's 30. Pujara is on 8. It's 47 for 1. But the pitching outside leg stump makes some sense in a way, because I think you have quite a defensive game if you could be out LBW to a right arm bowler bowling round the wicket pitching outside leg stump. It would alter the balance of the game. You'd have bowlers attacking from round the wicket into the batsman, and it might negate offside play.
Yes,
I think that's the reason for that.
And then also, if the other one, the three fielders behind square on the leg side, they'd all be fielding around there as well, wouldn't they?
Here's Jameson bowling to Rohit, who manages to keep that ball out of his stumps. I just had a bit of venom in it from Jameson, who stands in the middle of the pitch and seems to have a word there. Yeah, he's definitely offering a word at Rohit, and Rohit's saying, "You get back to your mark and bowl."
First bit of argy-bargy we've seen, isn't it?
That's very un-New Zealand-like.
It is. Well, it's been played in an excellent spirit, hasn't it? But even,
There was a time when the LBW, Andy's with us, the LBW law changed, didn't it? Post Second World War.
There's been various changes over the years.
Sorry, go on. I'll just break off with Jameson, who's past the umpire now into bowl to Rohit Sharma. Gets wide of the crease. Rohit plays a solid defensive shot, and that's the end of Jameson's over. 8 overs for 9, but no wickets so far. New Zealand got that 1 wicket. India 47 for 1, 15 ahead.
In the 1930s, the law was changed. It used to be that the ball had to pitch in line between the stumps.
That's right. In the 30s, right? Yeah.
And they changed it so that it could pitch outside off stump.
Yeah,
and then go, and it still has to hit in line between the stumps. But the number of LBWs almost tripled in the season that they changed the law, and it's viewed as a very positive development, and negated a lot of the defensive pad play that there had been at the time.
And LBWs are up again, I think, as a result of DRS, of course. But for spinners, not for pace bowlers. Pace bowlers might have gone down a bit, and spinners have gone up a bit.
Yeah.
So, I mean, in a sense, that is changing the LBW law in a way, DRS, because it makes umpires realise that much more is out than they thought or were prepared to give. Wagner bowls, dabbed away by Pujara down towards backward point. There are some tickets remaining for tomorrow at reduced cost. Tickets start from £25. They're available online. If you want to come tomorrow, remember there's only a capacity of 4,000 because of social distancing regulations. You only have 25% in the stadium. I know for the one-day series in Sri Lanka, the ECB and speaking to the government about that, aren't they, and having more people in than the 25% games at
Cardiff.
Well, that's T20.
Oh, right.
But I think there is an ODI. Yeah, there is an ODI Cardiff, Pakistan. Here's Wagner bowling outside the off stump. No stroke from Pujara, allows it to go through to Watling. So the series starts with a match at Durham, and then there's a game at the Oval, and then Bristol, and then they move on to Cardiff for the Pakistan series. So they're trying to raise I know they're counting on in Bristol, trying to raise the capacity for that match.
Apparently, because of DRS, and it's been going for quite a while now, and it's a bit of carnage in county cricket. The old umps are very willing to give you out nowadays.
Wagner bowls, and that one curves in well, very well played by Pujara. The ball hits the stumps at the non-striker's end. That was the clunk you heard. 47 for 1.
I suppose it's always tweaking, isn't it, players? I mean, they're starting to take that offside guard now, aren't they? Always used to be leg stump or middle and leg or middle, perhaps. Now they're taking that offside guard. All these, little subtle things. I suppose the game evolves, doesn't it, all the time?
Well, DRS has had a huge impact on the game. I think for the positive.
Absolutely.
That one is on the hip of Pujara, and he gets off 8, flicking it down towards fine leg. Oh, this has gone for 4. It was a really tired piece of fielding from Jameson. He got there and then slipped over. He lost his footing on a slippery outfield, but he went to knock it back and tumbled over, and the ball went behind him and hit the rope. So a bonus boundary there for Pujara. Went very quickly off the bat from Wagner's bowling.
And he did well to get down for such a big fella. Got both hands to it, but just sort of his momentum carried him through and forgot to grab the ball.
50's up for India, 51 for 1, then 19 ahead. Wagner bowls to Pujara. Pujara lets it go. Pujara's on 12 now. Andy?
That 4 was the 100th ball Pujara's faced in this Test match, and only the 6th that he'd scored runs from.
Really? Crikey. Only the 6th ball.
Well, it's been that sort of game, hasn't it?
It's been, cagey, to say the least.
Yeah. I mean, it does make you feel. I wish we had an extra day to really sort this game out, because it's a really fascinating game.
Yeah, it would have been.
And here's Wagner bowling very wide of off stump, no stroke from Rohit. And when they have been on the field, they really have gone at it hard in a. So they've just neither side has given anything away at all.
No.
You could argue it's made for sort of defensive cricket at times, but it's not been easy out there with the overcast conditions and the pitch. Nick in Dorset says, nice idea, Simon, to have a cricket time machine, but for me, I'd like to have seen just how fast Larwood was. I reckon he'd make Brett Lee look like a medium pacer. I'm not sure about that. No, I'm not sure about it either. But
similar.
Yeah, it would be fascinating to go back and see, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it was quick enough.
How quick Lara was. Put the speed gun on him.
I reckon he would have been
73 miles an hour.
No, I think he might have been 85s, 87s, 88s.
So not quite as quick then as some of the bowlers who knocked around since and today.
Well, mainly it's just, I think, because of strength conditioning, boots. I don't know.
Yeah. Here's Southey back into the attack. The first ball's a grubber outside the off stump, which Rohit allowed to go through.
Difficult to bowl fast when you took your boots off and there was blood on your socks, lad. From the spike, the odd nails.
It was a Bob Dylan album, wasn't it? Blood on your socks.
Blood on your socks.
That'd be great. That was one series I really would have liked to have seen.
Thousands didn't they? I remember seeing the pictures of it. Thousands were there, weren't there? In fact, 7 deep all sitting on the grass.
All booing.
Yeah.
Southey into bowl to Rohit. He comes forward and pushes that out towards extra cover, and there is no run.
Got about 20 overs an hour in Bodyline.
Did they?
With this match, which is about 12 and a half, I think.
Yeah.
Did they bolt on it? Oh, yeah, amazing. Where's that? They must have been legging it around the field, mustn't they? It must have been like, quick, get through.
How did they do it?
Yeah, I don't know.
Must have been more spin, surely. I haven't looked at the balance. Spin against pace, but a lot more spin probably in those days, I would have thought. Southey to Rohit. Rohit plays a fidgety defensive shot, goes into the offside. There's no run, 51 for 1.
I think that there is, but it's of course your prerogative to do so. I think there is a lot of messing about with field changing. You know.
What now?
Well, no, sometimes, yeah. Sometimes there's a lot of like, hold on, Dave, can you go just an inch to your right? And you just 2 inches to your left, sometimes set your field and bowl to it.
I mean, Southey is a very slow walker back, for example. That doesn't help. Wagner marches back, doesn't he? He bowls his ball and straight back.
Yeah.
It takes, and in the Southey's walked very slowly back, and he's only just now been thrown the ball.
Yeah.
Here he goes again to bowl to Rohit Sharma outside the off stump, curving away. Rohit leans forward, lets it go.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think one of the biggest problems is between overs. Yeah. I think it's noticeable if you watch Championship cricket.
Yeah.
I said the score at the end of the over, and I get a comment from you.
Yeah.
Tough as I look down, make a note or something. In Championship, you look up, and they're almost ready to bowl again.
Oh, you've made a note of something I've said, have you? It must have been an interesting comment for a change. Go on, carry on. Sorry.
Well, no, just the point is that you don't get much time between the overs. No. You look up, and they're about to bowl the next over in the Championship because they've got to get through.
Yeah.
Southey, no shot, LBW, surely, yes! There was no shot from Rohit Sharma. Padding up, and umpire Goff has given him out. He's thinking about the review, but New Zealand are celebrating. They're pretty sure they've got their man, and Rohit, what's he going to do? Is he just going to walk off?
Yeah.
Yes, he is. That looked like a massive misjudgment from Rohit Sharma, and umpire Goff agreed. And India are 51 for 2, and just when they thought they were beginning to sort of claw their way up the hill, they're just being dragged down again.
Yeah, let's have a little look at this. I don't necessarily... it's nipped back a bit, him on the back knee. I tell you, a huge misjudgment, good bit of bowling. But if I was Rohit Sharma, I would have had a look at that. I don't know whether it jagged back enough.
Umpire's call for impact,
perhaps,
do you think? Umpire's call for... Yeah, I mean
sometimes you get absolutely done, don't you? And it's like splattering all three out, but that just shaped back and then just nipped off the pitch.
Well, we're going to find out in a minute because they'll put the technology on it, but Rohit has not reviewed it.
No.
And when you don't play a shot, the umpires... It's funny, isn't it, how the umpire feels a bit more inclined just to send you on your way. But, I mean, it looked pretty good. It just looked a huge misjudgment from Rohit Sharma. So gone for 30. Southey was a bit like the other one as well, with Shubman Gill. He was sort of celebrating before the umpire raised his finger. He just felt absolutely certain that was out.
Handy to get rid of Kohli tonight.
Well, Kohli is in with 15 minutes play left.
Yeah, that will open it right up again.
Well, yeah, if they could get him before the close, and that really would. Yeah, that really would set up tomorrow, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So big 15 minutes in this game. 19 for 2 effectively, India here. Here is Southey into bowl to Kohli. Kohli's forward, back right out there, playing up towards mid-off. And that is the end of the over from Southey. He's had a good day today. He made 30 very useful runs in the lower order, and he's taken 2 for 14 from 8. Still haven't seen the technology on that LBW shout. The bottom line is it's out. It's been given. He's on his way. And Pujara, the non-striker's end, said, look, I don't think you're going to get away with that. And it's coming soon. And so too is Jonathan Agnew to replace me until the close of play.
Yeah, I mean, it just looked good, didn't it? Just nipped back off the pitch. Big misjudgment from Sharma. Just perhaps got in a bit of a rut, not looking to score, perhaps with one eye on the close.
No night watchman for Kohli.
No, I know.
That's interesting. There's 15 minutes to go. 14. Yeah, sort of night watchman time often, but India's captain's out there. He's not facing at the moment. Pujara is, though. There's Jameson bowls to him. Ball that lifts outside the off stump. Pujara takes everything out of the way as quickly as he can. It's looking at the technology for Sharma's LBW. Is it hitting the stumps? Umpire's call for hitting the off stump. It hit the back leg. There's that lovely deception again from Southey with the in-swinger. But yeah, even if they'd reviewed it, he'd have been on his way. $51 for 2. So the lead is just 19. That's all, and they're not out of the woods yet by any means. Jameson from the pavilion end. Dark cloud overhead now. Bowls. Oh, that goes straight over the stumps. Another leave from Pujara to a straight ball, really. Went over the stumps, and he's smiling. But I just wonder if the Indian batsmen are getting themselves in this very defensive frame of mind. That was a misjudgment. I mean, yes, it went over the stumps, but it went over the leg stump. Jeremy Coney.
Yes.
You can get yourself in this frame of mind. Can't you? Not careful.
You can, yeah. And you can leave on lengths, which he did there.
Yeah.
Especially with the tall bowler.
51 for 2. The lead 19. Jameson's on his way, and he bowls to him, and this time he does play a fuller ball, and it's fielded at mid-on by Trent Boult. 51 for 2. A tense end to the day.
Just wondered, Jonathan, whether you bring the point in or bring perhaps the mid-on around, and I'd rather have the mid-on there so he can still bowl straight, but bring the point in just to, opposite where the bat pad is, because he plays with the bounce that Jameson can get. I just think more pressure on him too.
Here comes Jameson. He bowls Pujara's forward, yeah.
Just to get the shoulder of the bat or into the gloves in particular, and it might just carry,
Yeah.
And he won't like it there. No. Right at the start, what have you got to lose? 4 runs? That's,
And it's a key phase of the game.
Absolutely. Yeah. And certainly to Pujara.
Yeah. At the moment, 3 slips and a gully. And there's a cover point mid-on, short leg. And there'll be a man way down there to our left, just out of my view, long leg. There's a tall, fair head. Jameson was on his way, and now Pujara's moved away. There's been a bit of an issue up there. Is
it the pink board?
Well, there's a sort of a corporate box above the clock there.
Ah, yes.
And I think every now and then someone moves, whether it's something to do with the dressing rooms. It could be. It's all connected, that first floor of the pavilion. Every now and then someone moves, and the batsman can see it through the glass. 51 for 2. The lead is 19. And he's on his way again, Jameson. Over the wicket, he bowls to Pujara with a big grunt, and that forces him onto the back foot. And it's picked up by the short leg fields and polishes hard. 51 for 2. A long day of Test match special tomorrow. It's the 6th day of this game, so we're underway again at 10:15. And then it's the first T20 between England and Sri Lanka from 6:15. That's on 5 Live Sports Extra. That's coming from Cardiff, isn't it? So something to listen to on the way back home. On the way up the A34. 51 for 2. And Jameson bowls a short one, which Pujara sways away from, and is taken by the wicketkeeper. Floodlights on with a low cloud. It feels a bit gloomy, but the umpires don't loiter and look for eye contact with each other. But that's not happening at the moment. They're just moving into their respective positions. And Kohli's going to be on strike. And what a chance here for New Zealand. He's come out. There's no night watchman. He's facing the music with 10 minutes to go. That would be a massive blow if they can dismiss him now in these, rather gloomy conditions. Southey's bowling well. Kohli twiddles his bat. 51 for 2. Southey taking both wickets so far. Runs in and bowls to Virat Kohli, who allows that one to go through outside the off stump.
It was a lovely little piece of bowling, wasn't it, to dismiss Rohit Sharma?
Yep.
Just away, come back for the 3rd ball, coming back in. He's developed that in swinger. I haven't seen that prior to this series and the series against England. He's developed that in the last few months. Gives him a lot of variety, because he can bowl a straight one as well, the one that sort of just wobbles.
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
2 slips a gully. There's a man on the drive. Southey again on his way, bowls to Kohli forward there. Straighter ball that he had to play at, and again just threatening to swing away, but he covered that very well. Again, just as they did in the Test series against England, the New Zealanders really working hard on the ball. So one side of it, shining it up, giving themselves the best possible chance to make it swing. Southey pauses for a moment. Kohli's ready. In goes Southey. Past the umpire, he's there and bowls, and Kohli again doesn't have to play at that and let it go through. He'll be mindful though, he knows what he's got up his sleeve now. Mindful that one that either goes straight on or actually does swing in. How long does Southey keep him waiting? That's the question. Played very well in the first innings. Kohli, very patient innings. It was similar really to the way that Williamson played, yeah. What's happening now? A bit of movement down here. What's going on? It's either somebody or something down here in front of the sight screen. I can't really tell. Perhaps it's the cameraman actually. He's getting a bit close. Yeah, Kohli wants him away. 51 for 2. There's Southey bowling a bouncer. Oh, that's a good one too. And Kohli had no idea where that had gone. Over the slips. Now, what did that come off? It's gone for 4.
Hit him on the head?
I think it might have hit him on the head.
I think it took him on the helmet.
It's leg buys. And so I think Kohli's going to have a concussion check here, because if that took him off the helmet, I mean, he's saying I'm all right, but that doesn't matter. And he is all right. But it was a good short ball from Southey, and I just don't think Kohli saw it at all, and straight on the helmet.
Got the hands very high too, didn't he?
Yeah.
Just missed the gloves actually.
He had no idea where it had gone. Absolutely no idea. So yes, the physio's coming out. So, well, although he doesn't want to be hit on the head and everything else, it'll eat away a few precious minutes here.
And I wonder if the umpires might say, it's getting a bit dark. Those sorts of things. If it's going to worry Kohli, he does bend the head, but the hands are very high.
Yeah, he got in a bad position there. I don't think he saw it. So yes, concussion test it is. The physio's out there, and Kohli's fine.
You could see Goff say something to Williamson as well.
Well, it's a bit of umpires sort of hanging around a bit, making sure that it all happens all right. But I would think, from Kohli's perspective, he would hate being hit on the head, wouldn't he?
He'd be embarrassed.
Yeah, he would. It's but also it takes a bit to hit someone like him. He was in no position at all. I was checking he's okay, and he is all right. The physio's running off again. Southey's ready to go. There are some tickets remaining tomorrow. They're at a reduced cost too, £25. They're available online.
Gee, that's not bad, is it? 25 for all that time.
It's a very lovely day. I'm sitting in the sun.
98 overs potential.
You have to check the, but he puts his body on the line when he chases like that. He's all right. He's picking up his cap now. But a lovely response from Kohli.
Yeah, it was.
So yes, just check. I mean, if you are interested in getting tickets, I say it's going to be a lovely day, but you may well. Obviously, we're doing all our tests, but I think you may need to have a negative test in order to come in at one of those lateral flow ones. In goes Southey, and he bowls, and this is pushed away carefully by Pujara. Out to mid-off. It's the end of the over. An aggressive one from Southey. Kohli will be on strike, so again an opportunity here for New Zealand. There are probably 2 overs left. I think it's 5-2. Might get 2 in. But the over rate's very slow. There's still, there's 11 that are supposed to be bowled. But, that's a lot that aren't.
Well, we only had 23 in the first session.
Yeah.
In 2 hours.
Yeah. 58 for 2. India lead by 26. But Kohli is taking guard. He'll take his time doing this. He'll have his eye on the clock, which is right above Carl Jamieson down there at the far end, so you can see what it's saying. It's saying around about 5-2. And Jamieson's on his way immediately, as quickly as he can. Up he comes down. Bowls to Kohli. Wow, a very, very high bouncer, and it's been signalled a wide. So I had to go bowl that again, and that could possibly jeopardise a second over, but he looks at his boots there as if it slipped. He really hurled it into the pitch, and it just popped over Kohli's head. So 6 balls remain in this over. Our clock here is showing 3 minutes to 7 now. Jameson on his way, comes in and bowls to Kohli. It's full, he flicks it away through mid-wicket, a chase for Boult. Definitely get 2. Try and stop them getting that third. They really want to bowl at Kohli, and he's managed to as well, so that's a good piece of fielding. It's a great opportunity. Get him in there. Now, Richard Illingworth, I think, having a word with Kohli there about where he ran on the pitch, and it's quite a stern word too. In fact, it's a prolonged stern word. He's still doing it.
Well, Kohli's turned his back on him, hasn't he?
Yes, he did. So we'll see a replay of that, I suspect, to see where he did run. I was watching the ball, but Richard Illingworth was not having any of that. It wasn't just to stay off the pitch, no. That was an extended conversation. Jameson again bowls to him and is forward, playing it away up to mid-on, where Boult fields, quickly moving again to keep Kohli on strike. 4 balls to go in this over. India lead by 29. A full day tomorrow, a good forecast. Wonder if something could be conjured up.
You'd have to say the draw's favoured, wouldn't you? I mean,
you would. But if they knock Kohli over now.
Well, that's right. Or early in the morning.
Yep. The light not great. Floodlights on. Seagulls circling. As Jameson moves in and bowls. The ball again climbs. Kohli played that on well. He rode the bounce.
Oh, I think a bat paired. If Jameson just gets this right, he's playing those, isn't he? The bat.
Yeah.
He's not getting out of the way, he's just playing them.
Jameson walks slowly back. I think this will be the last over of the day. It's showing 1 minute 2 now. We've got still some of this over remaining. Up he comes. Kohli's waiting stock still, and Jameson bowls to him. He comes forward there, pushing it away, thinking about a single, but it's not on. 2 balls remain.
Well, New Zealand haven't allowed India to get away, have they? It was always going to be cautious for a start. Once you're behind, you don't want to be losing wickets. Yep. 2 wickets is fine. New Zealand they'd take 3, wouldn't they? Sure, but both openers gone now, and means that tomorrow's first session becomes the big one, doesn't it? Really,
Absolutely.
And we'll know which way in the course of this match.
2 balls remain. Kohli on 5. Waits as Jameson lumbers in, bowls to him. He gets that away, down to fine leg. Will they come back for 2? They are coming back for 2. Kohli not worried about facing what looks to be the last ball of the day. By the way, ticket-wise, you do not need any sort of test to come in tomorrow. So that's just worth noting as well. The sun's going to shine. You don't need to have any sort of test. They're 25 quid and they're online. So that's just fills in the details there. The clock on the scoreboard is showing 7 o'clock. So this will be the last ball of the 5th day. Williamson taking his time to polish it up. India lead by 31. Last chance here just to do something spectacular on what has been a really interesting day. We'll be reviewing that with Jeremy at the close, which will be after this ball. Jameson on his way, bowls to Kohli's very full. He went for the stumps, and there's a bit of a misfield there at mid-on, so Kohli's going to take a single, which means that he'll finish the day on 8. And with Pujara on 12, so 64 for 2. Well, that is the end of the day. 30 overs having been bowled, and India lead by 32, but they've been battling away there, and New Zealand make them work very hard for that. They've chipped away with a couple of wickets, but Pujara is always, well, not always, but as he likes to do, has come out, has blunted things there. 55 balls for his 12, and Kohli hit on the head, is walking off. He's got a smile on his face. He's 8 not out, so 64 for 2. Off go the players, and the crowd having one last look before they head off in their cars or the park and ride that they have here at the Bowl. And 10 wickets today, falling for 212 runs, and it's been an interesting tussle. So we may well have an interview with someone to bring you during the course of the next 15 minutes or so. We'll see how we go. So close of play of the 5th day of this one-off test, this World Championship Test final, sees the game, well, it's still alive, despite having lost 2 complete days to rain and more time as well. It rained again this morning with a loss of another half hour's play. But India close their second innings on 64 for 2. So that gives them a lead of 32 over New Zealand. A full day to come on the 6th day. 98 overs will be bowled if that's possible. And so there's a lot of cricket still to be played in this game. Kohli is 8 not out. He came out, he chose to bat rather than sending out a night watchman after Rohit Sharma was LBW to Saudi, playing no stroke for 30 from 81 balls, very unlike Rohit Sharma, but again just showing the position that India found themselves in, really having to battle away. Earlier Shubman Gill was out, LBW to Saudi as well for 8. So Pujara's on 12, Kohli is on 8, 64 for 2, a lead of 32. That after, well, an eventful day as far as New Zealand were concerned, with some terrific bowling this morning, led by Mohammed Shami, who swung the ball quite considerably. The ball moved throughout. We saw extraordinary innings from Kane Williamson, who made 49 from 177 balls, and those last 20 runs he actually got on with it a bit. It was an incredible, very defiant, patient innings in taxing conditions, and he was the 6th man out today. He'd just taken New Zealand into the lead when he was caught by Kohli off Ishant Sharma, but before him Taylor was out for 11. After 16 runs were added in an hour and a quarter, he drove to Gill at mid-off off Mohammed Shami. Nicholls didn't last too long, he's out for 7, caught by Rohit Sharma. Nice catch there at slip again off Ishant Sharma. Watling made only 1. Wickets falling here, 135 for 5 it was then. He was bowled, and then de Grandon made 13, 162 for 6, so still some distance behind India's 217 at this stage, and it looks as if India might themselves have a nice little lead. Then in came Kyle Jamieson, and he just completely altered the tempo of it. He came out, played some shots, some quite ugly smears, but he hit the Indians off their line, and particularly off their length. And his 21 from 16 balls included a 6, and it got Williamson going a little bit as well. I think here I've got to actually dig myself out of this hole a little bit. So Jameson was caught in the deep in the end off Mohammed Shami. That was when Williamson was dismissed with a lead at 4. He was out for 49. Saudi again a useful 30, played a few shots. Wagner naught with Boult 7 not out at the end. So bowling wise, Mohammed Shami finished with 4 for 76, Ishant Sharma 3 for 48, and then the spinners took 3 between them, 2 for Ashwin and 1 for Jadeja. So 249 all out, a lead of 32 at that stage. And that's symmetrical, isn't it? Because it's 32 now the other way around.
Yes.
So there we go. I was just checking my notes.
Mathematically very pleasant.
It is. We don't mind that sort of thing. Well,
yes.
that was. I mean, the game's still alive. Extraordinarily, having lost 2 days. I know it's alive because it's a 6th day, but that's given interest into tomorrow anyway.
Well, for the time that we've had, Jonathan, it's so well advanced, isn't it? And that's because the bowlers have held sway right really from the beginning of this match. I think that this last session that we've had where India were batting, probably the best batting conditions of the match. Quite pleasant. There was a bit of sun, the light was better, the pitch was looking a little bit drier, and so I think but because of the game situation and being behind, there was a cautious approach by India. And so as you quite rightly said, I thought Rohit Sharma just looked a little bit pruned down of all the shots that we know he can play. No, it's not, and he was just struggling with the whole situation a wee bit and scoring. And then Pujara was very much like he was sort of accessing his inner Pujara, wasn't he? And that's the way he plays. And so he likes those sort of situations. Kohli, to me, looked busy in the time he was here, 8 off 12, and was running again, seeing the value of singles and 2s and turning 2s into 3s and so on. So I think the Indian innings... New Zealand have bowled. The Saudi was the best bowler for New Zealand by some margin, I thought. I think Boult's having some trouble actually crossing the legs, you know, on the delivery stride and not in the right angle, so that the arm therefore is
low,
is round and is lower than it was a couple of years ago. He has trouble getting off the pitch, so that's why he's also rounded arm as well, to get himself away from running on the danger area. So there's a few little issues I think round Trent Boult at the moment, not getting it to swing, you know, late rather than straight from the arm. So they need to look at that. Yeah, look, I still can't quite work out how this game can get through to a result unless there's somewhere a clatter of wickets.
Yes, which could happen.
Yes.
It's going to be a sunnier day tomorrow, so perhaps that'll
be a bit harder then in that case, unless it's spinners towards the end. But how do India get themselves? They're 32 ahead at the moment. The run rate is about 2.6 or something like that, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, tell me even if you went at threes. So that would be 25 overs in the first session. That's 70. What is that? 75 runs.
Lead of 100.
Plus, exactly. Now you can't declare. No. So you keep going. Now, can you bowl New Zealand out in a session?
I suppose they might try, but it's
difficult.
There'd have to be a lot of runs on the board.
Yes, exactly.
Behind you, wouldn't you?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, and it might well be, if you give them a session, really there's only one side that can win that. Do you have a crack at the start with a few, and up goes de Grandhomme to have a crack, and then they can close down as well. They've got that option, haven't they?
Yes.
Because they've only got to last maybe 25, 30 overs. So I just can't see it kind of quite working. I'm not trying to put people off. I'm just saying I think those are the realities of the situation.
I can't see India taking any chances at all.
Well, they won't want to, will they?
No, I wouldn't have thought so, because they could be dismissed themselves. And a New Zealand victory looks to be the
most direct route. Yes, it is.
Yes.
It is. But if there's one side in the world that could actually open the game up, and India, like look at back at Australia, that series when they played at Sydney, they had a crack going for those runs, didn't they?
Yep.
And then also winning it in the next match at the Gabba. So they're the one side in the world, I think, who would have if there's going to be a look at this game, they will be the side to do it.
Well, let's get some reaction anyway. Ravichandran Ashwin has been speaking to Simon Doull.
Ravichandran and Ashwin. Ash, nice to talk to you. Just your thoughts on where things sit at the moment. A lead of 32, 64 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great day's play actually. The game didn't move in the first session. I thought our bowlers really bowled well, the quicks. They were really persevering around the good areas, and I thought Kane batted pretty well as well. Took the initiative in the second session, and I think it was a great day of Test cricket. If you look at it from a different perspective, it was a lot of fans might think the run scoring has not been really thick and fast, but we've lost a lot of time to weather. So I think the game's pretty well poised. With some more time, it would have been better.
Yeah, intriguing. I'm with you. We all talked about it up here, how good a day of Test cricket it was. Mohammed, Shami, Ishant, Sharma. Just a little insight on their days. Lengths were slightly fuller for Sham today.
Firstly, I thought it was a line-hearted effort from all of them, because we were playing 3 quicks and they kept going on and on and on, and it was not easy at all. And I thought Shami bowled really well yesterday as well. Pretty unlucky to get the couple of edges go over gully. But today I thought he was rewarded for some good bowling, and obviously Ishant has been a line-hearted performer for a long time for us. It's just that we bowled a really good hour in the first half of the day, and then we got rewarded in the 20 minutes before going into lunch. That's the beauty of Test cricket. It was a great day's play. Hopefully, I mean, this is just me talking, if we can really get some runs going and set up for a good finish tomorrow in the afternoon.
Promotion for Ashwin then?
I wanted to go in as a night watchman come pitch hitter today.
What was the chat there? Because I think the New Zealanders might have been a little surprised, and we were a little surprised. 15 minutes to go. Did you have the pads on? Was the question asked?
No, not really. If we had to play balls, it's always going to be Ishant Sharma. It's not me.
It's not you. Okay, Ishant's taken that role. Moving forward to tomorrow, 98 overs available. What are you hoping for? What would you like to see happen?
Look, I mean, I can see a lot of things happen, but honestly, I think that's the beauty of Test cricket, right? We got to hang in there, just play it by the hour, and it's going to be very, very important the first hour of play tomorrow. If we can get through it and get a few runs, and then really try and set up something in the back half of the day, because you played for all these years, and you'd want to see something come out there. But yeah, 98 overs is a little too less from our perspective. Have to take it as it comes, I think.
Do you come into play a little bit, and Jadeja come into play a little bit? Was there anything for you?
I thought there was a bit of bounce. Maybe the odd ball just stopped a little bit. So, I mean, you can play around with it. But like I said, it's just, how we can pace it out in the first half of the day. Like, first hour is going to be crucial tomorrow for us.
And I've talked a little bit in commentary from a New Zealand point of view about BJ Watling, Neil Wagner. They don't get to play white ball cricket. You're a bit the same. What would this mean to someone like you to win a World Test Championship?
It would be great. The context for Test cricket is something that I've spoken about quite a bit. It's completely enjoyable. The fact that there is something at the end of it, there is prize up for grabs. But yeah, I mean, no one can really control the weather, can we? So it would have been nicer if the game kept extending and we played till finish. But I don't think there is scope for that. So we'll settle for this. Two good teams, some great contests going on out there. Hopefully, if we can set something up, it'll be great.
Well, we shall see. I mean, the thought obviously is there in India's mind, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Set up something later in the day.
But he also acknowledges that's going to be quite tricky.
Yes. We just saw the man who could change things. We said this in the first thing. There's all the pressure on him. With a very nice gold-coloured, shiny bag on his back. Did you see that? It's very smart. Rishabh Pant.
Yes.
I mean, he's the sort of... I mean, if you look, you've got Kohli, you've got Pant, you've got Jadeja, you've got Ashwin.
That's what I say.
All positive bats.
If there's one side in the world, you've got a number of players who can open a game up and change its rhythm.
Yeah, they are positive. But I think we go back to New Zealand, and I think obviously Ashwin there, he hit the nail on the head, didn't he? That first hour. If India can stifle New Zealand in that time and not give them a sniff at all.
You mean New Zealand stifle India?
No, I mean India. If they can just blunt everything and they get through that first hour,
yes,
then even New Zealand might start to think, it's getting difficult.
Well, and the other way, I mean, they don't get away on New Zealand either, and perhaps if a wicket or two falls, particularly as Kohli we know as central figure to this game.
Excellent. Well, he's going to resume on 8 and Pujara on 12. That lead is exactly 32 runs. You can watch highlights of the play here today on the BBC Sport website and the app. Look out on BBC Sounds for the latest No Balls podcast with Alex Hartley and Kate Cross. Their special guest is James Taylor.